In this world, where everyone possesses the ability to summon beasts, each individual can become a Beastmaster. However, each person has their own unique contract affinity. Some individuals resonate with dragons, naturally attracting divine dragons. Others are attuned to spirits, thus garnering the favor of the ethereal beings. There are those who are in harmony with demonic beasts, as well as those who resonate with malevolent entities. Ghosts, sacred spirits, rare blooms, exotic herbs, and divine insects abound. The myriad of peculiar contract affinities can be described as wonderfully diverse. Yet, a greater number are bonded with ordinary creatures such as snakes, mice, cats, dogs, flying birds, and swimming fish. Those who can forge contracts with formidable beasts are not necessarily destined to become powerful. Conversely, individuals who can only contract ordinary creatures may still have opportunities to rise. In this extraordinary realm centered around beast summoning, Beastmasters are akin to cultivators. They do not differ fundamentally from extraordinary beings, cultivators, martial artists, and mages in other worlds. All are seekers and wielders of power and truth. Jiang Lin, having been reborn into this world, finds himself unable to contract a beast. He initially believed that this was to be his fate for this lifetime, until one fateful night after his 18th birthday, when his devoted maid came to knock on his door. Thus began his unconventional journey as a Beastmaster. Who knows what changes this singular individual capable of contracting humans will bring to the world of beast summoning. Chapter 1. The Adopted Son of the Lu Family. Azure Earth Star. Taya Continent, the Red Dragon Federation. The Lu family courtyard in Bibo City, Haoyang Province, the eastern capital. From a lofty vantage point, the Lu family courtyard appears intricately patterned and grand, harmoniously integrating the surrounding mountains and waters, embodying the essence of nature's elegance. Clearly a place of exceptional talent and fortune. Beyond this bustling metropolis lies an ancient cluster of buildings, exuding a unique tranquility. With less than a month until our ancestor's 500th birthday, why have we yet to see any sign from her? Shouldn't the eldest brother inquire? We are at a loss as to how to prepare. Indeed, eldest brother, you mentioned our ancestor hasn't celebrated a grand birthday in decades. This 500th birthday is particularly significant. Surely, we must make grand arrangements. It has been years since we last saw her. We miss her dearly. In the antique courtyard, over a dozen elderly individuals, all beyond 50 and of dignified demeanor, engaged in fervent discussion, entirely shedding their usual air of authority and solemnity. Third brother speaks, wisely we indeed should host a grand celebration. Calculating the time, it has been 7 years since our entire family gathered. Over these years, we have welcomed dozens of new descendants. If they do not address her as our ancestor, it feels deeply unsettling. Fourth sister is right. The elderly conversed excitedly, and the eldest brother, as the head of the family, looked on with a sense of satisfaction at this harmonious discourse. It is no small feat for such a large family to engage in a peaceful discussion about a single matter. This is the result of his years of diligent maintenance, a fitting tribute to their ancestor. Seated in a chair crafted from exquisite dragon wood, Lu Hongtao absently twirled a string of jade beads in his hand, listening to the fervent discussions of his siblings, his eyes gleaming with contemplation. Their ancestor had secluded herself in the divine realm she created for many years. He was uncertain whether it would be appropriate to disturb her. She had previously instructed that unless the family faced a significant event, they should refrain from interrupting her. The elderly gazed expectantly at the family head seated in the center, fully aware of his dilemma. Dressed in a vibrant red robe embroidered with splendid landscapes and creatures, the matriarch seemed to be lost in thought. Her fingers inadvertently brushed over the embroidered birds on her shoulder, causing them to appear as if they were playfully chasing her hand from her left shoulder around her neck to her right shoulder. As the conversation continued, a hush fell over the group. Seeing that no one could make a decision, Lu Qingke voiced her thoughts. Since eldest brother finds it inconvenient to disturb our ancestor, why not let that little rascal Jiang Lin give a try? Upon hearing the youngest sister's suggestion, the elder's eyes brightened in unison. Indeed, Jiang Lin is the one our ancestor personally brought back home, raised within the family for 18 years, holding a particularly special status, frequently summoned by her, enjoying privileges surpassing even those of the family leaders. It should pose no issue for him to seek the ancestor's opinion. As the conversation turned to the somewhat enigmatic Jiang Lin, the elders exchanged glances, uncertain how to regard the young man of the Lu family with the surname Jiang. Ultimately, all eyes fell upon their eldest brother, the head of the Liu family. Don't look at me, I have no idea. Our ancestor forbids us from inquiring, so let's not speculate recklessly. Liu Hongtao, noticing the collective gaze of the elders, recalled the moment when their ancestor entrusted the still infant Jiang Lin to his care, casting a stern glance at his siblings before continuing. There are a few younger members of the family harboring jealousy towards Jiang Lin, secretly spreading rumors. Make sure to reprimand them. When you return, do not bring me trouble. If our ancestor finds out, none of us will reap any rewards. The elders fell silent, fully aware of their troublesome descendants, recognizing the necessity of addressing this issue seriously. Unbeknownst to our protagonist Jiang Lin, who was the subject of the elders' discussion, he was engrossed in drawing on his computer, completely oblivious to the pure white mouse beside his desk, now fixated upon by a 3-meter-long blue serpent adorned with electric patterns. One hand maneuvered the keyboard while the other controlled the mouse, as a complex array gradually took shape on the screen. Suddenly, a crackling sound of electricity pierced the air, followed by the mouse's frantic squeaks. Startled by the unexpected commotion, Jiang Lin shivered and cast an irritated glance at the entwined mouse and serpent, hastily saving his design. In a flurry, he seized the coiled serpent, untangling it as if untying a knot, and rescued the trapped Jinmao Xuanbao mouse. The little creature, once freed, darted away in a flash. Its swift retreat betrayed no signs of distress through their bond. Jiang Lin sensed that the Jinmao Xuanbao mouse had sustained no injuries. After all, they were both his summoned beasts, and the serpent in his grasp understood its limits. Shaking the serpent vigorously in his hand, he pondered its nature. This serpent, known as Thunder Shadow, shared its name with a character from a game Jiang Lin had played in his previous life. Upon discovering its evolution path, he had promptly entrusted the maid Huanjing to contract it. Presently, its potential had ascended from ordinary through elite, perfect, hidden dragon, and epic stages, ultimately evolving into a legendary creature, Thunder Shadow. Its strength had progressed from merely breaking through the mundane to surpassing the rock tier and copper tier, maturing into a silver tier beast, and it was currently the weakest beast in Huanjing's possession. Having ascended to the golden tier of Beastmasters, Huanjing has shifted her focus entirely to other magical beasts, leaving her weakest companion to the care of Jiang Lin. A Beastmaster, one who commands mystical beasts and spiritual flora, has reached a level of proficiency that can be deemed as minor mastery. Preceding them are the silver, bronze, and rock-tiered Beastmasters, as well as the apprentices of the craft. Aren't you rather formidable? Constantly bullying the little one, if you possess the ability, why not confront its elder brother? With a hint of irritation, I tossed Lei Yingying onto the sofa, gazing at the formation design on the computer before uploading it to the supercomputer and initiating the simulation for analysis. The formation on the screen commenced its operation along the dynamic timeline. Everything functioned seamlessly. Even when occasional discrepancies arose, the corrective mechanisms within the formation swiftly rectified them. However, as the entire formation system transitioned into another three-dimensional space, the increase in dimensions precipitated complications in the simulation, revealing numerous red fault zones in the demonstration video. In less than 2 minutes, the entire system collapsed. Sighing in disappointment, I closed my laptop and cast a cold glance at the heap of Lei Yingying curled up on the sofa before exiting the studio. No sooner had I stepped outside than I noticed a middle-aged man hastening towards me as curiosity piqued. The man's voice reached me first. "Young Master Jiang, the family head is seeking you. Come swiftly to meet him. The family head wishes to see me. Is there something urgent? Wait, butler? There's no need for such haste. Oh, my dear young Master Jiang, the elders of the clan are gathered. There must be significant matters at hand. We should proceed quickly." Following Wei, butler, towards the central courtyard of the Liu family, we exchanged idle chatter. The Liu family, a premier aristocracy of the east capital of the Crimson Dragon Federation, boasts an expansive estate traversing from the periphery to the center would take at least half an hour. What could have been resolved with a mere phone call? Wei Butler insisted on making the journey personally, which seemed utterly unnecessary. Jiang Lin mused. Could it be that something truly grave has transpired? Chapter 2. Liu Wanqing. Brother Jiang Lin, Butler Wei, where are you headed? The voice emanated from a quaint pavilion situated in the heart of a serene lake. And as Jiang Lin turned his head, he beheld two striking figures that captured his attention. Both young women adorned themselves in traditional attire, which harmoniously complemented the surrounding Chinese garden. However, the cameras and selfie sticks they held somewhat marred this natural beauty, creating an incongruous feeling. Jiang Lin merely nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "It has been a while. Butler Wei and I have some matters to attend to. We shall converse later." Noticing the hurried pace of the two, Lu Wanqing felt no particular concern. She set down her selfie stick and trotted to their side. "Brother Jiang Lin, Butler Wei, I must apologize for my presumptuousness regarding the previous incident. I did not intend to cause trouble. I realize my error and hope you can forgive me." Sharing a glance with Butler Wei, Jiang Lin smiled but remained silent, while Butler Wei appeared somewhat bashful. "Miss, this is not entirely your fault. My distant cousin lacks understanding of propriety and can be rather rigid, which understandably caused you distress. Moreover, given that your beast was in poor condition at the time and you were urgently seeking young Master Jiang Lin, it was only natural you did not consider the need for prior notification before entering the exotic insect laboratory. Fortunately, no harm was done, your beast has been healed, and the misunderstanding has been resolved." As the trio continued walking, Lu Wanqing glanced at Jiang Lin's profile, her expression a mixture of turmoil. Despite being hailed as the most talented individual of the younger generation in the Lu family, she had not anticipated that even a maid beside brother Jiang Lin could best her, utterly defeated by one of his beasts. This incident had left her feeling humiliated for quite some time, but after more than a month of adjustment, her mindset had finally stabilized. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Butler Wei. Realizing that the girl who had bested her was indeed Butler Wei's distant cousin, it was only after that fateful battle that her family became aware of this connection. Following the incident, she had taken the initiative to inquire about the girl's background and discovered that the training resources provided to brother Jiang Lin by their family had mostly been bestowed upon the two maids and several guards around him. In a certain sense, the maid who had defeated her was a product of brother Jiang Lin's own nurturing. She was uncertain of the capabilities of the other maid and guards, but the strength of that girl had left a profound impact on her. As the girl continued to accompany them toward the inner courtyard of the Lu family, Jiang Lin could not help but inquire, "Your beast, the Crimson Fiery Charm, should have reached legendary quality by now, has it not?" Lu Wanqing pursed her lips, responding, "It was a close call. I forgot to ask which creator's advice you followed in using the blood of a red dragon to formulate the evolution potion. Just because the red dragon breathes fire does not mean it is a fire-type beast. Its primary affinity lies in the dragon lineage, and dragons are inherently complex creatures. The nature of all dragons is steeped in malevolence. Even the gold, silver, and holy dragons, which are commonly regarded as lawful good, have their righteousness and benevolence twisted by their inherent darkness. Therefore, dragons can also be categorized as demonic beasts, and your Crimson Fiery Charm, tainted by the blood of a red dragon, may cause you considerable trouble in the future." Upon hearing Jiang Lin's words, Lu Wanqing felt a wave of indignation and stammered, "I thought I had accumulated enough knowledge regarding creators and wanted to see if I could independently achieve a legendary evolution, so it turned out this way." Jiang Lin shot her a disapproving glance. The audacity to use her own beast for such an experiment was quite remarkable. "Brother Jiang Lin, how should I proceed with the training of the Crimson Fiery Charm? Can you teach me?" she implored. "Your Crimson Fiery Charm is a pure fire element beast. Once released from its beast ball, will you be able to approach it?" Lu Wanqing's demeanor shifted uneasily at this question. Jiang Lin, observing her reaction, quickly surmised the situation. "What you need to do next is to find a technique to control its flames. If you cannot even approach your own beast, the considerable investment in its training would be rendered meaningless." "Young Master Jiang, we have arrived. You may enter directly," Butler Wei interjected. "Miss, the family head and the elders are discussing important matters. You may remain here in this side chamber. Should you have other matters, feel free to attend to them." Lu Wanqing cast a glance at Jiang Lin and said, "I shall wait here. Brother Jiang Lin is always busy in various laboratories, and it is rare to encounter him. I have some questions I wish to ask." Brother Jiang Lin won't finish the discussion and vanish, will he? Lu Wanqing turned to Butler Wei, her expression inquisitive. "Since you have said so, I shall come find you once I conclude my matters," Jiang Lin replied. A radiant smile blossomed on her face as she quickly responded, "Then it is settled." Nodding to both, Jiang Lin proceeded toward the adjacent courtyard. The entire conversation among the three was overheard by the elders in the courtyard, all of whom were of king-level strength. Even without exerting any effort, no movement within hundreds of meters could escape their perception. "Brother, your granddaughter is quite grown, and I find Jiang Lin to be a suitable match. Have you considered them together?" Lu Hongtao, seated at the head of the table, shot a disapproving look at the speaker, too apathetic to engage in further discussion. Elder Lu Qingxia, known for her forthrightness, retorted, "Lu Baishan, how dare you make such a jest? Are you itching for a reprimand?" Lu Baishan, taken aback by the rebuke, was at a loss as to where he had erred. Sister, what issue do you find with my words?" Shaking her head in exasperation, Lu Qingxia patiently explained, "When our ancestor took us in, She was already over 200 years old and a king-level powerhouse. We were merely children back then. Do you recall what we called her? We called her grandmother. Jiang Lin is also one of her adopted children, meaning he is of the same generation as us. If you were to have Wanqing with him, wouldn't that create a generational mess? Lu Baishan's mouth opened and closed, rendered speechless by the realization that he had indeed overlooked this aspect. At that moment, Jiang Lin finally arrived, feeling the weight of the elders' gazes upon him, which added to his apprehension. Head of the family, esteemed elders, I wonder why you have summoned the younger generation? Young Jiang Lin, come sit over here. There is nothing of great importance. We are simply here to discuss the celebration of our ancestors' 500th birthday. What are your thoughts on this? Jiang Lin, initially apprehensive, now felt a measure of relief, realizing the discussion was not as grave as he had anticipated. He scrutinized the elders with a hint of skepticism, slowly taking a seat, and cautiously inquired, Head of the family, is there perhaps a complication? Lu Hongtao nodded affirmatively. Our ancestor once decreed that unless the family faced significant difficulties, we should not disturb her lightly. As her 500th birthday approaches, this is a matter of monumental importance for us, though she may not regard it as such. Given your amicable rapport with her, it would be prudent for you to approach her and ascertain her wishes, as this may be the best course of action. Nodding in understanding, Jiang Lin belatedly realized the unique nature of his relationship with the Lu family's ancestor. Chapter 3: A Unique Contractual Affinity. Seeing Jiang Lin comprehend the situation, Lu Hongtao nodded in satisfaction, expressing hopeful anticipation. Why not contact our ancestor now? Noticing the expectant gazes of the assembly upon him, Jiang Lin discerned that their eagerness stemmed from a desire to see if he could gain entry into the Lu family's sacred domain alongside them. For a sovereign-level powerhouse, the divine realm crafted by the totemic emissaries is imbued with the intricate web of rules established by the ancestral elder, clearly discernible. A mere glance at it could serve as a profound inspiration, perhaps even facilitating a breakthrough. With a subtle movement of his lips, he silently recited the incantation taught by the elder of the Lu family. A beam of light, reminiscent of Tyndall scattering, unexpectedly descended from above, enveloping Jiang Lin in its radiance, as if conjured from thin air, the source of illumination unfathomable. Observing the clan head and the esteemed elders, he noted the absence of such brilliance above their heads, and with a resigned shrug, he vanished from their sight amidst their wistful gazes. The ethereal light and shadows blurred as he traversed layers of space. In an instant, the very fabric of the world transformed. The surrounding environment bore a resemblance to the Lu family garden, almost as if it were a meticulous replica of this place. Here lay the abode constructed by the ancestral elder within the divine realm. Jiang Lin surveyed his surroundings and proceeded in a designated direction. The spiritual energy within the divine realm was extraordinarily dense, manifesting as a faint, visible mist, combined with the picturesque landscapes unfolding at each step. It imparted an illusion of being within a celestial dwelling. Gazing up at the clouds above, he caught sight of a colossal, ethereal crane emerging from the white expanse, its gaze locking with his from several thousand meters away, allowing them to perceive each other's emotions. The ability to discern the crane's expression stemmed from its sheer size, while the crane's awareness of Jiang Lin was purely due to its formidable prowess. Their mutual gaze was a testament to the crane's restraint of its overwhelming presence. Otherwise, Jiang Lin's eyes would have surely been blinded by its might. This magnificent crane, known as the Violet Chi Celestial Crane, was one of the many contracted spirit beasts of the Lu family's ancestral elder. Politely nodding towards the heavenly crane, he continued on his path towards the elder's location. The garden was adorned with willow trees, flowers, and other spiritual flora, while the koi in the lake and the butterflies fluttering amidst the grass, alongside the playful birds perched in the treetops, were all rare spiritual creatures of exceptional quality. This divine realm's garden surpassed that of the Lu family in grandeur. After all, nurturing spiritual beasts and flora is no ordinary feat, with costs rivaling that of raising a child. It resembled an exhibition hall for spirit beasts, where, apart from a few categories such as the undead, psychic, humanoid, ferocious beasts, demonic entities, and soul-related types, one could find representatives of every other classification within the 64 categories cataloged by the Red Dragon Federation, situated within a domain forged by powerful beings. These spirit beasts exhibited a remarkable docility, devoid of aggression, to the extent that Jiang Lin could reach out and touch them. An affable old lady had been standing at the courtyard entrance for a while when Jiang Lin hastened towards her, respectfully exclaiming, "Grandma Lu, it has been quite some time." She appeared no different from an ordinary grandmother, yet the luminosity surrounding her was notably heightened, with a divine aura subtly emanating from above her head, accompanied by an ethereal melody that instilled a sense of tranquility within his heart. Although these extraordinary manifestations were intentionally concealed by the elder, Jiang Lin could still perceive them distinctly. Little Jiang Lin, come here. I've recently discovered some exceptional spirit beasts. See if you can form a contract with them. The elder said, grasping his hand and leading him towards a specific location, her demeanor reflecting not a hint of the nobility and authority befitting a totem-level emissary, but rather that of a grandmother eager to share delightful treasures with her grandson. Grandma Lu, I actually came to inquire about I already know. It's just a birthday celebration, quite dull. When you return later, tell them I will be present that day. She interrupted him, and upon hearing her words, Jiang Lin breathed a sigh of relief, knowing his task for the day was accomplished. All right then. As they arrived at a certain pavilion, the atmosphere became noticeably livelier. Albeit filled with artificial beings, a cadre of ancient court maidens crafted entirely from soft white porcelain, exhibiting a remarkable level of intelligence. The creation of artificial spirit beasts is strictly prohibited by the Federation, yet they constitute an integral part of the world's shadowy underbelly, impossible to eradicate entirely. Each of these artificial spirit beasts was a masterpiece, clearly a testament to the Elder's increasingly refined craftsmanship. The interior of the pavilion was modernly decorated, with 2 rows of enormous spheres, each about a meter in diameter, displayed prominently in the main hall. A throng of porcelain figures navigated between these large spirit beast orbs, attending to the creatures housed within. Before Jiang Lin could examine them closely, the elder ushered him upstairs. Upon observing the neatly arranged conventional spirit beast orbs on the shelves, each the size of a basketball, he noted a significant increase in their numbers compared to his last visit. Little Jiang Lin, come and take a look at these spirit beasts I prepared for you. See if you can form a contract, the elder said casually, retrieving one orb from the shelf and presenting it to him. As he accepted it, he peered through the small window atop the orb, revealing a space of approximately 100 square meters, fully furnished and illuminated within. Lying on the bed inside was a humanoid spirit beast, possessing considerable intelligence. Engrossed in a book, this humanoid spirit beast was none other than a forest elf, a being whose beauty has long been coveted by humanity. The Red Dragon Federation lacks the conditions to cultivate such a creature. It must have been abducted by poaching gangs from the Empire of the Tree Sea. After a moment of hesitation, he refrained from attempting to form a contract, fully aware that he lacked the capability, and shook his head at the elder. Unable to form a contract? Then take a look at this one. The elder presented another spirit beast orb. This time, the orb contained a female angel with pristine white wings sprouting from her back, also not a native of the Red Dragon Federation, likely hailing from a religious nation of the Holy True Master. The angel possessed an unparalleled beauty, prompting Jiang Lin to gaze at her for a moment longer. Still shaking his head, the elder remained undeterred, encouraging him to try with various other spirit beasts, including bloodline creatures, succubi, ice nymphs, and foxfolk. Yet Jiang Lin merely feigned interest, refraining from any real attempts at contracting. This doesn't make sense. Is your affinity not meant for humanoid spirit beasts? Why is it that only humanoid spirit beasts respond during your affinity tests? Reflecting on the elder's unwavering support and care, which had afforded him a life of comfort, Jiang Lin decided to share his true circumstances. In fact, my affinity for contracts is not directed towards humanoid spirit beasts, but rather towards humans. The elder stared at Jiang Lin for a long moment, her expression shifting to one of skepticism. How did you determine that? It wasn't through any formal testing. I simply formed contracts with 2 of the maidens nearby, and that confirmed it for me. When was this? Why didn't you mention it sooner? The elder's demeanor grew increasingly stern, prompting Jiang Lin to lower his gaze. I discovered it 3 months ago. Such a uniquely special affinity for contracts had never been heard of before. Little Jiang Lin, you are indeed extraordinary. A fleeting complexity crossed the elder's eyes before she regained her composure, and a silence enveloped them. Since you are now capable of forming contracts, it is time for the items bestowed upon you by your parents to be entrusted to you as well. Upon hearing news of his parents from this lifetime, Jiang Lin's heart surged with excitement as he looked toward the elder. Do not look at me like that. I know nothing of who they are. All I know is that their power is immensely formidable, surpassing my understanding. They entrusted you to me as a mere transaction. Chapter 4. The Enigma of Heritage. As the old man reminisced about the expedition into the mysterious realm, a distant look clouded his expression. 2 figures, their bodies adorned with intricate patterns of various laws, stood resolutely against the backdrop of the starry sky, their radiance as magnificent as the cosmos itself, rendering their features indistinguishable. Greetings, Ms. Lu. We harbor no ill intentions in summoning you here. Rather, we wish to propose a transaction, should you be inclined to listen. At that time, she had already assumed the mantle of a totem master, yet found herself powerless, drawn into the depths of that extraordinary cosmic expanse. Faced with no alternative, she chose to surrender to her heart's desire. Before her lay an infant swaddled in blankets. This is our child, named Jiang Lin. Due to certain existential threats, we are compelled to send him away. We have observed you for quite some time and deem you quite suitable to ensure his safe upbringing. What say you? Gazing at the beautiful child, she found herself torn, unsure whether to reach out or withdraw. If even they felt threatened by some external force, how could she possibly resist? Rest assured, the ties of fate between this child and us have been severed. No one will discern his origins. Realizing she could not refuse, she reluctantly cradled the infant in her arms. The two towering figures nodded in approval, and the child's father projected a beam of light into her mind. This is the method for constructing a divine realm and the technique for condensing divinity. Your planet is still groping in the dark on the path of cultivation following the Totem Master. These two paths are the rightful ways to advance after assuming that mantle, sufficient for you to dominate this planet. As the knowledge flowed into her consciousness, the once nebulous path of cultivation that had ensnared all Totem Masters now appeared clear. Yet, this inexplicable task was not one to be taken lightly. I am grateful for your generous gifts. At that moment, the child's mother presented two luminous orbs before her. These artifacts shall be entrusted to him upon the fulfillment of his covenant. You may study them in the meantime, if fortune favors you. Perhaps you may uncover another path of cultivation following the Totem Master. As the reminiscence faded, the old man turned his gaze toward the youth beside him and retrieved the two luminous orbs entrusted to him by Jiang Lin's mother. These are the treasures your mother requested I safeguard for you. At last, they may be returned to your possession. Curiosity piqued, Jiang Lin reached out for the two orbs, and a wondrous phenomenon unfolded. The moment his fingertips made contact, the orbs swiftly melded into his very being. After a brief moment of astonishment, he quickly assessed his condition and, finding nothing amiss, turned a questioning gaze towards the old man. I have studied this orb for an extended period and gleaned nothing from it. How it came to be this way remains a mystery to me. However, since they were left to you by your parents, they shall undoubtedly pose no harm. Any changes that arise will depend upon your own exploration. Setting aside his doubts, he inquired with a hint of curiosity, did my parents leave any messages? The old man regarded Jiang Lin with a benevolent smile and shook his head. They imparted to me two methods of cultivation following the Totem Master, a form of recompense for raising you. Beyond that, there were no further instructions. Such news, that even two great beings felt compelled to send their progeny away due to threats, was best left unspoken. Ignorance is bliss. Young one, focus on your growth. For knowing too much breeds unnecessary troubles. Jiang Lin sensed the old man's reticence, but felt no profound emotional connection to his parents and held no expectations for that familial bond. Their decision to entrust him to the old man might harbor deeper implications. Since the old man chose not to speak, there must be a reason, perhaps awaiting a more opportune moment for revelation. Just as with this occasion, he would need to fulfill his covenant before he earned the right to certain knowledge. Thank you, Grandma Lu, for your unwavering care over the years. I shall never forget your kindness. Little Jiang Lin, what are you saying? Do you wish to establish your own independence? Initially, I regarded this as a mere transaction, but as time passed, I have come to see you as family. Noticing the old lady's growing emotional fervor, Jiang Lin quickly reassured her, rest easy, Grandma Lu. I have always regarded you as the most esteemed elder, and I have always considered myself a part of the Lu family, now and forever. Sensing her emotions surging, the old woman composed herself and said, that is comforting to hear. Come, let us take a stroll outside. Repeatedly attuning to the changes within his body, Jiang Lin finally discerned the two orbs in his consciousness. Approaching with caution, he silently merged the orbs with his soul. In an instant, his pupils dilated, and he comprehended the true nature of the orbs. It is well known that each Beastmaster possesses their unique innate abilities. Abilities are categorized into minor and major abilities, innate abilities, and supreme abilities. Minor and major abilities are acquired through experience, either self-created or imparted by humans. Innate abilities are those bestowed at birth, elusive for humans to grasp, even if attained. They are difficult to articulate, thus hindering their dissemination. When a Beastmaster's innate potential surpasses a certain threshold, evolving into the rarest of divine beings, an additional supreme ability manifests. As the name implies, supreme abilities are those that evolve alongside one's strength and are never rendered obsolete. This represents the pinnacle of a Beastmaster's capabilities. However, the two orbs Jiang Lin received transcended even supreme abilities, being referred to as divine rights. For a human to acquire an innate ability, one must contract with a beast. Through years of meticulous imitation, they can replicate the ability from the beast. This is a lengthy endeavor. Supreme abilities may also be obtained through this means, albeit with greater difficulty. Yet the origin of the divine rights that fused with him exceeded Jiang Lin's comprehension. In this divine realm, the divine rights were somewhat suppressed. To manifest them, he would need to remain here for a few more days. Once outside, he should be able to wield them normally. As he admired the beauty of the garden while contemplating the nature of abilities, the old man seemed to recall something, his expression growing serious. Your contract affinity is remarkably unique. It may well be unparalleled in this world. Until now, what has been your contracted beast? It has always been a closely guarded secret within the family, but secrets cannot be concealed forever. You cannot go your entire life without summoning your beast. Rest assured, Grandma, this matter has been resolved. The one I am contracted with, her contracted beast can also be deemed as mine, and summoning her poses no issue whatsoever. Is it truly so? The old man was genuinely astonished by this unique method of contracting. It is well known that each individual is bound by their contract affinity. To contract with a beast of a dissimilar affinity is a near impossible feat. Even if successful, various challenges would arise thereafter. However, Jiang Lin's contract wholly liberated him from the constraints of affinity. He could contract any beast he desired simply by finding someone with a corresponding affinity. With that thought, the old man's eyes gleamed as he continued. How much do you know about your contract? Are there any limitations when contracting with a person? There are no restrictions. Anyone can do it. It is preferable to contract with a girl, as she will be the one to share your life. Contracting with a man might lead to some discomfort in the future. Upon hearing Grandma Lu's teasing, Jiang Lin awkwardly rubbed his nose, acknowledging her insight. It was precisely for this reason that he had contracted with his maid rather than one of the guards. Chapter 5. The talented assassin, Haitang. Silently taking 2 steps forward, the elderly man suddenly inquired, in the realm of contract beasts, there exist both coercive and voluntary contracts. Do you engage in such contracts with others in the same manner? Jiang Lin stepped forward, contemplated for a moment, and replied, human emotions are exceedingly intricate. Thus it is only natural to pursue a voluntary contract. A coercive contract will inevitably sow seeds of resentment within the heart, leading to difficulties in future interactions. What would transpire if one were to contract with a person devoid of any power to resist? Caught off guard by this abrupt question, he cast a somewhat perplexed glance at the elder, harboring a vague suspicion in his heart. The elder offered no clarification but solemnly stated, "Follow me." With a wave of his hand, Jiang Lin was transported to a dimly lit laboratory. Surveying the surroundings, he beheld a staggering array of state-of-the-art life pods, numbering over 50, each filled with nutrient solution, indicating the confinement of 50 human test subjects. The technological sophistication of these pods was remarkable, with bases adorned with a labyrinth of tubes and equipment. Human experimentation, though condemned by the mainstream academic community, is not an absolute dichotomy. Many issues remain mere conjectures without the validation of human trials. Not a single soul here is virtuous, believe it or not. Just look at this individual, the elder remarked, leading Jiang Lin to a life pod containing a frail girl, entirely unclothed and entwined with tubes, submerged in a nutrient solution. This girl is a top-notch assassin. When I first ascended to the king level, I narrowly escaped her assassination attempt. Despite sustaining grave injuries in the process of subduing her, I could never bring myself to kill her. Do you know why? Jiang Lin shook his head, indicating his ignorance. The elder's lips curled into a mysterious smile as he explained, because at that time, she was merely at the lord level and nearly succeeded in killing me. A king-level being. Such innate talent is something I could never bear to extinguish. Jiang Lin felt that this reasoning was insufficient. Of course, the primary reason lies in the fact that she is contracted with a crane-type beast that I covet greatly. I had contemplated severing that bond to recruit her under my command. Alas, as time passed, this research yielded no progress while my own strength continued to grow, eventually rendering that beast unnecessary. Gazing at the girl within the life pod, Jiang Lin endeavored to extend his mental energy into her consciousness and discovered that it was indeed feasible. He nodded to the elder, indicating his willingness to form a contract, yet hesitated, saying, "She is your enemy. Contracting her may lead to future complications in your relationship. After you contract her, will you be able to control her? She is a lord-level Beastmaster, and you are still relatively new to this. Could you risk backlash? Might you consume an excessive share of the contract? It's hard to say. You are well aware of the drawbacks of coercive contracts. Human thought processes are far more complex. Those deprived of their freedom are capable of anything. As for contract shares, after I contracted my 2 maids, it appeared to consume only 2, with each individual occupying just 1 share. Whether this is related to their strength being on the same level remains uncertain. However, it is clear that contracting with humans tends to require minimal consumption of contract shares. The elder nodded thoughtfully, then quipped, "Then you'll need to contract more girls in the future to ensure that your unique and peculiar talent is not squandered." Jiang Lin smiled, but remained silent. Forming a contract is a matter of great gravity, not to be treated lightly. The contractor and the contracted beast are intertwined in a shared fate of glory and ruin. Should one contract a beast that hinders their progress, they would suffer immensely. Failing to elevate such a beast not only burdens the contractor, but also stifles the growth of their other contracted beasts. Jiang Lin's standards are exceedingly high. He cannot be satisfied with a girl of mediocre talent. Given his unique status, both of his maids are exceptional prodigies personally selected by the elder. In the entire Lu family, none besides him have been afforded such an honor. Their gazes fell once more upon the girl within the life pod. Contract her. This girl is a professionally trained assassin. Unlike ordinary girls, the emotional complexities you worry about have long been extinguished during her training. The elder, with a complex expression, touched the pod's wall, stating, "This girl is nothing more than a tool, yet she is also a pitiable soul." After acquiring intelligence from her about the clandestine assassin organization, I was able to dismantle it. I obtained a wealth of information from this organization and rescued many children who shared her fate. Those children you just met are why I have kept her alive until now. Jiang Lin was taken aback, surprised to learn that the elders of the Lu family bore such a past. The girl in the pod was older than the elders, yet her appearance remained preserved due to the sealing. With the conversation having reached this juncture, Jiang Lin wasted no time in extending his mental energy, gradually penetrating the girl's consciousness. Forming a contract is not inherently difficult. The challenge lies in finding a suitable contracting partner. As long as one communicates mentally with a beast that resonates with them, a contract can be established smoothly. However, contracting a beast with which one lacks affinity can prove difficult, and such occurrences should be avoided. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, most contracts formed with incompatible beasts have ended poorly. The girl's name is Haitang. She was abducted by an assassin organization at the tender age of 6 for training. Enduring significant hardships in the assassin training camp, she began her meteoric rise after eliminating a coach who had nefarious intentions towards her. Jiang Lin briefly perused the luminous memories of the girl. A radiance formed from her recollections that contained fragments of crucial life memories, destined to intertwine at the moment of contract. The wisdom of beasts is limited, thus their memories within the consciousness are scarce. The convergence of human and beast memories yields little gain. However, when the memories of two humans intersect, the outcome is markedly different. Jiang Lin quickly gleaned insights into the girl's past, but as time passed, those memories swiftly faded. Besides some superficial impressions, little remained. The girl, a standout among Lord-level Beastmasters, was 35 at the time she attempted to assassinate the patriarch of the Lu family. Despite her youthful appearance, she is still considered a girl among Lord-level Beastmasters. This brings us to the relationship between cultivation and lifespan. Those who contract with beasts are collectively referred to as Beastmasters, and the level of a Beastmaster correlates with the strength of their contracted beast. When a beast's strength reaches the copper tier, the master becomes a copper tier Beastmaster. When a beast's strength attains Lord level, the master is classified as a Lord-level Beastmaster. The Lord-level Beastmaster represents a significant threshold. Once surpassed, their lifespan extends to 300 years. During this 300-year lifespan, the definition of youth shifts from 15 to 60 years of age. Thus, at 35 years old, Haitang is still in her youth. One might wonder why totem Beastmasters have a lifespan extended to 2,000 years, and prior to 500 years old, they should still be considered youthful. Yet, the patriarch of the Lu family, at merely 500 years, appears frail. The reason is simple. Before becoming a totem Beastmaster, there are two critical thresholds, Lord and King levels. The patriarch did not break through the constraints during his youth at these stages, thus undergoing the natural process of aging. A totem Beastmaster can restore their youthful appearance, yet the patriarch's refusal to do so speaks to their philosophical perspective. Chapter 6. The Contract. The completion of the contract left Jiang Lin somewhat astonished, as he discovered that Haitang, whose power resided at the pinnacle of the Lord level, only occupied a mere 1 share of the contract. Did this imply that anyone he contracted, regardless of their strength, would only hold a single share? Upon sharing this astonishing revelation with the elder, she remained silent for an extended period, as it was indeed a concept that defied conventional understanding. The number of beasts one could contract depended on careful consideration of one's own planning and the distribution of contract shares. Contract shares, also known as soul-carrying ratios, represented the portion of the soul consumed with each contracted beast. Once the soul was fully occupied by contracts, no new beasts could be added. Typically, individuals refrain from contracting beasts of excessive strength, as such contracts would claim a significant portion of their soul-carrying capacity. Once this ratio is established, it becomes a fixed value that does not fluctuate with the growth of the soul, accompanying the individual throughout their life. Thus, The notion of infinitely contracting beasts is implausible. However, it is not impossible to contract more beasts by opting for weaker, average, or low bloodline creatures. Contracts with such beasts require the least share and can be strengthened through later cultivation. Nevertheless, the resources and energy expended in this endeavor are far from trivial. Making the best choices regarding contract shares and beast selection necessitates repeated weighing and comparisons to identify the most cost-effective solution, a task not easily accomplished. This leads one to ponder, could one potentially contract 100 beings in their lifetime? However, the limitations on contract shares are indeed a reality. Noticing Jiang Lin's calm demeanor, the elder understood he would not act recklessly but still offered a cautionary reminder. There exists an extraordinary individual in our Red Dragon Federation who, in his youth, contracted over 50 newly born ordinary beasts, setting an unprecedented record, while he saved on contract shares. The subsequent cultivation and evolution of these beasts nearly burdened him for a lifetime. Once a contract is established with a beast, issues concerning its quality, abilities, bloodline, nourishment, training, intelligence, and health become lifelong challenges for the contractor. Each aspect can drain resources endlessly, and if any single component falters, the other contracted beasts will inevitably suffer, leaving the contractor at a standstill. When you contract humans, you are responsible not only for nurturing their beasts, but also for their personal cultivation. After listening to the elder's lengthy admonishment, Jiang Lin understood the elder's concerns about him recklessly contracting multiple beings. He earnestly assured, "Rest assured, grandmother. I have always been discerning in my choices. The two maidservants by my side were personally selected by you. You are well aware of their talents." The elder nodded with a smile, tapping the life pod, which emitted a sound of venting air as the nutrient liquid visibly diminished. Jiang Lin squinted slightly. He knew he could not withstand a peak lord-level beast. Nia Haiding slowly opened her eyes and, with great effort, sat up. Her long-buried memories swiftly resurfaced, and she warily regarded the elder who had once ensnared her in dire straits, remaining motionless and waiting for fate's decree. The elder pointed to the girl's brow, imparting the details of Jiang Lin's contract with her, as well as the events following her failed assassination attempt against him, through a telepathic connection. The girl remained calm and silent, her thoughts inscrutable, as if resigned to her fate, and began to remove the tubes affixed to her body one by one. The elder exchanged glances with Jiang Lin, who approached to assist. Lacking strength, the girl retrieved a sealed hospital gown from a drawer at the bottom of the life pod. Even as Jiang Lin carried her out, her expression remained unchanged, leaving him to silently lament the brutality of the assassin organization that could condition a person in such a manner. The elder handed over a small jade vial, saying, "Administer this healing pill to her. The seals on her body have been lifted, and I have reached an agreement with her. The subsequent matters will rest solely in your hands." In a daze, the three were soon teleported away from the laboratory. Holding the girl awkwardly, Jiang Lin dared not move, captivated by Nia Haitong's breathtaking beauty, as he exerted his utmost effort to suppress any inappropriate thoughts. The elder, wearing a mysterious smile, remarked, "She can already walk. How long do you intend to carry her?" Embarrassed, Jiang Lin set her down, relieved to see her still expressionless. "I have several excellent beasts here, Xiao Jiang Lin. Take them back, and if you find them suitable, contract them for the three girls." Jiang Lin smiled, feeling no hesitation. Receiving gifts from elders was nothing to be shy about. After being handed over more than 10 beast orbs, he and Nia Haidang were sent out of the divine realm. Upon reappearing in the Liu family's conference hall, he noticed that many clan elders were still present. "Xiao Jiang Lin, who is this girl beside you?" The elders, noting the unexpected addition, speculated that she must have been sent by the ancestor, though her hospital gown made them somewhat uncertain. "Her name is Nia Haidang. She is a bodyguard arranged for me by Grandma Liu." With this clarification, the elders were satisfied and asked no further questions. "What did the ancestor say?" Family head Lu Hongtao inquired on behalf of the elders. "The 500th birthday celebration can proceed. She will make an appearance on that day." "That's good to hear." The elders expressed relief, knowing there was still time before the ancestor's birthday. However, with the college entrance examination just around the corner, Lu Hongtao asked, "Jiang Lin, do you wish to participate in this examination?" Upon hearing the head of the family, Jiang Lin found himself in a bit of a quandary. His two maidservants, who were of the same age, were also preparing for the exam. A life without attending university felt incomplete. So Jiang Lin had no reason to deny his maidservants that opportunity. He was indeed interested in the college entrance examination, but university life itself did not entice him, having already experienced it in his previous life. After pondering, he responded to Lu Hongtao, "I think I will participate. I feel I have been away from the crowd for too long. But you still haven't contracted a beast. What will you do during the exam?" This concern was precisely why the Liu family had utilized connections to keep Jiang Lin on leave from school. Now, facing the examination, this issue could no longer be ignored. Don't worry, I have a beast now and can attend school normally, Jiang Lin assured. Lu Hongtao nodded in understanding, not inquiring further about which beast Jiang Lin had contracted, fully confident in his knowledge and capabilities to handle the entrance examination effortlessly. Since everything is settled, let us adjourn the meeting. All preparations will proceed as discussed. Jiang Lin, I will have Butler Wei handle your examination qualifications. You may return now. After bidding farewell to the elders alongside Nia Haitang, they made their way outside. Can you become invisible? Without uttering a word, Nia Haitang vanished from sight. Witnessing the situation, Jiang Lin could only shrug in resignation. Through the resonance of the contract, he was acutely aware of Nia Haitang's location. Thus, it was acceptable for her to remain concealed for the time being. Chapter 7. The Thought That Reaches the Heavens. After taking a few steps, the divine authority that had merged with his soul finally stirred. The two divine powers were named thoughts that reach the heavens and convergence of celestial origins. Jiang Lin's eyes sparkled with clarity as he glanced towards the concealed Nia Haitang, rapidly consuming his mental energy to activate the divine power of thoughts that reach the heavens. The girl's information materialized before him in a textual and pictorial format, presenting an unprecedented experience that was remarkably novel. Thoughts that reached the heavens allowed him to communicate with the divine by expending mental energy, seeking shallow information inscribed within the world from the heavens, a means exclusively possessed by deities. The fact that this technique had now fallen into the hands of a mere mortal was akin to acquiring a golden finger. Soaring to great heights was no longer a distant dream. Name, Nia Haitang. Description, a youthful human, actual age 35, true age 241, a Lord-level Spirit Master. Extraordinary Pathway 1. Life-sharing contract, Extraordinary Pathway 2. The 3 Essentials of Spirit, Extraordinary Pathway 3. Rune Cultivation, Extraordinary Pathway 4. Opening of Celestial Realms. Her talents were unfathomable. Affinity, Avian Spirit Beasts. Physiologically and psychologically sound. Contracted Spirit Beasts, Death's Black Swan, Azure Crane, Wind-Swift Swallow, Lightning-Fast Falcon, Golden Hummingbird, Shadow Raven. Comprehended Divine Powers, Concealment, Illusion. Instantaneous Movement, Protective Wind Barrier, Copper Skin, Iron Bones. Heaven's Heart Divine Marks. 13. Gazing at Nia Haitang's information panel, Jiang Lin marveled at the prowess of thoughts that reached the heavens. Any query he had could be directly posed to the heavens. Upon returning, he intended to thoroughly experiment with the limitations of this golden finger. If he could devise some formidable techniques, that would be splendid. As a prodigious spirit master, it was only natural for Nia Haitang to open celestial realms. However, the fact that she had only contracted 6 spirit beasts seemed somewhat lacking. Yet, considering her previous role as an assassin, this was understandable. The assassin organization had undoubtedly invested limited effort in her cultivation. Tasked with assassinating the ancestral figure of the Liu family, they likely deemed her growth as exceeding their control and assigned her a fatal mission to eliminate her. The condition of her 6 spirit beasts was not ideal. They had not achieved perfection during their evolution and exhibited certain physical vulnerabilities. The divine powers they possessed were merely the few publicly acknowledged in society, indicating a pressing need for proper care for these spirit beasts. Suddenly, 6 advanced spirit beast orbs, each the size of a fist, appeared in midair and gently floated before Jiang Lin. These orbs were gifted by the ancestral figure of the Liu family and possessed a levitation function. He took the one containing the golden hummingbird and returned the others to Nia Haitang. Upon being released, the golden hummingbird was unable to take flight, prompting Jiang Lin to catch it midair. Despite its diminutive size, comparable to a pinky finger, it was indeed a Lord-level spirit beast, having been sealed for so many years. The golden hummingbird appeared exceedingly frail, yet, as a Lord-level spirit beast, its vitality was robust. After a few nourishing meals, it would fully recover in no time. As he toyed with the exquisite little bird, he noted the smooth, metallic sheen of its violet feathers and estimated its weight to be around 3 to 4 pounds. This weight, combined with the potential for rapid flight and the application of divine powers, would allow it to effortlessly pierce through any obstacle in its path. Spirit beast name, Golden Hummingbird. Species, semi-elemental, avian, gold wind element bird family. Attributes, gold 64, wind 36. Strength, level 8 lord. Quality, divine being. Supreme divine power, free heaven position, can summon the contract master to its side or instantly return to the master's side. Talent, divine powers, crushing divine light, rapid sky escape. Reckless charge, swift retreat, shattering wings, crisis sensation, heavenly golden feathers. Acquired divine powers, concealment technique, wind blade technique, steel body. After examining the detailed data of the golden hummingbird, Jiang Lin felt that its evolution into a divine being was somewhat hasty. Particularly concerning were the 3 acquired divine powers, which seemed rather paltry. Fortunately, these shortcomings could still be remedied, albeit at a cost. Brother Jiang Lin, you're finally out. Have you completed your task? The speaker was Lu Wanqing, who had been patiently waiting for him in the side hall. How persistent she was, still waiting after all this time. Noticing the small bird in Jiang Lin's hands, Lu Wanqing couldn't help but take a closer look, exclaiming, "That bird looks like a golden hummingbird. It seems different from the descriptions in the books. Is it the spirit beast you've contracted?" "Indeed," Jiang Lin replied. "The golden hummingbird is merely the form it takes before evolving into a divine being. The little bird in my hand has concealed its extraordinary traits, thus appearing rather ordinary, failing to evoke any thoughts of it being a divine creature." After recalling the golden hummingbird into its spirit beast orb, he wasted no time and directly inquired, "So, what is it that you wish to discuss with me?" Lu Wanqing appeared somewhat bashful, retrieving 3 luxurious spirit beast orbs, each the size of a ping-pong ball, from her bag. "I mainly wanted you to assess the condition of these 3 spirit beasts. I feel that there are aspects of their cultivation that have been neglected." Activating thoughts that reached the heavens, the conditions of the 3 spirit beasts unfolded before him. "You are the most gifted creator in your family. How could you not even manage the cultivation paths of your own spirit beasts?" Lu Wanqing chuckled awkwardly. "How could I possibly compare to you, Brother Jiang Lin? I hear you are already a creator. Several creators revered in our household frequently collaborate with you. I feared seeking their help would earn me a reprimand, so I could only turn to you." Rolling his eyes at her, Jiang Lin opened the 3 spirit beast orbs one by one and continued to examine the information of the 3 spirit beasts. The divine power of thoughts that reached the heavens truly proved its worth. In the past, merely checking the physical data of spirit beasts would take several hours, and the results were often uncertain, requiring repeated checks. Now, a single glance provided all the information, saving both time and effort. The 3 fire-type spirit beasts, Burning Flame Fire Lion, Red Luan, and Illusionary Fire Lynx, were rare and exquisite specimens, a luxury only a top-tier family like the Lu family could afford for their offspring. Focusing first on the Red Luan, a bird of phoenix lineage, it inherently boasted a noble and powerful bloodline. This particular Red Luan had evolved from the pure bloodline of the blazing bird, still retaining fragments of its bloodline, which was impure and required thorough cleansing. The Burning Flame Fire Lion possessed a portion of the bloodline of the Swanee, if it did not evolve towards that direction while still weak. The small trace of Swanee blood would become increasingly difficult to awaken as its strength increased. The Illusionary Fire Lynx, aside from its fire attribute, also possessed a small amount of psychic attribute. Its upcoming evolution would necessitate careful deliberation on whether to pursue a pure fire attribute route or to enhance the proportion of its psychic attribute. A decision resting upon Lu Wanqing's choice. Single attributes have their merits, but multi-attributes also possess their unique advantages. Lu Wanqing's affinity was purely for fire-type spirit beasts. Any spirit beast associated with fire could be contracted by her, with the distinction being that the purer the fire-type spirit beast, the closer it would be to her. Having conveyed all the information he had observed to Lu Wanqing, Jiang Lin took his leave. Lu Wanqing, while grooming the mane of her fiery lion, felt a twinge of astonishment towards her beast, realizing it bore the bloodline of a Swanee. If this were indeed true, the training regimen she had previously established would need to be entirely reevaluated. As she watched Jiang Lin's retreating figure, her mind swirled with thoughts. When a girl clad in ancient attire approached her, "Miss, it is getting late. We should return," said the girl, named Chenner. "Chenner, what do you think about Jiang Lin's mate? How did she become so formidable?" The girl, with a hint of envy, pursed her lips and shook her head, indicating her ignorance. Chapter 8. The maid Wei Xiaoming. Upon returning to her courtyard, Lu Wanqing encountered the maid Wei Xiaoming reprimanding 3 guards. "Did you 3 sneak off to drink again yesterday? Is this how a guard should behave? Do not assume that the young master's leniency means you can disregard the family's rules. Many envy the privileges you enjoy." The petite girl, standing at a mere 1.5 meters, paced before the 3 burly men, embodying the role of a leader, which appeared quite comical. However, to everyone's surprise, the tall youths displayed a palpable fear towards the diminutive girl, with their bodies slightly hunched and heads bowed, truly resembling chastised children. "Have you considered what might happen if someone exploits your negligence and you make a grave mistake?" "Little Mingjia, we acknowledge our faults. We shall not dare to repeat them," one of them pleaded. Casting a sharp glance at the speaker, Wei Xiaoming retorted, "Oh, Shenjia, I believe you are the boldest among them. Wasn't it you who suggested drinking every time?" After being chastised by Wei Xiaoming, Chen Jia promptly fell silent, refraining from any rebuttal. With the college entrance examination looming in a week, Wei Xiaoming warned. This time, the young master will participate alongside us. With his capabilities, he could gain admission to any university. You three ought to be aware of the consequences should you fail to enter the same institution as him. The trio exchanged solemn glances, understanding the gravity of their situation. They were confident in their combat skills, but slightly apprehensive regarding their academic performance. The training paths for their beasts had been devised by the young master, and the cultivation resources were bestowed upon them by him. If they were to be separated from him for an extended period, maintaining their current status could become precarious. Realizing the seriousness of the predicament, they broke into a cold sweat. Little Mingjia, we understand our mistakes. Please help us devise a solution. What can I do? When it comes to the examination, no one can assist you. As the saying goes, a delayed preparation is a poor one. Zhu Biao, your academic standing is the best among you three. For the next few days, refrain from going anywhere and focus on your studies. Perhaps you might improve your scores. The trio nodded in silence. One of them suggested, then, little Mingjia, shall we begin our revision now? Not so fast. We haven't resolved the matter of your late-night drinking escapades. Huangxing, don't think I'm oblivious to your schemes. Trying to sneak away is out of the question. To the training ground now? Upon hearing they were to go to the training ground, Huangxing, nearly 2 meters tall, paled and glanced at his similarly distressed companions, pleading, little Mingjia, can we avoid this beating? We still need to revise tonight. Huh. As if you could significantly improve in just a week. None of you will escape today as punishment. We will first practice our hand-to-hand combat, then weapons, and finally, beast handling. I'll allow you to team up. Let us go. With her hands on her hips, Wei Xiaoming taunted mercilessly. Just as she was about to head to the training ground, she noticed Jiang Lin entering. The three young men, seeing their savior, brightened. But before they could voice their pleas, Jiang Lin spoke first. Perfect timing. I wish to observe your recent training progress. To the training ground. Their last hope of salvation vanished. The three followed Jiang Lin and Wei Xiaoming like souls stripped of spirit. As they walked ahead, Wei Xiaoming and Jiang Lin led the way. Young master, why does this sister always seem to avoid us? The little girl inquired. Her intuition sharp and their special bond evident. She glanced back at Jiang Lin. I informed the ancestor about our contract. Upon understanding the situation, she assigned this girl to my side. Do not underestimate her. She is a Lord-level Beastmaster. The girl looked at Jiang Lin in surprise, her expression revealing eagerness, though her thoughts remained undisclosed. Casting a skeptical glance at the girl, he cautioned, do be careful. Her personality is somewhat reserved. You must interact harmoniously. Relax. I'm not a troublemaker. I know my boundaries. Rolling his eyes in exasperation, Jiang Lin recalled how he could have resolved the previous situation with Lu Wanqing more effectively. But stubbornness had prevailed. Though he refrained from voicing these thoughts, he wished not to hurt the girl's pride. Upon arriving at the training ground, they found a suitable spot to sit. Observing the four participants, Jiang Lin coolly remarked, begin. Wei Xiaoming positioned herself opposite the three guards, cracking her neck with a series of ominous sounds. Her delicate hands intertwined. The sound of her knuckles cracking heightened the tension among the three young men. Realizing they could not escape today as punishment, the trio decided to let go of their apprehensions, opting to perform well instead. Perhaps they could leave a good impression on the young master, ensuring that even if they did poorly on the entrance exam, they would not quickly become sidelined. Huangxing, the tallest among them, initiated the assault. Muscles coiling, he charged at Wei Xiaoming, leaving behind fleeting afterimages, his speed remarkable, accompanied by the sound of air bursting. However, he was met with an equally swift counterattack. Replaying the earlier events in his mind, Huangxing executed a rapid flying kick aimed at Wei Xiaoming's head, a move so forceful that even a stone pillar could not withstand it. Yet, astonishingly, the girl effortlessly blocked it with one hand, her stance unwavering. Transitioning from defense to offense, she seized Huangxing's leg, spinning him around before hurling him at Zhu Biao, who was rushing towards her. Chenjia, with claws gleaming like metal, lunged at Wei Xiaoming's face, aiming to capitalize on her vanity. The girl indeed dodged, but her evasion was effortless. A mere sidestep rendered Chenjia's confident strike ineffective. Instead, it left him wide open, and with a swift motion, Wei Xiaoming struck his ribs with her delicate hand, her seemingly fragile strength propelling the burly Chenjia into the air. In the blink of an eye, the three had become tangled on the ground. As they struggled to rise, they looked up to find Wei Xiaoming looming over them. With a resounding crash, their heads met the ground once more, shattering the training ground tiles beneath them. The girl moved with blinding speed, appearing as if she had multiplied, delivering strikes to each of the three simultaneously before leisurely returning to her original position. This girl was truly ruthless. Even Jiang Lin, watching from the sidelines, felt a twinge of sympathy for the trio. Fortunately, in this world of extraordinary cultivation, such defiance of physical limitations and rapid movements were commonplace. Chapter 9. A pure confrontation among Beastmasters. The three individuals, battered and bruised, clambered to their feet. After exchanging a knowing glance, they positioned themselves in a triangular formation, encircling Wei Xiaoming. This time, they had learned from previous encounters and refrained from engaging in isolated skirmishes. The triangular arrangement enveloped the girl, revolving around her as they advanced. It is unclear who initiated the first strike, but the air was soon filled with the resounding clash of fists and palms, accompanied by gusts of force that reverberated through the arena, their limbs blurring into indistinct shadows. Jiang Lin observed their movements, acknowledging the progress they had made during their training period. Fists, palms, fingers, and claws danced around Wei Xiaoming's hands with remarkable agility. Her prowess was a replication of the innate abilities of the Beastmaster Golden Jade Elemental Mouse, endowing her with formidable strength. An aura of faint golden jade radiated from her, and her seemingly delicate skin exhibited astonishing resilience. Ethereal light shimmered around her fingers and claws, rendering her nearly invulnerable. The blows from the three guards crumbled against her with ease. Wei Xiaoming's responses were nothing short of extraordinary. She navigated the onslaught of 6 arms with remarkable poise. The trio unleashed sweeping kicks and flying knee strikes, and while she evaded what she could, she met the unavoidable attacks head-on with unwavering resolve. Throughout the entire assault, her position remained steadfast, while the 3 young men leaped and stumbled, occasionally sent reeling by her strikes. The disparity in their abilities was so pronounced that it appeared as though Wei Xiaoming was merely indulging them in a game of pretend. As the trio was once again sent sprawling, the test of their martial prowess came to a conclusion. Struggling to rise, they bore the marks of their defeat. Their faces a tapestry of bruises. You 3 have shown marked improvement during this time. You have not squandered the Master S training. However, let us take a moment to rest, as there are 2 more assessments to complete, beginning with weapon combat. As the young girl approached, Jiang Lin remarked, "Are you not being too harsh on them? The personal strength of a Beastmaster is not the norm in this world. Most individuals prefer to hide behind their beasts, directing them in battle. It is quite rare to find someone like Wei Xiaoming, whose physical prowess rivals that of a beast. The path of self-discipline is a grueling one. Only a masochist would choose it. Were it not for my exceptional insight, which allowed me to tailor a training regimen for them, coupled with abundant resources, this arduous journey would have been tenfold more challenging, and their achievements would not be as impressive. Master, the body refinement techniques you have crafted for us are immensely powerful. We would never squander such an opportunity. This strength, comparable to that of a beast, is worth far more than you can conceive." Upon hearing Wei Xiaoming's earnest declaration, Jiang Lin began to reflect. Perhaps he should approach his spontaneously devised training methods with a more measured perspective. Over the years, he had developed numerous peculiar techniques, most of which resided in his mind. Besides imparting them to his 2 maidservants and 3 guards, he had stored a considerable number in his computer, which posed a significant risk. All right, the rest period is over. With a swift motion, Wei Xiaoming positioned herself at the center of the training ground. She raised her hand toward the ground, summoning fragments of stone that slowly flew into her palm, shattering into dust midair. Just before reaching her hand, the particles reassembled, forming a long sword. Gripping the stone sword, she infused it with her spiritual energy, causing countless intricate runes to flow along its blade. Jiang Lin looked on with envy. This was a manifestation of the innate abilities of the Beastmaster Golden Jade Elemental Mouse, specifically the talents of stone shaping and golden jade runes. The stone shaping ability allowed for the manipulation of most materials, while the golden jade runes enhanced objects. The combination of these 2 powers was nothing short of a perfect match. The previous sparring session aimed to hone their close-quarters combat skills and to withstand Wei Xiaoming's formidable instruction. Thus, the participants had refrained from employing any lethal techniques, relying solely on martial prowess. However, now that they were to engage in weapon combat, the constraints on their abilities were lifted. Chun Jie swung his blade with ferocity, unleashing a 2-meter-long blade aura that surged forward, intent on cleaving Wei Xiaoming in 2. The Furious Wind Blade technique was a powerful manifestation of his innate ability, comprising 7 styles and 49 techniques. With the stone sword raised to block, the blade aura struck it, creating a fissure, yet its relentless advance was halted. Following the blade aura, Chun Jie unleashed a flurry of strikes, each one a whirlwind of blinding light. The clash of blade against stone echoed as he found himself incredulous. The 49 techniques of his Furious Wind Blade were akin to a minor divine ability, yet Wei Xiaoming deftly parried them with what could scarcely be considered ordinary swordsmanship. Faced with such overwhelming superiority, Chun Jie could only escalate his ferocity. At last, the stone sword, unable to withstand the onslaught, shattered under the barrage of Chun Jie's relentless attacks. Wei Xiaoming did not retreat. She continued to wield the fragment of the sword to block the incoming strikes. With a deft kick, she sent the remaining piece of the stone sword soaring like a projectile toward Zhu Biao, who charged forward with his spear. With her left hand, she summoned more fragments from the ground, which transformed into dust and flew toward her palm once again. Skillfully evading the descending blade, she formed a new sword while simultaneously hurling the remaining shard at Huang Xing, who wielded a long staff. The three once more encircled her, employing their respective techniques: the Furious Wind Blade, the Spiral Dragon Staff technique, and the Six Harmonies Spear technique, each a product of Jiang Lin's extensive study of cold weapon combat, enhanced by his prodigious insight. The Spiral Dragon Staff technique was powerful and forceful. A single strike could not be impeded, even shattering the rock weapons conjured by Wei Xiaoming without her divine abilities. The Six Harmonies Spear technique was imposing, with its spear tip shimmering with latent energy, poised to unleash a lethal strike at any moment. Amidst the relentless barrage of their divine-level techniques, Wei Xiaoming maneuvered deftly, maximizing her agility to evade their assaults. Nevertheless, the weaponry she wielded remained rooted in conventional martial skills, serving as both a test for her opponents and a self-challenge. By forming a contract with a beast, humans could intuitively comprehend the innate abilities of their beasts, allowing them to replicate these gifts and develop them further. The distinction between divine and minor abilities lay in their application of these innate talents, tools for effectively harnessing their power. While innate abilities were inherent to beasts, human-created divine techniques, regardless of their excellence, could rarely rival the complexity and profundity of their counterparts. Yet, beasts often wielded these abilities clumsily and inefficiently, a gap that human techniques could effectively bridge. The concept of a contract, a means of survival born in this new era, was also termed life-sharing studies. In simple terms, it meant that humans provided intelligence and the necessary growth for their beasts, while the beasts granted strength and innate talents to their human partners, fostering a mutual benefit and shared growth. As the foremost discipline of the present age, it had relegated traditional science to a secondary position. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, it had become a vital strategy for humanity's struggle for survival and the preservation of cultural legacy, ultimately reclaiming its position as a dominant force. Chapter 10, Beast Combat 1. At this moment, the training ground lay in disarray, resembling a site ravaged by heavy machinery. Without warning, Wei Xiaoming unleashed a wave of sword energy, catching the trio, who had grown accustomed to her non-use of divine abilities, completely off guard. The girl who broke free from the encirclement removed the golden talisman from her long sword, transforming it into two pure stone blades. The divine technique of gold stone shaping was activated once more, and the two stone swords, along with fragments of the ground, reshaped into dozens of weapons suspended in midair. Swords, spears, halberds, axes, hooks, forks, staffs, shields, hammers, an impressive array of arms was at her disposal. Upon witnessing such a multitude of weapons, Jiang Lin realized the formidable powers Wei Xiaoming was about to unleash. This was a replication of the two innate abilities possessed by the Beastmaster's army mouse, known as multitasking and the meridian marker. The girl wielded an axe in one hand and a heavy hammer in the other, while the remaining weapons, under her spiritual control, hurtled toward the trio with a fearsome velocity. Faced with the onslaught of numerous weapons, the three remained composed, skillfully deflecting each one. However, the imminent approach of Wei Xiaoming, following closely behind the barrage, invoked a sense of trepidation among them. With her axe and hammer in hand, a clash ensued between her weapons and those of the three, resulting in a direct confrontation with Wei Xiaoming's martial prowess, causing the trio to stagger back from the impact. The technique employed with the axe was the 9 axes of mountain opening, comprising 9 forms, each a pinnacle among minor divine techniques, wielding tremendous power. This collection of techniques was consolidated into the 9 axes of mountain opening, a grand divine technique. The other hand, wielding the heavy hammer, invoked the combat divine technique known as the primordial hammer, equally classified at the grand divine level. Jiang Lin, never one to withhold knowledge from his two maidens, had meticulously compiled all his technical insights into a private cloud storage, granting them access. It remained uncertain whether Wei Xiaoming's affinity for contracts stemmed from her connection to rodent-type beasts, but the girl exhibited an insatiable appetite for learning divine techniques. Nearly all the acquired postnatal divine techniques created by Jiang Lin had been learned by her, and the dozens of weapons conjured earlier encompassed a variety of types. Do not be misled into thinking they were mere displays. In her hands, she could manifest techniques corresponding to each weapon. With the invocation of the meridian marker divine technique, Wei Xiaoming abruptly vanished from Huang Xing's assault, leaving behind only an axe and a hammer that clattered to the ground. The girl teleported beside a spear, seizing it to execute a sweeping motion that sent the turning Zhu Biao flying. The spear quivered, transitioning from stillness to motion like a cannonball, shattering Chunjie's blade aura. Had she not restrained herself slightly, Chunjie might have faced grave consequences. Like a cat toying with a mouse, the trio was tossed about by Wei Xiaoming's relentless onslaught, finding themselves in a most disheveled state. Eventually, utterly exhausted, the girl finally ceased her assault. After a customary brief respite, the time for the Beastmaster duel arrived. This was the essence of the world they inhabited, where wielders brandishing blades charging forth had become a relic of a millennium past. At that time, spiritual energy had only just begun to revive, and the orchestration of beasts in combat had yet to become mainstream, leaving humanity to grapple with dire circumstances. In those days, people placed greater faith in their own abilities. Once they acquired innate divine techniques from their beasts, it was humanity itself that remained the primary force in battle. Gradually, as contracts were developed, the enormous spiritual energy surpassing human capability inherent in the beasts began to be harnessed, leading to the eventual dominance of beast-led warfare. Furthermore, the death of a beast would only severely injure its wielder's soul, not resulting in mutual demise. This effectively granted them an additional life. Once healed, they would return as a valuable asset. With these advantages, the focus on personal cultivation gradually waned, shifting towards the enhancement of beasts. In the present day, those who prioritized their own cultivation above all else were exceedingly rare, as the rigors of training were not something everyone could endure. Chunjie and his companions had each contracted for beasts, yet the impending battle was a chaotic melee, and none dared to unleash all 4 beasts simultaneously. For such a course of action would lead to utter calamity. Huang Xing's armored might, Zhu Biao's mountain-walking goat, and Chunjie's iron-spined jackal, all were legendary quality beasts at the silver tier. At their age, nurturing their beasts to such heights unquestionably warranted the title of genius. Yet, genius comes in varying degrees, and Wei Xiaoming undoubtedly surpassed them all. Upon summoning her beast, the previously formidable trio of beasts immediately began to cower. Chunjie and his companions felt a sense of helplessness. Having been bested so many times, their beasts had developed a psychological barrier. This resulted in the trio being humorously dubbed the Three Fools, dog, sheep, and monkey by Wei Xiaoming. They had long desired to shed this title, but alas, defeat was their constant companion, and after enduring prolonged bullying from the girl, they had grown accustomed to it. Wei Xiaoming's beast was named the Thousand-Form Mouse, a silver-tier divine creature with talents surpassing even those of legendary quality beasts. Spirit beast name, Thousand-Form Mouse. Spirit beast species, semi-elemental, quadrupedal, elemental hunting rodent family. Attributes, 20 gold, 20 wood, 20 water, 20 fire, 20 earth. Strength, silver tier level 6. Quality, divine creature. Supreme divine technique, 5 elements treasure body, allows the body to be refined like a spiritual treasure, inscribed with various formations and runes. Bloodline, 5-element mouse, shape-shifting mouse. Talented divine techniques, elemental body, size adaptation, fire-tempered golden body, essence of water, steel from earth, golden iron armor, spirit of wood. Postnatal divine techniques, transformative true form, weaponization. 5 elements incarnation, golden claw, golden battle armor, golden whip, explosive golden needle, thorny forest, seed catalysis, renewed life from withered wood. To be frank, the statistics of the Thousand-Form Mouse would leave outsiders utterly astounded. 7 talented divine techniques, each a masterpiece in its own right. The number of these innate techniques correlates with the quality of the beast. An ordinary quality beast possesses but one, while each elevation in quality grants an additional technique. Moreover, the previously acquired innate techniques also undergo evolution alongside the rise in quality. However, the most astonishing aspect lies in the luxurious array of postnatal divine techniques. While there are no limits on the quantity of these techniques, the crux of the matter is that one requires manuals to practice. The intelligence of a beast dictates that wild beasts are unlikely to master any postnatal techniques. Conversely, contracted beasts receive markedly different treatment. The burdens of training resources, divine techniques, quality evolution, and bloodline awakening. These concerns that plague beasts can be entrusted to humans. Most of these postnatal divine techniques were conceived by Jiang Lin over the years, although many were also part of the Lu family's collection. A single beast could never learn such a plethora of postnatal divine techniques. Their intelligence and instincts inherently lack the awareness to learn. This is the beauty of contracts. Knowledge that beasts cannot or are unwilling to learn can be comprehended by humans, who can then control the beasts through contracts to facilitate their training, effectively allowing for effortless cultivation. Wei Xiaoming is undoubtedly a prodigy. She can comprehend and master these divine techniques with ease. Chapter 11, Beastmaster Showdown 2. The Thousand-Form Mouse, no larger than an adult's arm, or a striking resemblance to an ordinary gray-haired mouse, yet its ability to walk upright lent it a rather anthropomorphic appearance. Among its postnatal divine techniques was one called the Five Elements Robe, which allowed it to conjure a set of clothing upon its body. Wei Xiaoming even sought out a fashion designer to create several visually appealing outfits for the little mouse. The thousand-form mouse greeted the few beasts it frequently interacted with, exhibiting a notable intelligence. However, the beasts summoned by Chunjie and his companions lacked such awareness. As the battle commenced, Huangxing's armored might raised its hands high, striking the ground with a tremendous force, causing a sizable section of the training ground to tremble and rise half a meter. The formidable gorilla seized the opportunity, dislodging a massive boulder from the rocky ledge, which came crashing down towards the chimeric mouse with a deafening roar, unleashing a torrent of stone weighing several cubic meters. As the colossal rock hung suspended in midair, Zhu Biao's Xingxuan mountain antelope inexplicably materialized atop it, enveloped in an ethereal yellow glow that augmented its formidable presence. With a thunderous explosion, a gigantic avatar erupted from the chimeric mouse, reminiscent of a genie from Aladdin's lamp, gracefully supporting the boulder and stirring a cloud of dust throughout the arena. At this moment, Chunjie's iron-spined jackal seized the chance, darting into the haze and sinking its teeth into the smaller chimeric mouse, akin to gnawing on a bone, sending sparks flying in all directions. The unsettling sound of metal grinding echoed from the point of contact, yet the chimeric mouse, seemingly unfazed, casually glanced at the iron-spined jackal. Regardless of how fiercely it struggled or how sharp its fangs were, it could not breach the mouse's defenses. The avatar of the chimeric mouse began to dissipate at its periphery, allowing the iron-spined jackal to bypass this illusion and directly bite into its true form. The avatar, still holding the boulder, glanced downward with remarkable dexterity before vanishing into thin air. Without support, the boulder plummeted, crashing down upon the iron-spined jackal and the chimeric mouse, fracturing into numerous pieces. The Xingxuan mountain antelope, swift as the wind, bounded to the pile of rubble, discovering that both the mouse and the jackal emerged unscathed. Without a moment's hesitation, it raised its hooves to strike down upon the chimeric mouse. A tail shot out from the debris, suddenly elongating and thickening midair, cracking against the Xingxuan mountain antelope with a resounding thwack, sending it flying. As if transformed into a human-like paw, dozens of large stones levitated, circling around to gain momentum before hurtling towards the approaching mighty arm gorilla. In a reciprocal show of force, the chimeric mouse unleashed the same attack, one that the mighty arm gorilla might struggle to withstand. The chimeric mouse, undeterred, continued its relentless assault, while the iron-spined jackal, just regaining its footing, sensed a disturbance beneath it, only to be violently propelled upward by a stone pillar that erupted from the ground, akin to a cannonball. Wei Xiaoming strolled leisurely on the sidelines, observing as her chimeric mouse mercilessly overwhelmed the three summoned beasts, despite their commendable performance. Confronted by the barrage of rapidly descending stones, the mighty arm gorilla managed to evade only a fraction, shattering a handful with its fists, yet nearly a quarter still struck its form. Despite its robust physique, the mighty arm gorilla sustained notable injuries. The Xingxuan mountain antelope bore a lash mark trickling with blood, and under Zhu Biao's command, it circled the chimeric mouse, awaiting the return of the iron-spined jackal. The encirclement of the three summoned beasts began to solidify, prompting the chimeric mouse to abandon its subtle tactics, swelling to tenfold its size and charging directly at them. The iron-spined jackal, faced with a creature of similar stature, refrained from overconfidence, unleashing basketball-sized gusts of wind from its mouth in rapid succession, akin to a machine gun. The chimeric mouse, in the midst of its sprint, swiftly multiplied, creating a dizzying array of duplicates that danced around with intricate footwork, leaving the iron-spined jackal momentarily disoriented. Its gusts of wind ceased, unsure of which target to pursue, as the agile chimeric mouse deftly evaded the projectiles. Even when a few struck, they merely hit insignificant stone replicas. The mighty arm gorilla again employed the same tactic, slamming its fists into the ground and generating a shockwave that swept through the numerous chimeric mouse duplicates, obliterating most of them. The Xingxuan mountain antelope, confronted with an approaching chimeric mouse, lowered its head and ignited its horns with a faint white glow, charging forth to obliterate the nearest duplicate, only to fortuitously encounter the true form of the chimeric mouse. With a deft maneuver, the chimeric mouse seized one of the antelope's horns, flipping onto its back, and with a flick of its tail, propelled the antelope forward. The mighty arm gorilla, exhilarated by the prospect of retaliation, struck down on each chimeric mouse it encountered, reveling in the rare chance to turn the tables. In its simplistic excitement, it soon forgot that these were mere duplicates. The numerous chimeric mouse duplicates leaped onto the mighty arm gorilla, overwhelming it and causing it to lose its balance and topple to the ground. The true chimeric mouse, riding atop the Xingxuan mountain antelope, executed a gravity-defying technique, pressing its weight down on the mighty armed gorilla's abdomen, lifting its front legs skyward, eliciting a pained howl. The iron-spined jackal, darting left and right, savagely tore apart the duplicates surrounding it, reducing them to mere rubble. As the chimeric mouse leaped away from the mighty armed gorilla, still airborne, it unleashed a series of wind bursts towards the iron-spined jackal. Releasing its grip on the antelope's horn, the chimeric mouse leapt gracefully, disregarding the temporary mount struck by its companion's technique, and dove towards the iron-spined jackal. With a descending palm strike, it shattered the wind bursts, crashing down upon the iron-spined jackal and embedding it into the debris. The disparity in power between the chimeric mouse and the three summoned beasts was stark, as it effortlessly dominated the battlefield. Though all four beasts were of silver tier, the chimeric mouse's superior quality rendered the difference in strength glaringly apparent. The primary reason for this was Wei Xiaoming's exceptional aptitude, which had imparted numerous advanced techniques to the chimeric mouse. Furthermore, the mouse possessed remarkable intelligence, adeptly employing various techniques and adapting to the evolving circumstances. Additionally, the chimeric mouse's extraordinary lineage, inheriting traits from two ancient bloodlines, endowed it with the innate abilities of its four ancestral predecessors. The elemental body, adaptable size, golden forged physique, and the essence of water, all awakened talents influenced by its bloodline, rendered it inherently more proficient than the other three. The instinctive mastery of these four innate abilities was a legacy passed down from its ancestors, encapsulating the essence of countless trials and tribulations, effortlessly displayed with grace and poise. Quality, intelligence, bloodline, techniques, and mastery. These five factors determining the combat prowess of summoned beasts converged in the chimeric mouse, culminating in an overwhelming strength that was difficult to contest. Witnessing their summoned beasts being utterly dominated, Zhu Biao and his companions exerted every effort to command their creatures through their contracts, yet their attempts bore little fruit. Wei Xiaoming, meanwhile, was not a mere spectator. She offered subtle reminders regarding lethal techniques that the chimeric mouse might overlook, ensuring that Chen Jie and the others would not fall victim to unexpected ambushes. Watching the chimeric mouse discipline its subordinates with the finesse of a martial arts master, Jiang Lin felt considerable satisfaction with this summoned beast. Although not her primary combat companion, it was merely a matter of tier difference. Once it ascended to the golden tier, the gap between it and the golden jade mouse would be negligible. Chapter 12. The Adorable Big Sister. Jiang Lin rose and began to pace outside the arena, losing interest in the ongoing duel within. Upon departing from the ancestral domain of the Lu family, the elder had bestowed upon him 17 summoned beast orbs, representing 17 untamed creatures. Wei Xiaoming had currently contracted 7 beasts, a substantial number for a young individual, yet it seemed rather conservative for a prodigious beauty. Geniuses differ from the ordinary. Their training cannot be measured by conventional standards. Among the 17 summoned beasts, 2 were rodents, complementing the 3 previously prepared for her, resulting in a total of 5 awaiting Wei Xiaoming's contracts. However, based on Jiang Lin's understanding of her, she would never contract a beast deemed unattractive, thus eliminating 4 options, which was indeed a regrettable loss. These 4 powerful beast companions are all formidable rodent-like creatures, yet due to their somewhat unappealing appearance and fierce demeanor, they have regrettably faced elimination. The superficiality of this world. It is truly unjust. However, Jiang Lin himself is quite particular about looks. To be honest, he does not harbor much affection for those 4 beasts either. If a contract is not to be formed, so be it. The battle in the arena has concluded, and Zhu Biao and his companions have nurtured their beasts quite well, equipping them with a variety of minor divine abilities. Alas, their master's comprehension leaves much to be desired. If the master is lost in a fog of confusion, how can the beasts hope to understand anything? While these 3 may have been thoroughly trounced by Li Xiaoming, when compared to Lu Wanqing, the unparalleled prodigy of the Lu family's younger generation, they are by no means lacking. These 3 have long endured bullying from Wei Xiaoming, which may have endowed them with even greater battle experience. The rejuvenation technique of the thousand-form mouse, its green light sweeping over the trio and their beasts, swiftly restored the bruised and swollen faces of Chen Jie and his companions, who had just received a harsh lesson. With lingering trepidation, they returned their beasts into their respective beast balls and exchanged glances. They had finally weathered this ordeal. Listen up, the 3 of you. If there is a next time, I shall break your legs. Little Mingjia, there won't be a next time. With a fierce glare directed at the speaking Huang Xing, she retorted, if you refrain from pilfering alcohol, even a sow could climb a tree. If you don't err, who shall I recruit as a sparring partner next time? Such an unreasonable demand prompted the trio to roll their eyes internally, even if they were to starve or perish. They would never indulge in drinking again. All right, you three have suffered enough for today. Let us not torment them further. Jiang Lin could no longer bear to watch. At this rate, these young men might be scared to tears. Since the young master has interceded for you, let this matter rest. For the next few days, remain at home and study diligently. Should you fail the college entrance examination, you shall face dire consequences. Thank you, young master. Thank you, little Mingjie. We shall return to our studies at once. Observing the hurried retreat of the trio, he spoke to the concealed Nia Haitang behind him. Come forth. From now on, we shall be one family. Jiang Lin introduced the two. This girl is named Wei Xiaoming, and this is Nia Haitang. The coldly aloof Nia Haitang, clad in hospital attire, took Wei Xiaoming by surprise. Noticing her bewilderment, she explained, Sister Haidang and the family head were born in the same era. Due to certain extraordinary circumstances, she has been sealed by our ancestor until today. She has just been unsealed. Shortly, you two should take her to procure some daily necessities and, in the process, get acquainted with each other. Here, take this opportunity to form a contract with this beast. It is quite impressive. Wei Xiaoming, ever familiar, grasped Nia Haitang's hand and began leading her toward Jiang Lin's residence. Wait a moment. Leave the golden jade mouse and the thousand-form mouse to me. I shall need them shortly. With one hand clutching Nia Haitang and the other holding the beast ball that Jiang Lin had just given her, she suddenly remembered to examine what creature resided within. What is this beast? I have never seen it before. Fixing her gaze on the small window of the beast ball, Wei Xiaoming peered inside eagerly. This beast is scientifically known as the Astro Mouse, possessing the rare star attribute, with an extraordinary lineage and a pleasing appearance. Does it not align perfectly with your preferences? Upon closer inspection, Wei Xiaoming hesitated no longer. She poured her mental energy through the beast ball, directly establishing a contract with the somewhat agitated Astro Mouse. The act of contracting a beast is a significant affair. Such impulsiveness even astonished the typically indifferent Nia Haitang. Jiang Lin, however, was quite accustomed to this. The beast he recommended to his two maidservants had never failed him. With a long-standing trust and a unique contractual relationship, how could he possibly betray himself? After placing the newly contracted beast back in her small satchel, she retrieved two luxurious beast balls, each the size of a ping-pong ball, containing the thousand-form mouse and the golden jade mouse. After handing them to Jiang Lin, Wei Xiaoming, brimming with impatience, declared, Young master, we shall take our leave now. Nodding in agreement, he cautioned, do not stay out too late. Gazing at the disheveled training grounds, it was clear that significant repairs would soon be necessary. Caring for beasts is no trivial task. Ensuring they are well-fed is already the utmost limit for many ordinary families. As for expenses related to bloodline awakening, quality evolution, and the like, they delineate the social classes quite distinctly. Just look at this training ground. How could an ordinary family afford such facilities? As he walked back, his thoughts drifted towards the future. Being transported to this world was not Jiang Lin's desire. Yet after living here for 18 years, it has long since become his second home. Every transmigrator possesses their own golden finger, and Jiang Lin is no exception. His golden finger is an extraordinary aptitude for comprehension. However, fate played a cruel joke on him. His affinity for contracts is peculiarly unique. He is unable to form contracts with beasts, elemental spirits, or spiritual tools and treasures. This nearly labeled him as a waste, but fortunately, his special status led the Liu family to conceal this information. Without the ability to contract beasts and lacking the spiritual energy that beasts provide, his cultivation speed is painfully slow. He had resigned himself to this fate, spending his days reading, utilizing his remarkable comprehension to conduct research, and whimsically concocting some techniques. There was little else to occupy his time. Yet, 3 months ago, one fateful night, maidservant Wei Xiaoming climbed into his bed for reasons unknown, and everything changed. The merging of body and soul revealed to him that his contract affinity was, astonishingly, with humans. After securing Wei Xiaoming's consent, he truly formed a contract with her. This unique contractual bridge allowed Jiang Lin to command her beasts just as she did, effectively granting him the ability to contract 7 beasts at once. The surprise was overwhelmingly sudden. He nearly lost his mind with joy. He had thought his life would remain mundane, but he unexpectedly entered a phase of resurgence. Following that night, the next day, under Wei Xiaoming's persuasion, he established a contract with another maidservant, Huan Nongying. Thus, his personal cultivation finally embarked on the right path. Tossing the 3 beast balls in his hand, he noted that the purple-gold hummingbird was still encased in a premium beast ball the size of a fist, appearing rather out of place alongside the 2 smaller ping-pong-sized beast balls. It seems he must find a way to acquire a few more luxurious beast balls. Wei Xiaoming's Astro Mouse requires 6, and Nia Haidang needs 3. This could result in a considerable expenditure, and the laboratory's finances may not approve. It appears he will have to dip into his own savings. Chapter 13. The Scheming Girl Hua Nongying. Young master, I have been searching for you for ages. This is the college entrance examination admission ticket sent by Butler Wei. You must scan the code and fill in the beast information right away, or you will run out of time. Just as he reached the courtyard of his residence, he heard the voice of maidservant Hua Nongying. The girl stood nearly 1.8 meters tall, creating a stark contrast with Wei Xiaoming, who was only 1.5 meters. Taking the admission ticket, she handed him. He pulled out his phone and scanned the QR code. Why didn't you go shopping with Xiao Ming and the others? If I had gone, who would have delivered the admission ticket to you? If you do not register your information by 6 this evening, you will not be able to take the exam. Chuckling, he pinched the girl's cheek playfully. Look at how aggrieved you are. As he examined the information to be filled in on his phone, he noticed a section for contractual affinity. If he were to list human, it would surely attract unnecessary attention. Fortunately, he had anticipated such a scenario and had already conferred with the 2 maidservants. In the section designated for contract affinity, I entered the term even system, and subsequently noted, the so-called even system refers to the absolute average distribution of each attribute in a multi-attribute beast. This so-called even system also represents a type of contract affinity that has never been encountered before. Compared to one's own human contract affinity, the even system may be more readily accepted. Although we currently live in an era where everyone possesses beasts, there remains a minuscule number of individuals who are unable to bond with them. The primary reason for this is that their contract affinity cannot be detected. The unconventional forms of contract affinity have historically posed significant challenges. Jiang Lin had previously been unable to bond with beasts simply because he had not discovered the direction of his own contract affinity. The success rate of forming contracts with beasts that do not align with one's affinity is exceedingly low, and repeated failures can be disheartening. Over time, those with unconventional contract affinities may gradually relinquish their efforts and become isolated from the world of beasts. Such phenomena are quite rare in this age. As the more unconventional the contract affinity, the stronger the affinity becomes post-contract. Individuals with strong affinities experience rapid enhancements in their beast's intelligence, which consequently accelerates the growth rate between master and beast far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Therefore, those with unconventional contract affinities are often in high demand, attracting attention from many who have yet to form a bond. Some venture capitalists and research institutions often seek them out. After entering the data for the 1000-shaped mouse in the contract beast section, I completed all the necessary information, reviewed it for accuracy, and clicked the confirmation button at the bottom. Once the even system, which I had fabricated, was uploaded to the federal database, I feared I would be categorized as part of a special demographic. After securing my phone, I glanced at the beautiful maid beside me and somewhat awkwardly said, "Today, I formed a contract with someone. This decision was rather hasty, and I didn't have the chance to discuss it with you too. I hope you and Xiao Ming do not have any objections." The maid gave Jiang Lin a curious look. "Is that all? How could we have any objections? Young master, you are the eldest son of the Liu family, while we are merely lowly maids. You need not concern yourself with our feelings." Shaking my head in exasperation, her deadpan sarcasm was both amusing and infuriating. "However, young master, you are indeed special, being so considerate of our feelings. To be honest, I find it quite touching." As I made my way to my laboratory, I remarked, "Then I shall take your words to heart. Hee hee, every time I see young master awkwardly change the subject, I find it quite entertaining," the girl said, hastily following behind with an air of humility while her words dripped with irony. Jiang Lin promptly retrieved 3 beast orbs and said, "Take a look at these 3 beasts. If you find them suitable, feel free to form a contract. They are all rare and top-tier beasts, and quite fitting for you. With so many, I feel somewhat overwhelmed managing 8 beasts now." Finally steering the conversation away, Jiang Lin felt a wave of relief wash over him. Things are different now. The beasts I cannot manage will be entrusted to me. After all, I am their master. Am I not? Hua Nongying gazed blankly at Jiang Lin's retreating figure, silently redirecting her attention to the beast orbs. The 3 beasts were all serpentine in nature, as Hua Nongying's contract affinity lay within this category. The sea-stirring serpent, the Xianbing cold viper, and the hooked serpent. These 3 serpentine beasts were rare and powerful divine pets. Silently stowing the beast orbs away, the 2 entered the laboratory, where Hua Nongying noticed a set of uniforms laid out on the table and suddenly recalled, "This is the uniform of Bai Boqing Yun High School. We must report to this school the day after tomorrow." Subsequently, all third-year students will head to the nearby military district to acclimatize to the environment in preparation for the upcoming college entrance examination. Has there been such a significant change in this year's college entrance exams? Hua Nongying nodded. From what we currently know, the changes are indeed substantial. Stowing the uniform into her storage bag, she turned to the girl beside her and said, "I wish to refine a batch of elixirs. How is the training of the Chilean serpents Samadhi True Fire progressing?" The girl shook her head regretfully. "The scale of the rune array for this divine ability is simply too vast. As of now, I've only completed 3. I fear it will be a long wait before I can finish this project." 3. That's barely sufficient. Summon it forth. As Jiang Lin beheld the towering crimson serpent, he reached out to touch it, only for the serpent to tilt its head and evade him, gracefully gliding to Hua Nonying's side and coiling around her gently. Hee. "Young master, one mustn't touch a girl's head indiscriminately, and the same applies to beautiful serpents, you know." With a sense of boredom, he withdrew his hand. The Chilean serpent was a remarkably beautiful creature, its scales glistening like rubies, the light reflected off its body, casting dazzling red beams that illuminated the laboratory with a shimmering glow. Casting a glare at the mischievous maid, he tossed a pill-taking tray at her and walked over to the medicine cabinet, gesturing for her to follow. The apothecaries managing the laboratory approached to assist, well aware that Jiang Lin's alchemical endeavors were becoming increasingly ambitious. The alchemy room constructed by the Liu family for him was quite spacious, housing a vast collection of medicinal materials exceeding 10,000 varieties, including thousands of rare herbs and hundreds of top-tier ingredients, with several dozen treasures that could be classified as heavenly materials. The reason for such extravagant expenditure was primarily due to Jiang Lin's exceptional alchemical skills. Each time he refined elixirs, apart from those he personally required, the remaining ones were handed over to the Liu family for distribution. The alchemy room was merely one of Jiang Lin's many laboratories, yet it had the fewest personnel, as the bar for entry in alchemy was exceedingly high. Even the apothecaries responsible for managing the materials were highly sought-after talents, making it difficult to recruit the exceptional. Jiang Lin had high expectations of them, which explained why only 5 individuals staffed this laboratory to date. In Chapter 14, The Means of a Creator, one of the 5 apothecaries, Lu Mingxiu, reported while gathering herbs, "The Xianzhen Danyuan tree you left here has rejuvenated. Oh, let us go take a look." Upon hearing the news regarding the Xianzhen Danyuan tree, Jiang Lin abandoned his current task and hurried toward a cultivation room. Inside a large glass chamber, a piece of decayed wood, taller than a person, was partially submerged in 30 centimeters of medicinal liquid. The wood bore no signs of life, with several areas even displaying charred remnants that had yet to be cleaned. This precious species, known as the Xianzhen Danyuan tree, had been excavated by a group of adventurers from a ruin. Those who had seen it understood it to potentially be a rare spiritual plant. However, its condition was dire, and even several renowned creators could not guarantee its revival. Ultimately, it found its way into Jiang Lin's hands. Through extensive analysis and comparison, it was identified as a legendary spiritual plant, which explained his unwavering efforts to revive it. With the newly acquired golden finger, the divine authority of a thought transcended the heavens, and he was indeed able to see the information pertaining to this piece of wood. Spiritual plant name, Xianzhen Danyuan tree. Spiritual plant category, life system, Yuan spirit remnant type, energy accumulation and condensation. Attributes, life system 74, wood system 25, miscellaneous 1. Strength, level 1 of breaking the ordinary. Quality, divine being. Bloodline, celestial talisman Yuan Dan tree. Innate divine abilities, purification, spirit refinement, spirit concealment, leaf imprint, abundant fruit, longevity. Celestial talisman imprint. Acquired divine abilities, none. Born with divine essence, this ethereal plant is, from its very inception, a paragon of quality within the realm of spiritual flora. And it has indeed lived up to Jiang Lin's expectations, proving worthy of significant effort to rescue. He scrutinized the top 3 abilities listed in its innate powers. Typically, those that occupy the foremost positions are the creature's most proficient skills, arranged in descending order thereafter. The future evolutionary path and cultivation plan for the beast would be formulated based on these 3 abilities, with subsequent talents serving as extensions. The abilities of purification, refinement, and concealment are all exceptional talents that embody the pinnacle of spiritual plant capabilities. It is precisely due to these 3 innate powers that this spiritual flora has become a favored choice among numerous creators. All 3 of these abilities are latent in nature, being passive. Indeed, the majority of spiritual plants possess such characteristics. Purification, it can cleanse spiritual energy, selectively absorbing a specific type of energy it requires, remaining unaffected by other energies even in a chaotic environment, and precisely eliminating the unwanted. Refinement, it can convert the absorbed spiritual energy into a higher grade based on a specific transformation template. Concealment, it compresses and stores high-grade spiritual energy within its fruits, leaves, or roots. Just these 3 abilities alone provide immense convenience to the creators. When his gaze fell upon the ability of longevity, a A smile crept across his lips. Longevity. This ability synthesizes absorbed nutrients, spiritual energy, and sunlight into a longevity factor, which possesses the capacity to bestow prolonged life upon other beings. What an extraordinary spiritual plant this is. Should a creator acquire such a specimen, it would be akin to having wings added to a tiger. Setting aside his musings, Jiang Lin realized that since the plant had regained its vitality, it was inappropriate to continue in this manner. He retrieved a medicine box from his storage bag, and upon opening it, a thin mist poured forth, radiating light, revealing an entire box of high-grade spiritual liquid before everyone's eyes. What an immense fortune this is. Each vial of spiritual liquid holds a value that would take an ordinary person a lifetime of toil to earn. His mind raced, and with an innate, prodigious understanding, he swiftly devised a plan. He instructed several pharmacists to extract the Xianzhen Danyuan tree, then took various substrates for cultivating spiritual plants from his storage bag and poured them into a glass container, followed by several types of mineral powders, humus, acidic soil, fertilizers, and sawdust, mixing them thoroughly with the medicinal liquid in the glass box. During their mixing, Jiang Lin added several types of spiritual liquid, and soon the box was filled with fresh mud. He proceeded to a small laboratory, retrieving numerous bottles and jars to concoct a potion for injecting into the spiritual plant. After filling an infusion bottle, he returned to the cultivation chamber. He had someone fetch a drilling tool and carefully created a small hole in the stump of the Xianzhen Danyuan tree, gently inserting the infusion tube and adjusting the infusion rate before instructing them to apply the freshly prepared mud onto the stump. Observing everyone's actions, Jiang Lin felt confident that success was nearly assured. With his extraordinary insight and vast knowledge, coupled with the divine assistance of his unique ability, the Xianzhen Danyuan tree would find it exceedingly difficult to perish. Turning to the maid, Huan Nongying, he inquired, "How much of my recent operations did you comprehend?" Jiang Lin had not concealed his actions from anyone, openly demonstrating his methods, unlike certain creators who shrouded their experiments in secrecy, forbidding observation. The techniques of a creator are not ones to be hidden. Those who fear scrutiny surely lack refinement. Huan Nongying shook her head with a hint of regret, gazing at the mud enveloping the stump, aware it was meant to nourish the tree and stimulate its growth. She had a general understanding of the purpose of the added components, but the derivation of the formula remained elusive. As for the potion in the vial, it was even more incomprehensible. Administering medication to spiritual beasts or plants is not a process one can approach haphazardly. Having barely finished reading the Encyclopedia of Federal Medications, how could she grasp the intricacies of Jiang Lin's actions? Ruffling the girl's hair, he mused, "Indeed, asking you to study so much may be a bit excessive." Contemplating, he conveyed through their contract, "The evolution materials for the spirit snake have already been procured and will arrive in a few days. Once it evolves into a legendary grade beast, it should awaken a talent for memory infusion. At that time, I will replicate it onto myself, enabling me to directly impart knowledge to you." Huan Nongying nodded eagerly, but then asked, "Young master, upon acquiring this ability, you won't engage in any mischief, will you? Such as prying into Xiao Meng's memories or reading my thoughts. That would be quite inappropriate." The smile on Jiang Lin's face gradually faded as he turned his head away, feeling a reluctance to speak further. "Oh dear, why is young master angry again? I didn't mean to imply you shouldn't do such things. We would absolutely not oppose such actions towards us." Yet, she pondered, "But I wonder if that sister you just contracted would agree. Should we assist you?" Unable to suppress a roll of his eyes at her, he retorted, "I'm off. I still have alchemy to attend to." Chapter 15, Alchemy. There are numerous classifications of elixirs, and Jiang Lin intended to concoct the cultivation pill. The cultivation pill serves to solidify one's cultivation. The rapid enhancement of a beast's power can lead to impure spiritual energy within, and a continuous rise in quality may destabilize its foundation. The cultivation pill acts as a remedy to reinforce the foundation and purify spiritual energy. Nya Haidang, hailing from an assassin background, has been somewhat hasty in her approach to cultivating beasts. This has resulted in various latent risks, if not addressed promptly. The future journey may be fraught with challenges. Standing before the massive apparatus in the center of the alchemy chamber, he tapped a few buttons on the control panel, causing a row of input windows to swing open. The gathered individuals began to add various medicinal materials, while the intelligent detection equipment automatically sorted and directed the materials into storage compartments. This colossal device, standing 8 meters high and measuring 13 meters in length and width, is the alchemical apparatus of this world, also known as an alchemical furnace. However, it differs somewhat from the traditional alchemical furnaces of fantasy realms. This industrial marvel, a product of high technology, is prohibitively expensive, valued at 7 small fortunes. Were it not for the formidable connections of the Liu family, Jiang Lin would have had no means to acquire such a device. Currently, 9 types of pills were being refined within the alchemical apparatus. Among these, the one with the longest refinement time had already been in progress for 5 months. All 9 pills are Zhenyuan pills, a type of custom-made elixir. Some refined for Jiang Lin himself, others commissioned by the Liu family elders. These pills are synthesized using a large quantity of high-purity spiritual energy to emulate the high-density spiritual power characteristic of certain cultivation techniques. Practitioners utilizing these techniques can simply refine the pills slightly to directly convert them into their own spiritual energy. After inspecting the refinement status of these 9 pills and adjusting various parameters, he transferred them to an independent reaction chamber. Activating the flame control array, he instructed Hua Nongying. Have Mo Cho exhale a breath of true fire here, but be cautious not to ignite the alchemical furnace. True fire is no ordinary flame. Its potency is immense. And if not handled with care, even the alchemical furnace may not withstand its might. The alchemical furnace is inherently equipped with a spiritual fire generation array. However, conventional flames possess their own limitations. While suitable for concocting low-level elixirs, they fall short when dealing with more advanced materials or those requiring special processing. A device the size of a coin is affixed to the temple, with agile fingers deftly manipulating the control panel, integrating real-time feedback. Nearly 500 meticulously detailed operational commands are quickly outlined. The execution time for these tasks is remarkably swift, as they are completed with rapid precision. The computer embedded within this alchemical apparatus boasts exceptional performance. Temporary spatial zones within the device are created, handling various medicinal materials. At this moment, the capabilities of the alchemical furnace are being pushed to their utmost by Jiang Lin. Standing nearby, Hua Nongying and a group of apprentice pharmacists hold their breath, too awed to utter a sound. Summoning the 1000-form mouse S beast ball, Jiang Lin commands it to exhale a burst of wood spirit energy into the designated entrance. He then instructs Hua Nongying. The 3 flames' true fire is nearly depleted. Have Mo Cho expel another breath. Carefully controlling the infusion of the 3 flames' true fire into the furnace, a maid rewards the Crimson Chain Serpent with a fire essence pill. At this moment, she can no longer comprehend Jiang Lin's maneuvers. Finding herself bored, she amuses herself with the creature affectionately dubbed Mo Cho by the young master. She had once been curious enough to inquire why the Crimson Chain Serpent was named Mo Cho, but the young master merely smiled enigmatically without providing an explanation. This remarkably talented young man is always shrouded in mysteries beyond comprehension. The essence cultivation pill, unlike the true essence pill, does not require an extended refining period. Before long, the exhaust valve of the furnace releases medicinal vapors, though the aroma is far from pleasant. Jiang Lin promptly activates the laboratory's high-capacity air filtration system, as these vapors possess a certain toxicity that is detrimental to human health if inhaled excessively. Standing before the control panel of the furnace, his gaze is fixed on the transformations occurring within. The mind control wearable device at his temple begins to emit warmth as he deftly maneuvers between various buttons on the console. Each subtle adjustment could potentially impact the quality of the essence cultivation pill, and the group of assisting pharmacists has long since abandoned their attempts to learn. Hired by the Liu family at a generous salary, they remain uncertain whether their fortune is a blessing or a curse. Jiang Lin's occasional casual guidance can save them significant detours, yet, faced with such exquisite alchemical skills, their chances of clandestinely learning are slim, leading to a palpable sense of frustration. Switching between the spectral energy readings, component analyses, spiritual density, and transformation functions in the temporary spatial zones, his mind races. With the aid of his extraordinary comprehension, the alchemical knowledge amassed by the Liu family has been thoroughly mastered and innovated upon, resulting in the creation of several new alchemical techniques. The method currently employed is the everlasting spirit purification technique, devised by Jiang Lin himself. He commands the 1000-form mouse to continue infusing with spirit energy, which, under the influence of the furnace's array, undergoes complex transformations, entering each temporary spatial zone to fuse with the similarly refined medications within. Gradually merging certain small spaces, he activates more arrays to subject the mixed substances to oscillation, centrifugation, and ionization. Various task commands are rapidly generated and executed, creating a dizzying spectacle, with precious moments for response slipping away. Missing the timing could lead to substantial waste of medicinal components. The third beast, the golden jade elemental mouse, joins the alchemical efforts. This little creature possesses a unique innate ability known as the creation foundation pivot. This ability, awakened in beasts with elemental bodies, allows a portion of its form to be independently separated. This portion cannot be deformed and no longer belongs to the original body, permitting free detachment. When inscribed with runic diagrams, it takes on a form akin to a spiritual artifact or talisman. This ability is quite intriguing, addressing the challenge of beasts lacking the means to master the techniques of other beasts. Currently, Jiang Lin has only created 2 creation foundation pivots on the Golden Jade Elemental Mouse, the Xianming pivot and the Chongzhou pivot, both resembling exquisite gems embedded within its skeletal structure. They form their own spaces, each no larger than a basketball. The Xianming pivot, specifically, holds accumulated Xianming Yin Qi, which, when integrated into certain medications, neutralizes excessive fire attributes while elevating many cold properties. As the 3 flames true fire extinguishes, only gentle flames are required moving forward. The small spaces accelerate their fusion, while newly merged spaces split apart. The particle furnace is doused, causing the temperature and pressure to drop swiftly. The high-frequency wave cooling apparatus activates, further reducing the temperature and pressure within the furnace. The electromagnetic boiling and drying array commences, rapidly evaporating excess moisture, with the distilled and filtered substances being separately stored. The dosage analyzer divides the quantities, and the pill formation array concludes, encapsulating batches of elixirs. Over 20 varieties of pills are neatly contained in a single drawer, prompting several perceptive pharmacists to promptly retrieve vials. With such a multitude of elixirs haphazardly stored together, is there no concern for cross-contamination? Clearly, the designer of this furnace did not anticipate that an ordinary batch could yield such a diverse array of pills. Chapter 16. The Convergence of Divine Authority and Celestial Origin. Releasing the purple gold hummingbird, its subtle, yet commanding aura instantly puts the 3 beasts present on high alert. Were it not for their unique contractual bond, the 3 small creatures might have already been pierced through by the purple gold hummingbird. Grasping the diminutive bird in his palm, Jiang Lin observes that after a brief period of recovery, the creature has regained some combat capability. Presenting it with a pill roughly the size of its head, the little one cautiously sniffs it, and upon recognizing its quality, promptly consumes it, struggling briefly before managing to swallow it down. The pill quickly transforms into a torrent of spiritual energy, nourishing the severely depleted form of the purple gold hummingbird. Pleased with the results, Jiang Lin continues to feed it several more pills. Is this little creature truly the beast of that sister? How diminutive it appears. Noticing that several pharmacists have wisely distanced themselves, he whispers to Hua Nongying, "Don't let its size deceive you. It is a lord-level divine entity, with abilities akin to your heart-piercing iron wire." Observing the little creature's keen gaze, which seems to scrutinize the hearts of those around it, Hua Nongying instinctively shifts her position with a hint of unease. That evening, the 2 girls return with an armful of purchases. Ignoring the 3 maids tidying up Nia Haitong's room, Jiang Lin calls forth all of Nia Haitong's beasts, fervently feeding them various elixirs in an effort to replenish their deficiencies and make up for their lack of cultivation, a task not achievable in a single day. The following day passes in a blur, entirely devoted to addressing the myriad issues of these 6 beasts. Time slips away, and tomorrow marks the day for reporting to Bibo Qingyun High School. Jiang Lin and the 3 maids sit at the dining table, savoring this special family meal. "Young master, with such significant changes to the college entrance examination, do you think Chen Jie and the others will pass?" Wei Xiaoming quips, downing a large cup of beverage and burping audibly, her casual demeanor belying her concern for her 3 companions. Setting aside the beast ball after observing the beasts, Jiang Lin replies nonchalantly, "Their strength is undoubtedly among the top tier of national candidates. While their academic performance may lag slightly, passing should not pose a problem. 5 years ago, these 3 young lads were appointed as my personal guards, which, I dare say, has proven to be the greatest opportunity of their lives." Over the years, with Jiang Lin's intermittent guidance and the generous provision of cultivation resources, their treatment has rivaled that of the direct descendants of the Liu family. If they had failed to thrive under such conditions, they would have long been cast aside. Since the young master believes in their potential, I am reassured. Wei Xiaoming filled her cup with juice, also topping off the glasses of Hua Nongying and Nia Haitong. Thanks to the assistance of elixirs, Nia Haitong's beast mastery is recovering swiftly, and she has begun to regain some of her lost strength. Although still in a weakened state, she can now unleash lord-level combat power. Glancing at Nia Haitong, who was nibbling on her food, Jiang Lin noticed that under the influence of Wei Xiaoming, her demeanor had become noticeably more natural, her expression less numb and more curious. Observing that Wei Xiaoming had only served juice to the 3 of them while her own cup remained empty, Jiang Lin felt a mix of amusement and frustration at the maid's lack of perceptiveness. With a wave of his hand, he summoned his spiritual energy to move her juice closer to him. "How can you call yourself a maid when you haven't even noticed that my cup is empty?" he exclaimed. "Oh, what is this sorcery? I didn't sense any fluctuations of spiritual energy." Wei Xiaoming completely disregarded Jiang Lin's complaint and curiously inquired about his display of skill. This is the great spatial relocation technique of the Tsankong crane. Nia Haitang, who had remained silent until now, was taken aback by Jiang Lin's feat and involuntarily gasped in astonishment. The ability to replicate beast mastery is no simple endeavor, typically. It takes decades of arduous effort for an individual to fully replicate a talent into their own being. Yet Jiang Lin had only possessed the Tsankong crane for a day, and he had already managed to replicate a technique to this extent, leaving Nia Haitang's worldview somewhat shaken. Wei Xiaoming and Huan Nongying exchanged glances, seemingly unfazed, for they had grown accustomed to their young master's extraordinary aptitude for learning. Sister Haidang, there's no need to be surprised. The young master's learning talent is indeed remarkable. Given more time together, you will witness even more astonishing feats. Jiang Lin smiled and addressed Nia Haitang. The erase symbols of a talent technique are immensely vast. Right now, I'm merely simulating it with my spiritual energy. The actual construction of the technique has yet to commence. In this world, the cultivation system developed by humanity consists of three primary paths: the life-sharing contract, the essence, qi, and spirit triad, and the path of rune cultivation. This last path is closely intertwined with the life-sharing contract. In truth, the various cultivation systems established by humanity are all intricately linked to contractual systems. The life-sharing contract firmly holds its position as the foremost cultivation system, serving as the foundation for the others. Although it is possible to cultivate the other systems without a beast contract, the efficiency is notably lackluster. Rune cultivation involves observing the internal structure of beast mastery and spiritual entities' array symbols, understanding their operational principles and mechanisms, and using one's own spiritual energy to replicate them. This is the essence of the cultivation path. The talent techniques of beast mastery consist of massive array structures composed of countless symbols. Replicating them into one's own being is undoubtedly a time-consuming endeavor. Not only must the technique be inscribed within the body, but it must also be embedded within the soul, which carries inherent risks and depletes one's spiritual energy significantly. Jiang Lin had only just embarked on this cultivation path, having chosen the great spatial relocation technique of the Tsankong crane. Wei Xiaoming and Huan Nongying possessed numerous beasts, each with impressive techniques, yet perhaps due to their lower ranks, these techniques had not matured fully. None of these techniques were particularly urgent for Jiang Lin, hence he had not hastened to replicate them. However, the great spatial relocation was different. As a Lord-level beast technique, it was already quite mature. Choosing this technique would allow him to perceive its entirety and better comprehend its intricacies. As a Lord-level Beastmaster, the primary task in cultivating beasts is to equip them with various innate techniques, either by creation or acquisition. Jiang Lin's early endeavors to create diverse innate techniques for his beasts could be seen as a misallocation of intellectual resources. When the quality and rank of the beasts advance in the future, their innate techniques will undergo a transformation, and those innate techniques will necessitate significant revisions. Why bother? Nevertheless, with Jiang Lin's astonishing perceptiveness, such minor adjustments posed no challenge for him. What Jiang Lin had not mentioned was that the second divine right bestowed upon him by his parents perfectly resolved the historical dilemma of insufficient spiritual energy for humanity. It is well known that beasts provide their masters with substantial spiritual energy. However, in essence, this energy does not belong to humans. It is imbued with the spiritual imprints of the beasts, rendering it difficult for humans to utilize it effectively. The challenge has always been how to efficiently refine this energy as one's own. Jiang Lin had previously faced this issue as well. The spiritual energy gifted by beasts constituted 99% of his total energy, with less than 1% truly belonging to him. These two forms of spiritual energy within a human body are fundamentally indistinguishable. To differentiate them, people refer to the energy imbued with human spiritual imprints as true essence, while the energy containing the beast's spiritual imprints remains as spiritual energy. This spiritual energy, which could not be utilized satisfactorily, proved largely ineffective within the rune cultivation system. When replicating techniques, it was necessary to convert true essence into runes, then construct these runes into arrays to establish the grand undertaking of creating a technique. The minuscule amount of refined true essence within him was utterly insufficient, while the unrefined spiritual energy was of no use. This awkward predicament arose. But Jiang Lin's second divine right, the confluence of the celestial origin, perfectly addressed this issue. The confluence of the celestial origin allows one to transform any form of energy into the desired energy. Now, the spiritual energy within Jiang Lin was 100% his own, meaning he had achieved true freedom with his true essence. He could utilize as much as the beasts provided, merely requiring a slight transformation to refine it entirely in an instant, allowing him to use it freely. Without the confluence of the celestial origin, replicating the great spatial relocation technique would have taken at least 50 years. Now, with true essence liberated. He was confident he could replicate it in just 2 months. This speed was an astronomical difference. Chapter 17, The Prestigious Academy. Young Master, have you decided which university you wish to attend? The maid Huan Nongying inquired. Jiang Lin paused mid-bite. This was a question he had never seriously contemplated. Given his current level, he could easily serve as a professor at any university, had it not been for the needs of the 2 maids. He would not have participated in this upcoming college entrance examination. After all, one's life feels incomplete without the experience of attending university, and he could not allow the 2 maids to harbor such regrets. As for himself, having attended university in his past life, he held little anticipation for the so-called university experience. The primary reason for attending was merely to accompany the 2 girls. Additionally, he yearned for a change of scenery. Having lived under the protection of the Liu family for so long, he had grown somewhat weary of it. Young individuals possess a mindset characteristic of their age, often remaining ensconced within the confines of their homes, leading them to feel as though they are aging prematurely, let alone how others might perceive them. Infusing life with a sense of novelty is precisely how the youth ought to embrace existence. What universities do you aspire to attend? I am indifferent. I leave the choice to you. Huan Nongying smiled as she addressed Wei Xiaoming. Weren't you clamoring to attend the illustrious Academy of Beasts of the Divine Capital just a few days ago? Why the sudden reconsideration? Wei Xiaoming sighed, saying, It is, after all, the trio of foolish dogs, sheep, and monkeys that have led to this change of heart. They are, after all, my younger brothers with whom I have spent many years. Given their capabilities, it would be a stretch for them to gain admission to the Academy of Beasts. If they were to hear your words, they would surely be moved to tears. Wei Xiaoming scoffed dismissively. What nonsense. Without my guidance, they'd be overjoyed. Chun Jie and the others possess the requisite hard skills to qualify for the Academy of Beasts. However, their academic performance is a significant drawback. One wonders if the newly revamped college entrance examination this year will take into account students with such pronounced weaknesses in certain subjects. The Academy of Beasts maintains a well-rounded curriculum across the domains of land, sea, and air, boasting the nation's premier level of beast mastery education. Almost every type of student can find a course that suits their needs. Huan Nongying's explanation was primarily directed at Nia Haidang, who had been sealed away for so many years and was thus severely out of touch with contemporary society. Nia Haidang was a figure from over 2 centuries ago, a time when the Red Dragon Federation had yet to be established and the world was fragmented among various factions. The oldest of the Federation's elite universities has a history of merely over a century, a fact unbeknownst to Nia Haidang. The Academy of Beasts is particularly renowned for its dragon, avian, terrestrial, aquatic, and offensive beast mastery, with rumors suggesting that 3 totemic divine beasts preside over it. And the principal is a totem master himself. There are many powerful individuals in this era. There are dozens of well-known totem masters, and likely even more who remain obscure. In my time, a totem master could easily topple dozens of nations with a mere gesture, establishing a formidable dynasty. As they listened to Nia Haitang's narrative, the others could not help but envision the past epic. Sister Haidang, you have only just begun to explore the internet. You may not be aware that there are not as many totem masters as you might imagine. The internet conceals no secrets. There are no unknown totem masters, after all. As totemic divine beasts require the power of faith for their cultivation, and gathering such faith cannot be done silently. Only by establishing nations, founding academies, sects, or cults can one effectively accumulate faith. Our Red Dragon Federation maintains stringent regulations over totem masters. The era when they could act with impunity is long gone. The 3 young women engaged in light banter, while Jiang Lin pondered the aspects of totem master cultivation. There are numerous methods for gathering faith. The ancestor of the Liu family adopted a charitable healthcare approach. Upon reflection, it became apparent that there are indeed many similar benevolent business models akin to that of the Liu family ancestor. Previously, one might have thought that the Red Dragon Federation's cultural care was commendable, but it now seems that the driving force behind it must be the totem masters. Nia Haidang felt that there were many unknown totem masters in this world, and perhaps her suspicions were not unfounded. The Liu family ancestor is one such low-profile totem master. While there may not be many strong individuals like her, there are certainly others. If only our young master were a girl, we could enroll in the 100 Flowers Academy. In response to Huan Nongying's teasing, Jiang Lin chose to ignore her. The 100 Flowers Academy is a purely female institution, also under the governance of a totem master. While it may not rank among the foremost of elite universities, its connections are unparalleled. Nearly every university treats it with utmost reverence, and none dare to provoke it. Wei Xiaoming and Huan Nongying both fit the enrollment criteria for the 100 Flowers Academy well, and Jiang Lin contemplated whether to encourage them to apply. I shall not. I wish to attend the same university as our young master. Wei Xiaoming decisively responded, and with a glance at her, Jiang Lin felt a pang of reluctance. Hua Nongying teasingly remarked, "If you go, our young master will surely feel lonely." Oh, what a difficult choice. The universities ranked 23rd in the Federation all have totem master level figures as their principals. Each one is intriguing in its own right. Upon hearing Wei Xiaoming's lament, the others were left speechless. After all, none of them had even been accepted yet, and here she was, already making selections. In truth, the Federation has never acknowledged these so-called university rankings. Each of the top 23 universities has its own strengths and is a first-rate institution, leaving little room for comparison. Our golden support is our young master. The knowledge one can acquire in university is equally available from him. Even that which requires credits and contributions can be learned in a similar manner from our young master, and at no cost. I believe that rather than fretting over which university to attend, it would be wiser to diligently serve our young master, which would be far less burdensome. Hua Nongying regarded Wei Xiaoming, her words laden with meaning. Wei Xiaoming's face flushed instantly as she cast a quick glance at Jiang Lin and began to ponder deeply. Jiang Lin shot Hua Nongying a glare, feeling somewhat uneasy. This girl always speaks with a serious yet sardonic tone, and at times, she can be quite infuriating. The two girls debated back and forth, one moment favoring the War God Academy, and the next, the Monster Academy. They discussed the Knight Academy, the Sea Saint University, the Spirit Plant University, the Insect Nest Academy, the Dragon Master University, the Adventurer Academy, and more, covering them all. Nia Haitang listened attentively, gaining a general understanding of many factions in this era. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Jiang Lin lost interest in further chatter and retired early to rest. That night, Jiang Lin found herself unable to sleep. The long hours stretched before her, and she had no desire for slumber. Having resided in this world for 18 years, her life thus far bore no fundamental differences from that of her previous existence on Earth. Although it is an extraordinary realm, the security within the Red Dragon Federation is remarkably sound. The violent deeds of murder and arson that one might expect are rarely witnessed, and she had yet to encounter any in her immediate surroundings. However, after the college entrance examination, she would have to adapt to a new living environment. What would university life in this world entail? Chapter 18. Fanghe. Dear classmates, today we welcome a new transfer student to our class. Stepping back into the classroom, Jiang Lin was overwhelmed by a mix of emotions. Hello everyone, my name is Jiang Lin. As you can see, I am a self-taught student not enrolled in the school, and I hope to enjoy these pleasant days with all of you. Thank you. Meeting the gaze of the entire class, Jiang Lin felt little in the way of trepidation. Jiang Lin and her companions had not been placed in the same class, but that was of little consequence. It was merely a matter of days. Whispers began to circulate among the students, with some girls quietly exclaiming, "Wow, he is a super handsome guy. Jiang Lin, would you like to sit there?" Following the direction of the teacher's gesture, Jiang Lin noticed 3 empty seats upon entering the classroom, unaware of the peculiar tone with which the teacher inquired. Jiang Lin made her way over, backpack in tow. The seat was situated against the left wall of the classroom, flanked by 3 empty places, 1 to the right and 2 in front. The intense sense of isolation conjured numerous scenarios of schoolyard bullying as she approached the empty seat. However, upon settling in, she realized that the aura surrounding the girl nearby was somewhat unusual. A golden tier Beastmaster? No, it felt more akin to a form of mental interference. Now it becomes clear, it is not that the girl is isolated, but rather that her classmates have been frightened away. Those who can sit around her must be students with a strong capacity for stress. The area in front of her and to her sides is the most intense zone of mental interference. Even students who are keen on honing their abilities through her powers would likely struggle to endure more than a few lessons. No wonder she finds herself alone. This is the reason. May I sit beside you? The girl, along with the entire class, stared at Jiang Lin in astonishment, unable to fathom the resilience of this transfer student. The students who had been waiting to witness a spectacle quietly adjusted their mindset. Of course, the girl replied succinctly, tidying up a few of her books that had spilled over the edge of her desk. As her divine authority activated, her details were revealed before her eyes. Name, Fanghe. Description, human youth. Age 18, silver tier conductor. Extraordinary pathway 1, life-sharing contract. Extraordinary pathway 2, essence, spirit, and chi triad. Extraordinary pathway 3, rune studies. Contract affinity. Affinity with beasts of the other-eyed variety, beasts possessing unique ocular abilities. Physically healthy, mentally sound. Contracted beasts, evil eye, heavy bright bird. Comprehended divine powers, dual eye. Soul capturing eye. Heavenly heart glyph, one piece. While speaking, the girl did not make eye contact with Jiang Lin, thus she had not seen Jiang Lin's eyes earlier. After reading the divine feedback information, curiosity compelled her to glance toward the girl's eyes. Unfortunately, The girl was wholly absorbed in her textbook and did not notice Jiang Lin's inquisitive gaze. Once settled, the homeroom teacher announced, "Today is the last day at school. I've repeated all that needs to be said numerous times, so I won't ramble on. Let us have a self-study session." After casting a glance at Jiang Lin and seeing her nod with a smile, the teacher left the classroom with ease. The classroom fell into a serene silence. As this was an elite class and the students exhibited a high degree of self-discipline, no one paid attention to the newly arrived transfer student, which suited Jiang Lin perfectly. The affinity with beasts of the other-eyed variety is undoubtedly akin to the peculiar affinities Jiang Lin had fabricated. The girl possesses an exceptionally strong connection with beasts that have unique eyes, allowing for rapid and powerful bonds, thus facilitating cooperation in battles, training, and the replication of divine powers. Such exceptional synergy greatly benefits both parties' cultivation. The stronger the affinity, the quicker both conductor and beast grow. Being a senior student, the girl's status as a silver-tier conductor serves as the best testament to her talents. Despite Wei Xiaoming and Hua Nongying being gold-tier conductors, it does not imply that all seniors possess such prowess. Their abilities have been augmented through Jiang Lin's influence, and thus cannot be classified among the ordinary. Few senior students can cultivate beasts to the bronze tier, and those like Chun Jie, Zhu Biao, Huang Xing, and Lu Wanqing are undoubtedly geniuses, much like this girl. The classroom remained exceedingly quiet, yet Jiang Lin could distinctly feel numerous glances landing on her, predominantly from the girls. With no books in her bag, she felt somewhat idle. "Did you forget to bring a book?" Upon hearing the voice of the girl beside her, Jiang Lin turned to meet her gaze at last. The girl's eyes initially appeared normal, but upon closer inspection, one could discern the peculiar shape of her pupils. They resembled three intersecting circles, their centers forming an equilateral triangle. "Is this what a dual eye looks like?" "It is somewhat different from what I had imagined." Jiang Lin had assumed that dual eyes meant two pupils, not realizing that three pupils could also be classified as dual eyes. Fixated on the girl's pupils, he found it difficult to look away. This was the power of her contracted beast, the evil eye. Blinking, he swiftly freed himself from that captivating hold. This allure was not merely a simple draw of attention, it was an authentic siphoning of one's mental energy. Prolonged eye contact could indeed pose a perilous threat. Thus, he found himself with the inclination to admire the girl's exquisite features. Her eyes were overwhelmingly dominant, possessing an innate ability to compel attention. Consequently, when others gazed upon her, they were predominantly ensnared by her eyes, seldom recalling the details of her visage. "Could you lend me a few books to read?" The girl cast a deep glance at Jiang Lin, gesturing toward the stack of books in front of her. "Choose anyone you like." "Thank you." He expressed his gratitude as he took a copy of complete works of Chihui High School. "You are the only student, apart from the teachers, capable of making eye contact with me." Just as he opened the book, the girl remarked. Casting a glance at the girl, he replied nonchalantly, "I suppose my abilities are decent." Spending 3 classes in the classroom, Jiang Lin rapidly skimmed through the high school textbooks. With his prodigious comprehension, he swiftly absorbed the content of each page. The knowledge presented in these high school texts was rather elementary, making it easy for him to grasp. During lunch, he sat with Wei Xiaoming and the others. Their table, composed of handsome boys and beautiful girls, attracted the gaze of numerous students. Yet not a single one dared to muster the courage to join them. Observing the surrounding boys and girls who occasionally stole glances at their table, Jiang Lin felt a wave of nostalgia for the innocent days of student life. It was evident that the school enforced strict discipline, with few instances of boys and girls dining together. Their table was undoubtedly audacious. Jiang Lin, along with Huang Xing and the others, sat together, towering and confident in their school uniforms, which rendered them somewhat out of place among the slightly frail and dazed students surrounding them, creating a striking contrast. Many young girls furtively glanced at the 4 of them, prompting Wei Xiaoming to tease, "You 3, usually so clumsy. Never expected you would attract so much attention from the girls out here." Chun Jie chuckled awkwardly. "Xiaoming, please don't tease us. They aren't looking at us." But at the young master, "Have you noticed that the students in this school possess remarkable strength? The number of bronze-tier conductors must occupy a third of the population." Hua Nongying's comment shifted everyone's focus. "You all have been on leave, so you wouldn't have had the time to keep up with school affairs. Qingyun High School is the top-ranking school in our Haoyang province, so naturally, the quality of the students is elevated." Chapter 19, Military Camp. The speaker turned out to be Lu Wanqing, who was also a student at this high school. Zhu Biao quickly made room for her, as she was the young lady of the Lu family, and he, being a servant, dared not be disrespectful. "It seems you are in the same situation as us. I recall you are a student of Su Gongfeng." The girl sat down without preamble, casting a glance at Wei Xiaoming before continuing. "I am unlike you all. I will be at school for a month during finals to take the exams." Seeing the lackluster reactions from everyone, Lu Wanqing felt somewhat disheartened. The Lu family's influence in the entire East Pei capital was formidable, and as the daughter of the Lu family, she had never encountered such treatment. I heard that Jiang Lin, you were assigned to Class 3. You must have met that extraordinary girl, right? You seem quite well informed. You are also keeping tabs on her? Their seemingly nonsensical dialogue piqued the curiosity of those around them. Two exceptional youths from the Lu family surprisingly found themselves engrossed in conversation about a girl. Lu Wanqing smiled gently. This girl is a key investment for our Lu family, endowed with remarkable talent. What do you think of her, Jiang Lin? It became clear that the girl's rare beast companion was not merely a coincidence. Jiang Lin initially assumed her background was extraordinary, only to discover that it was the Lu family's support behind her. While Lu Wanqing was uncertain of the girl's character, she acknowledged her undeniable prowess. Unintentionally, she cast a glance at Wei Xiaoming, reflecting that the girl before her had an even more prodigious talent. Having already reached the golden tier at merely a junior year in high school, even Lu Wanqing, who prided herself on her own extraordinary gifts, felt somewhat overshadowed in the presence of this young lady. Her gaze drifted towards another maid seated nearby. It was clear that Jiang Lin's two attendants were not mere novices, for their harmonious relationship suggested they were of comparable strength. As she extended her perceptions towards the three attendants, she was astonished to detect a faint silver-tier beast pressure emanating from them. Indeed, those surrounding Jiang Lin were anything but ordinary. According to her teacher, the esteemed Su from the Lu family, Jiang Lin's creator was of exceptional caliber, surpassing even her teacher and several other esteemed members of the family. With such a formidable creator nurturing them, it was difficult to imagine these individuals lacking in strength. A flicker of envy crossed Lu Wanqing's mind. As the illustrious daughter of the Lu family, she had yet to experience the full benefit of a creator's dedicated training. These individuals were truly fortunate, especially the maid named Wei Xiaoming. Whenever she recalled the excruciating ordeal of being bested by her single beast, she felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, akin to the sentiment of why should there be a bright star when one feels overshadowed. Tonight, we are to be taken to a temporary military camp. Do you have any special information regarding this? Upon being queried, Lu Wanqing could only shake her head in resignation. That is classified information. I am not privy to it. The upcoming examination had undergone significant changes, with both the Federation and military heavily involved. Earlier in the afternoon, military trucks rolled into the school, and students from the first and second years formed orderly lines, watching with keen interest. The canine beast companions maintaining order moved between the classes, their imposing spiritual pressure rendering the students mute with trepidation. Without any speeches from the officials, attendance was taken, and students were promptly directed onto military trucks. Upon scanning her examination ID on a device, Jiang Lin boarded the vehicle. The interior of the truck was minimally modified, offering rather austere conditions. A single incandescent light illuminated the cramped space, isolating them from the outside world. Several sensitive students began to voice their complaints, but the soldiers tasked with maintaining order seemed impervious to the noise. After casting a cold glare, the students fell silent. After approximately 2.5 hours of travel, they finally arrived at their destination. This was a makeshift military camp established within a forest, where trees had been felled to make way for a multitude of tents. A narrow path led out of the forest, with trucks steadily entering the camp along this route. The ground was firm and even, as if paved with stone, a testament to the Earth-type beast's ability to transform mud into stone, a considerable feat that unfortunately came at the expense of the forest. From a bird's eye view, the camp resembled a small balloon silhouetted against a green screen, the path serving as the tether extending beyond the confines of the green backdrop. The trucks lined the outskirts of the camp, encircling the tents in the center. Jiang Lin observed 4 different school uniforms, indicating that students from 4 different high schools had arrived at this camp for the examination. This year's examination was organized uniformly across provinces, with a staggering 129 high schools in the entirety of Haoyang province. If all were to be accommodated within this forest for the examination, one could only imagine the number of military camps established. Jiang Lin had a rough idea of the location of this forest. The Qingchuan Forest was a primeval expanse at the convergence of Haoyang, Qingyang, and Luoyang provinces, its size comparable to that of a province itself. This examination might be a combined effort of the 3 provinces, potentially gathering over 1 million candidates. After wandering aimlessly for a while, she located the tent designated for her stay based on her identification number. The tent was a 6-person accommodation, with beds crafted from fresh timber, likely sourced during the camp's establishment. The beds seemed to have been created by some mystical power, seamlessly joined without any visible joints. The mattresses appeared to be made from a blend of leaves and grasses, processed by some form of magic. Each occupant had nothing but a blanket and a water bucket. Her roommates hailed from different schools. After exchanging nods of acknowledgement, they fell into a comfortable silence. The examination was set to commence the next day, and their arrival tonight was primarily to acclimatize to the environment. Students accustomed to a life of privilege would likely find it difficult to sleep. Given the abundance of mosquitoes and the absence of any electrical outlets aside from the communal lighting, each student was responsible for their own provisions. As storage bags were relatively inexpensive in contemporary society, even the most financially challenged students would possess at least 1 cubic meter of storage space. However, those who had brought numerous electrical devices might find them rendered useless here. Lying on her bed, Jiang Lin couldn't help but smile at the student in the adjacent bunk who was proudly showcasing their copper-tier fairy beast. Indeed, such a beast was worthy of admiration, eliciting envious expressions from the other students in the tent, much to the delight of its owner. What a carefree age it was, she thought. Despite being of the same age, why did she feel so alienated from this group? Having lived 2 lives, perhaps this was the balance of gain and loss. As dusk approached, a broadcast summoned everyone out of their tents. Someone employed a sound transmission spell to amplify the announcement throughout the camp. It primarily conveyed safety regulations and disciplinary measures, as well as details regarding the pre-examination checks scheduled for the following morning. After some brief tidying up, with little in the way of entertainment, many opted to retire early. Jiang Lin distinctly felt a subtle pressure enveloping the camp, driving away all the insects. Additionally, a soothing spell resonated throughout the camp, perhaps to ensure the students would have a restful night. The organizers of this examination had indeed been quite considerate. Chapter 20, New Regulations for the College Entrance Examination. The rules governing this year's entrance examination for Beast Tamers underwent significant alterations. The first examination task had been communicated to military departments nationwide a fortnight prior. Many well-informed students were already aware that this inaugural task would be a wilderness survival challenge. According to directives issued from the higher echelons, this year's examination was divided into 3 rounds, with the first round designated as the Wilderness Survival Challenge. The rationale for introducing such a task remains unclear, as does the decision to place it at the forefront. What is essential for everyone to remember is that the Wilderness Survival Challenge carries inherent risks, and participation is not mandatory. Those wishing to withdraw still had time. Any student wishing to opt out could approach any officer within the camp to explain their situation and withdraw from the challenge. Whispers of speculation began to circulate, yet the voices did not wane. The candidates were not foolish. Even those with poor academic performance understood that forfeiting would result in a score of 0. Heaven knows what labels one might bear after relinquishing an examination: deserter, scoundrel, or perhaps worthless. Underperforming students may possess subpar grades, yet their fundamental judgment remains intact. While they can manage to get by with minimal effort, to abandon the endeavor entirely could lead to dire consequences. After a brief interlude of approximately 5 minutes, the voice continued. When you enter the examination hall shortly, each of you will receive a communication jade talisman. This talisman serves the purpose of emergency rescue. Usable only 3 times. Each use will deduct 10 points from your total examination score. We urge you to weigh this decision carefully. Furthermore, the talisman possesses directional capabilities. When you point it towards the military camp, it will emit a faint glow, guiding you back. A crucial reminder: should the talisman be dropped, you will have 1 hour to retrieve it. Once that hour has elapsed, rescue personnel will commence their search and will bring you back to the camp, resulting in the forfeiture of your scores. The gravity of the consequences surrounding the loss of the talisman prompted murmurs among the students. Now, let us discuss how the examination scores will be calculated. The examination officially commences at 10 o'clock and lasts for 48 hours. Returning to this camp before the time expires guarantees a minimum score of 30 points. Those who fail to return will obviously forfeit these points. Additionally, the forest is home to numerous wild beasts. Slaying them and collecting beast crystals serves as proof and can earn you points. The scoring system is as follows. A common beast grants 10 points, a rock tier beast 30 points, a copper tier beast 90 points, a silver tier beast 270 points, and a gold tier beast 810 points. The maximum score for this examination is 150, and those who achieve above this threshold will be placed on a special list. As for the benefits of obtaining high scores, I shall refrain from disclosing those details. Suffice it to say, aim for the highest scores you can manage. However, be mindful of your limits. After all, summoning aid does not guarantee immediate rescue. And if one were to recklessly pursue glory at the cost of their own life, it would be a regrettable trade-off. Now, students, you will need to pass through a detection device. There are no restrictions on the items you may bring to this examination, but your beasts must be your own. Participating in the examination with another's beast will be regarded as cheating, resulting in disqualification. Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow. Fortunately, after contracting with Wei Xiaoming, he had undergone a similar assessment, or else he would have been quite apprehensive about this sudden inspection. Another point to note, the forest is enveloped in a unique signal that renders all communication devices inoperative. I trust you will not waste your efforts in this regard. The examinees had anticipated this and were largely unconcerned. After all, what significant examination does not feature such conditions? Amidst the officers maintaining order and managing the detection process, it was surprising to witness a student abandon the examination. Observing the boy in the distance, who was missing a leg, such a decision seemed understandable. Yet the presence of two healthy individuals opting out was rather perplexing. Having successfully navigated the detection device, Jiang Lin's contract with the Thousand Shapes rat was indeed authentic. The inspection progressed swiftly. Aside from two privileged individuals who were found to possess beasts not their own, no other incidents occurred. During the examination, the officer operating the device distributed a jade talisman to each student. Gazing at the object in his hand, Jiang Lin recognized it as the aforementioned communication talisman, containing 3 spheres of unique spiritual energy that, upon slight stimulation of one's spiritual power, would emit a distress signal. Shortly, a powerful beast would appear in the sky. Tasked with transporting the students from the camp, there was no need for alarm. Jiang Lin was curious as to how this beast could convey so many individuals to their designated locations. Such capabilities were hardly common, even among king-tier beasts. A massive egret suddenly materialized in the sky, soaring high, thus the students did not perceive its true size. The egret's oppressive aura and spiritual pressure were entirely contained within. The students felt no sense of intimidation. Given prior warnings, all eyes turned skyward, filled with curiosity about this beast, remaining oblivious to its formidable nature. With a thought, Jiang Lin activated the divine authority, and the beast's information appeared before his eyes. Indeed, it was a king-tier beast, and among its kind, a remarkable specimen. Its wingspan of 955 meters is no trivial matter. Were it to descend slightly, its shadow would engulf the entire military camp. Should it fly close to the ground, even a single flap of its wings would send the entire camp flying, likely resulting in significant casualties among the students. This was merely the manifestation of its power without employing any divine abilities. Destruction level, might is not a hollow boast. A pale cyan beam of light emanated from the beast in the sky, illuminating a red circle filled with examinees. Within the circle, a student felt a gentle breeze enveloping him, and then his body lightened, propelling him swiftly into the air, soaring rapidly towards the distant forest. Observers outside the circle witnessed students seemingly hurled into the air, tracing parabolic arcs before vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Such speed and acceleration, who could withstand it? Rest assured, dear students, this velocity poses no harm. The beast in the sky is immensely powerful, and its abilities will effortlessly deliver you to the examination site. Time is of the essence. Those who arrive first will enjoy additional examination time. After all, falling behind at the outset often leads to being left behind in the long run, and surely, you do not wish to lag excessively. Upon hearing these words, the students stifled their trepidation and hurriedly entered the nearest red circle. Jiang Lin observed for a moment. Each dispatch of students seemed to encompass roughly a class's worth of individuals. The students entering the circles did so chaotically, with considerable randomness. While they appeared to be heading in the same direction, they had already dispersed in the air, preventing any grouping at the examination's commencement. Intriguingly, the direction of their deployment was opposite to that of the roads, ensuring the students would not land near the thoroughfare. The pale cyan light enveloped each participant uniformly. Standing within the circle, Jiang Lin noted that he recognized none of his companions, as students from 4 different schools were present. In an instant, he felt himself lifted into the air, experiencing no sensation of acceleration, and a profound calmness washed over him, devoid of any fear associated with heights. This, too, must be the result of some divine ability at work. Within 3 minutes, they traversed 100 kilometers, a speed that surpassed the sound barrier without any sensation of breaking it. This mastery of divine abilities provided a clear understanding of the power possessed by king-tier beasts. The challenge of surviving in the primordial forest over 100 kilometers, encompassing a long trek and the task of hunting wild beasts within a span of 48 hours, posed an extreme test of endurance, with scarcely any opportunity for rest. Many privileged students would likely not endure even half a day before signaling for help. Chapter 21. The examination begins. Before fully savoring the sensation of flight, Jiang Lin was gently lowered to the ground by the surrounding force. The pale cyan energy enveloping him dissipated, and the sounds of chirping insects and birdsong filled the air. It appeared that this energy also possessed soundproofing properties. Thinking back, it made sense. At such high speeds, how could there be no sound of wind? It was merely masked. Jiang Lin landed atop a massive, withered tree, surrounded by dense foliage, with this solitary location barely providing a place to set foot. The primordial forest stands in stark contrast to urban parks. Amidst the tangled undergrowth and thickets, there exists no path to traverse. Summoning the agile chameleon mouse, I observed it emerge, its nose sniffing the air, and its nimble paws gesturing toward a nearby spot. A ground spike erupted, impaling a colossal centipede, as thick as an adult's arm and extending 3 to 4 meters in length. Gazing at the enormous creature, still writhing in agony from the spike that pierced it, I effortlessly dispatched this ordinary quality beast of the broken realm, claiming an easy 10 points as if it were a mere trifle. Producing a communication jade talisman, I sought my bearings. Upon directing the talisman toward a certain direction, it indeed illuminated within, faintly revealing an arrow-like symbol. Stroking the somewhat endearing chameleon mouse, I retrieved a machete from my storage pouch, approached the centipede, and with precision, severed it in two. Next, I produced a pair of tongs and rummaged through the centipede's remains, extracting a crystal the size of a green bean. Observing the bloodied beast crystal, I rinsed it with a bottle of water before placing it directly into the vial. Most students exhibit no fear of wild beasts like the giant centipede. Yet defeating them does not guarantee capture. These untamed creatures possess an instinctual ability to flee that many students find daunting. As I meandered through the forest, my score unexpectedly reached its maximum, and only 2 hours had elapsed. The population of wild beasts in the forest is quite abundant. However, the lowest tier of the Broken Realm beasts appears to be the rarest. Jiang Lin had slain 6 wild beasts, 5 of which were of the rock tier. And aside from the one encountered at the beginning, none of the Broken Realm beasts were seen again. This was quite illogical. One would expect the most basic beasts to be more plentiful, while the rock tier beasts seemed to be disproportionately abundant. Most students could manage these beasts, but to slay them proved to be a significant challenge. The 30-point rock tier beasts had likely been encountered by ordinary students at least 2 or 3 times by now. Yet Jiang Lin was certain that those who had successfully completed the kills were few and far between. Once more, I adjusted the direction with the communication jade talisman, and the arduous, monotonous trek commenced anew. After all examinees were dispatched, the military camp fell into a hushed silence. However, within the central grand tent, a multitude of officers busied themselves. Numerous surveillance screens were densely arranged, as intelligent AI swiftly switched between various monitoring feeds, selectively projecting noteworthy footage onto the central main screen. Students who exhibited remarkable performances had their monitoring footage uploaded, drawing the attention of chief examiners across the examination zones. As the Qilong Federation, a super federation boasting a population of 42 billion, undertakes its national unified entrance examination, the scale is colossal. This year's examination is divided into 40 zones, each comprising dozens to hundreds of examination venues, with an average of several thousand candidates per venue. The Haoyang province and its neighboring provinces are populous, resulting in our examination venue hosting as many as 60,000 candidates. To stand out among such a vast number of examinees is a testament to exceptional talent. In the Eastern Capital Examination Zone, the Central Command Center for the entrance examination buzzed with activity as several high-ranking officials and powerful beast tamers focused intently on the hundreds of screens in the command center. General Zhou, I have heard that your grandson is also participating in this year's entrance examination. I wonder which venue he is at, asked a government official. To which the old general, fixated on the screen, responded without turning. Why do you ask? I don't know. Unperturbed by the dismissal, the government official chuckled. Oh, come now. Don't be so sensitive. I meant no harm. My daughter is at venue 27. I just saw her on the screen, and she performed quite well. Having already slain a copper tier beast, her score is almost sufficient. This was pure boasting. General Zhou had no intention of engaging with this political rival any further. Look, the first student to achieve a perfect score has appeared. Everyone, quickly look. It's this girl, exclaimed an officer operating the equipment, drawing attention to the screen and projecting the candidate's profile. Name, Hua Nongying, a senior student from Qingyun High School, age 18. Affinity, serpent-type beasts. Contracted beasts, 1 Zhang Green. Spiritual, Dew Jade Belt, Spirit Link Serpent, Thunder Shadow, Void Spirit Python, Heart-Piercing Iron Line, Red Chain Snake, Floating Wind Silver Ring Snake, Hook Snake, Xianbing Cold Viper, and Sea Churning Snake. Goodness, at such a young age, she is already a gold-tier beast tamer. Which family does she hail from? To have contracted so many beasts, her audacity is remarkable. How can this young girl manage them all? She must have a master artisan supporting her. The examiners gazed incredulously at the opulent information regarding Hua Nongying. In the footage, the girl stood atop a massive serpent's head, gliding effortlessly through the forest. The serpent beneath her was cloaked in dark, sharp scales, radiating a chilling brilliance. Its tail forked into 3, each tip resembling a razor-sharp scythe, effortlessly slicing through the low shrubs and underbrush with a mere flick. This is the hook snake, renowned as a naturally gifted combat beast, possessing unparalleled brute strength. With its 3 tails, this beast has an insurmountable advantage. Suddenly, General Zhou directed a question toward his political rival Lu Zhidao. Mayor Lu, I have heard that a prodigy named Jin Hong has emerged from East City this year. Already a gold-tier beast tamer at such a young age. How does he compare to this young lady? Lu Zhidao pondered for a moment. I am uncertain. Jin Hong is the foremost prodigy of the Jin family in this generation. His gold-tier beast was cultivated meticulously from a broken realm level. As for this young lady's gold-tier beast, it is difficult to ascertain its original tier at the time of contract. Huh. Are you suggesting that this young lady directly contracted a gold-tier serpent beast? But what of the multitude of silver-tier beasts in her possession? General Zhou scoffed at Lu Zhidao's insinuation. For an ordinary person to directly contract a gold-tier beast, the share of the contract would likely be diminished by 80 to 90%, making it exceedingly difficult to contract a silver-tier beast thereafter. The plethora of silver-tier beasts in this girl's possession indicates that she must have nurtured them herself. Such political discourse is never straightforward. General Zhou turned away, resuming his focus on the large screen. Chapter 22. The Art of Survival in the Wilderness. The young girl's beasts, aside from the already gold-tier Void Spirit Python, included the heart-piercing Iron Line and the spiritual Dew Jade Belt, both nearing the gold tier. Such talent is exceedingly rare, even among the hundreds of billions within the Qi-Long Federation. As the crowd deliberated over the information displayed, they requested a replay of the footage that had been missed. The officer operating the equipment retrieved the footage of the hook snake's extraordinary feat in slaying a wild silver-tier beast. The girl rode the hook snake through a bamboo forest, moving at remarkable speed as the serpent deftly maneuvered around various obstacles. Everything appeared normal until Hua Nongying suddenly raised her head with a sense of alarm. As if sensing something, the hook snake skillfully adjusted its position, evading a bamboo stalk that fell from above. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that this was no mere bamboo. It was, in fact, a spider leg that bore an uncanny resemblance to bamboo. Concealed among the dense foliage of the bamboo grove was a peculiar, gigantic spider. Its 8 legs mimicked the surrounding bamboo perfectly, a natural camouflage that was nothing short of flawless. 3 bamboo shoots lifted high above Hua Nongying's head before plunging down toward her with great force. The hooked serpent, with remarkable agility, deftly evaded the attacks raining down from above, its tail sweeping through the air, effortlessly severing dozens of bamboo stalks. The spider legs, camouflaged within the bamboo grove, were struck by the serpent's tail, producing a deafening clatter reminiscent of metal clashing. This creature, scientifically known as the emerald bamboo wolf spider, possessed formidable strength, comparable to that of a silver-tier beast, and its massive form was undeniably intimidating. While the hooked serpent's tail served as a natural weapon, the legs of the emerald bamboo wolf spider were similarly formidable, rendering it undaunted by the serpent's advances. One by one, the spider's limbs descended from above, intent on pinning the girl and her serpent to the ground. However, after skillfully directing the serpent to evade numerous attacks, Hua Nongying's interest began to wane. Seizing an opportunity, the serpent ensnared 3 of the spider's legs with its tails and, with a powerful tug, yanked the spider's body from its concealment among the bamboo foliage. Hua Nongying swiftly retrieved a long sword from her storage pouch, leaping from the serpent's head and using the bamboo as a springboard. After several agile maneuvers, she aimed for the spider's abdomen. With a flash of white light, the longsword cleaved through the emerald bamboo wolf spider's belly with effortless precision, leaving no resistance in its wake. As she soared through the air, Hua Nongying embedded the sword into a bamboo stalk, using it to counteract her downward momentum and gracefully land on the ground. Looking up at the spider, now drenched in green blood and writhing in agony, she commanded the hooked serpent to attack. The serpent circled beneath the spider, enclosing a small section of the bamboo grove and trapping the spider's legs within. With a swift contraction of its body, a cacophony of snapping sounds ensued as the serpent's assault severed all but the spider's legs from the bamboo. 7 of the 8 spider legs became entwined, causing the emerald bamboo wolf spider to lose its balance and crash heavily to the ground. The serpent pressed the advantage, driving its 3 tails into the wound created by Hua Nongying earlier, stirring within the spider's abdomen before withdrawing, like a scythe, to extract a multitude of viscous blood clots. The spider convulsed violently a few times before succumbing to death. The examiners, witnessing this unexpected turn of events, remained silent, taken aback by the girl's choice to employ her newly contracted copper-tier serpent to vanquish the fiercely powerful emerald bamboo wolf spider, rather than summoning her gold-tier beast. The serpent, now splattered with green blood, coiled around the spider's carcass, its gaping maw poised to devour the entire creature. Hua Nongying quickly intervened through their bond, extracting the beast crystal from the spider and then severing the 8 absurdly long legs with her sword. Only then did the impatient serpent consume its prize. Observers exchanged astonished glances, one murmuring, "This serpent seems somewhat rebellious. Could it be that their contract is still fresh?" General Zhou nodded in quiet approval. Recognizing the audacity it took to command a newly contracted beast to triumph over such a formidable foe, this young girl demonstrated remarkable courage, and the serpent's compliance suggested her strong affinity with serpentine beasts. It was only a matter of time before their bond would deepen, potentially augmenting her strength to an extraordinary degree. Despite the serpent's ferocity, it was merely a copper-tier beast, hardly a formidable combatant, more akin to a swift mount. It had been a long time since such a prodigy was encountered. Speculation arose regarding her lineage. Her surname is Hua. There is a family of that name in the West capital. Could she be connected to them? Not likely, another countered. The Hua family in the West capital isn't particularly strong, hardly qualifying as a top-tier family, let alone producing a genius like her. Besides, if she were truly a descendant of theirs, why would she travel all the way to the East capital for the exam? As the crowd debated, their attention was diverted by another display of exceptional performance. The officer controlling the devices switched the view, drawing the attention of the examiners elsewhere. Jiang Lin approached the bank of a rushing river, consulting a communication jade talisman to ascertain his direction, realizing he must cross the river to return to camp. Glancing at the Qianqing mouse beside him, he remarked, "If I fall, be sure to fish me out." Without waiting for a response, he harnessed his spiritual energy and executed a light-footed maneuver, propelling himself from the rocks below. Soaring 5 or 6 meters through the air, he gradually descended toward the water, using the tips of his toes to gain leverage on the surface before leaping forward another 3 or 4 meters. After several such maneuvers, he narrowly crossed the river. He waved to the Qianqing mouse still on the opposite bank before turning toward the military camp. Having only contracted Wei Xiaoming for about 3 months, Jiang Lin was content with his current prowess, given the brief period for spiritual energy absorption. If only Wei Xiaoming and her companions were here to cross this river, they could devise dozens of methods effortlessly. The distance to catch up to their training progress felt daunting. Thankfully, with the divine authority of the Tianyuan merging within him, he had nearly achieved spiritual energy autonomy, making it merely a matter of time before he caught up to them. The Qianqing mouse deployed a floating spell, effortlessly keeping pace with Jiang Lin as they vanished into the dense forest. Behind them, the river continued to surge, but a figure struggling against the current, clutching a piece of wood, was detected by the still-present Qianqing mouse. Noticing the mouse blocking his path, Jiang Lin cautiously surveyed the surroundings, communicating through their bond. "What is it?" "Someone." In the water, the Qianqing mouse conveyed, its expressive abilities still developing, but demonstrating impressive intelligence for a silver-tier beast. "Let's investigate." Chapter 23, News of a Wild Gold-Tier Beast. Mu Linglong felt she had encountered a streak of bad luck today. Upon entering the examination grounds, nothing had gone her way. To cross this river, she had been swept 2 kilometers downstream by the current, only managing to paddle her way to the opposite bank. Exhausted, she collapsed onto the muddy shore, unwilling to move. As the sunlight was obscured, Mu Linglong tensed and cautiously opened her eyes to survey her surroundings. "Classmate, do you need assistance?" Finally encountering another candidate, she felt a surge of emotion, on the verge of tears. Jiang Lin observed the girl lying in the mud, thinking her fortunate. Despite being swept away for so long, she hadn't encountered a single wild aquatic beast. He helped her to her feet and signaled the Qianqing mouse to cleanse her. A stream of clear water burst forth from the murky river, enveloping the girl in a water sphere before she could react. After a few rotations, the sphere splashed down, leaving her suspended in midair. A warm, dry breeze soon wrapped around her, transporting her to a rock at the forest's edge. Mu Linglong marveled at her floating hair, initially thinking she had been attacked by a beast when engulfed by water. Just as she held her breath, the water dissipated, replaced by this strange wind. Curiously, she turned her gaze towards the one who had rescued her, only to discover that he was accompanied by a large rodent clad in clothing. The extraordinary magic that had befallen her must have been cast by this Beastmaster. In less than half a minute, her clothes had dried completely. Gazing at the tall and handsome figure before her, Mu Linglong found herself momentarily entranced. "Thank you," she stammered, at a loss for words after a protracted silence. "No need for gratitude. You've already reached the shore, and I Haven Tea truly aided you," he replied. Mu Linglong glanced at her school uniform and then at Jiang Lin's, realizing that she had never encountered any students wearing such attire in the military camp. "Which high school do you attend?" she inquired, noting that his uniform sparked no recognition. "My name is Jiang Lin, a candidate from Qingyan High School." "We must not belong to the same camp," he replied. "I had assumed this forest only housed our military camp," she murmured, her expression darkening. Jiang Lin was similarly surprised to encounter other candidates from different camps. Given the vastness of the forest, The camps were likely far apart, rendering such encounters improbable. You must be lost. It's quite rare for candidates from two camps to cross paths, he remarked. Mu Linglong bit her lip, feeling somewhat disoriented as she recounted. I stumbled upon two wild gold-tier Beastmasters battling and was caught in their conflict. In my panic, I chose a direction to flee, only to find this river, which swept me several kilometers downstream. It seems I've been heading in the wrong direction all along. I certainly cannot return to the camp now. As she spoke, tears began to flow, leaving Jiang Lin scratching his head in confusion. However, the mention of the two wild gold-tier beasts sparked an idea in his mind. Those beasts were worth 1620 points. It would be intriguing to see what benefits could be gained from subduing them. Hadn't the examiner mentioned that those scoring over 150 points would be included in a special merit list? This must be a unique evaluation mechanism, and those who stood out on such a list would undoubtedly receive special treatment. Though Jiang Lin had access to whatever he desired due to his privileged background, he understood that the fruits of hard work earned independently were perhaps the most precious. The ideologies of his past life had not been completely erased. Despite being born into privilege in this life, a sense of humility was still essential. The territory of the gold-tier beasts was extensive, and time was not on Mu Linglong's side. There was no possibility of taking a detour. Failing to return to the camp would render her efforts futile. Can you take me to find those two gold-tier beasts? I wish to defeat them, she implored, her sorrowful gaze fixed on Jiang Lin, half convinced she had misheard. He waved a hand before her eyes, rousing her from her stupor. Are you mad? Those are gold-tier beasts. We have a communication talisman, so we could just call for help. If you want to return to the camp promptly, traversing the territory of the gold-tier beasts is unavoidable. If you stick with me, at least you'll have company. If you go alone, then perhaps we should part ways here. Jiang Lin did not directly answer her question, instead presenting her with a choice. Observing her conflicted expression, he refrained from urging her further, noticing the rodent seemed to have spotted something, fixated on the turbulent river. Through their bond, he learned that a copper-tier beast was gradually approaching from the water. Since you fear using the communication talisman might result in a deduction of points, how about I offer you a copper-tier beast crystal instead? He suggested. Before she could respond, the rodent launched an attack on the creature lurking beneath the surface. With a swift motion, it raised its tiny claws, employing the same technique it had used to cleanse her of mud, though this time with significantly greater force and scale. Dozens of cubic meters of water suddenly defied gravity, soaring above them before crashing down violently onto the riverbank. Mu Linglong gazed in astonishment at the mass of water that had just swept over her head, revealing a crocodile that measured 4 to 5 meters in length. The crocodilian beast, caught off guard during its ambush, only comprehended its misfortune after it was forcefully slammed to the ground. After rolling over in confusion, it attempted to flee back to the river, but the rodent would not allow it that opportunity. The mud surrounding the crocodile churned violently, swiftly encasing its lower half and hardening inexplicably. In mere seconds, the crocodilian beast ceased its struggles, as the mud beneath it had solidified into rock. The creature twisted its head, preparing to unleash its innate ability, a water cannon, but the ground spikes that erupted beneath it swiftly ended its life. The entire skirmish transpired in less than half a minute, with the rodent deftly extracting the beast crystal from the crocodile and bounding over to place it in Jiang Lin's hands. He took Mu Linglong's hand, placing the still-warm beast crystal into her palm. With this 90 points in hand, you need not worry about point deductions anymore, right? She stammered, gazing at the crystal, which still bore traces of blood. This is too precious. I cannot accept it. He squeezed her hand into a fist, urging her to grip the crystal tightly before releasing her. My score has already surpassed 150. Such a trivial amount is beneath my notice. So, how about you lead me to the territory of those two gold-tier beasts? That's far too dangerous. We shouldn't take such risks. She protested. I'm not recklessly pursuing danger. If the situation turns dire, I will certainly flee. Here's what we'll do. If we encounter the gold-tier beasts, we'll navigate around them first. I'll ensure you are safely out of their territory. How does that sound? Chapter 24. Mu Linglong. The girl was somewhat timid and reluctant to take such risks, and despite Jiang Lin's attempts at persuasion, her resolve remained firm. When she insisted on returning the beast crystal, he lost his patience, casting a glance at the rodent and stating, "You crossed the river from that side, didn't you? Those two gold-tier beasts must be over there. Let us cross the river." What? Without waiting for her response, he swiftly scooped her up in his arms as the rocks beneath his feet exploded towards the river. With a powerful leap, he propelled himself skyward, landing on the fragments of stone still suspended in the air, gaining momentum to cross a significant portion of the river. The rodent soared above, releasing an invisible light towards the water's surface, causing the tumultuous waves to calm considerably. This was indeed the innate ability to strengthen the ground. Though its effect on the water was minimal, It provided Jiang Lin enough leverage to make his way across. When Mu Linglong regained her senses, she realized, to her astonishment, that she had unwittingly crossed the river once more. "How can you do this?" she exclaimed. "Be quiet and guide me," Jiang Lin barked, and to his satisfaction. His authoritative tone seemed to yield better results. Typically accustomed to being surrounded by boys who catered to her every whim, she had assumed everyone would heed her suggestions. In dealing with such a girl, a few fierce words would suffice, especially in the solitude of the wilderness. With the powerful rodent leading the way, the two traversed the forest with a brisk pace. "I haven't even asked your name. Which high school do you attend?" Jiang Lin inquired, seeking to alleviate the monotony of their journey. "My name is Mu Linglong, and I attend Hengchuan High School," she replied. "Ah," he responded, casually gathering information about her as they continued on their path. Name: Mu Linglong. Description: human girl, 18 years old, copper tier Beastmaster. Extraordinary Pathway 1, Life-Sharing Covenant. Extraordinary Pathway 2, the Three Essence Spirits. Extraordinary Pathway 3, Rune Cultivation. Covenant Affinity, Earth-type Beast Mastery. Physiological and Psychological Wellness. Covenant Beasts, 5-Colored Deer, Earth-Drifting Dragon, Wasteland Wolf. Comprehended Divine Powers, Body of the Fifth Earth. Heavenly Heart Divine Pattern 1 piece. Observing the girl's information, it is evident that this young lady is a prodigy, who, at such a tender age, can grasp the Heavenly Heart Divine Pattern, if not a genius, as a pivotal medium for the ascension of legendary quality beasts to divine beings. The Heavenly Heart Divine Pattern serves as a crucial artifact for altering one's destiny. Each divine being is a unique existence within the world. Integrating a Heavenly Heart Divine Pattern not only grants the beast a baptism from heaven and earth, but also allows it to comprehend an unparalleled divine power that transcends innate abilities. The unparalleled divine power is a supreme skill that accompanies the beast throughout its life, unlike innate or minor divine powers, which may become obsolete. The unparalleled divine power remains constant. Moreover, it is the preferred choice for masters to inscribe upon themselves. Although the girl is currently merely a copper-tier Beastmaster, her lack of backing from a powerful faction is the sole reason. Once her talent is recognized, her growth rate will be remarkably swift. The 3 contracted beasts she possesses are all well-known representatives of their region, their innate potential validated by official institutions. Their evolution routes are diverse and clear, with various cultivation guides and techniques being exceptionally mature, ensuring that contracting them is devoid of pitfalls. The 5-Colored Deer is a renowned member of the Southern Triad, possessing the bloodline of the 9-Colored Deer, making it a premier auxiliary divine pet. The Earth-Drifting Dragon, hailing from the Western Capital's Triad, despite its name suggesting a dragon, is not a member of the dragon race. Nonetheless, this beast excels in subterranean movement. The Wasteland Wolf is one of the Triad beasts of the Great Longevity Sky Prairie, a prime specimen among wolves, which Chuan Jie has long desired to contract and is still on the lookout for. Being designated as a Triad beast by a locality indicates that it is among the most representative beasts of that area, attracting countless scholars for research. Generally, individuals who acquire Triad beasts can cultivate them quite well by merely following these research reports without much thought. The fact that the girl's family managed to procure 3 beasts for her signifies that their living conditions are undoubtedly above average. It is rare for an ordinary middle school student to contract 3 beasts. Most manage with just 1 or 2. After all, at their age, academic pursuits take precedence. And in a phase where they cannot even sustain themselves, contracting numerous beasts still relies on parental support. During middle school, the cultivation of beasts mainly revolves around nurturing bonds and synergy, with the majority of the burden borne by parents. The Federation does not encourage middle school students to excessively contract beasts, as impulsively choosing favorites may not align with their true suitability. Without a solid foundation of knowledge, the future plans devised by middle school students are bound to be riddled with oversights. Devoting excessive time and energy to beasts can significantly hinder students' absorption of knowledge. However, the scenario shifts dramatically upon entering university. The universities of the Red Dragon Federation employ a task credit system, through which students accrue varying amounts of credits during their studies. These credits can be exchanged for substantial resources and profound knowledge, allowing students to gradually liberate themselves from parental dependence. It can be said that the formal cultivation of beasts begins in university. During their journey, the two fortuitously encountered 2 rock-tier beasts, swiftly dealing with them and directly handing the beast crystals to Mu Linglong. The girl hesitated to accept, but after being chastised by Jiang Lin, she obediently complied. "Is this how you usually converse with girls?" she inquired. "No," he replied. "Then why are you so fierce with me?" "Because you don't listen." Mu Linglong rolled her eyes, pondering whether Jiang Lin had some issues, as her gentle persuasion seemed to be misconstrued as disobedience. "Those are 2 gold-tier beasts. Don't you find it dangerous?" It may indeed be somewhat perilous for you, but I am confident in my ability to handle it. Is there any doubt? The girl pondered the 3 beast crystals nestled in her pocket, her thoughts drifting. She had contributed nothing yet had acquired 150 points effortlessly, bringing her score to perfection. Upon returning to camp, she would earn an additional 30 points, which would surpass expectations. In such a tense atmosphere surrounding the college entrance examination, the notion that someone would so generously offer points seems almost unbelievable. Just ahead lay the battleground of the 2 gold-tier beasts. She wondered if they still lingered there. Jiang Lin listened intently to the sounds of the forest. It was eerily quiet. The battle of gold-tier beasts should not have concluded so peacefully. It must have ended. Let us continue. This remains the territory of the gold-tier beasts. I have promised to escort you out of their domain, and I shall not renege. Swiftly traversing a somewhat disheveled grove, they discovered that among the 2 gold-tier beasts, one was notably larger, while the other was of medium stature. Do you know what those 2 beasts are? The girl recalled, uncertainly replying, one seems to be a stone-shelled elephant, but I am unsure about the other. A stone-shelled elephant, you say? Such a gentle creature typically does not provoke others. It appears to be the season for their calving. Could it be that the elephant is vulnerable during this period, allowing other beasts to take advantage? Are you interested in the offspring of the stone-shelled elephant? Such beasts are quite rare. They almost became the triad of our region. The stone-shelled elephant was poised to be recognized as the triad beast of the Qingchuan forest. But due to its scarcity, coupled with its large size, considerable dietary needs, and overly gentle temperament, it tragically lost its eligibility. The girl remained silent, walking ahead thoughtfully. Jiang Lin, sensing the lack of engagement, opted for silence as well. Chapter 25, Gold-Tier Beasts. All right, I shall escort you this far. The rest of the journey must be traversed by you alone. With that, he did not wait for the girl to respond, but turned and hurried off in another direction. Mu Linglong tightened her grip on the beast crystal, her expression complex. In a moment of distraction, Jiang Lin's figure vanished, leaving her with a twinge of melancholy. Following the traces of the beast's battle, she pursued them to a wetland, where the ground was exceptionally muddy. Traveling further would likely lead her to a swamp. The 1004 Mouse's object manipulation technique remained active around Jiang Lin, hovering in midair, observing a somewhat blurred drag mark and following it as it flew onward. As a publicly recognized acquired divine power within the Federation, any beast suitable for mastering this technique typically practices it. With his remarkable comprehension, Jiang Lin amalgamated several versions of object manipulation, innovating a brand new technique whose effects have reached the pinnacle of divine powers. The 1004 Mouse's execution not only demands minimal spiritual energy, but also boasts superior control compared to other object manipulation techniques. The drag mark spanned 6 to 7 meters, suggesting the stone-shelled elephant had met with defeat. As Jiang Lin had surmised, beyond the wetland lay a swamp. The Qingchuan forest is classified as a subtropical hilly forest, with uneven terrain, yet its rainfall approaches that of tropical rainforests. Thus, the forest is interspersed with rivers, and numerous small swamps abound. In places where swamps can be formed, one can certainly find low-lying areas within the forest, although these depressions do not reach the criteria for lakes, gradually transforming instead into marshlands. Gazing at the solitary mound at the center of the swamp, it is clear that this must be the lair of the beast that triumphed over the armored mammoth. Without hesitation, I soared toward the mound, though my golden-tier beast's spiritual awareness detected Jiang Lin's presence first. A deep roar echoed, growing closer, as a creature dashed through the swamp, stirring up large plumes of mud. It was a swamp crocodile, a beast not native to the subtropical region and likely a special introduction by the Federation. Before the crocodile could approach, its attack reached me first. Waves of mud surged, piling up higher and higher, until they towered 5 meters high before crashing down upon Jiang Lin. The floating tail of the thousand-shaped mouse flicked, sending forth an invisible ripple, causing the mud wave to collapse as if it were a thickening glue. The technique of earthly steel, which adeptly alters the hardness of materials over a vast area, proved equally effective in countering the spiritual abilities of other beasts. As the crocodile lunged with its gaping, blood-red maw, its metallic sheen glinting ominously, a single bite would surely rend Jiang Lin asunder. However, a gentle force pushed me aside, the crocodile's massive jaws snapping shut with a thunderous clap, creating a blast of air that turned the water near its mouth into mist. A thick tail struck out with an overwhelming force. Fortunately, the thousand-shaped mouse reacted swiftly, summoning numerous root-like tendrils from the swamp that ensnared the crocodile in a flash, thus sparing Jiang Lin from peril. Faced with the assault of a golden-tier beast, Jiang Lin could not withstand it. The thousand-shaped mouse propelled him a safe distance away, while it deftly maneuvered around the crocodile. Jiang Lin concentrated intently on maintaining their contract, preparing for any sudden developments. The root tendrils, however, were brutally torn apart by the crocodile's brute strength, the thorns conjured from the wood spirit's essence proving insufficient. The surrounding mud swirled effortlessly under the crocodile's command, rendering the technique of earthly steel ineffective. Though the splattering mud lacked lethal force, it possessed considerable disruptive capability, evidenced by the frequent interruptions of the thousand-shaped mouse's spells. The crocodile specialized in close combat. Any contact with its body could be fatal. Yet, the crocodile's unique mastery over the mud compensated for its shortcomings in spellcasting. With an abundance of mud in the swamp, the thousand-shaped mouse deftly swept a clump of it aside and swiftly dodged the crocodile's tail strike. The explosive sound transformed the mud into a swirling haze. Beasts possess immense stamina, allowing such intense combat to continue for hours. A human could expend their spiritual energy in mere minutes under similar exertion. The silver-tier thousand-shaped mouse found itself somewhat overmatched against the golden-tier crocodile. It aimed to draw the battle toward the swamp's periphery. Fortunately, this crocodile had already exhausted considerable energy from its battle with the armored mammoth. Otherwise, the thousand-shaped mouse would not have been able to maintain a standoff for this long. The fray continued intermittently, with the two beasts racing through the forest for several kilometers until finally luring the crocodile out of the swamp. At this point, Jiang Lin was unaware of his surroundings, wholly engrossed in orchestrating the combat. However, Mu Linglong, en route to the military camp, caught sight of this fierce struggle from a distance. To her astonishment, Jiang Lin dared to engage a golden-tier beast directly, observing the battle amidst the dense forest. She gritted her teeth and resolved to investigate further. The fight had persisted for half an hour, prompting her to marvel at the endurance of these beasts. In this world dominated by beasts, contracting one is the mainstream path of cultivation. Human cultivation talents pale in comparison to those of beasts. No matter how diligently one practices, the utmost limit achieved is merely to match the strength of a somewhat weaker beast. Attaining the combat prowess of a humanoid war beast is exceedingly difficult. For an extended period, the reality has been that, aside from creativity, humans cannot compete with beasts in terms of cultivation. Beasts can advance their strength merely by eating, drinking, and sleeping, while humans find that without cultivation, their abilities regress rather than grow. After toiling through a day of meditative practice, the spiritual energy gained is often less than what a beast could provide in return, which is disheartening. Waiting for the crocodile's spiritual energy to deplete was evidently unrealistic. The thousand-shaped mouse's energy was likely to run low first. After all, engaging in a battle beyond one's tier leads to an outpouring of energy as if unleashed without restraint. Jiang Lin prepared to unleash a decisive move with the thousand-shaped mouse, but an unexpected figure disrupted his plans. Mu Linglong burst forth from the forest atop her wild wolf, swiftly pulling him onto its back. "What are you doing here? No time for chatter, hold on tight." With her urgent words, Jiang Lin's expression momentarily froze. Yet he said nothing further, obediently wrapping his arms around her waist and turning to glance back. This girl must have been observing for quite some time. Seeing the crocodile lunge toward the thousand-shaped mouse, did she think defeat was imminent? The thousand-shaped mouse suddenly swelled in size, preparing to engage the crocodile in direct combat. Despite its history of spellcasting, one should not assume it was merely a magic-focused beast. In truth, most of Jiang Lin's beasts were balanced in their development. The thousand-shaped mouse possessed innate abilities that allowed for close-quarters combat, including size adaptation, fire-forged body, elemental form, and golden essence iron armor. Thus, its physical strength was not to be underestimated. Its smaller form was merely a ruse to deceive opponents. With the perfect quality swamp crocodile possessing only 3 innate abilities, it could not compare to the thousand-shaped mouse, which boasted 7 innate abilities and 1 supreme ability. Jiang Lin could not possibly lose. Chapter 26. An absurd high school student. After being led away a distance by Mu Linglong, the girl nervously glanced back. Yet, upon turning, she was momentarily bewildered by the battle unfolding behind her. She had just seen the clothed giant mouse retreating to the brink, and without a second thought, she had charged out on her wild wolf to rescue him. Now, how was it that the clothed mouse was overpowering the crocodile? How had it grown even larger than the crocodile itself? Unbeknownst to her, the wild wolf had come to a halt. The battle between the thousand-shaped mouse and the swamp crocodile concluded swiftly and dramatically. In the Eastern Examination District, at the high-stakes examination command center, the examiners were left agape as they witnessed the thousand-shaped mouse pinning the crocodile's jaw to the ground, then grasping its upper jaw and pulling upwards, effectively splitting the crocodile's head in two. They instinctively smacked their lips, stretching their jaws. This candidate is utterly extraordinary. We must pull up his records immediately. Name, Jiang Lin, senior student at Qingyun High School, age 18. Affinity, balanced attribute beast. The so-called balanced attribute beast possesses an equal distribution of multiple attributes. Contracted beast, thousand-shaped mouse. Ah, this young man presents a stark contrast to that girl. A balanced attribute affinity. Who could have imagined such a contract existed in this world? Truly, I have gained new insights. This beast known as the thousand-shaped mouse. I hear it is a unique specimen. A group of examiners gazed at Jiang Lin's information, at a loss for words. Such an esoteric and narrow affinity for contracts, coupled with the arduous task of finding a suitable beast for Covenant, posed a challenge of almost infernal proportions. It remained a significant question mark whether this young man would encounter a second suitable beast in his lifetime. In the video, the young man approached the corpse of a swamp crocodile, directing his Qianqing mouse to use its beast manipulation technique to gather some large leaves to cushion the creature's body. He then summoned a stream of water to cleanse it, with the next step likely being disembowelment. Although a golden tier beast is not yet a treasure trove in its entirety, certain crucial parts still carry considerable value. Despite Jiang Lin's seemingly unlimited resources within the Lu family, any materials derived from a golden tier beast required personal approval and inspection from Butler Lu. Previously, when Jiang Lin had slain copper and rock tier beasts, he only took their beast crystals and hardly glanced at their corpses, for he held them in little regard. However, for other candidates, even a mere mortal tier beast carcass represented a precious trophy, and they would not leave behind anything they could carry, eager to collect every droplet of blood on the ground. The spiritual energy contained within a beast's body could enhance physical constitution over time if consumed. The blood, bones, and special organs of these beasts are all invaluable materials for crafting. Ordinary quality mortal tier beasts can fetch hundreds of spirit yuan per pound in the market, and a meal featuring beast meat in a restaurant could easily exceed 1,000, making such expenditures a significant consideration for an average family. Do you have a container for liquids? Jiang Lin inquired, noticing the somewhat awkward approach of Mu Linglong, understanding her embarrassment and shifting the topic. Would a mineral water bottle suffice? The girl rummaged through her storage bag, producing 2 bottles of water. Not enough. She quickly retrieved 2 crates of mineral water, revealing her parents had provided her with ample supplies. Without hesitation, Jiang Lin opened a bottle and took a swig before dumping the remaining water out. He gestured for the Qianqing mouse to begin, and a stream of blood oozed from the gaping wound of the swamp crocodile, directed into the bottle by the mouse until it was filled. Upon seeing this, Mu Linglong understood her role, pouring out the mineral water and passing the empty bottles to Jiang Lin. Their cooperation was seamless, and they soon had filled all the bottles, including those Jiang Lin had carried with him. The tasks of skinning, extracting teeth, and deboning were executed by Jiang Lin with such fluidity that even seasoned butchers would struggle to match his efficiency. After securing the parts he required in his storage bag, he turned to Mu Linglong and said, "There isn't much time left for the exam. The rest is yours. Take as much as you can carry. I must leave now." "Wait, you're leaving all this behind?" Mu Linglong's expression was one of disbelief. Jiang Lin shrugged nonchalantly. "I don't need it. Are you sure?" Without turning back, he waved his hand dismissively and walked away. Faced with the thousands of pounds of golden tier beast meat before her, Mu Linglong was left in a state of agitation, stamping her feet in frustration. "Hold on a moment. I can't take all this." With a resigned sigh, Jiang Lin turned back. "Did I not say take as much as you can? The rest can be discarded. You make it sound easy, but I can't bear to waste it," Mu Linglong exclaimed, exasperated. What kind of person is so cavalier with such precious resources, unaware that wasting them is shameful? Observing the girl furiously rummaging through her storage bag, Jiang Lin found her somewhat endearing. She discarded various unnecessary items, appliances, snacks, bedding, without a second thought, leaving only a few sets of clean clothes and emergency food. Looking at the bloody swamp crocodile meat, Mu Linglong hesitated, unsure how to pack it. She cast a pleading glance at Jiang Lin. With a sigh, he contemplated and commanded the Qianqing mouse to approach a fallen tree. Its claws gleamed with a white light, rapidly elongating and thickening, effortlessly cleaving the downed tree into 2 segments. Pleased with the smooth, even cut, Jiang Lin nodded in satisfaction. Utilizing the combination of the divine abilities golden iron claws and beast manipulation, the tree was soon transformed into uniformly sized wooden planks, each featuring interlocking joints along their edges. 6 such planks, coupled with some wooden nails, could be assembled into a perfect cube, ideal for storage. He packed the chunks of swamp crocodile meat into the assembled box and handed it to Mu Linglong for her to stow away in her storage bag, remaining silent throughout the process. "By the way, weren't there 2 golden tier beasts? Have you seen the other one?" "Yes, the stone-armored elephant should be dead. The swamp crocodile dragged it to its lair. Should we go take a look?" Mu Linglong glanced at her watch and shook her head. "Better not. I don't have much time left." Jiang Lin smiled. "I might leave behind even more of that stone-armored elephant soon. Are you sure you don't want to check?" The girl, exasperated, surveyed the dwindling space in her beast pouch. Resolutely biting her lip, she decided, I can't waste such valuable resources. Then I'll go. Chapter 27, Unexpected Gains. Guided by the chinching mouse, they flew to the earthen mound at the center of the swamp, where the stone-armored elephant was clearly visible. To their surprise, the creature was still breathing. Cautiously approaching, Mu Linglong observed the elephant's neck, mangled and bloody, and her heart ached with compassion. It's beyond saving. There's no point in worrying yourself. Sensing her empathy, Jiang Lin promptly intervened. There truly is no way to help it. Given the conditions here, it's impossible. Even if the conditions were favorable, the cost to save it would be exorbitant and unwarranted. Placing her hand on the elephant's head, Mu Linglong's expression turned sorrowful. Jiang Lin understood her feelings. Her affinity was with earth-type beasts, and the stone-armored elephant was a quintessential representative of that affinity, naturally fostering a bond between them. The elephant's limbs, neck, and trunk bore severe bite marks, yet its swollen abdomen remained intact. On one hand, the elephant's massive size made it difficult for the swamp crocodile, despite its formidable jaws, to inflict damage on its belly. On the other hand, the stone-armored elephant's exceptional defenses, cloaked in a thick layer of armor, meant that even the powerful bites of the swamp crocodile required multiple attempts to penetrate. Now is not the time for sorrow. The amniotic sac of the baby stone-armored elephant within has already ruptured, and it is suffocating. If we do not open its belly soon, it will be too late. It has a baby. We must save it. Your task now is to calm the stone-armored elephant, ensuring it does not struggle. The chinching mouse stepped forward, its claws lengthening and thickening. Cautiously observing the downed elephant, Mu Linglong's soothing presence encouraged it to slowly close its eyes. Its rigid body gradually relaxing as tears streamed from its eyes. At that moment, the instinct of a mother suppressed the fear of death, placing all hope in the hands of these two humans. Retrieving a marker from her storage bag, she drew a line across the elephant's abdomen. Though the claws of the thousand-shaped mouse are sharp, it is no simple task to cut through the coarse skin of the stone-armored elephant. The path traced by this incision traverses the softer regions of the elephant's abdomen, resulting in a jagged line reminiscent of the cracked bark of an ancient tree. As the claws glide across the elephant's skin, it feels akin to a blade scraping against stone. Performing a cesarean section on a golden tier beast is indeed a formidable endeavor. Once the outermost layer of skin is breached, the subsequent procedure becomes significantly easier, devoid of concerns regarding the elephant's recovery or issues of hygienic infection. Jiang Lin deftly directs the thousand-shaped mouse without hesitation. After pushing aside the sturdy hide, a small stone-armored elephant, enveloped in a membrane, tumbles forth from its mother's womb. The newborn, lying on the ground, senses something amiss in its dying moments. It opens its eyes to glance at its offspring before expiring. Jiang Lin swiftly severs the umbilical cord and ties a knot, then commands the thousand-shaped mouse to cast a water control spell, extracting the liquid obstructing the newborn's nasal passages and lungs. From his storage pouch, he retrieves a 50 milliliters vial of high-purity earth attribute spirit liquid. The little one has no milk to drink, so this will have to suffice. Mu Linglong gazes in astonishment at the vial glowing with a golden light in Jiang Lin's hand and exclaims, "Is that high-purity spirit liquid?" "Yes, why?" Jiang Lin replies nonchalantly. "Are you really planning to feed it this? Isn't that a bit extravagant? That vial is worth more than the little one." After examining the liquid in his hand, Jiang Lin shrugs dismissively. "It's nothing, I don't mind." Mu Linglong, with a somewhat distracted expression, watches as the little stone-armored elephant consumes the spirit liquid. And when it coughs and spills a few drops, she feels an urge to catch them. The spirit liquid is no ordinary potion. The last time she encountered something like it was when her three-colored deer needed a quality upgrade, and her father had spent lavishly to procure a vial for her. It was said that the purity of that liquid was of a high-quality standard at 63, costing their family 350,000 spirit yuan. The liquid Jiang Lin has just produced undoubtedly possesses a remarkable purity, as evidenced by its radiant golden glow. Ordinary individuals can discern the purity of spirit liquids by their brightness. The more brilliant the light, the purer the essence. Observing the little stone-armored elephant struggling to rise, and the delighted Mu Linglong gently caressing the creature, Jiang Lin suddenly remarks, "You must contract it, for without its mother, this little one cannot hope to survive in this forest." "What? You don't want it?" He spreads his hands. "When did I say I wish to keep this stone-armored elephant? Make a decision quickly. I need to tend to its mother's remains. It would be detrimental for it to witness that." Mu Linglong, somewhat perplexed, inquires, "What was the purpose of your considerable efforts?" "Of course, to save its life. This does not conflict with whether I wish to keep it or not. The decision to save it now rests with you. But you just fed it a vial." "No buts, contract it quickly. We are still in the midst of an examination." Feeling unjustly chastised, Mu Linglong finds herself somewhat aggrieved by his demeanor. Newly born beasts are exceedingly easy to contract, and the share of the contract they occupy is minimal. For a high-quality beast like the stone-armored elephant, contracting it at birth offers immense value. Jiang Lin had just given it a vial of high-purity earth attribute spirit liquid, which greatly benefits the creature. With its potential of evolving from a quality of latent dragon to legendary status, even if it does not achieve legendary quality, it will undoubtedly be an exceptional specimen among epic qualities, promising limitless potential for the future. Seeing that the girl has begun the contracting process, Jiang Lin turns his attention back to the task at hand, retrieving his tools and contemplating how to proceed with the stone-armored elephant's carcass. The meat on the elephant is certainly more abundant than that of the swamp crocodile, yet its most valuable assets are the two tusks. After removing the tusks, he proceeds to dismantle the back armor, sturdy leg bones, spine, brain, trunk sinew, heart, and beast crystal, leaving little of worth behind. Approaching Mu Linglong, who has successfully contracted the little stone-armored elephant and is now diligently wiping the birth fluids from its body, Jiang Lin states, "I have gathered the parts one need. As for the remainder, you may take as much as you can carry." Mu Linglong glances at her storage pouch with a hint of hesitation, gritting her teeth as she produces some spare clothing and daily necessities. Then, she retrieves a basketball-sized beast ball and releases her 5-colored deer before entrapping the little stone-armored elephant within. "How many beasts have you contracted?" Jiang Lin inquires, feigning ignorance. "3, she replies. "Release them all. You can use their beast balls to store more. My 1,000-shaped mouse is right there. It will assist you." With that, he strides towards the swamp crocodile's lair. The lair itself is rather simplistic, merely a shallow pit, yet the metal plaque partially concealed at its center appears rather extraordinary. It reads, "Qingchuan Cave Heaven Transport Token, number 38. Upon brushing away the dirt from its back, a line of small text becomes visible. With this token, you may enter Qingchuan Cave Heaven once, valid until the first round of the examination concludes. Entering the cave is considered as completing the test, and there is no need to return to the military camp to record your results." Experimenting with the metal plaque in hand, he attempts to infuse it with spiritual energy, discovering that it begins to illuminate from the top, with the area of illumination expanding as he channels more energy. He decisively halts the infusion, if his assumptions are correct. Once the plaque fully lights up, he would likely be transported into the Qingchuan Cave Heaven, returning to the side of the stone-armored elephant's carcass. He notes that with the assistance of the 1,000-shaped mouse, Mu Linglong's storage pouch has reached its limit, and she is now busy transferring items into a beast ball. Beside her stands another beast, her burrowing earth dragon, a gigantic worm with a head resembling a drill, as thick as a person's waist. Though the burrowing earth dragon is an exceptionally capable beast, its appearance is rather unappealing, starkly contrasting with Mu Linglong's demeanor. Chapter 28, Affinity and Affinity Surface. Casting a casual glance at Mu Linglong's 3 beasts, Jiang Lin notes that the final box of the stone-armored elephant's flesh has also been packed. "I found some good items. Allow me to gift you a few. Follow me." The girl has grown accustomed to Jiang Lin's domineering nature, guiding her 2 beasts to squeeze into a single beast ball. After beckoning her remaining beasts, she follows him into the swamp crocodile's lair. With a gesture towards the 1,000-shaped mouse, he indicates a specific spot within the shallow pit. The 1,000-shaped mouse extends its claws and casts a material manipulation spell. Layers of soil begin to levitate, and soon, several white swamp crocodile eggs emerge. Mu Linglong stares in shock at the unexpected sight of the swamp crocodile's offspring. The two count a total of 53 eggs, and Jiang Lin points out 2 in particular. The 1,000-shaped mouse comprehends, carefully extracting the 2 specified eggs with its spell. Each swamp crocodile egg weighs approximately 3 pounds, and Jiang Lin holds 1 in each hand. "Today is your lucky day. I'm gifting you these 2 swamp crocodile eggs. You should contract at least 1. Trust me, you won't regret it." Dumbfounded, Mu Linglong accepts the 2 eggs, finally realizing, "If you're giving me these 2, I cannot accept any more. I feel too guilty for taking so much from you today." Ignoring her protest, Jiang Lin nonchalantly selects a few more eggs from the shallow pit to place in his storage pouch, signaling the 1,000-shaped mouse to cover the soil again. Determined not to accept any more of Jiang Lin's gifts, Mu Linglong resolutely presents the 2 swamp crocodile eggs back to him. With a cold glance at the girl, he pointed towards the soil being buried. "If you don't want them, just toss them in." Jiang Lin's resolute stance was unexpected, leaving Mu Linglong momentarily stunned. Ultimately, she couldn't bring herself to discard the 2 precious items in her hands. "You must take good care of these 2 alligator eggs. They're the finest of this clutch. Of epic quality. Do not be tempted to use them for cooking." The girl was once again taken aback, instinctively cradling the eggs to her chest, as if fearing they might fall. Taking out a communication jade talisman to orient herself, she addressed the girl. Time is of the essence. Let us part ways here. Wait, can you give me a contact number? Jiang Lin waved his hand dismissively and did not respond. The reason for his special treatment of Mu Linglong lay primarily in her earlier selfless act of pulling him onto her mount, which left a profound impression on him. Despite the girl's misjudgment, her intentions were undeniably commendable. Watching Jiang Lin depart, Mu Linglong's expression became complex as she glanced at the 2 eggs in her hands. The anxiety of the examination had culminated in such a dramatic and fortuitous outcome, all thanks to Jiang Lin's efforts. She had merely coasted along, reaping abundant rewards. Feeling as if she were in a dream, observing the 2 spirit beasts beside her, she realized just how vast the disparity between people could be. As a consistently top-performing student at school, she found herself feeling a sense of reverence towards another peer. Releasing the heavenly heart divine pattern from her sea of consciousness, Mu Linglong's eyes became somewhat distant. Initially believing that her comprehension of the heavenly heart divine pattern would allow her to stand tall among her contemporaries, she was taken aback to discover that there were indeed greater heights, having encountered a prodigy like Jiang Lin, which severely dented her self-confidence. In midair, the heavenly heart divine pattern emanated a gentle radiance. This script, forged from the confluence of mental will and the laws of nature, radiated a unique wave of consciousness. This revelation had come to her serendipitously while watching a brutal dragon hunt on television. It was as if her mental will had entered a state of profound epiphany, allowing her soul to resonate with the cosmos, resulting in the enigmatic symbols that had materialized. Any spirit beast she contracted, provided it reached the legendary quality, could evolve into a divine entity upon absorbing this heavenly heart divine pattern, instantly ascending to greatness. Unfortunately, none of her 4 spirit beasts had achieved legendary quality, and she was uncertain if the stone-armored elephant, after absorbing that high-purity spiritual essence, could evolve to legendary status. As she felt the willful vibrations emitted by the heavenly heart divine pattern, she pondered why she had comprehended such a fierce and resolute script, which seemed at odds with the gentle nature of the stone-armored elephant. Her gaze inevitably shifted towards the alligator eggs in her grasp. The temperament of the alligator spirit beast resonated well with the essence of the heavenly heart divine pattern. Perhaps contracting an alligator would indeed be a wise choice. Though not a native species of the Red Dragon Federation, the alligator was deliberately introduced due to its exceptional qualities. In the southern rainforests, alligators held a status akin to the 3 noble families. After parting from Mu Linglong, Jiang Lin sought to understand the circumstances of Wei Xiaoming and Hua Nongying through their contracts. He informed them to seek out a golden tier spirit beast to slay, promising additional benefits. Observing the Qingtian Cave's teleportation talisman in his hand, the number 38 indicated that such items were quite numerous in the examination venue. The most likely location to find them was at the nests of golden tier spirit beasts. As for why the examination had such hidden rewards, it was not difficult to surmise. This year's college entrance examination saw heavy military involvement, unlike any prior year. They would certainly not labor without recompense. The military had its own agendas. Establishing early connections or intercepting talented students would be a logical course of action, with subtle manipulations in various examination venues, as long as they were not excessive. The federal higher-ups would likely turn a blind eye. After all, top talent flowing into the military was far more beneficial than into civilian life. In the East Capital Examination District, at the command center for the college entrance examination, one of the chief examiners, Lu Zido, observed Jiang Lin acquiring the Qingtian Cave's teleportation talisman and, with a sardonic smile, congratulated General Zhou beside him. Congratulations, General. Such a gifted individual will soon fall into your military's grasp. General Zhou shot Lu Zido a disdainful glance and spoke slowly. What do you mean by fall into our grasp? Do you imply we are akin to bandits? My words were indeed inappropriate. General Zhou paid little heed to this politician who only knew how to talk, instead focusing on the youth displayed on the screen, shaking his head in regret. At that moment, a young military examiner beside him inquired, General, why the sigh? This young man's affinity for contracts is exceedingly narrow. I had someone search through our military spirit beast resources and found nothing substantial. I wonder if those few that barely qualify can impress him. The young officer pursed his lips, glancing at the youth on the screen, feeling a twinge of sympathy for those with such a limited affinity for contracts. The relationship between contract affinity and charisma appeared to be inversely proportional. If a person's affinity was broad, their charisma tended to be weak. For instance, individuals with a strong affinity for avian spirit beasts could contract any avian spirit beast, but their charisma was often low, making it difficult to foster emotional bonds and mutual understanding with their spirit beasts, leading to slow increases in loyalty. Conversely, the situation was markedly different for those with narrower affinities. Take the girl named Fang He, whom Jiang Lin encountered at school, she was a quintessential example of this type. It was quite rare for them to encounter suitable spirit beasts, but Fang He was fortunate enough to have identified her affinity type early, allowing her to purposefully seek compatible spirit beasts. Those who never encountered a spirit beast to contract throughout their lives were truly unfortunate. Chapter 29, Military Academy Admission Qualifications. Jiang Lin had previously been in such a predicament, never considering the direction of human contracts, which left him uncertain about his affinity type for a long time. It was only after contracting Wei Xiaoming that he gained clarity about his contract affinity. Fang He's affinity was undoubtedly very narrow, but the spirit beasts suitable for her were eager to form contracts. If they were to meet, no communication would be necessary. The spirit beasts would be eager to contract with her. The display of strong charisma was akin to a young person smitten by their first love. Upon activating the teleportation talisman for the Qingtian cave, the boy's figure vanished from the surveillance footage. After a dizzying sensation of spatial teleportation, Jiang Lin found himself in the enigmatic Qingtian cave. Beneath his feet lay a platform approximately 100 meters in diameter, inscribed with intricate array patterns, functioning as a cross-dimensional teleportation array. Surrounding the teleportation array was a broad highway. Encircling it, and beyond lay a dense primordial forest. A ring of electrified iron fencing kept the flora and fauna of the forest at bay, while a straight road stretched into the distance. Not far from the exit of the teleportation array stood a sentry post, from which a team of soldiers emerged. A group of soldiers, both male and female, stood before him. The commanding officer first rendered a military salute, then succinctly introduced himself. "Welcome, students, to the Qingchuan Cave Heaven. This is the fourth publicly accessible entrance of the Qingchuan military base, and we are the liaison officers stationed here for the next few days." Under the scrutinizing gaze of the soldiers, Jiang Lin hastily returned a somewhat unrefined military salute and inquired, "Hello. I am curious about the specific purpose behind the establishment of this teleportation talisman for the exam. Could you elaborate?" The officer chuckled lightly and replied, "There's no rush. Let us get in the vehicle first, and I will explain everything to you on the way." A military truck emerged from behind the checkpoint, and after taking a seat in the back, the officer introduced himself. "I am Li Jun, a squad leader from a special mobile unit in the Eastern Military District. I am here to observe the caliber of this year's college entrance examinees. You are the first among the students in the Qingchuan Forest Examination Zone to slay a Golden Tier beast. To be candid, it is quite surprising that you managed to defeat a Golden Tier beast using a Silver Tier 1. This achievement is unlikely to be surpassed by any other examinee this year." As Jiang Lin listened silently to Li Jun's account, he felt a certain skepticism toward the so-called special mobile units. Each of the 5 major military districts had their own special mobile units, and there were quite a few in number. Some focused on counterterrorism, others on reconnaissance, some on suppressing formidable beasts, while others dealt with natural disasters, external combat, internal suppression of dangerous elements, and even confronting interdimensional invasions. The variety of these special mobile units was indeed vast, and what Li Jun referred to as a special mobile unit was anyone's guess. "Our unit operates under a high level of confidentiality, so I cannot disclose specific details. May I ask if you have any interest in enlisting? By joining our forces, you would have the opportunity to choose from several prestigious military academies: the National Defense Military University, Iron Blood Academy, Starry Sky Military University, Heavenly Shield University, Sea Defense University, Demon Hunter Academy, and Heavenly Craft University." Upon hearing the illustrious names of these 7 top-tier military schools, Jiang Lin felt a twinge of disappointment. These institutions were renowned as breeding grounds for the powerful, producing 40 of the nation's sovereign-level elites, and countless students aspired to gain admission. Unfortunately, these 7 universities only enrolled military personnel, and to enter, one must first enlist. A year of basic training followed by 3 years of military life was required before one could even qualify to apply to these schools. Success in the entrance examination was contingent upon one's innate talent. Jiang Lin felt a pang of regret. His unique contract affinity made it nearly impossible to find a suitable contract target within such a regimented environment. Glancing at Li Jun, who was eagerly awaiting his response, Jiang Lin smiled and said, "I need to think this over carefully. Indeed, that is a decision that requires thorough contemplation." In Li Jun's perspective, selecting from 7 prestigious military academies was not an easy task, and taking time to decide was entirely reasonable. However, Jiang Lin had already made up his mind to decline, focusing instead on how to refuse and return to the examination site. Not wanting to burden Li Jun with this matter, he directly stated, "I'm sorry, but I may not be able to join the military, nor attend those 7 universities." Li Jun was momentarily taken aback, studying Jiang Lin intently before breaking into a hearty laugh. "No worries, everyone has their own aspirations. We understand that military life can be rather restrictive. However, you are still entitled to your reward. Since you managed to slay a golden tier beast in the examination hall and obtained a teleportation talisman by our regulations, you may select an epic quality beast from our military's inventory. Hearing this, Jiang Lin's earlier disappointment lessened somewhat. He was genuinely interested in military service. As the saying goes, those who enlist regret for 3 years, while those who do not regret for a lifetime. Having never served in his previous life, he felt that enlisting this time would alleviate some of his life's regrets. Unfortunately, his contract affinity would forever bar him from the military. During their casual conversation, he learned that most golden tier and above beasts in the Qingchuan forest had been relocated to the Qingchuan cave heaven 2 weeks prior. Moreover, the lower tier beasts that could help students score points had been intentionally driven to specific areas of the forest and sealed away. No wonder the distribution of beasts encountered along the way appeared so peculiar. This explained everything. Upon arriving at a military camp and greeted by the curious gazes of soldiers, the two proceeded directly to a storage room. Li Jun handed over a tablet, stating, "This contains all the data on the epic level low-tier beasts we have on record. Please make your selection. I will wait for you in the office and return in an hour." "Thank you." Jiang Lin accepted the tablet, feeling no qualms about claiming this reward due to the teleportation talisman. The military's resources far surpassed those of the Liu family, and they had access to a plethora of rare beasts. The tablet displayed a comprehensive classification of the 64 recognized types by the Red Dragon Federation. Such a vast federation, rich in resources, ensured that any type of Beastmaster could find a suitable contracting beast. But how were beasts classified? In the initial stages of spiritual energy recovery, countries simply categorized beasts into 10 types: avian, terrestrial, aquatic, plant, insect, inanimate, energy, spiritual, humanoid, and anthropomorphic. However, as the Beastmaster system evolved, many who contracted different types of beasts found their classifications inadequate. For instance, a fire affinity Beastmaster might contract a fire phoenix, classified as avian, or a fire qilin, classified as terrestrial, and even a fusang tree, categorized as a plant. Fire attribute beasts could be found in the insect category, elemental category, or even among semi-human or humanoid types. Many Beastmasters grew increasingly dissatisfied with such simplistic classifications, leading to the establishment of 18 elemental categories based on beast attributes. The 9 primary elements, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light, darkness, wind, and thunder, were distinctly categorized, forming a new system. Moreover, due to the plethora of mutated elements in the world, 9 common mutated elements were also identified, forming 9 additional categories. Thus, the 18 elemental categories, including metal, magnetic, wood, life, water, ice, fire, and more, were delineated. At this point, there were 28 classifications for beasts, yet with the passage of time, it became evident that these categories were still insufficient. While the 28 classifications barely encompassed all beasts, they remained overly broad. Furthermore, many Beastmasters had very specific developmental focuses, contracting only beasts with certain traits throughout their lives, such as melee, defense, ranged, spellcasting, group combat, and speed-oriented styles. Among these individuals were powerful figures whose influence was undeniable. However, when introduced, they often did not fit into any of the 28 categories, creating an awkward dilemma. Thus, the stylistic factions of Beastmasters began to emerge, resulting in the classification of 18 common styles: poison, offense, hunting, defense, spellcasting, ranged, speed, and group combat, among others. As time progressed, it became evident that even 46 classifications for beasts were still lacking. In the realm of Beastmasters, certain particularly large groups or species hold a pivotal position within the entire world of Beastmasters. Simply categorizing them into elemental types such as fire, water, flying, or terrestrial creatures is evidently inadequate. Thus, an additional 18 distinct categories have been specially delineated, including the Beast Demon category, Half-Elemental category, Magical category, Fierce Beast category, Dragon category, Fairy category, Elf category, Orc category, and Artificial category, among others. Consequently, the Beastmaster system of the Crimson Dragon Federation has expanded to a total of 64 categories, and it remains uncertain whether this number will increase in the future. After all, times are ever-changing, and the prevailing sentiment among most is that further additions are likely. Beyond the borders of the Crimson Dragon Federation, numerous unique local categories exist, such as the Zombie category, Demon category, Devil category, Blood category, Shikigami category, Great Azura category, and the Heavenly Demon category of Transformation and Freedom. Even within the homeland of the Crimson Dragon Federation, there are niche categories like the Star category, Spirit Sacrifice category, Goo category, and Earth God category, which have not received official recognition from the Federation and thus do not belong to the Orthodox system. Chapter 30. The Small World of Dantian. Upon exploring the extensive classification of dragons, as a true-born citizen of the Crimson Dragon Federation, Jiang Lin's passion for dragon-type beasts is deeply ingrained in his very being. The name of the Crimson Dragon Federation itself includes the character for dragon, underscoring the esteemed position of dragon culture within the Federation. Dragon-type beasts hold a significant place within the entire extraordinary beast community. Dragons are distributed worldwide, and based on regional or ethnic characteristics, they can be broadly classified into 8 subcategories. The most renowned dragon species unique to the Crimson Dragon Federation is the divine dragon. This type of dragon is inherently endowed with the potential to become a totemic divine beast. They are majestic, wise, and born of a sacred essence. They can soar without wings, summon winds and rain, ride the clouds, and bless the land with favorable weather. The divine dragon is a primordial deity, appearing only partially, a guardian of a region. The second type is the giant dragon, which is relatively scarce within the Crimson Dragon Federation, with most having migrated from neighboring continents. They possess immense size and strength, sporting 2 wings, walking on 4 limbs, with long, thick tails, their bodies covered in scales, and sharp claws and spines. This dragon species is diverse, commonly seen in forms such as the red dragon, green dragon, or black dragon. They are unequivocal apex predators, exuding a formidable presence, possessing extraordinary intelligence, with a nature steeped in greed and primal instincts. The third type is the ancient dragon, also known as the dinosaur. Once the ruling biological sovereign of the prehistoric era, with formidable physiques that dominated the planet. For reasons unknown, they suffered a catastrophic decline and vanished from existence. Yet with the resurgence of spiritual energy, they are making a comeback. Within the Crimson Dragon Federation, the number of dinosaurs is considerable and widely sought after. Upon sequentially exploring the options for these 3 types of dragons, Jiang Lin found plenty of choices with dinosaurs, yet none for divine dragons or giant dragons. However, it is understandable, as he could only select epic quality beasts. Both the divine dragon and giant dragon fall above the legendary quality threshold and are thus unavailable for selection. Even if he were to earn a legendary quality beast, it is likely that he would lack the qualifications to choose from these 2 dragon species. Such exceedingly scarce resources have always been monopolized by those at the upper echelons, making it implausible for them to be relegated to the status of mere prizes. Gathering his thoughts, Jiang Lin did not linger among the myriad dinosaur options and instead clicked on the dragon beast category. Dragon beasts are an independent lineage derived from the legitimate dragon species and other potent bloodlines. They do not revert to ancestral forms, but rather form their own distinct group. Often referred to as half-dragons, their bloodlines are not inferior to true dragons. In fact, they may even be stronger. The most representative examples include the flood dragon, flying dragon, Yinglong, Yazi, and half-dragon people. There are numerous selectable targets within this category, yet few truly captivate Jiang Lin's interest. Upon accessing the dragonkin category, the available options dwindled even further. Dragonkin are similar to dragon beasts. However, they are even rarer, with the vast majority being unique entities. They do not form groups, but due to their lineage tracing back to true dragons within 3 generations, their bloodlines have yet to solidify, leaving open the possibility of reverting to true dragons, making dragonkin highly coveted. Exiting the dragonkin options, Jiang Lin glanced at the dragon-related creatures category, but felt no particular interest in delving further. While dragon-related creatures can be classified among dragons, their rarity and value are considerably lower. They are merely beings that have undergone mutations influenced by dragon power, with their physical forms, quality, and spiritual energy only marginally enhanced. Even those few fortunate enough to inherit some dragon bloodline and abilities are not worthy of his special attention. As for the remaining 2 true dragon types, the list did not even provide options for selection, leaving Jiang Lin to ponder. The other 2 dragon types are the feathered serpent and the naga, and with neither the divine dragon nor the giant dragon available, these 2 true dragons absent from the Crimson Dragon Federation are even less likely to be options. Exiting the dragon category, Jiang Lin returned to the main page. Surveying the full array of 64 beast categories, he opted to forego examining each one individually and directly entered keywords into the search bar. The keywords multi-attribute and average attribute ratio were entered, though he was uncertain whether the military's tablet system could yield results based on such ambiguous criteria. Naturally, if one is to put on a show, it must be complete, since he has reported his affinity for contracts as balanced. The beasts he seeks must align with his persona. It must be said that the military's tablet proved remarkably efficient, as it comprehended even such ambiguous keywords. The search yielded 5 beasts, icefield steed, yellow mud dragon eel, cold water crucian carp, dust sand gecko, and blue flower wood. As he perused the information on these 5 beasts, he immediately ruled out the cold water crucian carp, dust sand gecko, and blue flower wood. The cold water crucian carp embodies the water and ice attributes, with both attributes at a ratio of 50. However, as ice is a variant attribute of water, it fundamentally remains a water attribute. The dust sand gecko and blue flower would similarly fit this pattern, with the dust sand gecko being primarily a soil attribute despite its dual soil and sand attributes. The life attribute of the blue flower wood is a variant of the wood attribute, thus failing to meet the criteria. The yellow mud dragon eel possesses both water and earth attributes, fitting Jiang Lin's requirements. However, this beast's limitations are significant, and even if it fits, it cannot be selected. Ultimately, only the icefield steed remained. While this beast's quality is merely deemed perfect, selecting it would entail certain disadvantages, yet Jiang Lin was unconcerned, believing he could invest effort to enhance its capabilities. Among the beasts provided by the military, many surpassed the icefield steed in excellence, yet he decided against pursuing them. Feeling no connection, shortly after selecting the icefield steed, Li Jun approached him, holding an ordinary beast ball, prompting Jiang Lin to speculate. Could it be that the selection process was so swift? This is the beast you selected. The options available for you have long been prepared. Once you confirm your choice, we will swiftly deploy it via the teleportation array. Our military logistics system is quite formidable. Accepting the beast ball handed over by Li Jun, Jiang Lin was contemplating how to excuse himself when he heard Li Jun say, "The Qingchuan Dantian has never been open to the public. This opportunity is rare. You students who have received the teleportation token can hunt in the gold tier beast area until the exam concludes. Would you care to give it a try?" His intention to leave was thus halted. Given such a splendid opportunity, it would be a shame to waste it, and he promptly nodded in agreement. Outside the Qingchuan Dantian, within the Qingchuan forest, Chun Jie rode his mount, the howling wind wolf, following the scent of blood to a cave entrance, where he discovered a communication jade talisman lying at the cave's mouth. Picking it up, he noted that the 3 calls for help inscribed upon it had not yet been utilized. He pondered where the student holding this talisman had gone. Squinting at the entrance of the cave, he inquired of his steed beneath him, "Howlwind, is the scent of human blood emanating from within?" Upon receiving a nod from his beast, Chun Jie did not hesitate, mounting the Howlwind wolf and charging into the darkness. Chapter 31, The Death Indicator. Warning, warning. A student has encountered a high-risk beast attack, unable to timely release a distress signal. Should we intervene? Please advise, please advise, please advise. The broadcasting system urgently repeated the request for guidance, underscoring the critical nature of the situation. The wilderness survival challenge inherently bore considerable risks, no matter how meticulously one prepared. Unexpected occurrences like this were inevitable. In the camp's command center, the alarm blared, prompting communications personnel to immediately notify the rescue team on standby for the perilous area to mobilize. They anxiously monitored the surveillance footage showing the endangered student, escalating the matter through the proper channels. At the National Examination Coordination Command Center, the atmosphere grew tense as the alarm sounded once more, causing the chief examiners to wear grim expressions. Such incidents had occurred 4 times already. 3 rescues had been timely, yet 1 unfortunate student had still perished. The prospect of fatalities among examinees was unsettling, and despite their mental preparations, each occurrence left the examiners feeling unnerved. With a 1 in 100,000 chance of incident and a 1 in a million mortality rate, these were the acceptable thresholds set by the federal authorities. As long as the incidents did not exceed these limits, accountability would not fall upon them. However, should the number of accidents and fatalities surpass this threshold, none of the examiners would escape unscathed. Watching the live feed with a mix of anxiety and composure, a student unexpectedly reached the site of the fallen student before the rescue personnel. This sparked a flicker of hope among the examiners. The student's profile was swiftly retrieved. Name, Chun Jie, senior at Qingyan High School, age 18. Affinity, wolf-type beasts. Contracted beasts, Howlwind wolf, iron spine jackal, void silver wolf, and blowing sand gray wolf. Remarkably, 2 of his beasts had reached silver rank, enabling him to engage with the golden-ranked beast lurking within the cave. A collective sigh of relief swept through the examiners as they hoped this young man could hold out until help arrived. As Chun Jie ventured but a few steps into the cave, a reminder from the Howlwind wolf alerted him to a shadow lurking in the darkness nearby. It was a colossal toad, and though Chun Jie was unfamiliar with its scientific name, an instinctive sense of danger informed him that this was a wild golden-ranked beast. Just as the toad prepared to strike a humanoid figure, Chun Jie instinctively shouted, "Hey, toad, look over here." A long, slimy tongue shot forth from the depths of the cave. The vigilant Howlwind wolf leaped aside just in time, narrowly avoiding the foul-smelling, sticky appendage. The cave wall was left with a large dent from the seemingly soft tongue as Chunjie gathered his wind energy and struck downwards with a knife-end motion. The tongue, however, revealed its pliable side, behaving like a rubber band. The strike merely grazed it, inflicting a minor wound. The toad's tongue retracted with astonishing speed, producing a deafening croak that reverberated throughout the cave. Chunjie grimaced, instinctively covering his ears as though a grenade had detonated beside him. Glancing at several objects ensconced in white slime beside the toad, he surmised that one of them must be the unfortunate student. The encapsulated forms still exhibited signs of life, suggesting that the toad understood the virtue of fresh food. Through the Howlwind Wolf's senses, Chunjie detected the presence of a human stealthily entering the cave, likely a member of the rescue team. He commanded the Howlwind Wolf to unleash a few wind blasts towards the toad before turning to flee outside. Such a wild golden-ranked beast possessed a strong territorial instinct and would not tolerate any provocation from other beasts. The Howlwind Wolf and Chunjie did not pose a threat to the toad, leading it to believe that capturing the two prey was a foregone conclusion, thus allowing Chunjie to lure it out of the cave with relative ease. A soldier appeared beside the injured and unconscious student. Observing that the young man outside was now engaged in combat with the massive toad, convinced the lad was relatively safe for the moment. He knelt to assess the injured student's condition. Donning specialized gloves, he carefully tore away the white slime encasing the student, revealing no significant injuries. Checking for breath and using a flashlight to examine the pupils, he sighed in relief upon confirming the student was still alive. However, a glance at the student's neck revealed a multitude of red rashes, prompting immediate concern. It was evident the student had been poisoned. Aware of the toad's ongoing battle outside, the soldier's expression turned grave. While poison-type beasts were not particularly strong in close combat, their true challenge lay in their toxic nature, often requiring unconventional antidotes. Fighting them was manageable as long as one avoided their venom, and many beasts could overcome them in a fair match. However, succumbing to their poison, even a beast of a higher tier could face dire consequences. Instances of poison-type beasts defeating their adversaries of higher ranks were not uncommon, and the soldier hoped fervently that the young man would not fall victim. If he were to engage, it could jeopardize the lad's performance. Chunjie, however, was not one to be careless. The moment he laid eyes on the toad, he recognized it as a poison-type beast. Although his academic prowess was lacking, he was well-versed in conventional strategies against poison-type foes. Dismounting the Howlwind Wolf, he swiftly retrieved a set of protective gear from his storage pouch and donned it, maintaining a safe distance while directing the Howlwind Wolf to engage remotely. With the protective wind barrier surrounding the Howlwind Wolf, it was shielded from most toxins. Chunjie also summoned his other two beasts, the Void Silver Wolf and the Blowing Sand Gray Wolf, and together, they commenced their assault. The golden-ranked beast's intimidation factor began to dwindle. While poison-type beasts excelled at ambushing stronger foes, as long as they avoided being poisoned, they could be easily vanquished by other beasts. Though the toad was a golden-ranked beast, in terms of close combat or spells, it could barely match the silver-ranked Howlwind Wolf. The Void Silver Wolf stealthily launched surprise attacks from the void, while the Blowing Sand Gray Wolf unleashed torrents of sand, effectively burying the toxic sludge spewed by the toad. Focused solely on its venomous capabilities, the toad struggled against the unconventional tactics employed by Chunjie and his beasts, gradually losing its resolve and contemplating retreat back into the cave. Chunjie would not afford it such an opportunity. He commanded his three beasts to unleash a flurry of attacks, tearing the toad's back apart, leaving pools of toxic sludge in their wake, yet managing to avoid contact with it. Once the toad's protective layer was compromised, it was easily dispatched by the Howlwind Wolf's sharp claws. Ultimately, the toad collapsed at the cave's mouth, a gaping hole carved into its back by the Howlwind Wolf. Ignoring the deceased creature, Chunjie dashed into the cave, just in time to see a soldier carrying the injured and unconscious student toward the entrance. "This classmate, you did well. I'll take over from here. You continue with your examination. Is everything all right with this fellow?" Chunjie inquired curiously, having previously detected an intruder in the cave and surmising it to be a rescue team. Noticing that the situation had calmed down, he posed the question. The unfortunate lad had been dragged along, suffering from severe abrasions on his back, and was afflicted by a toxin. Fortunately, it was of the chronic variety, thus salvageable. "Oh, I see. Then I shall not delay you further. Quickly take him back to the camp." "Understood." The soldier hoisted the injured man and stepped out of the cave, casting a glance at the deceased toad. After a moment of hesitation, he remarked suggestively, "The lair of a gold-tier beast is not chosen lightly. You should thoroughly search it. You may stumble upon something worthwhile." Observing the figure of the bird soaring away, Chunjie tugged at his somewhat stifling protective suit. After a moment's contemplation, he ultimately decided against removing it and turned back into the cave. At the Examination Coordination Center, a cadre of examiners watched with a cold gaze as a soldier signaled Chenjia. Many furrowed their brows, stealing glances at the stern-faced General Zhou. Yet no one dared to voice their discontent. The young man had been the first to enter the cave, diverting the attention of the toad, which ultimately spared the unfortunate studentess life, inadvertently providing significant assistance to the examiners. Several examiners felt a sense of gratitude towards Chenjia, naturally opting to turn a blind eye at this moment. Chapter 32. The Night of the Wolf Pack. As night fell, following a day of travel, most students gradually congregated into various groups. With the onset of darkness, the sounds of wild beasts echoed in a cacophony, with the howls of wolves resonating most intensely from a particular location. Zhu Biao and Huang Xing, upon hearing the familiar wolf howls, hastened to locate Chenjia, who had been waiting for quite some time. Jiezi, what transpired? We encountered numerous jungle wolves on our way here. Was it wise to summon us? Huang Xing was the last to arrive, a hint of blood lingering on him, clearly indicating he had encountered some skirmishes en route. Today, I uncovered a secret. I felt it imperative to inform you, lest you miss a small opportunity. Opportunity? What sort of opportunity warrants risking the attention of so many wild beasts? Chenjia wasted no time and tossed the teleportation talisman for Qingchuan Cave, designated as number 79, to Huang Xing. With this talisman, you may enter Qingchuan Cave once before the first round of the examination concludes. Upon entering, your exam is deemed complete without needing to return to the military camp. Huang Xing read the fine print on the back of the talisman, appearing somewhat skeptical. Is this for real? This examination has such hidden rewards? Absolutely genuine. This talisman indeed facilitates teleportation. Playing with the talisman in hand, Huang Xing glanced at Zhu Biao, noting his prior knowledge of the situation, and promptly inquired, "How did you come by this?" Number 79, there should be quite a few, right? I was fortunate enough to slay a gold-tier beast today, and this was found in its lair. I suspect each gold-tier beast's lair is equipped with one. Impressive. To take down a gold-tier beast single-handedly. We agreed to slack off together, yet you trained in secret. Are we still brothers? Chenjia rolled his eyes in exasperation. Stop the nonsense. I could barely breathe with the two of you dragging me down. How can you even say that? I faced a toxic beast today. It was the protective suit that enabled me to deal with it. After a moment's contemplation, Huang Xing suggested, you attracted a pack of jungle wolves. Their alpha must be a gold-tier beast. Shall we take a shot at it? Are you out of your mind? Engaging in battle with a pack of wolves at night? Am I crazy or are you? Chenjia, whose affinity lay with wolf-type beasts, was acutely aware of their nature and would not make such a foolish choice. Zhu Biao interjected, this afternoon, I passed by a river and spotted a large fish in the middle. It should be a gold-tier beast. However, it was swimming around, and I have no idea if it's still there. None of us are adept in aquatic combat. Even if we find it, it would be futile. The three exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for direction. However, pairs of glimmering green eyes from the distance abruptly interrupted their contemplation. Well, you've howled all afternoon, attracting who knows how many wild beasts. What do we do now? Chenjia shrugged nonchalantly. I did this to inform you of the news. My score is sufficient. What about you? Sufficient, indeed, but the gap between us may be considerable. You secured a gold-tier beast crystal today. You must assist your brothers in acquiring one too. No problem, but if we can avoid tonight's battle, let's do so. I have no desire to be entangled with a wolf pack. Let us make our exit. By a campfire, two young women sat across from each other, the atmosphere somewhat subdued. Observing the roasted meat skewered on the iron stick held by Wei Xiaoming, Lu Wanqing attempted to break the silence. I never expected to encounter you here. What a stroke of misfortune. Wei Xiaoming smiled quietly, choosing not to respond, and handed Lu Wanqing 2 skewers of roasted beast meat, resuming her meal. You are Jiang Lin's maid. You must attend the same university as him, right? Which one are you planning to enroll in? It should be the Adventurer University. Upon hearing this, Lu Wanqing's expression shifted slightly. Among the Red Dragon Federation, aside from the 7 military academies and 14 state-run elite universities, the Adventurer University likely ranked at the bottom among the 23 elite private institutions. Is your choice of this university due to its relatively lax management? Wei Xiaoming nodded naturally. Indeed, we heard that as long as we pass the exams, attending classes is optional. Though she stated this, the extracurricular workload at the Adventurer University was the heaviest among all universities. Many adventurous tasks required risking one's life to accomplish. Surely, you do not believe this university is a place for leisure and entertainment? Of course not. Casting a dubious glance at Wei Xiaoming, Lu Wanqing seemed unconvinced, just as she was about to find a topic to discuss. A distant pack of glowing green eyes interrupted her train of thought. It's the jungle wolves. Their howls have been echoing since dusk. This pack is quite large, conservatively estimated to number over 100, and surely, there is a gold-tier wolf king among them. Can you handle it? Look over there at that little hill. That should be the Wolf King. Wei Xiaoming had also been drawn in by the howls of Chunjia's wolves, but she had arrived a moment too late. As the sounds had ceased midway, finding a relatively flat and dry spot, she prepared to endure the night, only to unexpectedly encounter Lu Wanqing. Under the moonlight, a sizable wolf beast stood atop the little hill, resembling a king surveying its territory, its eyes fixated on their campfire. With the formidable gold-tier Beastmaster Wei Xiaoming by her side, Lu Wanqing felt a surge of reassurance. She had personally witnessed Wei Xiaoming's prowess. A mere wild gold-tier beast was hardly a challenge. However, the gathering wolf pack posed a significant dilemma. The battle erupted without warning as the wolf pack, sensing the encirclement, launched the first assault. Lu Wanqing summoned the flame lion, while Wei Xiaoming called forth a heat rat, instantly engaging in combat with the advancing wolves. While directing the flame lion, Lu Wanqing stole a glance at the beast summoned by Wei Xiaoming. With her exceptional prowess in the realm of beast mastery, she immediately discerned that the resplendent, fiery-haired creature before her was not an ordinary fire-type beast, but rather a variant possessing the attributes of heat, a heat-type beast. The conventional abilities of heat-type beasts revolve around manipulating thermal energy, devoid of the unique flames characteristic of fire-type creatures. Nonetheless, their control over thermal energy is complemented by certain abilities typically associated with ice-type beasts. Thus, in this exchange of gains and losses, it is difficult to ascertain which possesses the upper hand. The jungle wolves harbor a profound fear of flames, not stemming from a physiological response, but rather a psychological one. Consequently, when confronted by two beasts capable of fiery assaults, their demeanor in battle becomes exceedingly cautious. After leaving a few wolf carcasses in their wake, they hastily retreated at the sound of the Wolf King's distant howl. Let us proceed to slay the Wolf King. It's worth over 800 points. Wei Xiaoming, bold and daring in her abilities, found herself utterly disinterested in the several corpses of rock-tier wolves nearby. Wait a moment, I shall retrieve their beast crystals first. Chapter 33, The Scoring Trio. The night marked a period of heightened activity for numerous beasts, leaving many students feeling overwhelmed. Those who banded together in small groups fared slightly better, providing mutual support. In stark contrast, the majority of solitary candidates issued one or two distress signals. By the teleportation array adjacent to the Qingchuan cave, the arrival of the second student invigorated the few remaining guards. Had Jiang Lin been present, he would have recognized the newcomer as Mu Linglong, the very individual he had bid farewell to. The soldier tasked with receiving Mu Linglong was a comrade of Li Jun, who, after perusing the information on her tablet, could only shake his head in disbelief. Classmate, your fortune is indeed remarkable. How fortunate you are to stumble upon such a boon. I wish I had experienced such luck during my own examinations. Mu Linglong felt a twinge of embarrassment. As she departed from Jiang Lin, the sun had begun to set. Upon returning to the site where she had abandoned her tent, she thought merely to endure the night. Little did she anticipate that before reaching that location, darkness would envelop her completely, leading her to lose her way. Unbeknownst to her, she had unwittingly wandered near the lair of the giant stone-armored elephant and, as if favored by destiny, found herself escorting a young stone-armored elephant back to its homeland. Thus, she fortuitously discovered this teleportation talisman for Qingchuan Cave, number 29. A haunting and profound wolf howl summoned the surrounding wolf packs over several kilometers. The Jungle Wolf King, facing the formidable golden jade elemental mouse, shamelessly opted for a tactic of encirclement. In preparation for the examinations, the military had relocated numerous gold-tier and all beasts above to the Qingchuan Cave, leaving this Wolf King as one of the few top-tier gold beasts in the Qingchuan forest, its strength nearing that of a lord-level beast. When Wei Xiaoming and Lu Wanqing approached this Wolf King, it sparked a wave of tension within the military command center that had been closely monitoring its activities. This pack of jungle wolves exhibited formidable strength, boasting 3 silver-tier head wolves nearing gold-tier, and soon, the battle captured the attention of the Examination Coordination Center in the Eastern Empire capital. Remarkably, this young girl is also a gold-tier Beastmaster. The youth of today are increasingly impressive. The arena was a chaotic clash of 10 silver-tier beasts and dozens of bronze-tier beasts. Lu Wanqing unleashed her Flame Lion, Crimson Fire Charm, Red Phoenix, and Illusory Fire Weasel, all of which she had cultivated to silver tier. This level of mastery places her among the elite of her generation within the Federation. Among Wei Xiaoming's silver-tier beasts, aside from the thousand-shaped mouse given to Jiang Lin, her 3 main combat silver-tier beasts were the Heat Rat, Plague Rat, and Marching Mouse. The combat prowess of these 3 rodents was not inferior to that of the thousand-shaped mouse. In truth, she possessed 3 additional silver-tier rodent beasts, but they were of a supportive nature and thus remained unutilized. The clash between the Golden Jade Elemental Mouse and the Jungle Wolf King resembled 2 colossal machines of war. with the forest being ravaged as trees were uprooted and the earth itself quaked. The Wolf King clamped its jaws around the golden jade elemental mouse, thrashing and biting, yet failed to inflict any harm on the substantial rodent. In contrast, the mouse's tail casually struck the Wolf King, resulting in severe lacerations. Within the Examination Coordination Center, a curious chief examiner inquired, "Has anyone encountered this jade mouse adorned with golden threads?" Silence enveloped the group of examiners until one Beastmaster examiner, deep in thought, remarked, "This beast appears to be a half-elemental creature, possessing attributes of gold, stone, and earth. One of its parents must be a rodent-type beast, which explains its classification as a half-elemental creature. This must be a unique existence. It is entirely normal that no one has seen it before. Why are you so focused on these trivial matters? Have you not yet realized? The 4 beasts this girl summoned are all divine entities. Is there no sense of fairness left?" The examiners gasped in astonishment, immediately scrutinizing the status of the 4 summoned beasts. To their shock, they realized the significance of having 4 divine beings present, a fact that underscored the girl's extraordinary talent. Could she have comprehended 4 heavenly heart divine patterns at such a tender age? However, it was equally plausible that her divine beasts were cultivated with rare treasures of heaven and earth. No one paid heed to the examiner's comments. Such treasures were not so easily obtained. The battle between the golden jade elemental mouse and the jungle wolf king raged on. Despite the wolf king's tier being significantly higher, approaching that of a lord-level beast, the disparity in quality, being merely a potential dragon-grade beast, placed it 3 tiers below the divine creature. Thus, while the Wolf King possessed 4 innate abilities, it was destined to succumb to the golden jade elemental mouse, which boasted 7 innate powers. Within the same tier, a higher cultivation merely indicated greater spiritual energy and prolonged combat endurance. The outcome of the battle ultimately hinged on the beast's respective abilities. The golden jade elemental mouse not only surpassed the Wolf King in quality by 3 tiers, but also wielded an array of innate powers, with Wei Xiaoming providing strategic oversight, rendering it virtually invulnerable. The jungle Wolf King, hailing from humble origins, lacked any acquired abilities. After cycling through its 4 innate powers, it had no remarkable tactics left to employ. The battle unfolded entirely under Wei Xiaoming's command, to the point where she no longer concerned herself with the duel between the 2 gold-tier beasts, redirecting her attention toward the 3 silver-tier beasts. Throughout the night, the clash between the 2 gold-tier beasts and a multitude of silver-tier beasts ravaged the forest, prompting many candidates to sense the commotion, yet dissuading them from approaching. After a day of acclimatization, many candidates had gleaned valuable lessons from the forest, with several having expended their rescue opportunities in an area that radiated danger. Even the most intrepid students had lost their nerve, having searched all night for gold-tier beasts. Chun Jie and his companions found nothing, but ended up rescuing several students ensnared in peril. Their entourage of followers served as testament to their efforts. Utilizing a certain ocular technique to observe the distant conflict, they felt a chill of sweat trickling down their backs. "Look at the mess you've caused, attracting so many wolves. Once the exam concludes, Sister Ming will surely have your skin." Chun Jie pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Let us lend a hand while the battle rages on. Perhaps we can ameliorate the situation." Zhu Biao and Huang Xing exchanged exasperated glances before shouting to the throng behind them, "Stay back. We are heading to that battlefield. Only the fearless may follow." Without waiting for the reactions of the candidates, the 3 individuals dashed toward the location where Wei Xiaoming and her companions were engaged in battle. Many candidates hesitated, yet a few fearless souls formed 2 distinct groups. Zhu Biao, observing the frail student riding a warhorse behind him, jested, "Glasses. You truly have no fear of death." The student referred to as Glasses was the first to be rescued by the trio, thus he was most familiar with them. Determined to stick with these formidable allies, he replied, "Brother Biao, there must be golden-tier beast tamers fighting ahead. Once they are exhausted, with your strength, we will undoubtedly reap substantial rewards." "Reap rewards? Don't speak recklessly. We're merely going to collect corpses and toil. Be swift in your actions," he cautioned. "The combatants are our formidable elder sister, a golden-tier beast tamer, a powerhouse to reckon with." At this juncture, Huang Xing also interjected, "Since you 3 have chosen to follow us, let me clarify. Our elder sister is exceedingly kind-hearted, but you might want to sweeten your words when addressing her. She may generously bestow upon you the rock tier. Lowly beasts she deems unworthy." The trio accompanying Chun Jie observed the extreme caution exhibited by the silver-tier tamers and swallowed hard, clearly aware that the elder sister had left a substantial psychological impact on them. Chapter 34, An Unexpected Harvest. A faint dawn broke on the horizon. As the exhausted Wolf King of the jungle had long since lost the will to fight, the pack of nearly 1,000 wolves had suffered grievous losses, with over half perished, a toll that would require years to recover from. The addition of Chun Jie and his companions to the fray was the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. The remaining wolves began to rout, disregarding the Wolf King's commands, fleeing in disarray. Witnessing his pack's flight, the Wolf King's gaze was a mixture of fury and relief. Such a catastrophic loss rendered him unfit to remain among his kin. Only by redeeming himself could he offer his pack an explanation. Sensing the Wolf King was about to go all out, Wei Xiaoming refocused her attention on the golden jade rat. After letting out a howl, the Wolf King clamped down on the golden jade rat, exerting every ounce of strength until his teeth shattered, managing to deform the creature. Yet, the golden jade rat emitted no anguished cries. It merely glanced at the Wolf King before raising its claws and piercing through its skull, creating 5 gaping holes. In the astonished gaze of the chief examiners, the nearly lord-level Wolf King met its demise. The students who had followed Chun Jie stood dumbfounded. They had vividly felt the imposing presence of the Wolf King, which had stifled their breath and ignited an impulse to flee. Now that sensation had vanished, replaced by an even deeper tension. Surely, this legendary elder sister would be easy to get along with, right? As the battle concluded and the sky brightened, the trio greeted, "Good morning, little Meng." "Good morning, miss." Chun Jie and his companions looked like loyal followers, leaving the other 3 students in awe once again. "You 3 tidy up. I'm a bit fatigued and need to rest," Wei Xiaoming announced. Despite the high-intensity conflict, she felt little fatigue, while Lu Wanqing genuinely was exhausted. Unaware of Wei Xiaoming's significance to the trio, Lu Wanqing felt justified in commanding them. Leading Wei Xiaoming aside, she produced a round sphere from her storage bag and tossed it to the ground. Instantly, the sphere expanded, transforming into a hemispherical dwelling. Amidst a flurry of lights and shadows, the abode seamlessly blended with its surroundings, rendering it completely concealed. This treasure was indeed a portable cave dwelling. Albeit the simplest and most affordable type, still a priceless gem ordinary people could hardly envision. The interior was structured like an apartment, a mobile home complete with a bathroom, kitchen, and all necessities, making it feel just like home. The lavish lifestyle of the wealthy was astonishingly unpretentious, even in the harsh realities of wilderness survival. It could be so comfortable. Chun Jie and his companions exchanged glances at the ravaged forest, shaking their heads in wry amusement. The trio of followers felt their worldview profoundly shaken. After processing the wolf carcasses, 3 to 4 hours had passed. When Wei Xiaoming and her companions emerged from the portable cave, they had changed into fresh garments. The weariness and scent of blood completely washed away, likely after enjoying a hot bath and a restful slumber. The others, covered in blood and grime, felt a striking contrast. A complete platter of beast crystals was presented before Wei Xiaoming, as Chun Jie, somewhat obsequiously, remarked, "Little Meng, all the beast crystals are right here." Accepting the platter, Wei Xiaoming handed it to Lu Wanqing, saying, "Shall we split it evenly?" Lu Wanqing shook her head, casually grabbing a handful. "This is more than sufficient. My score has already surpassed 150. I doubt I need this much. You take it instead." Wei Xiaoming, unreserved, selected the Golden Tier Wolf King's crystal and after some deliberation, passed the remainder to Chun Jie. "You 3 have worked hard. Consider this your reward." Chun Jie likewise refrained from formality, handing the platter to Huang Xing. Then producing the Qingchuan Cave Teleportation Talisman. "Little Meng, miss, take a look at this treasure I found in the lair of a Golden Tier beast. It's a hidden boon for the exam." The Qingchuan Cave Teleportation Talisman? The 2 girls exchanged glances, astonished by such an exam feature. This talisman could likely only be found in the lair of a Golden Tier beast, and with only today left in the exam, time was of the essence. Tossing the talisman back to Chun Jie, she urged, "This will be immensely useful for you 3. Do not waste time here. Hurry and search." Jiang Lin had already informed Wei Xiaoming of this matter on their way to the Qingchuan Cave. When Chun Jie called for Huang Xing and Zhu Biao using the wolf howl, she intended to inform them as well, but was surprised to find they were already aware. Are you looking for the lair of a Golden Tier beast?" spoke the student whom Zhu Biao had labeled Glasses. Feeling the group's gaze upon him, he grew anxious and began to speak rapidly. "Yesterday, I passed through a ravine and noticed many animal bones. I didn't dare to investigate and took a detour. I suspect that must be the lair of a Golden Tier beast." At that moment, another student chimed in. "If we're discussing the lair of a Golden Tier beast, I also discovered a location yesterday that is almost certainly one. It was atop a colossal ancient tree with a large bird's nest, and many animal bones lay beneath it. I didn't dare to check it out. I spent the entire day watching the skies, fearing an aerial assault from a Golden Tier avian." Huang Xing turned to the last student, who shook his head. Selecting 3 rock tier beast crystals from the platter, he said, "Time is running short. Take these and hurry back to the military camp." Shifting his gaze to the other 2 students, he continued, "Do you 2 mind leading us? We can't afford to waste too much time." For the 30 minutes it takes to return to the camp, we can compensate with a copper-tier beast crystal. As for your guidance, how does 3 copper-tier beast crystals sound? Such a remarkable harvest. The 2 students aware of the location of the golden-tier beast nest wore expressions of delight, while those who had acquired 3 rock-tier beast crystals looked on with envy. 4 copper-tier beast crystals amounted to a staggering 360 points, surpassing the total score by such a margin that one could only wonder at the benefits it might bestow. Alas, lacking intelligence on golden-tier beasts, he could only harbor envy. The group dispersed, some returning to camp, while others set off in search of prey. Casting a glance at the now-recovered golden jade elemental mouse, it was evident that the transformation of solid elemental life was not easily restored. The Wolf King's desperate assault had indeed inflicted some damage. However, elemental beings are famously resistant to physical harm, and even though the golden jade elemental mouse is but a semi-elemental creature, it possesses similar traits. Will you accompany me in search of the golden-tier beasts? Lu Wanqing pondered for a moment before shaking her head. You go ahead. I might not be able to partake in the battle of golden-tier beasts, so I shan't weigh you down. Chapter 35, The Elusive Fortune. Within the ethereal realm of Qingchuan Cave, Jiang Lin encountered the newly arrived Mu Linglong while wandering in the golden-tier beast area. After a moment of silent mutual observation, Jiang Lin could no longer suppress his curiosity and inquired, "How did you manage to enter?" After nightfall, I found myself wandering aimlessly and stumbled upon the lair of the great stone-armored elephant, from which I discovered the teleportation rune for the cave. Furrowing his brow at Mu Linglong's account, Jiang Lin found it rather incredulous. In the extraordinary world, luck could not merely be quantified by probability. Behind every unusual occurrence, a certain force is at play. Could you release the stone-armored elephant for me to see? Though Mu Linglong found Jiang Lin's request somewhat bizarre, she had successfully contracted the beast thanks to his efforts, so she gave it little thought and summoned the stone-armored elephant. Indeed, having absorbed high-purity spiritual liquid, the stone-armored elephant not only evolved into a legendary quality, but also seemed to awaken some deeply hidden bloodlines. With a thought, the divine authority activated, revealing the creature's information. Beast name, Jade Divine Treasure Elephant. Beast type, Fortune Beast, Terrestrial Class. Attributes, Earth 69, Fortune 30, Miscellaneous 1. Strength, Breakthrough Level 1. Quality, Legendary. Bloodlines, Jade Mica Elephant, Maha Treasure Elephant. Innate abilities, Earth Vein Mechanism, Blessing Technique, Dimension Compression, Blessed Domain, Heart of Heaven Perception, Clan Luck Suppression. Acquired abilities, none. This was, astonishingly, an exceedingly rare fortune-type beast. To possess one would ensure a lifetime of smooth sailing, a coveted asset sought after by various sects, families, and factions. If outsiders were to learn of this girl's possession, she might find herself in dire peril. Jiang Lin felt a twinge of frustration. How could such a monumental opportunity slip through his fingers? Was it possible that his own fortune had been misaligned, influenced by this girl? The notion of luck is nebulous, and he had gleaned some superficial understanding from the elder of the Lu family. It is said that only those who have contracted fortune-type beasts are privy to the realm of totemic mastery. He wondered if this rumor held any truth. Could this girl truly possess the potential to ascend to totem mastery? What if he were to contract her? From his storage pouch, he procured a vial of high-purity earth attribute spiritual liquid, uncorked it, and, while the elephant and Mu Linglong were momentarily distracted, poured it into the evolving trunk of the Jade Divine Treasure Elephant. What are you doing? Mu Linglong was once again taken aback by Jiang Lin's enigmatic actions. Noting the high-quality liquid, has he gone mad again? It still lacks some foundational elements, so I'm merely supplementing it. But it has already contracted with me. I am aware. You've already given it 2 vials of spiritual liquid. I don't know how I can repay you. After a moment of staring at her, he remarked, "You can repay me with yourself." Mu Linglong was momentarily stunned, exclaiming, What? What kind of joke is that? You were the one who chose to feed it." Ignoring the girl, who was descending into panic, Jiang Lin crouched to examine the condition of the Jade Divine Treasure Elephant. Recognizing the need for thorough research on such an exceedingly rare fortune-type beast, the bloodlines of the Jade Mica Elephant and Maha Treasure Elephant were not particularly remarkable. While these beasts were rare, one could still find them within the Crimson Dragon Federation. The transformation of this little creature into a fortune-type beast was likely not significantly influenced by those bloodlines. Jiang Lin's mind swirled with possibilities, considering various factors that might have contributed to its mutation. The consumption of high-quality spiritual liquid at birth could be one reason. Abnormal birthing conditions might be another. And certain stimuli while in its mother's womb could also play a role. With so many variables, it was impossible to pinpoint the exact cause of its transformation, and it might even be a combination of several factors. The little creature appeared to be in excellent health. After patting its head, Jiang Lin stood and glanced at the bewildered Mu Linglong, contemplating his next words. I apologize. I fear I may have brought you considerable trouble. The girl, confused, did not fully grasp Jiang Lin's implications. This little one has undergone a mutation. It can no longer be referred to as the stone-armored elephant. You may now call it the Jade Divine Treasure Elephant. With a piercing gaze directed at the girl, he continued, this beast is exceedingly rare. Should it be exposed, the lives of your entire family could be at stake. I wonder, is this your fortune or misfortune? Mu Linglong found Jiang Lin's words perplexing, yet his expression suggested sincerity, leaving her in a state of disbelief. The divine authority within Jiang Lin indicated that there were no surveillance measures in place, allowing him to speak freely. There exists a category of beasts known only to the world's most elite, and by chance, this mutated Jade Divine Treasure Elephant belongs to that category. Proving this point is simple. Upon returning, you shall observe that this little one increasingly deviates from the stone-armored elephant. Even its other evolutionary forms will bear no resemblance. These beasts, classified as fortune type, possess the extraordinary power to alter the fate and fortune of a faction. Do you understand what this implies? It means they have every reason to forcibly seize your beast, even at the cost of severing your contract and damaging its soul, to safeguard their secret. You could perish without a trace, and your family may suffer the consequences. I hope you do not act foolishly regarding this matter. As he concluded that last statement, Jiang Lin's tone carried a weight of significance. Mu Linglong was startled by his words, stammering, then why would you give it to me? I've already mentioned that it evolved after consuming that vial of spiritual liquid. I only just realized it now. Casting a cautious glance at Jiang Lin's expression, Mu Linglong nervously asked, do you regret it? Of course I regret it. Then will you? The girl left her sentence unfinished, yet Jiang Lin understood her implication. Rest assured, though I may regret it, I will not behave so disgracefully. I will keep a close watch on you. Should you find yourself in peril one day, I shall assist you in retrieving this little one. Mu Linglong gazed at Jiang Lin in astonishment, marveling at the existence of such a person who would utter such words. Jiang Lin's diversion led Mu Linglong to suspect that he was merely jesting. If you wish to confirm the veracity of my claims, there is another indicator. You will soon find that your luck has improved. Every endeavor will unfold seamlessly, and even your family will experience a surge of good fortune. This, indeed, exemplifies the formidable power of the Beast Taming class. You may take your time to verify this, and by then, disbelief will be an impossibility. Through an ethereal connection that transcends the heavens, it became evident that yet another student had entered the Qingtian cave, and upon discovering that the newcomer was an unfamiliar face, Jiang Lin concluded the conversation and departed with Mu Linglong for a hunt. Chapter 36. Report. Cheating detected. A new day heralded a fresh beginning. After a night of torment, many candidates regretfully left the examination hall, while a few unfortunate souls even lost their lives within its confines. The truth cannot be concealed indefinitely. An avalanche of rumors regarding this year's college entrance examination spread far and wide, inciting the public to fervently demand a live broadcast of the event. The rationale was simple. Since there were no leaks of the exam questions, why should the public be deprived of the opportunity to witness it? In response to such overwhelming public sentiment, official authorities convened an urgent meeting and acquiesced to the populace's request. The first segment of the examination spanned only 48 hours. With one day already elapsed, even if they broadcast it today, the content available for viewers would be quite limited. The military contemplated extracting some captivating footage for editing. However, the masses had evidently anticipated this issue and clamored for individual live streams from each examination venue. Thus, the special live segment on the examination website was swiftly inundated with thousands of live rooms, resulting in an unprecedented surge in traffic. The Qingtian Forest examination site, established collaboratively by 3 populous provinces, hosted over 100,000 students. Consequently, the audience for the live stream from this venue surged into the tens of millions in a remarkably short span. The military's surveillance equipment was exceptionally advanced, capable of real-time tracking of each student, complemented by top-tier artificial intelligence ensuring effective oversight. Any anomalies detected could be promptly reported. Once the live streaming platform integrated artificial intelligence, viewers could request specific content. As long as the volume of comments reached a critical mass, the AI would appropriately switch the visuals. Of course, the streams featuring exceptional students were not swayed by the audience's preferences. Fang He, a prodigious scholar from Qingyun High School, was renowned throughout the entire Haoyang province, and students and parents alike sought to witness her live stream, flooding the comments with requests. A young girl rode leisurely upon the back of a water buffalo, surrounded by a multitude of beasts, guardians encircling her. This casual demeanor starkly contrasted with the intense atmosphere typically associated with the college entrance examination. Netizen 2 antlers. Wait, isn't it said that the senior only contracted 2 beasts? Why are there so many around her? Netizen roadside. The commenter above seems a bit naive. Can't you see the variety of these beasts? What kind of person can contract so many different types? Netizen defeated. Those beasts look dazed. They must be under her control. Are today's students truly this outrageous? As the barrage of comments intensified, a slew of bewildering remarks surfaced. The faculty and students from Qingyun High School, upon witnessing the unfavorable comments, promptly began to engage in damage control. In the video, the girl approached the edge of a precipice, the chasm unfathomably deep and spanning hundreds of meters. Leaping across such a ravine was no simple feat. Fang He surveyed her 8 escorting beasts, and with a surge of secret power emanating from her pupils, she swiftly obliterated their spirits. The sound of 8 heavy bodies hitting the ground echoed ominously. All 8 beasts lay lifeless. Netizen old 6. Wow, this girl is impressive. I'm quite taken with her. Netizen sick brother. This is the innate ability of a mental-type Beastmaster. It seems this young lady has ventured far along her 3rd extraordinary path. Netizen, old cow horse. Goodness, look. This girl can wield telekinesis. Fang He retrieved a knife from her storage pouch, manipulating it with her mental prowess to plunge it into the heart of a fallen hyena. Blood spurted forth as though an invisible hand were wrenching open the wound, and a bloodstained beast crystal floated out. The audience in the live stream watched in astonishment as the girl executed her actions, from slaying the beast to extracting the crystal, all without physically intervening. Among the 8 beasts, 6 were of the rock tier and 2 of the copper tier. With this single act, the girl amassed an astonishing 360 points, a score that seemed almost effortlessly attained. Netizen Chin Mama. Wah, I'm heartbroken. My child is also taking this year's examination, and I have no idea how they are faring. I can only hope for the best. How wonderful it would be if my child could encounter this girl. If she could bestow a few beast crystals upon my little one, that would be even better. Netizen, President Lei. Is the commenter above dreaming of a scenario where the girl takes a liking to your child? How absurd. Netizen, Big D. Perhaps you're hoping she would gift all her beast crystals to your child? Netizen mental old friend. Wake up, folks. Stop dreaming. After collecting all 8 beast crystals, the girl waved at the sky, and as the camera shifted, it became evident that she was also controlling a bird. Grasping its claws, she effortlessly soared over the chasm. Netizen mountain cold. This girl is indeed powerful, though she lacks a certain flair. We need some intense battles in the comments to spice things up. Netizen, poison princess. Indeed, it's not very captivating. I want to see fierce combat. As the comments clamored for exhilarating battles, the artificial intelligence thoughtfully recommended footage of Chun Jie and his companions battling a golden tier beast. The 3 students, accompanied by 3 silver tier beasts, were currently engaged in combat against a golden tier wild boar. The moment the scene shifted, viewers were immediately captivated by the intensity of the clash. The golden tier wild boar stood 4 meters tall, its body twice its height, tusks jutting outward as it charged relentlessly, obliterating everything in its path, boulders and trees crumpling like paper. However, the most astonishing sight for the audience was the 3 students, wielding cold weapons, standing their ground against the golden tier boar. What era are we in that there are still individuals willing to hone their skills in such a manner? The 3 students, akin to humanoid beasts, faced the boar's onslaught without flinching. The sheer intensity of this combat left the live stream momentarily silent. Netizen, River Traveler. Are these 3 from Qingyun High School? I've never seen them around campus. With this comment, the live stream began to buzz back to life. Comments flooding in at an astonishing pace. Netizen Dried Tofu. Report. These 3 don't resemble students at all. I suggest a thorough investigation. Netizen Air Foam. I share the same concern. Could they be imposters? Such peculiar students quickly garnered widespread attention, the hype escalating rapidly. Viewers from other live streams were drawn to this absurd battle. What high school students dared to confront a golden tier beast? This explosive news spread like wildfire across the internet. Netizen, Qingyun High School. Greetings, everyone. I am from Qingyun High School. The 3 individuals in the video are indeed our students, but they are somewhat unique. They have been on extended leave and studying independently at home, classified as non-traditional learners. Their student registration numbers and ages can be verified on our school's official website, and the information is entirely authentic. As the Qingyun High School account repeatedly clarified in the comments, the number of individuals clamoring to report dwindled significantly. However, those still demanding reports were merely a handful of bored individuals. The vast majority now immersed their focus wholeheartedly into the unfolding live stream. Chapter 37. A powerful spectator. The arm of the Titan struck the ground with a thunderous blow, sending a shockwave rippling through the earth, causing soil and tree stumps to tumble. A wild boar, charging forward, stumbled upon the quaking ground, its footing unsteady, leading it to nearly topple over. At that moment, The mountain antelope simultaneously thrust all four hooves down upon the right side of the boar's back, toppling the already unsteady creature onto the ground. Zhu Biao executed a sliding tackle, angling his spear against the earth, and as the boar fell, it collided with the spear's tip, unceremoniously impaling itself. This formidable beast, a gold-ranked Beastmaster that had battled the trio and their companions for over 20 minutes, had finally met its demise. Chen Jie took a couple of steps to assist Zhu Biao in rising, noting the blood that stained both Zhu Biao's hands and clothes. With the spear fully embedded in the boar's chest, it was this singular strike that proved to be the decisive blow. Glancing at his own weapon, Chen Jie expressed his frustration. This knife, forged from Kunyang alloy, cost me over 80,000. It's absurdly overpriced, and now it's marred like this. He tiredly touched the rolled edge of the blade with his left thumb, struggling to articulate his words. Carelessly, he plunged the knife into the ground, leaning it against a fallen tree, and retrieved a few bottles of water from his storage pouch, tossing one to Huang Xing and another to Zhu Biao. Huang Xing planted his iron rod firmly into the ground, catching the water with a smile, remarking, "My weapon is quite practical. It endures regardless of how it's used." The trio's disheveled appearance was broadcasted to the livestream audience, yet instead of ridicule, viewers were left in awe. In the livestream, comments began to flood in. A user named Ryan Metal remarked, "Kunyang Group's alloy is ineffective. Selling a knife for over 80,000 to a classmate is utterly extortionate. What use is such a disposable tool?" Another user, Kunyang Knives, retorted, "Care to reveal your name? I've never heard of Ryan Metal. Speak with factual basis. Our knives are designed to cut gold-ranked beasts, not mere trivial creatures." User, Sandfoam, commented, "This exorbitant investment from Kunyang Knives has certainly paid off. An 80,000 knife cleaving a beast worth hundreds of millions is a remarkable value, despite its subpar performance." User, Li Hu, added, "The defense of a gold-ranked beast must be formidable. My kitchen knife has yet to slice through such meat. Can someone knowledgeable elucidate?" User, Knowledgeable Bro, explained, "The beast's defense is primarily in its mane, skin, and bones. Its internal organs and flesh are relatively weak. Without the circulation of spiritual energy, they are only slightly tougher than ordinary pork. Your kitchen knife could easily cut through this wild boar's flesh, provided you possess the skill." User, Fei lamented, "That hits hard, my friend." User, Poison Cat, chuckled, "This is hilarious. Does the brother wielding the iron rod want to hear what you've just said? The iron rod is a heavy weapon, a long-range tool with a steep learning curve." As the battle concluded, two students who had kept their distance entered the livestream frame, eagerly assisting the three brothers, leaving many viewers bewildered. User, Water Traveler, exclaimed, "I didn't see this coming. Why didn't I encounter such fortune during my studies?" The comments section erupted with various sentiments, making it difficult to keep track. The trio's captivating confrontation with the gold-ranked beast was indeed thrilling, yet it felt distant from the everyday lives of the average viewers. Aside from awe, they harbored little else in terms of emotion. However, the two seemingly ordinary students performing acts of deference towards the trio sparked a myriad of feelings among the audience. User, Shisui, expressed genuine envy. "Is this what they call opportunity? I understand now. Too bad I can't encounter it." User, Momo, mused, "These two should be able to coast through this examination." The comments flooded the screen with envy, while the trio in the forest had rested enough, observing the 5 individuals live-streaming the dissection of the gold-ranked beast. The audience found no sense of gore. The martial spirit of the Crimson Dragon Federation was robust, displaying a remarkable tolerance for such scenes. The perpetual struggle between humans and beasts, and between worlds, was an unending saga. The brutal warfare was not far removed from the lives of the populace. Parents in this world could not afford to be sentimental or overly compassionate, lest they extinguish their children's fighting spirit. Curiosity piqued among the viewers regarding the distribution of the 800 points. The extracted beast crystal was naturally pocketed by one individual. After securing the corpse of the gold-ranked beast, they proceeded towards its lair. In the centralized examination command center, a chief examiner inquired, "Shall we switch the footage?" The other examiners exchanged glances, momentarily uncertain. "No need. If the information leaks, so be it. It won't reach the candidate's ears." A highly esteemed chief examiner spoke, and the others ceased their deliberation. In the livestream, viewers observed as the group unearthed an item from the lair of the gold-ranked beast, and the camera zoomed in on it, causing a stir among the audience. A user named Malo exclaimed, "Wow, this examination has such an intriguing setup. This is a cave world. It's said that each cave world has unique specialties. If the candidates can acquire some, it's undoubtedly a lucrative gain." Another user, Deshachan, countered, "What are you dreaming of? Did you not see that this was found in the lair of a gold-ranked beast? The majority of candidates can't even handle bronze-ranked beasts. Do you really expect them to hunt gold-ranked ones?" User, Feng remarked among the examinees. Those capable of battling gold-ranked beasts are truly one in a million super geniuses. These talents will likely have thoughts of hunting gold-ranked beasts, but even among them, less than 1 in 10 would think to search the lairs. User, knowledgeable bro, noted, this appears to be a unique talent selection mechanism. It requires not only strength, but also meticulousness and a stroke of luck. Of course, most capable of battling gold-ranked beasts likely hail from powerful factions, and they may not even consider searching their lairs after defeating them. This serves as an invisible filter. The Federation probably won't be able to recruit such individuals. User, Lu Feng queried, but what about these three? User, knowledgeable bro, speculated, their intentions are quite clear. They're after the teleportation talisman. I'm unsure how they obtained this information or how they came to be together. I hesitate to speculate further. Upon this message reaching the livestream's AI, it promptly reported the information. The examination command center reviewed it, and, without allowing the topic to gain traction, ordered the AI to edit and present Chun Jia's experiences and actions from the previous day, subsequently broadcasting it in the livestream. Thus, a special comment appeared in the chat. Greetings, everyone. I am the livestream administrator. We need to clarify the audience's inquiries regarding these three students. An edited video commenced, showcasing Chun Jia's discovery of a fellow student in peril, tracing it back to the lair of the gold-ranked beast. The video advanced rapidly, omitting much of the combat footage, leading to the victorious Chun Jia meeting the rescue team, followed by the discovery of the teleportation talisman. The video depicted him summoning his companions with the beast's howls, searching for prey, rescuing his classmate, acquiring intelligence on the gold-ranked beast, and concluded with the earlier livestream footage. The entire video was straightforward, and once viewers finished watching, they seamlessly transitioned back to the livestream. All questions were resolved, and the conversation shifted to other topics. Chapter 38. Cave World Specialties. Within the Qingchuan Cave World, while hunting some rare prey alongside Mu Linglong, Chun Jia unexpectedly encountered an acquaintance. The individual in question is Feng He, who has just entered the scene. At this moment, the girl is commanding her beast to hunt a silver-tier bloodhound wolf. Jiang Lin and Mu Linglong observe from a distance, refraining from interfering. The unwritten rules of the wilderness dictate that one must not approach when another is engaged in the hunt for wild beasts, lest one invite unnecessary complications. Jiang Lin notices an avian beast perched on Feng He's shoulder, instantly suspecting that it might have been selected from the military. His gaze sharpens as he recognizes the familiar features of this relatively small eagle-like creature. Beast name, Celestial Falcon, Beast classification, Avian, Falconity, Long-winged Falcon, attributes, Wind 73, Air 25. Miscellaneous 2, Strength, Level 4 Breakthrough Quality, Perfect Quality, Bloodline, Non-talent abilities, All-seeing Eye, 1,000-mile vision. Windheart Soar, acquired abilities. None to discover that she possesses a celestial falcon, an avian beast renowned for its near invincibility in the skies, astounds Jiang Lin. Such elite beasts have historically been monopolized by the military, with others lacking even the privilege to gaze upon them. It is astonishing that Feng He dared to select this creature, and even more remarkable that the military acquiesced. Dubbed quasi-divine, these top-tier beasts are scarcely found in the market, and even the most powerful individuals struggle to procure one. Upon inspecting the quality of the celestial falcon, Jiang Lin is perplexed to find that this newborn creature possesses merely perfect quality, which is unusual. Typically, such elite beasts are born with legendary quality. The fact that this one is merely perfect may be a significant reason for Feng He's ability to acquire it. These beasts are virtually non-existent in the wild, having long been secured by various influential factions. Each one is assigned a unique identification number at birth, and only those with sufficient contribution points within the military, bypassing numerous departmental approvals and signatures from countless leaders, can hope to obtain one. Those who can contract these beasts are invariably the purest bloodlines of the Federation. Could it be that this girl has consented to the military's terms? She seems to be the prodigy backed by the Liu family. Yet, upon further reflection, Jiang Lin dismisses any concern. Investment is not akin to signing a contract of servitude, as long as she becomes a formidable force in the future. The returns on the Liu family's investment are assured. He watches the celestial falcon for a while, noting that it appears to be a premature hatchling, having suffered a crack in its egg during incubation, leading to some minor imperfections. Fortunately, its vital essence remains intact, though it has sustained some damage that will require a considerable cost to rectify later. The resilience of quasi-divine beasts is exceptional. Such an incident would have rendered any other beast unviable. Possessing strength comparable to divine beasts, yet lacking their bloodline constraints, quasi-divine beasts are the ideal candidates for contracts. Unfortunately, their rarity is a barrier, tightly controlled by major factions. The Celestial Falcon's unique traits align perfectly with Feng He's affinity for contracts. This species, claimed to possess the keenest vision among avian beasts, seems predestined for her. The abilities of all-seeing eye and thousand-mile vision are so impressive that Jiang Lin finds himself envious, wishing he could contract such a beast alongside Fong He. If someone is narrowly focused as Fong, he can obtain a top-tier beast from the military. Then it stands to reason that Mu Linglong, with her broader affinity, should have no trouble selecting a formidable one. What beast did you acquire from the military? Mu Linglong, standing beside Jiang Lin and watching Fong He hunt the bloodhound wolf, suddenly hears this question and cannot help but smile with pride. Opportunities to benefit from the state are rare, and she is certainly not one to be modest. Without hesitation, she summons her newly contracted beast. Jiang Lin turns his gaze, his brows arching in surprise. Beast name, Stone Golem, beast classification, artificial, elemental, earth, stone element golem, attributes, earth 61, stone 38. Miscellaneous 1 strength, level 6 breakthrough quality, perfect quality bloodline, non-talent abilities, elemental body, construct core. Psychic template, acquired abilities. None. The stone golem is one of the pinnacle masterpieces among artificial beasts. The white porcelain golem he had previously encountered in the ancestral cave of the Liu family pales in comparison to this stone golem. This race, crafted by the great alchemist Vanderkot, has become indistinguishable from natural beasts. They can self-replicate, breaking free from the shackles of artificial beings, thus establishing a new race. This particular stone golem appears simple in structure, lacking any signs of prior cultivation, which makes Jiang Lin's hands itch with desire. Such a customizable beast offers infinite potential for creativity. It serves as a canvas upon which its contractor can freely modify, inscribe various formations, and equip an array of devices and weapons. With a skilled creator, each stone golem can rival the might of a quasi-divine beast. Jiang Lin feels a pang of envy. While his chosen ice-fire steed is a rare beast with dual elemental properties, it is still rather ordinary and pales in value compared to the beasts selected by the two girls. He is confident in his ability to evolve the ice-fire steed into an exceptional beast. But that requires a cost. Artificially enhancing quality cannot compare to the innate superiority possessed by others. The stone golem is not a native creature of the Red Dragon Federation. It likely came from an unfortunate poaching gang that was eliminated by the military, thus becoming their property. After Fong He successfully slays the bloodhound wolf, she beckons Jiang Lin over, and the two approach each other. It is indeed a stroke of fate to encounter one another in this small world of caves. After placing the entire corpse of the bloodhound wolf into her storage bag, Fong He disregards Jiang Lin's teasing and glances at her watch, stating, "Time is of the essence. I just spotted a pack of swift hunting dragons. Are you interested in teaming up to take them down?" Swift hunting dragons? There are swift hunting dragons in the forest of this cave? Upon Fong He's confirmatory nod, Mu Linglong turns her eager gaze toward Jiang Lin. All right, where are they? Such matters require no hesitation as the three swiftly set off in pursuit. The swift hunting dragon, a dinosaur beast with a pure bloodline, is a genuine true dragon-level beast of immense value. Missing this opportunity is simply not an option. It is said that each cave world holds a few unique specialties, and the swift hunting dragon must surely be one of the treasures of the Qingchuan cave. Fong He's newly contracted celestial falcon possesses remarkable vision, allowing the trio to locate the swift hunting dragons without much effort. The quasi-divine celestial falcon proves invaluable. Its talent abilities, all-seeing eye and thousand-mile vision, are akin to divine skills. One offers broad sight, while the other extends distance. These creatures are heralded as invincible in the skies, and thus far, no means exist to ambush or hunt them. The clan of swift hunting dragons under the Red Dragon Federation is said to have been cultivated from just a few eggs over time. Chapter 39, The Terrifying Heart-Piercing Iron Wire. As the time for the first segment of the entrance examination draws to a close, the remaining candidates who have not been eliminated enter a frenzy of movement. Within the examination camp, students who have been eliminated from the testing grounds return once more. In the sky, a golden eagle descended upon the camp, carrying 5 individuals. Once the soldiers clad in combat uniforms set the students down, they promptly departed to retrieve more classmates. Above the heads of the 4 students, luminous orbs began to glow, signifying their scores for the examination. A small orb represented a beast crystal of the broken level, while a larger one indicated the rock level, and yet another larger orb denoted the copper level, and so forth, all quite straightforward. A mere moment of contemplation was sufficient for all to comprehend. The officers patrolling nearby glanced at the orbs above their heads and refrained from taking any statistical action, merely inquiring, "Dear students, do you have any questions regarding your scores?" The students shook their heads, and the officer moved on. The camp was equipped with a special detection mechanism that could reveal the number of beast crystals each student possessed upon entry. Even those stored within spatial bags were not exempt from this scrutiny. As a strategic resource, beast crystals have myriad uses, and some students arrived with them even prior to the examination. However, newly acquired crystals were distinctly different, and this detection method was designed to accurately identify those gathered within the last 2 days. The officer's inquiry was merely a formality, a check for any discrepancies. Should any student express doubt, the artificial intelligence would intervene, retrieving video backups of the student during the examination for a reassessment. Following the officer's departure, the 4 students lapsed into silence. One girl, unable to withstand the gaze of her peers, began to weep. "Why are you crying? Classmate, your score is so high that even with deductions, you would still pass. We, who have gained nothing, are the truly unfortunate ones." The tearful girl wiped her eyes and replied, "I barely managed to slay a rock-level beast, only to discover a silver-level gray falcon hunting above me. If it weren't for the search and rescue personnel keeping an eye on these formidable beasts, I might not be standing here now." The others regarded her with sympathy. Yet rules were rules, and no leniency would be granted for mere misfortune. In stark contrast to the calm of the examination camp, the various command centers for the entrance examinations were bustling with activity. Since the commencement of the tests, the rescue personnel stationed at the exam sites had been operating under extreme strain, overwhelmed by the myriad of emergencies the students encountered. Many thrill-seeking students caused the command center personnel to be on high alert, prompting the immediate assignment of a rescue worker to follow closely, lest any unforeseen incidents arise. The military-stationed rescue teams in the forest were nearly stretched to their limits. Fortunately, as time progressed and many students were eliminated, the workload for the rescue personnel gradually lightened, allowing for one-on-one covert surveillance. Within the celestial cave, Jiang Lin and his 2 companions had successfully completed their hunt for the swift hunting dragon. They captured an entire family of 7, with Jiang Lin and Fong He each claiming 3, while Mu Linglong secured 1. The swift hunting dragon was undoubtedly a high-quality beast, with market prices for a single specimen easily soaring into the millions. Despite Mu Linglong acquiring only 1, the spoils of her examination were sufficient to ensure a comfortable life for an ordinary person for a lifetime. After distributing the spoils, Jiang Lin suddenly sensed a contract connection with Wei Xiaoming, indicating her arrival, though the status of the other attendant, Huan Nongying, remained uncertain. The Celestial Cave, a subsidiary world tethered to the primary reality, was fundamentally bound to the external Qingchuan forest, yet it retained a degree of independence, resulting in a significant distance from the outside world. The contract sensing had its limitations and could not traverse 2 separate dimensions. At that moment, Huan Nongying had finally pieced together various clues to locate a gold-level beast. In the examination command center, an urgent notification was dispatched to rescue personnel numbered 324, 340, and 351, cautioning them that a student had entered the territory of the gold-winged savage tiger, advising them to be vigilant yet to refrain from interfering with the student, as authorities seemed keen to observe her capabilities against this peak gold-level beast. As one of the few students of gold-level Beastmaster rank, Huan Nongying's actions were understandably under close scrutiny. Within the Examination Coordination Command Center, the examiners deliberated on whether to broadcast the live footage of this young girl. "I believe it is better not to air it. She is merely a senior student and already a gold-level Beastmaster. Such a prodigy gaining early fame could be detrimental to her," one remarked. "I concur with Elder Lu's perspective. Exposing them could harm not only them, but also other students. The disparity among peers at such a young age could be quite discouraging. Indeed, the world is fraught with challenges. Those lurking in the shadows often seek to stifle talent." The consensus among them was that it would be prudent not to broadcast Huan Nongying's live footage. A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the expansive forest, interrupting the examiner's discussion. A 9-meter-long, golden-black striped tiger, the gold-winged savage tiger, thundered down from a hillside, propelled by a fierce gust of wind, leaving a trail of broken trees and stones in its wake. Perched atop the head of a serpent, Huan Nongying gracefully leaped forward, swiftly ensnaring the serpent in her beast ball midair. Upon landing, she leapt once more, deftly evading the oncoming tiger, which charged down the slope like a locomotive. The gold-winged savage tiger, with its claws gouging deep furrows in the ground, regarded its prey with newfound caution. This time, the tiger refrained from an immediate pounce, instead pacing lightly on its claws, the atmosphere thick with tension. The enormous tiger loomed like a bus, fixating its gaze on the seemingly fragile figure of Huan Nongying. The girl raised her right hand, and the dark, slightly wide bracelet on her wrist suddenly came alive, transforming into a mass of writhing, thin cords. One end of the cord traveled up her arm, weightless, encircling her in a graceful dance, the end pointing directly at the watchful tiger. This cord, which had coiled into a dark bracelet, was in fact a snake, a long, slender serpent, defying conventional perceptions of serpents. "Oh, Is this the heart-piercing iron thread mentioned in the materials? It looks rather unique. The examiners in the command center turned their gazes towards several master examiners, eager for an explanation of this peculiar creature. What do you expect of me? This is my first encounter with such a being. I suspect this creature evolved from the iron thread snake. Though this remains merely a hypothesis, it could potentially belong to an undiscovered evolutionary line. Look, it's moving. The heart-piercing iron thread's assault was deceptively simple, gliding through the air at an unnaturally rapid pace, its trajectory inexplicably erratic. The most astonishing aspect was the discrepancy between its perceived length and its actual form. In the blink of an eye, the space between the girl and the tiger was ensconced in a dense web of dark threads. If one were to visualize this scene as a painting, it would appear as though someone had taken a brush and recklessly scrawled across the canvas. The paths traced by the threads of the heart-piercing iron thread, creating an intricate tapestry of movement. The method by which the heart-piercing iron thread exerted its force remained an enigma. Its length seemed to stretch infinitely, with one end still entwined around the girl's hand. The golden-winged barbarian tiger swiped its claws at the surrounding black threads, yet the resilience of these strands surpassed its understanding. A single tug could rouse the entire body. The heart-piercing iron wire that was swept aside by its claws was far from the lightweight it appeared to be. The head of the heart-piercing iron wire elongated once more, surpassing the reaction speed of the golden-winged barbarian tiger, burrowing into its eye. A wretched howl of agony erupted, and after a few convulsions, the golden-winged barbarian tiger collapsed to the ground. It was dead. This pinnacle beast of the golden rank had perished just like that. Whether it was the College Entrance Examination Command Center or the Examination Coordination Center, all eyes were fixed in stunned silence on the rapidly retracting heart-piercing iron wire, which coiled back into a bracelet as if nothing had transpired. This strange serpent seemed to be merely a silver-rank beast. How terrifying! A quasi-divine entity. This serpent undoubtedly possessed an awe-inspiring presence. One could not help but wish to study it. After extracting the beast crystal, Hua Nongying promptly stowed the corpse of the golden-winged barbarian tiger in her storage pouch and proceeded towards the location indicated by the void spirit python. Upon finding the cave's teleportation talisman, she infused her spiritual energy into it without a moment's hesitation, vanishing from her spot. Chapter 40. A Reunion After University. Within the Qingchuan Forest Cave, upon sensing Hua Nongying's arrival, Jiang Lin involuntarily exhaled a sigh of relief. Opportunities to procure a military beast for free were scarce, and missing one would be regrettable. Casting a glance at Wei Xiaoming, who was engaged in a lively spar with Fang He and Mu Linglong, he felt a sense of admiration for this socially adept maid. How remarkable that they had formed such a close bond in such a short time. Despite receiving numerous benefits from him, Mu Linglong still maintained a certain distance. The disparity between individuals was indeed striking. The group leisurely wandered through the forest, seemingly indifferent to the hard-earned hunting opportunities. Wei Xiaoming, you are truly impressive. You've already become a gold-rank Beastmaster. How enviable. As a top student at the school, Mu Linglong had expended considerable effort just to train 3 beasts to the copper rank. When she learned that Fang he was a silver-rank Beastmaster, she was merely slightly surprised, convinced that she could also elevate her beasts to the silver rank within a year or two. However, upon discovering that Wei Xiaoming had already attained the gold rank, she felt a wave of discouragement, uncertain whether she could achieve the gold rank herself upon graduating from university. The differences among individuals were painfully evident at that moment. Wei Xiaoming smiled and replied, "My accomplishments are entirely due to the young master's guidance. Let me share a little secret. Our young master is already a creator." A creator? How extravagant. Absolutely genuine. Jiang Lin, walking ahead, was not particularly curious about the conversation among the girls, thus his attention remained elsewhere. He held in his hand a beast ball. A beast he had acquired for free from the military after Wei Xiaoming entered the Qingchuan Forest Cave. Beast name, Night Shin Mouse. Beast species, Demon Beast category. Running Beast class, Hunting Tooth Mouse family. Attributes, Dark attribute 95, Miscellaneous attribute 5. Strength, Rock rank level 2. Quality, Bloodline, Z Mouse. Talents, Moon Worship, Midnight Zenith. Midnight Canopy, Midnight Starshine. Acquired powers, none. Through the divine thought, Jiang Lin realized that this mouse possessed the bloodline of the Z Mouse, a testament to Wei Xiaoming's keen eye. The legends of the Z Mouse did not exist in this world, and no record of such a creature appeared in the Federation's Encyclopedia of Beastmasters. Jiang Lin, having once belonged to the Mouse Zodiac, possessed some understanding of this mythical creature. The classic text Shanhai Jing was absent in this world, yet many creatures from its pages had come to exist here. The maid Hua Nongying's hook snake was one such entity, inherently a divine creature, the acquisition of which must have required considerable effort from the ancestral figures of the Liu family. Creatures such as the Divine Dragon, the 9 Sons of the Dragon, Tao Tai, the Nine-Tailed Fox, and Xiang Lu had all left numerous legends within this realm. They were indeed top-tier beings in this world, bringing no shame to Earth's mythology. It was intriguing to ponder how fascinating it would be to cultivate the Z-Mouse, a mythical creature. As his mental energy waned, Jiang Lin delved deeper into the lineage of the Night Xian Mouse and its Z-Mouse bloodline. With the divine thought, as long as he was willing to expend mental energy, he could continuously probe the heavens for deeper secrets. However, the more profound the inquiry, the greater the mental energy consumed. To date, he had not encountered any worthwhile questions to explore in depth, and thus had never attempted such a thing. It was only upon meeting Huan Nongying and the others that he found a clear direction for the evolution of the Night Xian Mouse into a Z-Mouse. The Night Xian Mouse must first evolve into the Nighttime Mouse, acquiring a hint of temporal attributes, before evolving into the Midnight Mouse, and finally into the Z-Mouse. It turned out that within the 5 miscellaneous attributes of the Night Xian Mouse, nearly 2 pertained to temporal attributes, but due to the minimal proportion, it lacked the qualification to be classified as a standalone attribute, hence being categorized as miscellaneous. The Z-Mouse, a beast of temporal attributes, was quite unexpected. A fundamental transformation in a beast's attributes is termed a mutation. This phenomenon is exceptionally rare during the evolution of beasts, with each instance being unreplicable. Jiang Lin was uncertain whether the evolutionary path of the Night Xian Mouse to the Z-Mouse could be duplicated. If it could, his divine thought would truly be a formidable asset. Unfortunately, the Night Xian Mouse was an exceedingly rare beast. Merely acquiring one was a stroke of luck. And seeking a second to validate this hypothesis was akin to chasing fantasies. The beast that the maid Huan Nongying selected was a 3-headed python named the Qishan 3-headed snake. A venomous entity of modest strength, belonging to one of the 3 premier beast families in the northern Qizhou province. This venomous snake was renowned due to its ancestry tracing back to the illustrious Xiang Lu. Such a clear descendant of a super monster has historically been highly coveted by many creators. Every creator dreams of awakening their ancestral bloodline, yearning to personally create a super monster or divine beast. Even Jiang Lin himself relished the thought of purchasing such top-tier bloodline beasts at high prices, hoping to cultivate a super divine beast with his own hands. Previously, without the divine thought as a guiding hand, he had been at a loss regarding how to awaken the bloodlines of the beasts in his care. Now, however, the situation had changed. Once the exams concluded, he could tackle this issue. Unexpectedly, Sister Hua is also Jiang Lin's maid. It seems our young master Jiang possesses an extraordinary background. Mu Linglong discreetly cast a glance at Jiang Lin, her tone oddly suggestive. Wei Xiaoming and Huan Nongying exchanged glances, sensing that there was more to the story between the two, igniting their curiosity, and they began to inquire, giving the girl a warning glance. Jiang Lin ceased his probing into the bloodline of the Qishan 3-headed snake, feeling a wave of dizziness. This was due to excessive consumption of mental energy. Having only examined 2 beasts, he found himself in this state. With so many high bloodline beasts at home, he wondered how long it would take to complete all the examinations. It was imperative to enhance his mental energy without delay. Both maids had contracted with mental-type beasts. He wondered if replicating the talents of the Dream Theft Mouse and the Spirit Linking Snake would enable them to quickly elevate their mental energy. If all else fails, one must seek a contract with an individual attuned to the spiritual realm, devising a means to establish a pact. As the time for the first examination of the college entrance examination drew to a close, Wei Xiaoming proposed, "Let us exchange WeChat contacts. Once we enter university, we will be scattered in different directions." "Absolutely indeed. Whenever we have free time, we must arrange to gather together," came the enthusiastic agreement from the others. No one voiced any dissent. Mu Linglong noticed that Jiang Lin's WeChat interface was as pristine as a brand new account, and curiously inquired, "Do you not chat with anyone on a regular basis?" With a nonchalant glance at Fong He's QR code, Jiang Lin replied, "I have few friends." "Oh," responded the girl, observing Jiang Lin's aloof demeanor. She softly asked, "If I have any questions, may I consult you? Later, I will formulate a beast cultivation plan for you. Do take it into serious consideration," Wei Xiaoming stated, casting a curious glance at Huan Nongying, the meaning understood without words. As the examination concluded, Jiang Lin and his companions were approached by a liaison from the military, who escorted them to a square. In the entire square, there were only 7 candidates, including Chun Jie and his 2 companions. To Wei Xiaoming's disappointment, Lu Wanqing was not among them. The opportunity to acquire a high-quality beast for free was rare indeed. Among the hundreds of thousands of candidates from the Qingchuan forest, only these 7 had managed to reach this point, highlighting the rarity of true talent. The group surveyed one another, lacking any inclination for camaraderie. Once in university, they would be scattered like stars, rendering such connections unnecessary. Each person was subsequently escorted back to the examination camp, then boarded military vehicles for their return to school. Thus, the first segment of the college entrance examination was officially declared over. Chapter 41. The Reproduction of Divine Powers. Upon returning to his small villa at the Lu residence, Jiang Lin and his companions enjoyed a restful night. The first ray of morning sunlight streamed through the curtain's crevice, awakening him naturally from his slumber. He gently rose and leaned against the bed, his well-defined muscular physique appearing exceptionally handsome. Since forming contracts with Wei Xiaoming and Hua Nongying, his cultivation of the three realms of essence, qi, and spirit had accelerated as if he were on a fast track. Among the four extraordinary paths established by humanity, the cultivation of the three realms of essence, qi, and spirit is arguably the most arduous. Within this tripartite system, the path of physical refinement stands as the most grueling. Throughout history, few have been able to maintain parity with their beasts along this path. Human cultivation speed is incomparable to that of beasts. Beasts merely need to eat and drink to enhance their strength. Those who dedicate substantial time to refining and converting spiritual energy into true essence are considered diligent cultivators, while even fewer invest time in honing their physical form. As the knowledge surrounding the combat with beasts matured, humanity's approach to personal cultivation became increasingly casual. Many elder experts expressed deep concern over this trend, yet the prevailing circumstances left them powerless to intervene. Numerous individuals recognized the inherent dangers, but when faced with the prospect of easier strength enhancement, the majority cast their votes with their feet. Jiang Lin devoted the most time to the realms of essence, qi, and spirit, influencing those around him, including his attendants and guards, to place great emphasis on this cultivation system. The tripartite nature of human essence, qi, and spirit, the body, spiritual power, and consciousness, can unlock humanity's boundless evolutionary potential. Although not mainstream in this era, it remains undeniably effective in strengthening the body and honing the will. There are still many individuals of resilient spirit and lofty ambitions who refuse to abandon this cultivation system. Those who traverse this path with perseverance often achieve remarkable accomplishments. Gazing at the two women still asleep beside him, he felt a deep sense of contentment with such a life. His attention turned to several beast orbs on the table. With a casual gesture, one of the orbs flew into his hand. The technique of the supreme divine power, the vast shift of the universe, which he had replicated from the sky crane, had reached a certain level of proficiency. With his mental energy entering the beast orb, he swiftly established a connection with the sky crane within. Spirit beast name, sky crane. Spirit beast species, void class, avian, crane family. Attributes, 80 space, 20 wind. Strength, level 6 lord. Quality, divine being. Supreme divine power, vast shift of the universe. Any location within the reach of mental energy can be teleported. Any object that mental energy is attached to can be shifted. Bloodline, sky crane. Talents, void wind blade. Instantaneous movement, void penetration, void realm, void sensation, shattering feather, shattering claw. Acquired powers, none. This sky crane possesses a pure bloodline, truly a quasi-divine beast. Both its supreme and talent powers are of the highest caliber, explaining why the ancestral elder of the Lu family coveted it so fervently in the past. As Jiang Lin's divine authority surged, some flaws within the sky crane became evident, remnants of the hasty endeavors of Nia Haitang during its evolution to legendary quality. The imperfections of the enhancement potion used resulted in the incomplete development of its three talents, void penetration, void realm, and void sensation. At the pinnacle of the golden tier, it sustained multiple injuries while accumulating the Lord's credentials, leaving it with numerous hidden ailments. Its use of divine powers remains rudimentary, and it has yet to cultivate an appropriate acquired power. When it broke through to the Lord level, there were vulnerabilities in its lordly pressure. The accumulation of cultivation omissions, flaws in divine powers, old injuries, and gaps in methodologies left Jiang Lin with a throbbing headache. The road to rectifying all these issues is long and arduous. Although the Yuan cultivating pill has stabilized many situations, certain oversights are challenging to remedy, requiring meticulous attention one by one. Setting aside these vexations, Jiang Lin concentrated on the operation of the supreme divine power within the sky crane. He effortlessly drew upon his spiritual energy, sketching out commonly used acquired divine patterns. These acquired divine patterns are human-made creations, a replication of the Heavenly Heart divine pattern. The Heavenly Heart divine pattern is a continuously evolving rule-based pattern. One aspect of it serves as an acquired divine pattern. A single Heavenly Heart divine pattern can give rise to countless acquired divine patterns. Individuals select some that are representative, functionally stable, widely applicable, and easy to memorize and write. thus compiling them into a set of torturous illustrations known as the acquired mystical patterns. Condensing acquired divine patterns with true essence forms the foundation for the third extraordinary cultivation system of runic cultivation. While it may appear simple, the threshold is exceedingly high. The process of refining acquired divine patterns is not merely a matter of wielding a brush. Each acquired divine pattern possesses its unique will, requiring the artist to not only depict its form, but also its spirit. This alone deters the vast majority of individuals worldwide. As these acquired mystical patterns circulated within his body alongside his spiritual energy, they entered a vast and intricate structural project, akin to a single brick being laid in a sprawling construction site. This monumental undertaking is the analytical structure of the vast shift of the universe, filling Jiang Lin's being and extending into the realm of the soul. This is the process of replicating the beast's divine powers. His mind communicates with the beast, comprehending the operation of the divine power while meticulously reproducing it within a time-consuming super project. After a mere 10 minutes, Jiang Lin assessed the consumption of true essence. He had condensed tens of thousands of acquired divine patterns, expending about 2/3 of his spiritual energy. This barely nudged forward the progress of the replication of the supreme divine power. The consumption of resources is indeed staggering. The scale of the supreme mystical formations is several hundred to 1,000 times that of innate abilities. The more enigmatic the supreme mystical arts become, the larger the formations that accompany them. The replication of this profound technique, the great shift of the universe, is several hundred times greater than that of ordinary innate abilities. Even for Jiang Lin, who has attained the freedom of true essence, completing this replication proves to be quite strenuous. While the expenditure of true essence can quickly be replenished by the return of energy from his beasts, this replenished spiritual energy cannot be utilized directly. It must first be refined into true essence. With the divine authority of the heavenly source convergence as his unique advantage, Jiang Lin possesses unparalleled proficiency in the refinement of spiritual energy. In the blink of an eye, he can convert this energy into true essence with ease. This advantage is monumental. For others, only about 1/1000th of the spiritual energy within them belongs to themselves. Even for more adept creators, the refined spiritual energy does not exceed 1/10 of their total. Once this true essence is utilized, it must be refined anew, creating an endless cycle. The challenge of transforming the spiritual energy returned from beasts into true essence has long plagued humanity. While this returned energy may seem to belong to one, it is notoriously sluggish to manipulate, far inferior to the true essence cultivated through one's own efforts. Jiang Lin's capability to refine it 100% makes him truly unique, allowing him to lavishly expend it in the fervent replication of mystical arts. After exhausting his true essence once more and feeling somewhat fatigued, after all, the process of inscribing postnatal divine patterns requires mental fortitude. Even Jiang Lin, as resilient as he is, cannot endure for long. The transformation of true essence into postnatal divine patterns, subsequently becoming an integral part of the mystical formation, cannot merely be viewed as a depletion of resources. The true essence becomes a fundamental part of the mystical arts, marking a significant evolution in the overall energy level of his being. This is precisely why the personal data observed by the divine authority of the heavenly source convergence separately lists the comprehension of mystical arts. Those who have comprehended such arts are fundamentally different from those who have not. Only those who possess mystical arts can be deemed true cultivators, while those bonded to powerful beasts without understanding these arts remain ordinary individuals, not transcendent beings. Chapter 42, Filling in the Gaps. After the three awoke, Wei Xiaoming noticed Jiang Lin's somewhat listless demeanor and inquired with concern, "Young master, did you not rest well last night?" Huan Nongying, with a smirk playing on her lips, added, "Isn't it time for you to reflect on your own actions, Xiaoming? The young master is in this state because of you. Isn't that so?" Instantly grasping her meaning, Wei Xiaoming leaped onto Huan Nongying, exclaiming, "What do you mean? Am I solely to blame? You were the one who called me for help last night. Have you forgotten that?" Ignoring the playful squabble between the two, Jiang Lin gathered all the beast orbs on the table into a tote and made his way outside. After utilizing the heavenly source convergence to observe the situation of the Tsangkong crane that morning, Jiang Lin felt a weight in his heart. Merely a closer examination revealed numerous alarming deficiencies, suggesting that Nia Haitong's other contracted beasts likely faced similar issues. Although Wei Xiaoming and Huan Nongying's beasts were cultivated under his guidance, he could not guarantee their perfection, as he lacked the advantage of the heavenly source convergence at that time. It was imperative to thoroughly inspect them during this break, otherwise he would remain unsettled. Upon arriving at the studio he had established in the Liu family, Jiang Lin discovered Nia Haitong had already arrived early, intently focused on a paper titled Dark Night Resonance, a conceptual thesis on postnatal mystical arts. This was one of many concepts Jiang Lin had imagined during his leisure, but he had not been able to realize it due to the lack of a suitable dark-type beast. Among Nia Haitang's 6 contracted beasts, the Shadow Raven appeared to be particularly well-suited, which explained her keen interest in the paper. Approaching her from behind, Jiang Lin softly inquired, "Do you understand it?" The girl shook her head, pointing to the numerous sections she had marked in red. "I don't understand any of these parts." The term Dark Element Source Phased Array must be dissected into 3 components: Dark Element, Source, and Phased Array. The Dark Element refers to the refinement of Dark-type true essence into dozens of postnatal divine patterns, which are then assembled into a unique array of divine patterns. This structure is not fixed and can be tailored according to the beast's characteristics. The phased array involves arranging a multitude of dark elements into a collective formation, where each emits a detection wave. If these countless dark elements simultaneously release detection waves, the resulting interference creates a remarkable phenomenon. After explaining, Jiang Lin took up pen and paper, sketching as he elucidated the concept of the dark element source phased array to Nia Haitang. Each term required its own explanation, consuming an entire morning just to clarify the specialized terminology. Unfortunately, Nia Haitang had fallen behind in her studies, and Jiang Lin had no choice but to teach her step by step. This was an inescapable responsibility for him, as her patron. Meanwhile, his desire for the mental arts grew increasingly urgent. The ability to directly impart memories to others was simply exquisite. It was time to focus on cultivating Wei Xiaoming's Dream Thief Mouse and Huan Nongying's Spirit Serpent. In truth, both beasts already possessed similar mystical abilities, albeit of only epic quality, and their powers were not complete. Early attempts to replicate their abilities had yielded unsatisfactory results. Each enhancement in a beast's quality would lead to a metamorphosis of all its mystical arts. The structure of many abilities might fundamentally change, yet the replicated versions on himself remained unchanged. To continue replicating these arts, significant alterations would be necessary to the already replicated versions. If luck were to falter, starting over would be entirely possible. Such a laborious and thankless endeavor was only fit for a fool. This was precisely why Jiang Lin had refrained from replicating their abilities. He wished to avoid undertaking futile efforts. After a morning of instruction, Nia Haitang's mind was thoroughly muddled. Observing her dazed expression as she departed, Jiang Lin couldn't help but sigh. Having only just contracted 3 beasts, he feared there would be more headaches ahead. Entering a laboratory, he released the Tsong Kong crane and donned the thought control headband, beginning to establish its profile. He meticulously listed the information he had gleaned from the heavenly source convergence onto the computer, the ambitious Nirvana plan comprising 17 points, and began drafting implementation strategies for each. With his mind racing, Jiang Lin recognized that this project would significantly test his abilities as a creator if he could successfully nurture the Tsong Kong crane. His status as a creator would surely leap to new heights. As various strands of knowledge converged, strategies emerged and were subsequently refined, with his extraordinary comprehension activating passively, allowing him to utilize many often overlooked remedies and unconventional methods. The accumulation of over a decade's worth of knowledge was not in vain. The Liu family, as a top-tier clan, possessed a wealth of books beyond ordinary imagination. In the hands of Jiang Lin, endowed with extraordinary insight, perusing these texts meant thorough understanding. And this understanding would lead to innovation, evolution, and revolution. Countless pieces of knowledge swirled in his mind, nurturing new ideas. An endless cycle that ultimately crystallized into a clear vision. A series of effective solutions has been meticulously integrated, addressing the myriad issues surrounding the Azure Crane, which at first glance appear to number as many as 17. However, it becomes evident that several of these problems can be consolidated and resolved in a single effort. Ultimately, 3 comprehensive plans have been formulated. With a gentle caress upon the Azure Crane's plumage and after considerable contemplation, I felt confident that nothing had been overlooked and promptly enumerated the dozens of medicinal ingredients required, preparing to dispatch them to procurement shortly. Having carefully returned the Azure Crane to its beast orb, I retrieved the orb containing the violet gold hummingbird. The 6 beasts under Nia Haitang's care are fraught with numerous issues that must be addressed one by one. The complexity of Lord-level beasts is indeed burdensome. The more formidable the beast, the more challenging it is to implement adjustments. After identifying all the problems associated with the 6 Lord-level beasts, my focus shifted to the beasts contracted by Wei Xiaoming and Huan Nongying. Fortunately, both of their beasts were cultivated under the direct guidance of Jiang Lin, and although they too possess some latent risks, there are only 3 or 4. This stands in stark contrast to Nia Haitang's beasts, which suffer from a minimum of a dozen issues, and in some instances, as many as 30, truly alarming. The issues afflicting the 2 young women's beasts are relatively minor, easily remedied with custom healing elixirs or foundational pills. The materials necessary for concocting these potions are readily available, allowing us to eliminate their latent dangers within a couple of days. After thoroughly inspecting all the beasts belonging to the three women, an entire day slipped away unnoticed. During dinner that evening, the three women observed Jiang Lin's weary demeanor and felt a pang of sympathy. They were well aware of his undertakings that day concerning the matters of divine authority, and he had not concealed anything from them. Alas, they could not assist in this regard, leaving them anxious and secretly resolved to study even harder. Chapter 43. The Crafting of Spirit Liquids. At the break of dawn the following day, Jiang Lin made his way to his workshop. He meticulously examined the materials and equipment procured from various laboratories the previous night, ensuring that nothing was amiss. His mental energy enveloped these supplies, and with a flick of his will, the already considerable prowess of his spatial manipulation technique sprang to life. Items began to glide through the laboratory with grace and precision, soon filling several shelves to capacity. Though it may have seemed chaotic, this arrangement was tailored to his preferences, facilitating ease of access when the time came to produce the spirit liquid. Approaching a finely crafted box, he opened it to reveal 8 uniquely shaped stones nestled within. These were exquisite spirit stones of unparalleled quality, each worth a fortune, all acquired from auctions. The combined value of these 8 stones exceeded 100 million, and Jiang Lin unceremoniously added them to his storage pouch. Given his current level of expertise in spirit liquid production, he deemed it sufficient to utilize inexpensive spirit or fragments. Such treasures were better reserved for collection. Jiang Lin's relationship with the Liu family is rather peculiar. While he is ostensibly a part of the clan, it feels somewhat lacking. Yet, to define him merely as a laborer would also be inaccurate. It resembles a partnership of close allies, akin to co-founding a company without holding any shares. The collaboration is straightforward. Each party contributes to the other, gradually increasing their stakes. When a need arises, a list is generated, and by the following day, the Liu family will have everything prepared. Jiang Lin then employs his abilities as a creator to produce goods of slightly higher value, which he returns to the Liu family. Returning his focus, he released the 5 beasts, the 1,000-shaped mouse, the golden jade rat, the crimson chain serpent, the spirit linking serpent, and the spirit dew jade belt. A woven bag from the corner floated over, summoned by Jiang Lin's 1,000-shaped mouse. The crafting of spirit liquid necessitates the use of spirit stones, as the principle involves extracting the spiritual energy from these stones and dissolving it into a specially formulated solvent, subsequently adjusting the concentration and dosage to complete the spirit liquid. While this may appear simple, it serves as a direct measure of a creator's skill. Those lacking in ability often resort to brute force, using the finest materials and instruments to create spirit liquids that exceed their capabilities. Utilizing superior spirit stones for crafting is a common choice among these individuals. Jiang Lin, possessing an extraordinary intuition, has distilled numerous miraculous techniques over the years spent in spirit liquid production. His current proficiency in this art is such that even he is uncertain of its extent. Even with spirit or fragments, he can still produce high-quality spirit liquids. Both exquisite spirit stones and spirit or fragments contain immense spiritual energy. The distinction lies in their composition. Exquisite spirit stones typically harbor a limited variety of spiritual energies, often containing only a few types with minimal impurities. In contrast, spirit or fragments present a complex array of spiritual components, with hundreds or even thousands of varieties being commonplace. Separating such a multitude of energies is a formidable challenge. With the 1,000-shaped mouse under contract, Jiang Lin commanded it to initiate the material manipulation technique, causing countless reagents and materials to levitate in midair. Under his meticulous guidance, these materials were divided into several groups, initiating a series of reactions. A dazzling array of liquids danced through the air, while the spirit-linking serpent facilitated a deeper connection between Jiang Lin and his beasts. As an intricate ballet of operations unfolded before the eyes of onlookers, the golden jade rat unleashed a burst of spiritual power upon the airborne spirit or fragments, causing them to dissolve, while the spirit dew jade belt enveloped the melted fragments, gradually forming an ever-expanding bubble. With a surge of spiritual energy at his fingertips, Jiang Lin inscribed numerous acquired divine patterns, crafting spherical formations in the air that would soon merge into the liquid for further reaction. Amidst the chaotic flurry of liquids, 7 distinct clusters coalesced into a new concoction. Jiang Lin retrieved a large, slender bottle and filled it with this mixture, giving it a gentle shake before sealing it. This substance is a solvent capable of dissolving the ethereal essence of the Tai Void Spirit Rock, a recipe he had formulated through his remarkable intuition. Most of the solvents he concocted were derived from his own insights, each capable of dissolving specific types of spiritual energy, making them immensely valuable. Each recipe is a closely guarded secret possessed by a creator. However, in Jiang Lin's hands, these formulas felt almost trivial. As he completed the various solvent concoctions, his gaze was drawn to the nearby bubble. All the spirit or fragments had dissolved, and the bubble brimmed with spiritual energy. The spirit dew jade belt diligently maintained the bubble's pressure, as the energy contained within the spirit or fragments was fully refined, creating a substantial volume. Now compressed within this bubble, he feared it might burst, which would certainly lead to chaos. Quickly, he instructed several of his beasts to release their spiritual pressure, reinforcing the bubble's strength. With a swift gesture, he unleashed a cascade of golden mist. Upon closer inspection, this mist was densely packed with acquired divine patterns. The smoke, composed of these patterns, intertwined to form spherical formations, drifting in the air like hundreds of soap bubbles of varying sizes. Should anyone witness this spectacle, they would surely be left astounded. A person capable of inscribing dozens of acquired divine patterns in midair would be well prepared to undertake the creator's assessment. Yet, Jiang Lin's effortless display of thousands of these intricate patterns transcended any known level of mastery. As the smaller bubbles made contact with the larger, energy-laden bubble, spiritual energy flowed seamlessly into the formation arrays. The bubble, infused with this energy, radiated an indescribable profundity, with some patterns interlinking while others formed complex formations of 7 or 8. In the air, bubbles twirled and spun, occasionally merging into a larger orb, and at other times bursting into numerous smaller spheres, their chaotic paths intertwining in a seemingly disordered dance. Various forms of spiritual energy were meticulously separated, and these small bubbles, crafted from intricate formations, were not conjured merely for aesthetic appeal. Grasping a slender-necked vial, I uncorked it, and a bubble, already the size of a basketball, floated toward the opening. At the point where the bubble's barrier met the vial's mouth, it spontaneously ruptured. The spirit energy contained within, having undergone multiple rounds of filtration and separation, was now remarkably pure. Flowing through the opening, it swiftly blended with the solvent inside the vial. The basketball-sized bubble diminished in size, compressing the spirit energy to at least several hundred cubic units, yet the solvent within the vial seemed insatiable, capable of absorbing any amount of spirit energy. As the bubble shrank to the size of a ping-pong ball, it finally came to a halt. A gentle shake revealed no further movement, and with a casual flick of my wrist, I sent the bubble soaring back into the cluster of bubbles, merging it with a larger one. The 500 milliliter solvent had dissolved nearly 700 cubic units of Wu Fengyan gas, resulting in a spirit liquid volume of 536 milliliters. Such an astonishing rate of dissolution speaks volumes about the value of a top-tier solvent formula. Corking the slender vial, I had successfully produced a bottle of spirit liquid. To the naked eye, the spirit energy density of this vial hovered around 84, classifying it as a high-density spirit liquid, unsuitable for market sale. Such a loss would be grievous. Dilution was necessary. Reducing the spirit energy density to 6 would likely yield a spirit liquid with a concentration of approximately 74, certainly a premium spirit liquid. Shaking the slender vial in my hand, I realized that this 536 milliliters of Wu Fengyan gas spirit liquid, once diluted, could transform into over 7,000 milliliters. A standard spirit liquid typically measures 50 milliliters, suggesting this vial could produce around 150 units of high-grade earth attribute spirit liquid. The market value of a unit of high-grade spirit liquid ranges from 1 million to 10 million. At a concentration of 74, its worth would be around 4 million. Thus, the value of this single vial astonishingly reached a staggering 600 million. Chapter 44, The Secret of Evolution. Before me, a row of slender vials were opened, each bubble barrier soaring to its corresponding vial opening, spirit liquid being produced in this seemingly acrobatic process, one vial after another. In just one morning, Jiang Lin had transformed a mere bag of several thousand yuan worth of spirit stone waste into high-grade spirit liquid valued in the hundreds of billions. The sheer speed of such wealth creation would surely astonish anyone who heard of it. Fortunately, the process of crafting spirit liquid is a closely guarded secret. The Liu family only knows that Jiang Lin can produce spirit liquid, leaving them to speculate blindly about the actual yield based on the materials provided. Spirit stone waste, typically utilized for crafting spirit soil, would never lead one to imagine that Jiang Lin could extract spirit energy from it. Bestowing each of my beast companions with a vial of spirit liquid was a display of generosity that even the totemic Beastmasters could not replicate. This single vial was sufficient for them to absorb over the course of a month, and upon exhausting its contents, their spirit energy quality would rise by at least 10 percentage points. Upon inspection, I noted that the current purity of my beast spirit energy hovered around 58, containing a plethora of mixed elements. Although all stemmed from the same attribute of spirit energy, impurity was still present. Take, for instance, the fire attribute of the red-chain snake. Its spirit energy primarily comprised propane fire chi, a form of fire energy prevalent in nature. As it absorbed this energy, it inevitably encountered other types of fire attribute energy, which, while gradually transforming into propane fire chi within its body, required time to do so. The 58 purity level of the red-chain snake was a direct result of these factors. The spirit liquid I provided, composed solely of propane fire chi, would, once fully absorbed, elevate its spirit energy purity to at least 68. This level of purity is an achievement that even some Lord-level beasts might struggle to attain. The purity of spirit energy is a crucial factor directly influencing the strength of a beast companion. A silver-tier beast with spirit energy comparable to that of a Lord-level beast is a rare phenomenon within the silver-tier category. Enhancing spirit energy purity is notoriously difficult, whereas diminishing it is alarmingly easy. Raising a beast companion has never been a simple endeavor. When the quality is lacking, one seeks ways to enhance it. Yet, once the quality improves, dissatisfaction arises with the beast's intelligence. After painstakingly enhancing intelligence, one might then notice deficiencies in the beast's combat experience. Once combat experience is gained, there arises a yearning for a higher tier. A slight improvement in strength leads to aspirations for innate abilities that could be learned. With innate abilities acquired, thoughts drift toward the desire for a powerful bloodline to awaken. This never-ending cycle eternally plagues Beastmasters, leaving them uncertain of when it will ever conclude. If concocting spirit liquid is purely a technical task, then formulating evolution potions is not as daunting. The difference between the two is akin to the distinction between pharmaceutical creation and application. Lu Wanqing's audacity to prepare evolution potions, given her rudimentary skills as a creator, serves as the best testament to this. In the afternoon, I summoned Wei Xiaoming and her two companions to the laboratory. After having shown them countless texts, practical application was paramount for real understanding. I placed the beast companion Lidianing onto the testing apparatus and addressed the trio, stating, "Currently, the Federation leads the world in gene testing for carbon-based life forms. Observe, this is the gene map of Lidianing." I continued my work, explaining, "Now, take a look at the gene maps of Lidianing's previous forms, the Thunder Snake, and before that, the Electric Flower Snake, and finally, the original contract form, the Electric Scaled Snake. Do you discern anything? The further back we go, the greater the presence of unstable and recessive genes within the gene maps." I rolled my eyes at Wei Xiaoming's eager interjection. Such an elementary truth was apparent to anyone. The earlier the form, the more evolutionary possibilities, correct? Nia Haidang ventured uncertainly. Nodding affirmatively, I pointed to a specific area on the Electric Scaled Snake's gene map, remarking, "The unstable and recessive genes in the Electric Scaled Snake grant it nearly 4 evolutionary paths." But why say nearly? Look here. I directed my finger to a particular section of the gene map. This unstable gene is on the brink of merging with the main gene. Yet, its failure to do so indicates a minuscule probability of discovering a new evolutionary path from this point. Since there exists a possibility, then its evolutionary paths are not limited to 4. Hua Nongying inquired curiously, "Is it necessary to explore this new evolutionary path?" "Perhaps yes, perhaps no. The Electric Scaled Snake already has 4 established evolutionary paths, which is quite sufficient. Investing significant effort into exploration may yield subpar results. Unstable genes influence evolution, while recessive genes relate to bloodlines. Evolution is not mutation. It will not fundamentally transform a snake into a dragon. Even if this new evolutionary path is uncovered, it would at best result in another lightning attribute snake-type beast. Now, let us return to the gene map of Lidianing. Do you not find it remarkably clean? The unstable and recessive genes have vanished, fully integrated into the primary genes. This signifies that Lidianing has awakened all the bloodlines it was destined to awaken, and all divergent paths have been irrevocably closed. With every evolution or bloodline awakening, the genes undergo a complete reorganization until they harmonize into a singular entity. In the future, it shall ascend to kingship, becoming a totem, and will be known as the Thunder Shadow, its life form now firmly established." Listening to Jiang Lin's explanation, Nia Haidang, puzzled, inquired, "But it is currently only of legendary quality. If we imbue it with a heavenly heart divine pattern, can it not evolve into a divine being? It is said that above divine beings, there exists a qualification known as the Forged World Deity. Will these 2 evolutions not shatter the fixed state of its life form?" Jiang Lin replied, "The integrity of its genes does not preclude further evolution. Future evolutions will be a baptism by the heavens, and while its appearance may undergo changes, the essence of its genes will remain largely unaltered." Noticing the 3 ladies' expressions of partial comprehension, Jiang Lin continued, Today's lesson is primarily to help you understand that the creation of evolution potions is based on the results of genetic testing. The ability to interpret these results is the first step. Furthermore, one must possess a sufficient breadth of knowledge to optimize the evolution process and simultaneously awaken hidden bloodlines. One can rely on the experiences compiled by predecessors, allowing even a novice to replicate simpler procedures. At this moment, Wei Xiaoming chuckled, seemingly recalling someone. In simpler terms, it is akin to how a doctor treats a patient. The treatment process and medications follow established protocols. For similar issues, the methods of resolution are generally comparable. Wei Xiaoming glanced at the thunder shadow on the testing device and asked, "What shall we do next?" As a legendary quality beast, it likely does not require an evolution potion for its next step, does it? Jiang Lin clarified, evolution potions are not merely consumed during evolution. If the evolution proves imperfect, they can also be utilized to rectify foundational issues. Regrets left in the evolution process can still be remedied afterward. The three women exchanged uncertain glances, struggling to keep pace with the discussion. Jiang Lin sensed the overload of theoretical concepts and decided to pause. Recently, I have gained new insights into the art of creation. I have discovered that all summoned beasts possess, to varying degrees, certain flaws. I intend to utilize evolution potions in conjunction with medicinal elixirs to address these deficiencies. Chapter 45, Evolution Potion. With a wave towards the thunder shadow on the device, it transformed into a streak of lightning, instantly darting to Jiang Lin's side. The 3-meter-long silver tear serpent, among silver tear summoned beasts, could certainly be categorized as a smaller specimen. He tossed it to Huan Nongying, stating, "All right. Next we shall concoct the evolution potion." The group entered the laboratory dedicated to potion preparation, their eyes widening at the sight of an array of high-grade spiritual liquids. Momentarily rendered speechless, Jiang Lin cleared his throat and remarked, "I've been replicating the abilities of summoned beasts, and through my recent insights into formations, barriers, and restrictions, I was able to produce this batch of spiritual liquids this very morning. Please do not spread word of this. Young master, you mean you produced all of this in a single morning? Surely, this must be worth billions." Wei Xiaoming stammered, visibly flustered at the immense wealth displayed before them. In this world, the classification of spiritual liquids is such that only the most elite creators can produce high-grade liquids. A novice creator can only produce liquids with a spiritual energy content of 51 to 60. At just 18 years of age, Jiang Lin has already attained the status of a high-grade creator. The classification of spiritual liquids is as follows. Basic spiritual liquid, spiritual energy content between 30 and 40. Produced by creator apprentices. Low-grade spiritual liquid, spiritual energy content between 41 and 50. Produced by exemplary apprentices. Mid-grade spiritual liquid, spiritual energy content between 51 and 60. Indicative of a beginner creator's level, price between 10,000 and 100,000. Quality spiritual liquid, spiritual energy content between 61 and 70. Valued between 100,000 and 1 million. High-grade spiritual liquid, spiritual energy content between 71 and 80, valued between 1 million and 10 million. Perfect spiritual liquid, spiritual energy content between 81 and 90, only obtainable by top-tier creators, each being a rare treasure worth over 10 million, often unattainable even with wealth. Essence of spiritual energy, spiritual energy content above 91, referred to as artificial heavenly materials, with an immeasurable price. Even top-tier creators can only occasionally succeed in crafting such a liquid. Jiang Lin waved his hand, collecting all the unused spiritual liquids from this experiment into a storage pouch. Addressing the three women, "Now, let us proceed to concoct the evolution potion." The creation of this potion is not shrouded in mystery. It is akin to a doctor prescribing medication. However, there is a prerequisite. One must be able to diagnose the ailment and have the appropriate remedies at hand. Determining which medicines are needed for the summoned beast is something I briefly touched upon earlier. By examining the genetic test report, species traits, food chain, and spiritual attributes, one can ascertain the direction and type of medication required. Of course, the genetic test report only applies to carbon-based life forms. For semi-elemental beings like the golden jade rat, or the thousand-shaped mouse, or void entities like the void spirit python, the testing device is ineffective. Each situation must be analyzed individually. Nongying, what medications do you believe are necessary to fortify the Thunder Shadow's foundation? Prompted by Jiang Lin, Huan Nongying fell into contemplation. Wei Xiaoming, noticing the array of new pharmaceuticals in the laboratory, abandoned her thoughts and began searching for items related to the Thunder Shadow. Suddenly, her expression brightened. But as she was about to speak, she caught Jiang Lin's icy gaze and quickly silenced herself, adopting a compliant demeanor. The beast crystal of a thunder-type summoned beast is certainly essential. Additionally, we will require minerals infused with thunder spiritual energy, such as thunder crystal, electric dust, and azure jade. Some spiritual materials produced by thunder-type spirit beasts and plants should also be utilized, such as thunder rhino horn, thunder leaf, and electric catfish whiskers. These are my thoughts. These materials seem compatible with the thunder shadow and should be usable. Jiang Lin nodded, indicating several materials on the shelf. Noting that 3 of the items Hua Nongying mentioned were indeed present. You have overlooked one item, he said, picking up a vial of thunder attribute spiritual liquid. This spiritual liquid is the most crucial component. Now, let us begin the preparation of the materials. While a doctor may not need to create medications themselves, a creator must. We will need to employ over 70 different medicinal components. Some can be purchased outright, while others are available only as raw materials containing these medicinal components. And some we must synthesize ourselves. Electric dust consists of 5 substances, and we will only use one, known as electric essence. This substance exhibits unique conductivity, allowing only specific electric attribute spiritual energy to pass through it, making it commonly used as a filtering material in the production of thunder attribute spiritual liquids. Electric essence is not available on the market. Any creator capable of refining it likely has no shortage of thunder attribute spiritual liquids. This is how I will process electric dust. Pay close attention. Thunder leaf is derived from the leaves of thunder-type maple trees, of which 47 known varieties exist. Their functions are generally similar, but the quality and tier of the spiritual plant greatly influence the value of these leaves. The ones I possess are harvested from the Lord tier epic quality Jiang thunder maple, and I shall not elaborate on their worth. We aim to extract a substance called Suching single compound electrolytic enzyme from these leaves. Watch closely. This is my approach to handling this material. Jiang Lin's explanations and procedures were swift, and while the 3 women initially managed to follow along, as time progressed, their eyes gradually lost focus. Even the most diligent among them began to question their understanding of life. A variety of substances have been meticulously extracted, including the ephemeral pixel blue single compound electrolytic enzyme, which cannot be stored for long. Jiang Lin promptly commenced experiments involving a portion of these substances. Numerous extracted materials were carefully housed within small vials, numbering over 100. However, only around 70 of these were necessary for today's endeavors, with the surplus extracted substances being a fortunate byproduct of the process. Their value is significant, and it would be a shame to waste them. Thus, Jiang Lin took the liberty of extracting them as well. Over 100 different vials were utilized, and the 3 assisting women were nearly driven to madness merely by labeling and writing. Many of the substances bore names they had never encountered, let alone written, rendering them almost unrecognizable. Picking up a thumb-sized vial, Jiang Lin observed the minuscule amount of red powder inside, a substance known as dihydrocinamic acid, which was seldom needed. Yet, it possessed the remarkable ability to multiply the mating chances of a mother dragon several times over, making its value difficult to quantify. The collection of vials on the table might never be utilized again, yet discarding them felt like an unbearable loss. Such peculiar hoarding tendencies are common among many creators. The process of formulating the evolution potion was remarkably straightforward. Using spirit liquid as the base, specific quantities were extracted from these vials and combined, resulting in a potion with just a few gentle shakes. This particular vial of spirit liquid was not meant for prolonged storage. Thus, upon completion, it was promptly administered to Raiden Mei. Observing the long, serpent-like figure sprawled across the table, the 3 women regarded Jiang Lin with expressions of curiosity. Repairing the foundation was not the same as evolution. A lack of immediate change was to be expected. By the next day, the results should manifest, and their strength would likely improve. Chapter 46, Divine Beings, the Spirit Snake. The 3 women returned with Raiden Mei to observe, their minds reeling from the vast knowledge absorbed that day. Watching their departing figures, Jiang Lin cast a glance at the Beast Taming orbs on the table, where the Dream Thief Mouse and Spirit Snake were prominently displayed. Once these 2 small creatures evolved to the level of divine beings, their unparalleled abilities should alleviate the pressing concerns at hand. In the absence of the 3 women, the subsequent experiments proceeded at an accelerated pace. A few summoned beasts were directed into a flurry of activity, effectively extracting nearly every ounce of the material's active components. This remarkably efficient research endeavor is something countless creators can only dream of. Shaking the beaker in hand, he released the spirit snake, signaling the commencement of this little creature's evolution. Waving his hand, the small serpent, appearing as if crafted from translucent crystal, climbed onto his palm. According to academic standards for the classification of summoned beasts, those that remain small enough to be held by their masters even after reaching the silver tier are considered small-sized beasts, at merely half a meter in length. The spirit snake clearly falls below even this standard definition. After informing it of the upcoming experimental steps through their bond, he carefully placed it into the beaker, allowing the potion to envelop it. The evolution of the spirit snake commenced. Transitioning from epic to legendary quality represents one of the final evolutionary stages for summoned beasts. Future evolutions will either require the use of the celestial heart divine pattern, born from the resonance of spiritual will with the cosmos, or natural treasures that similarly arise from such interactions. Both the celestial heart divine pattern and these natural treasures are not easily attainable. Watching the spirit snake struggle in agony within the beaker, Jiang Lin felt a twinge of sympathy. However, this pain was an essential part of its evolution, and he could only observe helplessly. Dipping his consciousness into the sea of awareness, he found himself amidst a vast starry expanse. Apart from 2 divine authorities fused with his soul nearby, there were 13 small, uniquely colored star-like lights, the most prominent among them. Spotting one that shimmered with a dreamlike glow, the celestial heart divine pattern, he prepared to merge it with the spirit snake, aiding its evolution into a divine being. The sight of this luminous pattern evoked a profound sense of harmony with the cosmos. This celestial heart divine pattern had been acquired during a moment of inspiration while tending to his garden. Immersed in the task, he had felt the sentiments of the spiritual plants and intuitively grasped their needs. Pest control, fertilization, and soil aeration were completed almost unconsciously, fulfilling their desires. When he finally returned to his senses, the celestial heart divine pattern had manifested, leaving him both amused and perplexed. Having merely adjusted the arrangement of the plants, he unexpectedly garnered such a reward. It was indeed a delightful surprise. The celestial heart divine pattern is considered a miraculous object capable of transforming the fate of any summoned beast that attains legendary quality. The spirit snake would soon evolve into a legendary beast. Once it absorbed this pattern, it would complete yet another evolution, becoming a divine being. Withdrawing from the sea of awareness, the celestial heart divine pattern emerged from his forehead. Noticing the now dry evolution potion within the beaker, he disregarded the spirit snake's painful writhing and directly infused the pattern into its body, rather than subjecting it to a series of agonies. It was preferable to link the 2 phases of pain together, shortening the time required and completing both evolutions in a single go. Despite the spirit snake's apparent distress, this was indeed an extraordinary opportunity for it, and it likely felt an inner joy. Spirit beast name, spirit snake. Spirit beast classification, soul type, psychic class, serpentine family. Attributes, psychic 40, mental 40, soul 20. Strength, silver tier level 2. Quality, divine being. Supreme ability, celestial heart resonance, perception of celestial heart consciousness. Enhancing comprehension of the celestial heart divine pattern. Bloodline, spirit snake. Talent abilities, Thousand Hearts link, mind shock, empathy, telepathy, celestial wisdom, dream without trace, multitasking. Acquired abilities, Forest Heart Sutra, transformation technique, clear sound concentration spell, heart-piercing needle, mind-bewildering mirror, 6 gods unification, Thousand Hearts net. Gazing at the spirit snake's information panel, Jiang Lin felt a pang of disappointment. It was not that he was disheartened by the spirit snake's evolution. Rather, he lamented the absence of the supreme ability he had hoped to obtain. Ever since replicating the supreme ability of the Sky Crane, Cosmic Shift, his expectations had been set extraordinarily high. He found himself losing interest in talent abilities beneath the realm of supreme powers. Taking a deep breath and closing his eyes, he recognized that such feelings might be unwarranted. Focusing solely on supreme powers seemed somewhat ambitious. The spirit snake's 7 talent abilities were all of exceptional quality. Any summoned beast possessing even one would see its value multiply. Now that the spirit snake boasted 7 such abilities, its status could undoubtedly be considered that of a divine pet. The emergence of a quasi-divine level super pet from his hands felt quite rewarding. The abilities Dream Without Trace and Multitasking were awakened through consecutive evolutions. However, the former had not been documented in the Encyclopedia of Federal Abilities, suggesting it was a previously unrecorded power. Dream Without Trace, the ability to enter another's dream and modify it. The description of this ability was notably brief, leaving uncertainty about its effect when replicated onto himself. The Thousand Hearts link and multitasking abilities existed prior, but they had undergone transformations during the spirit snake's consecutive evolutions, significantly enhancing their effectiveness. Observing the chaotic flow of spiritual energy within the spirit snake, Jiang Lin understood that this phenomenon was a manifestation of the incompatibility between acquired and innate abilities. This was the inevitable outcome of attempting to have a familiar master acquired abilities prematurely. Weaker familiars found it exceedingly difficult to cultivate acquired powers in advance, as their evolution and growth were remarkably frequent. For those familiars bound by human contracts, if the master possessed particularly favorable conditions, their quality might upgrade at any moment, or their bloodline could awaken anew. Should the master be willing to invest resources, the supply of advanced nourishment and cultivation materials would be boundless, resulting in rapid elevation of the familiar's rank. Such swift enhancement of power was unfathomable to wild familiars. With each evolution, innate abilities would also undergo transformations, leaving those reliant upon innate powers to struggle in keeping pace. Every alteration in innate abilities necessitated a re-evaluation of acquired powers, a task that, while not overly laborious, was still a thankless endeavor. Thus, most familiars began to focus on cultivating acquired powers only after ascending to the Lord level. Jiang Lin's thoughts regarding the supreme ability of heart dream perception were rather intricate. Possessing an extraordinary comprehension, he found himself at an advantage in grasping the heart spirit glyphs more than anyone else. Just how much enhancement could this supreme ability bestow upon him? With 12 heart spirit glyphs currently residing in his sea of consciousness, he was uncertain of their application. For someone like him, who could effortlessly comprehend heart spirit glyphs, he felt no anxiety in this regard. The abundance of godly creatures that Wei Xiaoming and Hua Nongying possessed was largely due to the heart spirit glyphs he provided to the two women. Though they were indeed talented, at their age, even the most gifted among them could only comprehend 2 heart spirit glyphs at most. It was utterly impossible for them to possess 6 or 7. Chapter 47, Supreme Talent and Ability. After thoroughly studying the evolution of the spirit snake into a divine creature, the sky had unknowingly darkened. After a day of hard work, during dinner, Jiang Lin handed over the beast ball containing the spirit snake to Hua Nongying. To think it has evolved into a divine creature. Young master, how could you not mention such a significant event? I should have been there to witness it. Noticing the girl's displeasure, Jiang Lin felt a bit embarrassed and said, I didn't think much of it at the moment. I was caught up in the excitement and neglected to consider the details. Please don't be angry, all right? He realized that he had indeed been inconsiderate. Akin to a mother being kept in the dark about her child's acceptance into a prestigious university. Seeing Hua Nongying eagerly release the spirit snake, the 3 girls huddled together, chattering incessantly before finally settling their hearts. After soothing Hua Nongying to sleep, Jiang Lin sat alone by the window, facing yet another sleepless night. He had become accustomed to this state, finding that replacing sleep with cultivation was a commendable way to expend energy. Otherwise, the girl would inevitably seek Wei Xiaoming for assistance again. The spirit snake, having been quite exhausted from the day's activities, coiled in Jiang Lin's palm. Unwilling to move, gently caressing the slightly cool scales of the spirit snake, its translucent body allowed him to see the contours of his palm clearly. The moonlight was radiant, casting a serene glow over both the boy and the snake, imbuing the moment with tranquility. Through the link of their contract, the operation of the heart dream without traceability within the spirit snake was vividly presented in his mind. Casting a glance at the sleeping Hua Nongying, a mysterious smile crept onto his lips. Delving into the spirit snake's essence, he swiftly familiarized himself with the operational status of the star dream without traceability. A peculiar wave of energy spread throughout the room, and Hua Nongying's dreamscape astonishingly materialized before Jiang Lin's eyes. Unexpectedly, he discovered that the girl was having a nightmare. In the dream, the villain was none other than himself. Could it be that one truly dreams of what they ponder by day? Had he perhaps been too harsh in preventing her from seeking Wei Xiaoming's help? Taking direct control of his dream self, he replaced the figure in the nightmare. At that moment, Jiang Lin was instructing Hua Nongying on the creation of spiritual liquids, and due to her persistent struggles to grasp the concept, her face was adorned with numerous little sticky notes. The absurdity of the dream world was undeniable. Unbeknownst to the dream Jiang Lin, his words became authentic knowledge of a creator upon his consciousness entering the scene. Suddenly struck by the ruler's tap, Hua Nongying, who had been somewhat distracted, refocused her attention. The classroom clock ticked away, but curiously, each time it approached the end of class, it inexplicably reset to the beginning. Consequently, this lesson dragged on interminably, and the bell for dismissal remained conspicuously silent, causing the students to grow increasingly restless. This was a subconscious rebellion on the girl's part. Had the irregularity of time finally awakened her awareness? A mysterious smile graced Jiang Lin's lips as he continued to manipulate the dream, causing the entire class to focus intently. The clock reverted to the class start time once again. Indeed, Hua Nongying's dream had become a nightmare, forever waiting for the bell that never rang. While everything around her seemed normal, she felt an unsettling abnormality from having absorbed too much knowledge. Jiang Lin consistently called upon her name for answers, repeatedly solidifying the knowledge she had learned. In the real world, sitting by the window, Jiang Lin noticed that Hua Nongying was tossing and turning in bed more frequently, her breaths becoming increasingly labored. This indicated the nightmare had reached its most terrifying peak. It could not continue like this, or she would truly be left with psychological scars. He pondered how much of the knowledge imparted in the dream she would retain upon awakening. This was equivalent to an entire semester's worth of teachings. If she woke to forget everything, then the hardships she endured in the dream would have been in vain. As the dream world shattered, the nightmare finally came to an end, and Huan Nongying, who had previously appeared tormented, gradually calmed down. Rising to check on her, he found her forehead warm, though it was not a fever. Rather, it seemed to be a result of mental exhaustion. Given the circumstances, it was likely that a considerable amount of knowledge imparted in the dream had been retained. Thus, the value of the spirit snake's ability was confirmed. For Jiang Lin, the worth of this innate ability had momentarily surpassed that of the supreme ability of universe shifting. When the right person encounters the right ability, the power that can be unleashed is undoubtedly earth-shattering. To others, this ability might seem worthless, not knowing how to utilize it. Yet in Jiang Lin's hands, it could swiftly pour immense knowledge into the three girls, facilitating their rapid ascent to the status of creators. This was nothing short of miraculous. Controlling the spirit snake to wield this ability yielded such results. If he were to perform the operation himself with greater finesse, the effects would undoubtedly multiply. Quickly mobilizing the true essence within him, he attempted to mimic the operational trajectory of Heart Dream without trace, feeling a slight sluggishness and discomfort. Enduring the unease, he patiently completed a full circulation, finally achieving a preliminary understanding of the ability's operation. The anatomical structures of humans and snakes are entirely disparate. Thus, replicating the spirit snake's abilities within himself would require significant modification. The task ahead was indeed a monumental undertaking. The third cultivation system pioneered by humanity, the integration of runes, can be primarily divided into three directions. The first direction involves comprehending the innate and acquired divine patterns, utilizing them to accomplish numerous tasks. The innate divine pattern, known as the heavenly heart pattern, is a more sophisticated version, while the acquired divine pattern serves as its simplified counterpart. The wondrous applications of these divine patterns are boundless, capable of conjuring countless miracles. The second direction pertains to the creation of acquired divine abilities, which shares many commonalities with the first. Acquired divine abilities are merely imitations of innate divine abilities, characterized by relatively simpler formations of arrays. The cultivation of these two directions necessitates a substantial foundation of insight and knowledge. While initiation may be facile, delving deeper proves challenging, marking it as the exclusive domain of the creators. The third direction, concerning the replication of skills, presents a significantly lower threshold. The essence of replicating beast-controlling divine abilities lies in imitation and adjustment. To replicate innate divine abilities onto oneself, one must first adapt and comprehend, followed by a protracted process of modification and calibration. Whether in understanding the divine abilities or in their alteration and adjustment, a creator endowed with a wealth of knowledge undoubtedly possesses a considerable advantage. For others, the processes of skill adaptation, adjustment, and replication may span an arduous journey. Yet for a creator, many erroneous attempts can be anticipated in advance. The various taboos and mistakes associated with energy manipulation are already well understood by them. To implement corrections, a mere cycle of the grand circulation suffices, allowing numerous solutions to crystallize within their minds. Jiang Lin simulated the human version of the heart dream without trace in his mind, and upon finding no issues, he commenced his cultivation. During his initial adjustment of the divine ability, he made hundreds of modifications, followed by another cycle of the grand circulation, his brow slightly furrowed. From the perspective of operational efficiency, it had accelerated by more than double, and the efficiency of spiritual energy conversion had improved by at least threefold. However, several areas still exhibited a sense of stagnation and discomfort. His mind raced as he swiftly modified the second version of the human adaptation of Heart Dream without trace. With repeated cycles of the grand circulation and continuous modifications, the final version was solidified just before dawn. In merely half a night, he completed the adaptation and adjustment of the divine ability, an endeavor that would take others a year or two to achieve. Yet, with Jiang Lin's extraordinary aptitude, this rapid progress was hardly surprising. What followed was the genuine replication of the divine abilities. The Heart Dream without trace commenced its relentless operation, rapidly consuming true essence as it inscribed numerous acquired divine patterns. These patterns flowed along the currents of true essence, permeating various parts of his body, creating arrays that became integral to the operation of the divine ability, gradually replacing the physical form. To simply understand, the replication of divine abilities entails extracting the operational system of the divine ability from the human body, substituting arrays for the physical form, allowing it to exist independently within a certain dimension of the body. Countless minute acquired divine patterns were inscribed, following the flow of the Heart Dream without trace. settling into appropriate positions, thereby becoming fixed components within the operational system. As the sun rose, Jiang Lin halted the operation of the divine ability. In just that brief morning period, he had already completed the replication of 3 divine abilities, a speed that was undeniably astonishing. While others would require years to reach this milestone, he accomplished it overnight. Estimating the time, he surmised that in approximately 2 weeks, the replication of this divine ability would reach completion. What took others decades of arduous toil, he could finalize in merely 10 days to half a month, a pace that certainly felt like cheating. Chapter 48, Mu Linglong's Family. Replicating innate divine abilities proved far less strenuous than transcendent divine abilities, prompting Jiang Lin to consider pausing his work on the grand transfer of the universe to focus on endowing himself with several innate divine abilities first. Besides Heart Dream without trace, the other 6 divine abilities of the Spirit Snake were each exceptional. Moreover, there were countless splendid divine abilities from other beast companions, each one appealing to him. At times, having too many choices can also be a source of torment. A new day dawned, and after awakening, Huan Nongying remained in a daze. Jiang Lin approached her with concern, inquiring, "How do you feel? Is something amiss?" The girl rubbed her eyes and, after a moment of contemplation, furrowed her brow. "I had a nightmare last night. It felt so real, as if I attended an exceedingly long class. And the teacher resembled you. What is the most economical method for extracting whale oil from the slope mountain whale?" Still in a daze, Huan Nongying instinctively responded, "By utilizing a combination of cyanide agents and gamma ultraviolet light, employing radiation decyanidation to eliminate cyanides and alcohols, hydrocarbons, and etheric substances from the whale oil. Then, using a dissolution method, soaking the whale oil in a double brine solution to dissolve easily crystallizing components. Chlorine can be removed using silver chloride, nitrates can be dissolved with white sodium solution, and lactic acid can be eliminated with golden juice. This constitutes the complete process for refining slope mountain whale oil." After finishing, she added, "The most economical method is not necessarily the safest, nor the most environmentally friendly, and certainly not the most efficient or healthiest." Upon concluding, she instinctively displayed an expression of eager anticipation. Noticing Jiang Lin's bemused gaze fixed upon her, she belatedly recognized something was amiss. Her eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, "Young master, it was you who caused the mischief last night." The blanket slipped, revealing a significant expanse, and Jiang Lin's gaze naturally drifted downward, nodding in acknowledgement. "Did your spirit snake not evolve into a divine being yesterday?" "Last night, I conducted some research and discovered that the Heart Dream without trace is precisely the skill I have long anticipated. How much of the knowledge I imparted to you last night have you retained?" The girl promptly closed her eyes in contemplation, and after a considerable pause, she replied, "I'm not certain how much I remember, but I feel like I suddenly understand a great deal." "No worries, tonight we shall continue. We merely need to conduct a few tests in dreams, and I shall roughly gauge how much you have forgotten." "Ah, we have to do it again tonight." "What's the matter, unwilling?" The girl's eyes darted playfully. "Let us include Xiaoming and Sister Haidang as well." "Xiaoming is fine, but your Sister Haidang might not be able to join us. We haven't reached that stage yet." In the Mu Linglong household, the family had been bustling for 2 consecutive days. After removing her apron, which was stained with bits of flesh and blood, Mu Linglong's mother leaned back against the sofa, experiencing the sensation of having stood her entire life before finally being able to sit down. After returning from her examination, her daughter had insisted urgently on purchasing 6 or 7 large freezers, claiming to have acquired the corpses of 2 golden tier beast companions during the examination period. Initially, she had dismissed it as a jest, only to believe it when her daughter produced 2 boxes of bloody beast meat from her storage bag. Glancing at the freezers in the living room, which seemed out of place among the other furniture and appliances, the woman couldn't help but smile. Mu Linglong emerged from the basement carrying an empty basin, equally exhausted, and upon seeing a large pile of vacuum-sealed meat chunks in the kitchen, she decided it was best to leave the task of moving them to her father. Sitting beside her mother, she too felt drained, retrieving her phone to find several messages from her cousin. "Mom, do you think I should contract a swamp crocodile? I really don't like these fierce, ugly, and filthy beast companions. They drive me crazy." "Oh, you are quite choosy. This is a beast of the 3 families level, and others would want one but cannot." The girl cast a sidelong glance at her mother. "If you all buy me a mud ball, I would definitely not hesitate." "Haha, so you were waiting for us all along." "What do you mean waiting for you?" "Just finishing up with a large number of wooden boxes," Mu Linglong's father, curious about what the 2 women were discussing, asked. "They're talking about the mud ball. Your daughter is subtly hinting that we should buy one for her." "The mud ball? Have you decided to contract the swamp crocodile yet?" "This particular beast ball is indeed quite suitable for the swamp crocodile. However, It is specifically designed for the unique conditions of a swamp environment and is rather expensive. Father, do you agree? Faced with his daughter's hopeful gaze, what father could resist? If it falls within the budget of 250,000, it can be considered. Oh yes, Daddy loves you the most. Mu Linglong leapt into her father's embrace, casting a triumphant glance towards her mother. The couple exchanged a knowing look and smiled helplessly. During the examination period, their daughter had contracted a newly born stone-armored elephant, and the beast ball for it had already been shipped, costing the couple 270,000. Such beast balls for larger creatures are significantly more costly than ordinary ones. The couple felt a pang of regret for less than a day, and now they were faced with the prospect of spending over 200,000 on a mud ball, depleting their savings in an instant. Fortunately, their daughter had returned with beast meat valued at several million, as well as a swift hunt dragon. The swift hunt dragon is an exceptionally rare beast, undoubtedly worth 7 to 8 million when sold. By the way, when will your cousin arrive? Upon hearing her mother's inquiry, Mu Linglong quickly checked her phone. Soon, she will arrive by noon. Mu Linglong's father retrieved 2 beast eggs from his storage bag and addressed his daughter. I had these 2 swamp crocodile eggs examined, and there are no issues. They are indeed swamp crocodile eggs. However, the one on the left shows a higher detection result for earth attributes, while the one on the right has higher water attributes. After saying this, he handed her the egg with the greater earth attribute. Given that your affinity is with earth, you should definitely contract this one. The water affinity egg shall be given to your cousin. Cradling the swamp crocodile egg, the girl recalled the scene during the exam and curiously asked, was the quality of the 2 eggs determined? Mu Linglong's father chuckled and shook his head. How could the quality of a beast still within its egg be assessed? What have you been studying? The girl pursed her lips. Jiang Lin had mentioned that both eggs were of epic quality, and she was unsure whether to believe it. If they truly were of epic quality, her cousin would have struck a remarkable deal. However, given the relationship between their families, such a minor advantage was inconsequential. None in her uncle's family possessed an affinity for earth-type beasts. When they had the opportunity to purchase a burrowing earth dragon, they had unhesitatingly done so for her. Such kindness could never be forgotten. Although the burrowing earth dragon was somewhat unattractive, it was indeed an exceptional beast and particularly sought after. A swamp crocodile for her cousin would be perfectly fitting. Coincidentally, her cousin's affinity was with reptilian beasts. I will go prepare lunch. You two should hurry and move that pile of meat in the kitchen to the freezer. The father and daughter exchanged glances before reluctantly setting about their task. Chapter 49. Major universities initiate recruitment mode early. Young Master Jiang Lin. Here is the information on the promising young talents that the Liu family has invested in recent years. All the details are here. Thank you, Steward Wei, for personally delivering this. Very well, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Remember, you can review the information yourself. Understood, I will not keep you any longer. After seeing off Steward Wei, Jiang Lin returned to his study and began perusing the documents in his hands. Prominently displayed at the forefront was the file of Fong He, with whom he had crossed paths several times. Fong He came from a modest background. Upon discovering her affinity, the Liu family had sponsored her with 2 beasts, the Evil Eye and the Bright Phoenix, along with a scholarship loan of 3 million. Investing in promising young individuals is a long-standing tradition within the Red Dragon Federation. The returns on investments in talented youth have always been significant. Among the many strong individuals in the Federation, many emerged from humble beginnings. Their rise to power was due in part to talent and fortune, and in part to the investments made by capital and the strong. Talent is independent of one's origins. Whether a family can produce a genius depends entirely on fate. Wealthy and powerful groups are in a precarious position without a strong individual as their backing. A hired protector is not a true safeguard. Alliances formed purely out of profit are bound to dissolve when the profit ceases. Only those geniuses nurtured and invested in are truly trustworthy. And should they become part of the family, it would be a considerable gain. If luck allows for the emergence of a super strong individual, the returns would be immeasurably rich. Countless similar examples have played out repeatedly, leading to a growing trend within the Federation of investing in young people. The strong, the capitalists, and the creators are all eager to invest in civilian talents. Anyone with a bit of surplus hopes to cultivate a prodigious figure, thus elevating their own endeavors. Of course, investment carries risks, and there are many instances of failure. It is fortunate if an invested genius fails to rise. Those who invest in ungrateful individuals suffer far worse, often losing everything and leaving their fortunes in ruin. The Liu family has invested in over 60 civilian talents, and Jiang Lin quickly noted that not all talents are equal. Individuals like Fong He are undoubtedly among the top-tier geniuses, while the least can still secure a place among the ranks of Lord Beast Tamers. It is evident that the investment team within the Liu family is not idle. Separating Fong He's file. He pondered for a moment before pulling 2 more files and placing them alongside hers. Looking at the 3 girls' documents in his hands, Jiang Lin felt a complex mix of emotions. How wonderful it would be to contract all 3 of them. Unfortunately, persuading someone to enter into a contract is no easy task, akin to courting a girl, perhaps even more challenging. It is impossible to contract just one person. With that alone, no girl could possibly endure. Finding an opportunity to get to know them better is the first step. The future will unfold one step at a time. Transferring the investment project for them to his name is not difficult. Given Jiang Lin's current status within the Liu family, it would merely require a word of approval. As a family with a totem beast tamer, the Liu family boasts over 10 monarch-level strong individuals, making them incredibly powerful and somewhat indifferent to these so-called geniuses. Their investment is merely a trend-following behavior. At Mu Linglong's home, the family gathered around the dining table as her mother enthusiastically called out, "Xiaosheng, come try this. This is the beast meat your cousin brought back from the Qingchuan forest. Oh, this is actually meat from a gold-tier beast. Your cousin didn't kill it, did she? I certainly don't have that capability. It was a classmate I encountered during the exam who did the deed. He only took a few materials and gave me all the remaining meat." Mu Linglong's cousin responded with astonishment. Is there really someone so generous in this world? He must be incredibly wealthy. Recalling how that individual had fed the little stone-armored elephant with high-grade spirit liquid, he must indeed be very affluent. "Cousin, you mentioned on WeChat that you have already been accepted into Tiangong University. You can't possibly be a gold-tier beast tamer already, can you? How could that be? I am still a bronze tier. Then how did you obtain the Heaven's Cave teleportation talisman?" "Of course I found it." Mu Linglong's cousin was left speechless. Such luck was simply unparalleled. With the first examination of the college entrance exams concluded, all the various schemes and tricks during the tests had been thoroughly exposed. The military's preemptive move to recruit talents disrupted many universities' admission plans. This action could be said to shake the very foundations. 7 prestigious military academies have altered their admission policies, previously selecting candidates solely from military ranks. This time, they directly compete with esteemed universities for talented students, resulting in a significant decrease in the number of gifted individuals who would typically enroll in top-tier institutions. Consequently, elite universities found themselves in a precarious position, compelled to lower their admission standards. This situation inadvertently affected first-rate universities beneath them, prompting institutions nationwide to reduce their admission score thresholds. Naturally, this was met with reluctance, and many universities chose to mobilize their faculty and students, employing direct recruitment strategies to intercept outstanding candidates. The protagonist's visit to his cousin's home is, in fact, driven by a task assigned by his school. His cousin has achieved a score exceeding 150 in the first segment of the college entrance examination, a feat that has already circulated within the family group. Initially intending to recommend her to their school, an act that could earn him a 5-credit reward while allowing him to look after her, he soon realizes that first-rate universities stand little chance of recruiting students from top-tier institutions. He refrains from disclosing this task, merely a directive from the school, and feels indifferent about its outcome. The girl is eager to discuss the phenomenon of beast taming associated with luck, yet she suppresses her urge, recalling Jiang Lin's admonitions. Although she is uncertain about the existence of such beasts, prudence dictates that she observe the situation before reaching any conclusions. After dinner, Mu Linglong's cousin, cradling a crocodile egg, reflects on the bond between their families, the closest among his father's siblings. This crocodile egg serves as a testament to their strong ties. "Cousin, do you have the contact details for Li Qian, Sun Zhozhou, and Wang Wu from your school?" he inquires. "Them? I'm not familiar." "No," she responds. "Well, that's fine." Curiosity piqued, Mu Linglong asks, "Cousin, how do you know them?" "Our school has some connections. I learned about them from a document provided by the school." "They are all top students from your institution, correct?" The girl begins to piece it together. "Cousin, you're not here to recruit for your school, are you?" With a resigned smile, her cousin, noticing their aunt and uncle are absent, whispers, "In the coming days, many university admissions offices will likely call you. Your parents will undoubtedly receive such calls, so please don't agree to them. Tiangong University is an excellent choice. It's not easy to get in. This opportunity is rare. Don't let it slip away, or you may regret it for a lifetime." Seeing her cousin nod seriously, he continues, "I must take my leave now." "Thank you, cousin. This crocodile egg is precisely what I need. If you have any questions in the future, reach out to me on WeChat." "Ah, cousin, you're leaving already," she exclaims. "I still need to visit those 3 students' homes. Time is tight. Come, let us inform aunt and uncle." Chapter 50. The auction organized by the clan elders. Only 3 days remain until the second round of individual combat assessments for the college entrance examination. Today, as usual, Jiang Lin is reinforcing Nia Haitang's beast taming foundations. However, The arrival of Lu Wanqing disrupts Jiang Lin's plans for the next 2 days. Gazing at the auction invitation in his hand, he ponders the purpose of the auction organized by the Lu family. Turning to Lu Wanqing, a direct descendant of the Lu clan, he expects her to possess some insider knowledge. This auction is organized by the 3 clan elders, allegedly at the suggestion of the dean of Baiwa Academy. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Lin recalls that one of the 3 clan elders is indeed a board member of Baiwa Academy. However, why would the dean choose to organize an auction under the auspices of the clan elders? There must be some undisclosed secrets at play. Noticing Lu Wanqing's bewildered expression, he realizes further inquiries may yield no valuable information. Given the haste in organizing this auction, it's clear the preparations are lacking. So what do I need to do? Lu Wanqing beams. Hee, you truly cannot be deceived. The auction is still short of items. I wonder if Brother Jiang Lin has anything suitable. Contemplating the resources at hand, Jiang Lin recognizes that this auction is orchestrated by a monarch-level powerhouse, likely involving totem tamers. Thus, ordinary items may not suffice. Anything will do? The girl bites her lip, cautiously suggesting, Brother Jiang Lin, you wouldn't just throw together some random items to appease the clan elders, would you? Follow me. They proceed to the back courtyard of the estate, which Jiang Lin finds quite spacious, comparable to a small garden in the outside world. The only items I can present are beasts, spiritual liquids, and elixirs. Upon entering the backyard, they are greeted by 7 or 8 untethered beasts, all uncontracted. A collection Jiang Lin has amassed over time. Passing through a corridor, they arrive at a specialized beast-keeping facility, where the maid, Huanongying, is directing workers to transport supplies to 3 large beast spheres. Each sphere, approximately 1 meter in diameter, is supported by a matching frame, positioned centrally within the facility. 6 circular portals are open, large enough for a forklift to enter. 3 go in, and 3 come out, as various types of beast feed are loaded inside. The odor within the facility is less than pleasant. Although the floors are kept clean, the scent originates from the bags being delivered by the forklift. These bags contain dehydrated and deodorized beast waste, yet some remnants of the original odor remain. These large beast spheres are the most expensive on the market, each valued at over 100 million, yet their cost-effectiveness is unparalleled. Designed for mass breeding, a single sphere can house hundreds, if not thousands, of beasts if properly arranged. Once filled with automatic feeding devices, they can sustain for a month. The specific dietary needs of various beasts can be preset, allowing for precise, real-time monitoring and feedback. Any irregularities can be promptly addressed, significantly reducing the labor costs associated with beast husbandry. The water recycling system within these spheres is remarkably efficient. A specialized evaporator converts wastewater into clean distilled water, with a single refill lasting nearly 6 months. The spacious interiors of these large spheres can accommodate what resembles an entire breeding facility, with multiple levels comparable to a small apartment building. Each beast has its own room, along with communal activity areas, swimming zones, running tracks, and resting spaces resembling small forests. The facility is equipped with various lighting, ventilation, cleaning, and recycling systems, which contribute to its high market value. Young master, what brings you here? Mrs. Well, Huanongying greets them politely, puzzled by their presence. You carry on. I'm here to take a few beasts. Huanongying quickly glances at Lu Wanqing and says, I'll fetch some beast spheres. All right. Jiang Lin approaches 3 tablets mounted on the wall, selects one, and gestures to Lu Wanqing. These 14 legendary quality beasts should suffice, right? 14? Lu Wanqing's eyes widen in disbelief, convinced she must have misheard. Legendary quality beasts are not something one can easily acquire at will. Receiving the tablet from Jiang Lin, she is left speechless upon seeing the 14 legendary quality beasts he has selected. Once a beast reaches legendary quality, its worth transcends monetary value. Auction starting prices often begin in the tens of millions, and mere currency may not secure a purchase. If one does not bring additional bargaining chips during the bidding process, the sellers may not even acknowledge their interest. Of utmost significance is the fact that the tier of these legendary quality beast companions is rather modest, with the highest ranking merely at the 8th level of the bronze tier. Such low prowess implies that the contract shares required to bond with them are minimal, thereby inadvertently elevating their value. Suddenly, the information regarding a fire-type beast caught the girl's attention. The burning butterfly, a fire-themed butterfly beast, captivated Lu Wanqing with its exquisite appearance, rendering her momentarily spellbound. As her affinity for contracts leaned towards the fire element, she found herself enamored with this butterfly from the very first glance, realizing it was a beast she could bond with. Brother Jiang Lin, might it be possible for this burning butterfly to be excluded from the auction? I wish to purchase it outright. Whatever, he shrugged. Sure. But do you have enough pocket money for that? The girl bit her lip and cautiously inquired, could I pay in installments? After weighing the situation, Jiang Lin decided to offer a friendly price, considering she was the family head's great-granddaughter. All right then, it's yours for 100 million. Upon hearing the price of 100 million for the burning butterfly, Lu Wanqing felt momentarily dazed, but she quickly realized she was making a tremendous bargain. Thank you, Brother Jiang Lin. I will arrange the transfer as soon as I return home. At that moment, Huan Nongying arrived, pushing a half-human tall container filled with standard beast orbs, each the size of a basketball. Jiang Lin casually picked one up. These beast orbs were the most affordable on the market, obtainable at a wholesale price of merely 20 to 30,000. The interior space was exceedingly limited, allowing only one beast to reside within, and the cramped conditions provided no comfort for the creature. He linked the transfer rights of the beast orb in hand to a large beast orb, and with a few deft movements, a beast named the Cloud Lightning Leopard was transferred into it. Holding a barcode printer, Huan Nongying quickly produced a shipping slip, which Jiang Lin tore off and affixed to the beast orb before handing it to Lu Wanqing. Upon receiving the orb, the girl glanced at the shipping slip, which succinctly detailed the information about the Cloud Lightning Leopard, the phoenix-tailed golden pheasant, the Yang Water Sand Gull, the Sunny Rain Swallow, the four-armed spirit monkey, the flower between deer, and the iron-blooded warhorse. With the burning butterfly she had just acquired, she now possessed a total of 14 legendary quality beasts, leaving Lu Wanqing in awe of how surreal this world had become. Even as the eldest daughter of the Lu family, she was profoundly shaken by such extravagant dealings. When a box of spiritual liquid opened before her, she felt a wave of numbness wash over her. Renowned as the most gifted creator in the Lu family, she had always struggled to produce spiritual liquid, never managing to concoct a bottle with a spiritual energy content exceeding 50. Yet here, every vial of spiritual liquid boasted a concentration exceeding 70. With over 200 vials present, the sheer volume was utterly staggering. Even more astonishing was that Brother Jiang Lin was also an alchemist, a profession regarded as a more advanced subdivision of creation than that of medicinal crafting. The 3 vials of elixirs in his hands were worth their weight in gold, surpassing the combined value of the 14 legendary beasts she had acquired. Dazed, Lu Wanqing carried her treasures to report to the clan elders, overwhelmed by the impact of Jiang Lin's generosity that day. Chapter 51, Senior Creator. After bidding farewell to Lu Wanqing, Jiang Lin remained in the beast house, meticulously examining the data of each beast contained within the 3 beast orbs. Utilizing beast orbs to raise creatures was far from ideal. Prolonged confinement would inevitably lead to both physical and mental health issues for any beast. This courtyard, though spacious, could not accommodate too many beasts at once, and rotating their outdoor time was merely a temporary solution. A plan to create a beast sanctuary was in order. In a flash of a transfer beam, Jiang Lin found himself inside a beast orb. The large beast orb functioned essentially as a breeding ground, and despite the best design efforts, the environment was still far from perfect. Upon entering the plant area, he was greeted by bright lights illuminating various spirit plants arranged in a compact layout, each vying for attention with their vibrant displays. The carbon dioxide levels within the beast orb were directed here by the ventilation system, resulting in stale air, though this did not affect the plants in the slightest. His objective for entering this realm was a spirit plant tower comprised of 7 layers of succulent plants. Observing the fallen leaves, he noted that these succulent spirit plants had recently shown signs of various peculiar ailments. The confined space of the beast orb was merely a simulation, always lacking in comparison to the outside world. The succulent plants on the tower were of particularly rare varieties: the 8 treasures glazed tower, the jade lotus platform, the powder fairy, the condensed fat treasure tower, the rainbow hydrangea, the white star flower crown, the red dragon brocade, the grass jade dew, the jade pearl curtain, and the gathering treasure lotus platform, among others. Over 50 types of succulent spirit plants were cultivated in their respective pots, meticulously cared for, and appearing crystal clear, pleasing to the eye. Although the intelligent system of the beast orb could monitor them around the clock, it ultimately lacked the sensitivity required for nurturing spirit beasts and plants. Among the talented individuals invested in by the Lu family was a girl named Lu Shi, whose affinity lay with succulent spirit plants. If she could be bonded with, these plants would finally have a purpose. After leaving the Lu family estate, Lu Wanqing directly utilized the teleportation array in Bibo City to arrive at the eastern capital. She was received by a luxury vehicle to the headquarters of a pharmaceutical group under the Lu family. Upon entering the office of the 3rd clan elder, Lu Qingxia, Lu Wanqing addressed a woman in her 50s. "Great aunt, I have successfully completed the task you entrusted to me." Without a hint of surprise, Elder Lu Qingxia, seated on the sofa, beckoned Lu Wanqing to join her. The girl excitedly rushed over, a hint of mystery in her voice. "Great aunt, guess how many auction items I have brought back?" Elder Lu Qingxia gazed at the eager young girl with fondness. "From your demeanor, I can tell it must be quite a few." Oh, come on, take a guess. The girl's playful antics were irresistible to any elder, causing Lu Qingxia's eyes to squint in delight. Little Jiang Lin is undoubtedly our family's most formidable creator. He must have provided you with plenty of treasures. I wager there are elixirs, spiritual liquids, and legendary quality beasts among them. But how many? The girl continued to press for a number. A glimmer of mystery flickered in the elder's eyes. 14 legendary quality beasts, 3 types of elixirs, each with 50 pieces, and 150 vials of elemental spiritual liquid, all with a density exceeding 70. Did I guess correctly? Lu Wanqing's sense of anticipation evaporated in an instant. And she retorted, "You must have heard that from Brother Jiang Lin." "Ah, not quite. I deduced it using my divination skills." "Fine. I'm truly foolish for playing guessing games with a sovereign-level powerhouse." The girl produced a brand new storage pouch and handed it to the elder. However, as she extended her hand, she suddenly realized something was amiss and, in shock, exclaimed, "Wait a moment. There should only be 13 legendary quality beasts, Great Aunt. How did you conclude there were 14? Isn't there still the burning butterfly?" Lu Wanqing grew anxious. "The burning butterfly doesn't count. I purchased it from Brother Jiang Lin, spending my own money." The elder nodded in understanding. "Ah, I see. I was actually considering rewarding you with a burning butterfly. But since you intend to purchase it, then so be it." "Ah, Great Aunt, I believe I must have misremembered. It is indeed 14. With a playful pinch to the girl's cheek, the elder chided, "You little rascal, just like your grandfather in his youth, never one to let an opportunity slip by. Come now, let us head to the auction venue and properly arrange the treasures you've brought back." An elderly man and a young girl stood within the confines of the elevator. The elder, gazing at the reflection of the girl in the elevator walls, abruptly inquired, "My dear, today you have witnessed the true prowess of Jiang Lin. What thoughts occupy your mind?" What did you just say?" The girl stammered, her mind clearly elsewhere. With the wisdom of experience, the elder earnestly repeated his question. "I asked, what is your opinion of your brother Jiang Lin?" Lu Wanqing found herself momentarily at a loss for words, her heart a tumult of emotions, unsure of how to respond. Observing her struggle to articulate a reply, the elder continued, "You are noticeably different from the girl you were this morning. Surely, you have been awed by your brother Jiang Lin." The girl's gaze flickered. "Indeed. It is quite astonishing. My teacher and several esteemed mentors have declared him a master creator, and I initially thought such claims were exaggerated, merely considering him a novice. I believed that with some effort, I could soon catch up, yet little did I realize how challenging it is to attain the rank of creator. His current strength, I dare say, surpasses that of an average high-ranking creator." The elder regarded the girl with a solemn expression, pondering the implications of her admiration for such an exceptional peer at her tender age. He feared that as her curiosity deepened over time, she might find it increasingly difficult to resist the allure of this remarkable young man. As they exited the elevator, they beheld the auction hall, now fully adorned and ready. A purple cat sauntered leisurely before them, its golden and silver eyes casting a fleeting glance at Lu Wanqing, leaving her with the uncanny sensation that her very soul had been laid bare. This starry moon cat was the cherished beast of her great aunt, a veritable royal guardian. Ensuring that no mishaps would occur within the auction venue, the feline leapt into the elder's embrace, its languid demeanor prompting the girl to resist the urge to reach out and pet it, for she dared not provoke a creature of such regal stature. From her storage pouch, she produced 13 legendary quality beasts, carefully releasing them into the various display cabinets. "Great Aunt, to what extent has Brother Jiang Lin's mastery as a creator reached? He has effortlessly summoned such an impressive array of treasures. Even combined, my teacher and the esteemed mentors possess far fewer, and their quality pales in comparison." Sure enough, her curiosity had been piqued, and she sought to uncover the truth. He is indeed a high-ranking creator. In the realms of alchemy, potion crafting, spirit forging, and evolution, he has achieved the level of a high-ranking creator. The elder added gravely, in terms of bloodline awakening, it is likely that he has also attained the level of a high-ranking creator. The girl's gaze fell upon a phoenix-tailed golden pheasant, and with her rudimentary knowledge of creation, she sensed a faint divine aura emanating from it, indicating a remarkably impressive bloodline. The faint divine light flickering at the bird's tail hinted at its extraordinary abilities, a hallmark of phoenix-type beasts. The phoenix-tailed golden pheasant was a descendant of the Fengyuan, which in turn was a progeny of the Bifeng. Brother Jiang Lin has awakened the bloodline of this creature to such a remarkable degree. The Great Aunt's assertion that he possesses high-ranking creator skills in bloodline awakening is indeed justified. Chapter 52. The highly coveted auction items as dawn broke. A beam of sunlight filtered into the room, where Jiang Lin reclined against his bed, slowly opening his eyes as a transparent serpent coiled around his neck slithered away. The operation of the heart dream without trace technique ceased, marking the end of the nightmares endured by Wei Xiaoming and Hua Nongying. Over the 2 days, significant progress had been made in replicating the heart dream without trace technique, and in tandem with the spirit snake, their control over dreams had become increasingly refined. Upon awakening, the 2 women retained little memory of the horrors they had experienced, aside from the knowledge acquired. Learning is a painful endeavor, and acquiring knowledge within the dreamscape is no less torturous. Thus, such dreams undoubtedly qualify as nightmares. Without disturbing their slumber, Jiang Lin utilized the Qiankuan Great Transfer technique to rise, freshen up, and commence his tasks for the day. The beasts belonging to Wei Xiaoming and Hua Nongying had been thoroughly adjusted, with previously overlooked details during their evolution now meticulously reinforced, resulting in a significant enhancement of their power. Only the 6 beasts belonging to Nia Haitang remained unaddressed, as they were divine beings of the Lord level, concealing certain injuries and deficiencies deep within. The evolution potions and elixirs specifically designed to remedy these shortcomings would require considerable time for slow nurturing. Nia Haitang awoke early, her instincts as an assassin and her habitual routines profoundly shaping her existence. Her figure danced and darted in the newly renovated training grounds as she practiced a body refinement technique created by Jiang Lin, known as the 100 Battle Fist Cannon. Despite the name suggesting 100 styles, it was merely a melodious title. In truth, it comprised only 27 distinct techniques. Drawing inspiration from 9 representative beasts across land, sea, and sky, she observed their forms and movements, creating her own martial art underpinned by her exceptional comprehension. Previously, Wei Xiaoming had suggested expanding it to 100 styles, but Jiang Lin had declined. The 27 styles were already more than sufficient. The techniques could be honed throughout the body, and to inflate the number to 100 would result merely in repetitive content, rendering it unnecessary. At this moment, Nia Haidang was practicing the leopard fist, a technique characterized by its explosive power and speed, albeit at a significant cost to physical endurance. The sounds of energy explosions and the destructive force generated by a Lord-level Beastmaster were indeed formidable. The trials of body refinement are not a burden that every Beastmaster can bear. Yet, with her resolute spirit, Nia Haidang had endured the rigors of assassin training. Thus, this mere practice of martial arts posed no challenge for her. Nodding at the girl immersed in her training, Jiang Lin continued on his way. Those bonded with beasts are continuously infused with the restorative spiritual energy from their companions. When this energy accumulates within the body without being expended, it holds little value. He firmly believed that as long as this energy was consumed swiftly, it would yield some measure of worth. Engaging in body refinement or combat were the fastest means to deplete this spiritual energy. In peacetime, with fewer conflicts, body refinement remained the sole avenue for its consumption. Each day, the 2 maids and 3 guards surrounding Jiang Lin adhered to a spiritual energy consumption quota, a practice that had significantly bolstered their close combat prowess. Exchanging the surplus restorative energy for a more robust physique was, in truth, a highly meaningful endeavor. Regrettably, while many understand this principle, few take action. The status of martial artists has faced considerable adversity in light of the onslaught of firearms and beasts, which is indeed lamentable. However, Jiang Lin would not overlook the importance of possessing a strong physique. Entering the alchemy chamber, he found that due to the early hour, several apothecaries had yet to arrive. But this did not impede his work. As he traversed the rows of medicinal cabinets, he utilized the Qiankuan Great Transfer technique to summon various required herbs. Without the scrutiny of onlookers, Jiang Lin felt even more liberated than usual. He no longer had to consider whether others could comprehend or keep pace with him. Operating entirely according to his own will, he found his speed increased by more than 50% compared to previous efforts. It was no wonder that other creators preferred solitude during their experiments. This revelation shed light on the reason behind their preferences. Young master, time is of the essence. The auction is soon to commence. We should depart now. Unbeknownst to him, the clock had struck 9, and with the auction set to begin at 10:30. He halted his current task. For an auction involving high-value items, transactions typically occurred through barter. As the primary provider of numerous items, Jiang Lin's presence was imperative, allowing him to assess the worth of the bids presented. A group of individuals arrived at the headquarters of the Qingyao Pharmaceutical Group in Dongdu with great fervor. Jiang Lin, who held a consultant position here, albeit nominally, had only visited this place a mere 3 times. Upon entering the auction venue, he was spotted by an elderly gentleman. Jiang, why have you arrived so late? Your elixirs have been snatched up frantically. If you don't hurry, we shall make decisions on your behalf, the elder exclaimed. With a smile, Jiang shook the old man's hand, responding, Su, it is a pleasure to see you well. The elder waved to a nearby attendant, who quickly brought over a tablet. Take a look. This is the back-end information for the auction. It appears there are quite a number interested in your items. As Jiang surveyed the bustling crowd while glancing at the tablet, he inquired of Su, "Why are you the only one here? Where are the others?" "They've all arrived. They're standing by their respective items," Su replied. The auction was organized rather hastily, with all items sourced from the Liu family, and several master craftsmen had brought forth their most treasured possessions. The 3 elixirs Jiang provided, 1 spirit pill, 1 foundation establishment pill, and 1 essence pill, were in high demand at the auction. The spirit pill was designed to enhance the wisdom and spirit of beast companions. Wisdom, being one of the most challenging attributes for beast tamers to elevate, has always posed a significant dilemma. Thus, it is evident how invaluable an elixir capable of enhancing such attributes is. The foundation establishment pill, a crucial category within the alchemical framework, comes in various forms, catering to both human and beast users. It is specifically crafted to solidify various foundational aspects, with corresponding pills for each realm and specialized field of cultivation. The essence pill, a solid-state crystallization of high-purity spiritual energy, functions similarly to spiritual liquid but is more easily digestible and absorbed, offering superior refinement of a beast's spiritual power compared to equivalent spiritual liquids. However, its drawback lies in the fact that it can only be ingested and not utilized for other purposes. The auction's bidding was remarkably liberal, with each item accompanied by a QR code, allowing bidders to participate discreetly by scanning and entering their bids on their mobile devices. Observing the back-end information on the tablet, Jiang noted that many of his items had amassed bids up to 99. The bidding for the Spirit Pill and Foundation Establishment Pill was particularly frenzied, with participants entering bids almost every second. Curiously, Jiang scanned the crowd, realizing that there were only about 200 attendees, yet the back-end indicated over 1,000 participants. He turned to Su and asked, "This number seems off. Is this auction also a virtual one?" Su nodded affirmatively, confirming Jiang's suspicion. Through the divine insight of God's authority, Jiang discerned that there were as many as 5 emperor-level powerhouses present, 3 of whom were notably renowned figures, each commanding considerable respect. Additionally, there were numerous lord-level beast tamers, sect elders, guild leaders, influential officials, and master craftsmen vying for their own items, which indeed lent an air of prestige to the event. The starting bid for the entire bottle of Spirit Pill was set at 500 million, alongside 5,000 milliliters of Imperial Essence, legendary quality materials from a lord-level beast, and a pair of horns from the Earthquake Bull, plus 3 pounds of wool from the Golden Antelope. Jiang's gaze subtly shifted to a poised and gentle woman in the crowd. It was likely she who had called out that price. The Tianyao sect, a superpower from the neighboring Qingyang province, was comparable to the Liu family and boasted a history of 700 years, with rumors of a formidable powerhouse residing within its ranks. Sects, cults, and guilds have long existed as public entities, historically viewed with suspicion by the authorities. However, they are far preferable to the darker factions. Since the establishment of the Federation, these groups underwent a significant reshuffling, with those bearing dubious reputations fading into obscurity. The remaining organizations are now lawful and active, akin to a blend of private schools and corporate conglomerates, serving as major taxpayers within their locales. The Tianyao sect has always maintained a low profile, excelling in the cultivation of various beasts and possessing a wealth of knowledge on beast training techniques and supernatural abilities, monopolizing many resources related to beasts. Many who have contracted beasts aspire to join this sect for further training. The beasts Jiang Lin currently nurtures are rumored to have originated from this very sect. The Imperial Essence is a rare treasure, capable of inducing spiritual beasts to mutate into demon beasts, and its acquisition is notoriously arduous. It is said that only those beasts with the Moonlight divine ability can extract this substance from moonlight. The 5,000 milliliters of Imperial Essence would suffice for Jiang to conduct several experiments. Reflecting on the Moonlight ability led him to consider Wei Xiaoming's newly acquired Night Xian Mouse, a beast possessing this very ability. If nurtured properly, could it potentially yield Imperial Essence? Demon beasts are widely acknowledged as possessing the fastest-growing intelligence among beast companions, which explains the Tianyao sect's keen interest in his Spirit Pill. The current offer from the Tianyao sect was indeed tempting, yet Jiang Lin was disinclined to engage in a one-off transaction with them. Crafting Spirit Pills was not a daunting task for him, and likewise, supplying Imperial Essence should not pose a challenge for the Tianyao sect. There was ample room for collaboration. Why not negotiate a business deal instead? Glancing quickly at the bidding information for other items, Jiang identified a promising collaboration opportunity. A faction was offering 50 seeds of the renowned Jusue grain in exchange for 50 essence pills. This entity was none other than the illustrious Wufeng Group. Jiang had long coveted several flagship products from this colossal agricultural conglomerate. The 50 seeds of Jusue grain they presented were of exceptionally high quality, There exists a type of elixir known as the pill of abstinence, for which the primary material for its formulation is grain. The essence required to concoct a single pill of abstinence necessitates an astounding quantity of grain, measured in tons. The consumption for a single batch of such elixirs is indeed staggering. As a beast's strength increases, so too does the amount of grain required. Thus, supporting beast companions has historically constituted a significant expenditure for tamers. In this era of universal beast companionship, acquiring a beast may be straightforward. Yet nurturing one remains a formidable challenge. The notion of universal beast companionship is a beautiful vision. Yet the vast majority of families cannot afford a beast due to the high costs associated with their care. A middle-class household would hardly dare to allow a beast to mature to the copper rank. Once a beast achieves this status, the family's primary expenditures shift from housing, vehicles, and family planning to sustaining this copper-ranked beast. Copper-ranked beasts, being neither here nor there, can be burdensome unless they possess the potential to generate economic value. Otherwise, they become a liability. The provision of sustenance for beast companions is one of the most expansive industries in contemporary society. As the strength of beasts grows, their dietary preferences become increasingly discerning. Distinct dietary requirements exist for beasts at the gold, lord, emperor, and totem ranks. The pill of abstinence is, fortuitously, an exceptional form of nourishment for beast companions. The Jusue grain, regarded as a premier crop, serves as the most ideal material for crafting the pill of abstinence. After establishing contact with these two factions through the back end of the bidding system, Jiang Lin swiftly identified the buyer for the auction items. After bidding farewell to Su Gongfang, he proceeded directly to a discreet private lounge to meet with representatives from the Tianyao sect and the Wufeng group. "I am the one who presented the essence pills and spirit pills," he stated boldly. "The reason I did not sell the pills to you is not due to an unsatisfactory offer, but rather because I wish to engage in a private transaction with you both." Jiang Lin cut to the chase, revealing his true intentions before they could even question his age. "Greetings, I am Yin Zhen, the fourth elder of the Tianyao sect. I am Li Furong, the Eastern Capital Manager of the Wufeng Group." Despite their reservations regarding Jiang Lin's youth, both introduced themselves courteously. "I am Jiang Lin, the master artisan of the Lu family." Yin Zhen and Li Furong exchanged glances, and based on his aura, they assessed that this young man was at most a golden tier manipulator, his strength and appearance clearly indicating he was quite youthful. Could he truly be a master artisan at such a tender age? Understanding their unspoken thoughts, Jiang Lin wasted no time and directly retrieved 3 vials of pills from his storage bag. "Please take a look at these 3 vials of pills. If they meet your approval, we can continue our discussion." The vials contained Peiyuan pills, Jinyuan pills, and Foundation Establishment pills. Upon inspecting the pills, both were taken aback. The pills showcased at the auction were indeed those produced by this young man. This collection represented 5 distinct categories of pills, and few alchemists possessed the capability to concoct such a diverse array. "You claim to be a master artisan. Do you have any evidence to substantiate that?" asked Yin Zhen of the Tianyao sect. Jiang Lin smiled and replied, "There are several artisans from the Lu family present. I believe you may know them. You can inquire with them." Noticing the young man's confidence, Yin Zhen maintained her composure while discreetly using her mental energy to contact a familiar Lu family artisan. Li Furong, the Eastern Capital Manager of the Wufeng Group, was indifferent to Jiang Lin's identity, focusing solely on how the upcoming transaction would unfold. Confirmation arrived swiftly, and with an unblemished smile, Yin Zhen inquired, "What kind of trade does our young brother envision with these pills?" "It naturally involves trading for valuable items you possess," Jiang Lin replied. "Items such as imperial liquid, materials from magical beasts, magical creatures, spiritual plants, spiritual fruits, and spiritual seeds are all acceptable." Yin Zhen and Li Furong scrutinized the 3 vials of pills on the table, finding themselves at an impasse. Their mental energies swept over the porcelain vials repeatedly. Unfortunately, without tasting the pills, they could not ascertain their quality. "Would you mind if we sampled your pills?" Yin Zhen asked, her radiant smile revealing a hint of allure. Jiang Lin gestured for them to proceed. Each vial contained exactly 50 pills. After both took one, 48 remained. As the pills dissolved in their mouths, their spirits were invigorated. Being connoisseurs, they discerned the purity of the Peiyuan pills, the specialization of the Jinyuan pills, and the nurturing qualities of the Foundation Establishment pills. Though they did not fully understand the specific effects of each ingredient, one thing was abundantly clear: the purity of the spiritual energy was exceptional. With the spiritual liquid used in the pills exceeding 70% purity, a testament to the lavish ingredients employed, the effects released gradually within their bodies. As monarch-level powerhouses, the fact that these pills could affect beings of their caliber spoke volumes about their quality. Yin Zhen calculated that if a copper-tier manipulator consumed a Foundation Establishment pill, Its efficacy would last at least half a month. With diligent training during that time, the results might surpass those achieved over 3 to 5 years of arduous effort. Continuous consumption over 1 or 2 years could render one's physique comparable to that of a fully realized Beastmaster, a dream within reach. Li Furong remained silent for a while after consuming the pill, although he could not determine the full extent of its effects. He was well aware of the capabilities of genuine pills. These custom-made pills could greatly alleviate the predicament of insufficient true essence within the body. Genuine pills quickly assimilated unrefined spiritual energy into a more suitable form, significantly enhancing one's efficiency in refining spiritual energy. The two silently contemplated the potency of the pills while calculating the forthcoming transaction. Their eyes met, and with a mutual understanding, they nodded. Brother Jiang, could you be candid with me regarding the production yield of these pills? Li Furong inquired. To be honest, I may not be able to provide you with a large quantity. I am a master artisan, not a pill production worker. However, if you're interested, I can sell you the formulas for these pills. Given your connections, you should know several alchemists who could authenticate them. Li Furong furrowed his brow at this and quickly signaled Yin Zhen to take over the conversation. Young brother Jiang, alchemists are not easily found. Where shall we seek one? Your fellow alchemists likely share similar sentiments. You prefer to invest your efforts in researching new pills, do you not? Yin Zhen's words struck a chord. As master artisans were indeed researchers, not mere laborers. Young brother Jiang, please provide us with a figure. Using your spare time. How many pills could you produce in a month, or better yet, within a year? We will ensure you receive a satisfactory price. You can trust that. This statement from Li Furong was precisely what Jiang Lin wished to hear. After some contemplation, he tentatively replied, combining the various types. I could produce 1,000 pills per year, but no more. Agreed, they both concurred in unison. Observing their delighted expressions, Jiang Lin realized he had underestimated the rarity of these pills. For him, 1,000 pills represented merely a few days of work, yet for other alchemists, it constituted a considerable workload. As previously mentioned, master artisans are not production workers who would willingly toil away crafting 1,000 pills for someone else, even for monetary compensation. Nevertheless, this was fortuitous. It served as a lesson for the youth, perfectly aligning with his youthful image. Now, the conversation shifted to pricing. Would they be able to present an offer that would satisfy him? Both began to assess the costs of the various pills based on their experiences. However, after some calculations, they both halted simultaneously. The cost of the pills was impossible to quantify. Alchemists possessed the extraordinary ability to transform the mundane into the miraculous, with their greatest expense being their very selves. Jiang Lin had the talent to turn what could be deemed worthless spiritual stone refuse into treasures valued in the hundreds of billions. Similarly, alchemists could utilize commonplace materials to concoct pills of extraordinary efficacy. This exemplifies the advantage of possessing core technology. The pricing of pills is ultimately dictated by the alchemist. To simply measure the value of pills in monetary terms was clearly inappropriate. When it comes to the trading of treasures, one must engage in equivalent exchanges. The Tianyao sect controlled a vast array of magical beast populations, monopolizing several unique species. Major factions typically possessed a few quasi-divine level beasts, and while it was uncertain whether they would be willing to part with them for trade, it was worth discussing. If successful, it would be a tremendous gain. As anticipated, Elder Yin Zhen indeed offered a quasi-divine beast that Jiang Lin sought. This particular beast, known as the Red Charcoal Fire Dragon Colt, though not the finest among the 5 quasi-divine beasts of the Tianyao sect, was still a remarkable find. However, compared to other beast tamers, he has already surpassed them by a considerable margin. Aside from the Crimson Carbon Fire Pegasus, there are also numerous rare mystical beasts, and the resources for nurturing various beast tamers and spirit materials are abundant. The Wafeng group has also provided a wealth of rare resources, including the 9-headed grain seeds, Tianyuan wheat seeds, and vitality potatoes, all of which greatly pleased Jiang Lin. Once the value of each elixir was established, the Tianyao sect and Wafeng group would proceed to exchange the selected equivalent goods. After shaking hands with the two parties, the transaction was thus concluded. As they gazed at the 3 vials of elixirs laid out on the table, Yin Zhen and Li Furong exchanged glances, both unwilling to miss out on the opportunity. The previous transaction had been negotiated on behalf of their own factions, and it was uncertain how much they would benefit from it. However, these 3 vials of elixirs could be personally acquired. Purchasing them would mean they belonged to them. Brother Jiang, would you be willing to sell these 3 vials of elixirs to me? Let us keep the price as we discussed earlier, Li Furong proposed, not wanting to be outdone. He then produced a spirit plant from his storage pouch and said, "What do you think of this legendary quality spirit plant? I wonder if it piques your interest?" Gazing at the plant, he observed the leaves for a moment. This appeared to be a type of begonia. What was so extraordinary about a begonia? Even if it were a legendary quality spirit plant, What use could it possibly serve? The two who had previously collaborated seamlessly in business had now transformed into competitors. Elder Yinjun, seeing Li Furong present such a spirit plant, did not hesitate to critique it. Jiang Lin sensed something was amiss. This dawn begonia emanated a distinctly special aura. Activating his divine perception, the true information of the spirit plant materialized before his eyes. Spirit plant name, Southern Begonia. Species, plant type, flowering tree, fortune attribute. Attributes, wood 96, miscellaneous 4. Strength, copper tier level 7. Quality, legendary. Bloodline, dawn begonia. Talent abilities, heavenly fragrance petals, with spirit aura. Bee and butterfly attraction, divine gold branch refinement. Bountiful land creation, fortune gathering. Acquired abilities, none. Upon examining the information about the Southern Begonia, Jiang Lin felt a sense of bewilderment, particularly drawn to the last talent ability, which sent a shock through his heart. Fortune gathering, gathers stray fortunes within a certain radius. It was indeed a fortune-related skill. How could such an ordinary spirit plant possess such an ability? Looking at the attributes, he noticed that the miscellaneous attribute seemed quite significant. Intensifying his divine perception, he finally discerned the source of the peculiarity. The miscellaneous attribute constituted 4 of the plant's total attributes, with a significant portion of that being fortune-related. If a certain attribute of a beast tamer were to fall below 5, it would not be considered a legitimate attribute and could be entirely disregarded. These minuscule attributes were notably unstable, and with further purification of their spiritual power, a beast tamer would likely eliminate these minor attributes. Were it not for the unique nature of the fortune attribute, this less than 3 share of attributes would have been completely expunged by now. Striving to maintain a calm demeanor, he remarked, Manager Li is quite the flower enthusiast. It seems we have much to discuss. Brother Jiang, do you also fancy the spirit plant? This dawn begonia must have only recently been propagated, inheriting the legendary quality of its mother tree. You must have put in considerable effort. Li Furong commented, nodding in agreement with Jiang Lin. Indeed, legendary quality spirit plants are rare. I quite fancy them. Would you be willing to part with any one of the 3 vials of elixirs? Noticing that Li Furong swiftly selected 1 vial, Yin Jun grew anxious and hurriedly produced a beast ball, saying, Brother Jiang, although my mystical beast may not be of legendary quality, it is still an exceptionally rare breed. Would you be interested? At this moment, Jiang Lin was overwhelmed with excitement at the prospect of acquiring a fortune spirit plant, merely smiling in response to the ensuing competition between the two. Soon, the remaining 2 vials of elixirs were divided between them, and after calmly placing the items acquired from the transaction into their storage pouches, he engaged in light conversation before excusing himself under the pretense of attending to auction items. Chapter 55, Zhu Chun. The 2 remaining in the meeting room watched as Jiang Lin exited, only to be called over by a beautiful young woman who seemed to have something to say before departing. After sipping tea, Li Furong toyed with the small porcelain vial in his hand and turned to the somewhat silent Yin Jun, inquiring, What are your thoughts on this alchemist from the Lu family? An impressive young man, already a skilled alchemist at such a young age. One must understand that alchemists are an advanced profession. If he excels in alchemy, then he must be quite proficient in pharmacology as well. The Lu family has truly struck gold, Yin Jun remarked, her tone tinged with envy, lamenting their own lack of such fortune in the Tianyao sect. Li Furong glanced around cautiously and whispered, Have you noticed anything peculiar about this auction hosted by the Lu family? I know what you're implying. In fact, this auction is accompanied by a small internal meeting, to which our sect leader has also been invited. Our chairman from the Wafone group is here as well. It appears we are but a FAAD. Yin Jun checked the time, rising to say, I have my eye on 2 legendary quality mystical beasts, so I shall take my leave. Coincidentally, I have my sights set on 2 as well. Let us hope we don't cross paths. Young Master Jiang, we've finally located you. The young lady has been searching for you for quite some time. Just as he emerged from a small meeting room, he was called by the girl before him. You are Lu Wanqing's maid. She seems to call you Chun'er, am I correct? You have an excellent memory, young Master Jiang. Indeed, my name is Chun'er. The young lady has been looking for you for a while now. She is in the meeting room over there and appears to have something urgent to discuss. Please, this way. Uncertain of Lu Wanqing's intentions, Jiang Lin walked alongside the girl, curiously observing her. She was exceedingly composed, meticulous in her tasks, and remarkably beautiful, her looks and demeanor rivaling that of Lu Wanqing herself. The education within the Lu family is notably strict, with no room for spoiled heirs or second-generation science. However, among this generation of Lu family descendants, 5 individuals are rather exceptional, Jiang Lin being one, and Lu Wanqing another. These 5 are among the few young descendants who enjoy the privilege of having maids and guards to attend to them. Jiang Lin's situation is unique. Having received particular care from the Lu family's ancestors, a point that no one dares to contest. The other 4 have merely demonstrated exceptional talent, qualifying them for such focused cultivation. Wei Xiaoming and Hua Nongying were personally selected as maids by the Lu family's ancestor, their talents undoubtedly impressive. What of Lu Wanqing's maid? Surely her talents would not be lacking, given her position as an aide to an elite descendant of the Lu family. Name, Zhu Chun. Description, human female, 18 years old, silver tier beast tamer. Extraordinary Pathway 1, life, sharing contract. Extraordinary Pathway 2, essence, chi, and spirit trifold. Extraordinary Pathway 3, rune research. Contract affinity, solitary joy type beast affinity. Physically and mentally healthy. Contracted mystical beast, crafty spirit monkey. Comprehended abilities, harmonious craftsmanship, heartful imagination, intelligent and graceful, dual combat skills. Divine heart runes, 2 runes. The girl's name was Zhu Chun, but what surprised Jiang Lin was that she had comprehended 2 heavenly heart divine patterns. Such talent was certainly on par with Wei Xiaoming and her peers. Another point of astonishment was that the girl had contracted only a single beast. As he focused on the section regarding contract affinity, he found himself somewhat perplexed by this so-called solitary joy type of beast. It turned out to be yet another rather obscure form of contract affinity. Strengthening his understanding of the concept, he began to grasp the essence of this solitary joy type. Solitary joy refers to a personality that revels in solitude while deriving pleasure from certain experiences. Affinities based on personality traits are indeed rare. Yet there are a few documented cases in the Federation's Encyclopedia of Affinities. The world is vast and full of wonders. With a hint of compassion, he glanced at the girl beside him. Finding a suitable contract partner for such an affinity would be exceedingly challenging. Perhaps even more so than locating his own fabricated universal-type beast. If the girl were fortunate enough to find such a beast, she might have exhausted all her luck in this lifetime. The information on the crafty monkey appeared before Jiang Lin's eyes. This species was indeed highly skilled at performing delicate tasks. However, monkeys are typically quite restless, making it no simple feat to have them concentrate on a singular task. This particular crafty monkey was likely a unique specimen in the entire world. Jiang Lin's gaze flickered as he realized that this type of beast might be exceptionally suited for a creator. The enjoyment of solitude while engaging in creative pursuits was precisely the daily life of a creator, wasn't he it? Since this crafty monkey relished the solitary pleasure of painting. With a little guidance, teaching it to draw formation diagrams would be entirely feasible. In the realm of formations, designing a formation is not particularly difficult. The challenge lies in the meticulous detailing of the formation. The intricacies of a formation diagram are numerous, with a repetition rate exceeding 90. To depict these intricate details requires a tremendous amount of effort from the creator. Thus, such tasks are usually delegated to apprentices, many of whom have undergone similar experiences during their training. Apprentices are human too, and like anyone, can be careless at times. This seemingly endless cycle of repetitive work poses a rigorous test of patience and meticulousness. To this day, Jiang Lin has yet to make any significant achievements in the realm of formations, largely due to this very reason. As he walked, he suddenly halted. "Young Master Jiang, is there something on your mind?" After observing the girl for a moment, he directly inquired, "Do you know what your contract affinity is?" The question struck a nerve with the girl, making her somewhat uncomfortable, yet she forced herself to respond calmly. "Why do you suddenly ask this, young master? To be honest, I have no idea what my contract affinity is. I have a knack for item appraisal, and I couldn't help but notice something unique about your contract affinity. Would you like to hear about it?" Upon hearing that her contract affinity might have some clarity, the girl's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Jiang Lin. "Young master, did you really discern something?" After Jiang Lin nodded in confirmation, she steadied herself, feeling uncertain about how to inquire further given their non-familial relationship. Noticing her silence, Jiang Lin continued, "Your contract affinity is related to the personality of your beast. Go back and observe your beast closely. See what its personality is like. When searching for a contract partner, look in that direction, and you won't go wrong." The girl appeared somewhat dazed, a sense of enlightenment washing over her. She was intimately familiar with her beast and immediately thought of its characteristics: reclusive, focused, and patient. The crafty monkey exhibited none of the typical restlessness or vivacity associated with its kind. It was more introverted than the most homebound recluse. Could it be that her contract affinity was that of a homebody beast? "Young master, the young lady is inside. I shall not accompany you further." After glancing at the servant girl, whose thoughts had clearly drifted elsewhere, Jiang Lin smiled and nodded before stepping inside. Chapter 56, The Meeting Within a Meeting. The individual he truly sought was not Lu Wanqing, but rather the elder from the Lu family beside her. "Little Jiang Lin, I trust today's auction will yield satisfactory results?" "Elder, is there something you require of me?" The elder patted Lu Wanqing on the shoulder, signaling her to leave, and then smiled as he said, "Please, have a seat." After observing Lu Wanqing close the door behind her, Jiang Lin wondered what could be so secretive that even the most direct descendants of the Lu family were not privy to it. The auction outside is merely a facade, a distraction. The real auction will commence in half an hour. I would like to ask for your assistance in appraising some special beasts. I fear I may misjudge them. Jiang Lin stared at the elder in astonishment. Logically, this task shouldn't fall to him. However, considering the capabilities of the Lu family's creators, who were indeed not as skilled as he, it would be significantly safer for him to undertake this responsibility. What kind of special beasts could warrant such caution from you? The elder glanced around before whispering, "They are luck-type beasts." Jiang Lin fell silent. He had just acquired a luck-type spirit plant. How could he be encountering it again so soon? All right, time is of the essence. Let us head to the meeting room upstairs. As the elder was the host, he went to greet the other guests, leaving Jiang Lin to find the venue on his own. The meeting room was modestly sized, approximately 200 square meters, featuring a large circular conference table that could accommodate 30 individuals. Surrounding this table were additional seats likely intended for assistants accompanying the 30 attendees. After locating the elder's designated spot, Jiang Lin settled into a seat behind him. The room had already filled with numerous attendees, many of whom were familiar faces often seen in various news reports. The vice presidents of Baiwa Academy, the Knights Academy, and Lingzhi University, among others from the top 23 institutions in the Qihong Federation, comprised a small fraction of the attendees. Additionally, representatives from premier private factions such as the leader of the Tianyao sect, the chairman of the Wufeng group, the head of the Jin family in Dongdu, the master of Tianyu sect, and the lord of Longhu Island were also present. What astonished Jiang Lin the most was the presence of several national-level dojo masters. The king of the giant wall, the king of fangs, the king of thunder, and the king of rocks. These four represented the pinnacle of strength among defensive, melee, thunder, and stone-type king-level powerhouses. King-level powerhouses are further categorized. Those with 1 or 2 king-level beasts are merely ordinary king-level powerhouses, lacking the qualifications to be crowned. Only those capable of presenting 6 king-level beasts are entitled to such an honor. Individuals who earn the title of king in a specific domain are revered as heavenly kings. Among all king-level powerhouses, these 4 national-level dojo masters stand as undeniable paragons of combat prowess. As invited guests continued to arrive, this private auction officially commenced. Lu family elder Lu Qingxia, as the organizer, surveyed the attendees and began, "I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each of you for attending this auction. I speak on behalf of the esteemed president of Baiwa Academy, thanking you all." Following a round of applause, Lu Qingxia continued, "You are all friends of the president. This hastily organized auction primarily aims to secure a suitable luck-type beast for the president's disciple." Among the attendees, aside from those seated at the conference table's periphery, the members of the main circle displayed expressions of understanding. At the Baiwa Academy, there exists an uncontracted luck-type spirit beast, which I am willing to exchange for a more suitable one with all of you. As Lu Qingxia concluded her statement, an eerie silence enveloped the conference room. A three-dimensional projection of the spirit beast materialized in the center of the conference table. This creature possessed a remarkable appearance, with the body of a deer, a leopard's coat, a bird-like head, wings upon its back, and peculiar, prominent antlers, culminating in a tail reminiscent of a serpent. Upon invoking the one thought connecting heaven, it became apparent that this spirit beast was none other than the legendary Philian from the ancient texts of the Shanhai Jing. This luck-type spirit beast, embodying attributes of wind, avian, and demonic beasts, as well as magical attack capabilities, is open for contract. What are your thoughts on this? The Thunder King gazed at the projection of the spirit beast, stirred by its allure. Though he had no use for it himself, he recognized its potential for his grandson. After observing the others, he pondered for a moment, seemingly grasping a pivotal insight, and inquired, "Does anyone at this table possess an unsuitable luck-type spirit object?" The attendees exchanged glances, and the Thunder King's suggestion illuminated their minds. Given Baiwa Academy's extensive network, it was inconceivable that this auction would only involve the 30 of them. This was the underlying reason. Indeed, the dean had previously employed her luck spirit beast to conduct a divination, discovering that her disciple's fate was subtly intertwined with those present. Hence, she concluded that the opportunities for her disciple lay among these 30 individuals. Simultaneously, their own fortunes had converged upon this auction, prompting a hopeful request for everyone to present their luck spirit beasts for mutual benefit. Now it makes sense. I wondered why this auction felt so imperative. It was indeed the arrival of opportunity. The Giant Wall King exclaimed excitedly. Having been stuck at the sovereign level for nearly 2 centuries without finding a suitable luck-type spirit beast, it seemed he might finally see a breakthrough today. He hurriedly addressed the head of the Tianyu sect. A few years ago, one of my disciples gifted me a peculiar hawk-type spirit beast, which I have studied extensively and confirmed to be a luck-type spirit beast. Unfortunately, it is not suitable for me, and I have cared for it diligently. Might Sect Master Lai be interested? The head of the Tianyu sect's eyes widened in delight, exclaiming, a hawk-type luck spirit beast is perfect for me. However, I currently possess a spirit beast known as the Fengyuan Golden Rooster, which may not suit the Thunder King. The head of the Jin family from the eastern capital could no longer contain himself, interjecting, the Fengyuan Golden Rooster is a fit for me. I have a red satin koi. Might the Dragon Lake Island Master have an interest in this fish? The chairman of the Wafeng group glanced at the nearby Rock King, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. The Rock King, sensing the attention from his junior, asked uncertainly, do you possess a luck-type spirit beast suitable for me? One by one, the attendees found compatible partners for their luck-type spirit beasts, and in turn, identified suitable beasts for themselves, allowing the meeting to seamlessly progress to the next phase. All were influential figures. After a brief intermission of half an hour, every luck-type spirit beast was swiftly delivered from afar. As the host, Lu Qingxia graciously showcased the luck-type spirit beasts bestowed upon her by the Dean of Baihua Academy, along with her own, inviting everyone to peruse them. Jiang Lin also employed the one thought connecting heaven to reveal the information of the 31 luck-type spirit beasts present. Each person focused intently on their most coveted beast. 2 spirit beast orbs were passed to Lu Qingxia, precisely those she required. The elder handed the spirit beasts to Jiang Lin, inquiring telepathically, little Jiang Lin, what do you think of these 2 spirit beasts? Examining the 2 orbs in his hand, Jiang Lin replied mentally, Elder, the moon moth is impeccable, having been well cultivated. However, this Luo Tianli Nu appears somewhat amiss. Its soul has suffered grievous injury, likely having been taken from another. The issue is minor, as it is now nearly healed. After relaying this, he returned the 2 orbs to the elder. Lu Qingxia took the spirit beast orbs with an inscrutable expression, casting a deep glance at the head of the Tianyao sect, who had produced the Luo Tianli Nu. Although Jiang Lin spoke lightly of it, the combination of taken and soul injury painted a vivid narrative of the Luo Tianli Nu's plight. It was an unjust burden, an inexplicable sin to bear, which left one feeling quite unsettled. On the surface, the Tianyao sect appeared law-abiding, yet behind the scenes, they engaged in acts of murder and treasure plundering without hesitation. With the transaction concluded, each person acquired their long-desired spirit beasts. Chapter 57, Origin Spirits. After bidding farewell to the elder, Jiang Lin departed with those unwilling to linger. Upon returning to the auction venue, he noticed a significant reduction in the number of attendees. Jiang, how was your harvest today? A voice called out. It was another artisan from the Lu family. Su, how did you fare? Jiang Lin replied, recognizing that Su had a peculiar passion for collecting origin spirits. Those familiar with him knew that he would readily boast about his collection given the opportunity. The old man had devoted all his resources to amassing origin spirits. With such an excellent opportunity at this auction, one could only wonder how many origin spirits he had acquired. Come, let me show you my latest acquisitions, the elder insisted, pulling Jiang Lin towards a negotiation room with palpable eagerness. Allowing himself to be led, Jiang Lin was curious to see whether the origin spirits were indeed worth collecting. In the past, he had obtained several origin spirits. Yet without the divine authority of one thought connecting heaven, he had been unaware of what spirit beasts could emerge from these peculiar eggs that could only be hatched through a contract. Given his lack of desire to collect such unique spirit beast eggs, he had not previously considered utilizing his newfound powers to examine the origin spirits. Now that he learned of the elder's affinity for collecting them, Jiang Lin had exchanged a few of his origin spirits for some spiritual herbs. Thus, after gaining divine authority, he had yet to contemplate using this golden finger to inspect the origin spirits. Today, encountering this opportunity, he felt compelled to explore. Su produced a delicate box from his storage bag and, with a proud expression, opened it. Inside were 25 small compartments made of sponge, each cradling a sphere approximately 5 centimeters in diameter. These spheres were the origin spirits. While their sizes were fairly uniform, their colors and textures varied significantly. The so-called origin spirits were essentially embryos, not the eggs of spirit beasts, but rather entities directly birthed by the world itself. Worlds occasionally intersect, and these intersections give rise to what are known as dimensional rifts. A dimensional rift is a scar resulting from the collision of 2 worlds. Since it is a scar, the worlds involved instinctively endeavor to mend it. The divine power that repairs these rifts typically utilizes local materials, drawing upon the substances surrounding the dimensional rift to create a grand net for patching the breaches between heaven and earth. As the divine power weaves this net, it naturally attracts and collects matter flowing through various nodes, merging with the divine force to gradually coalesce into embryos, which are what we refer to as origin spirits. Origin spirits are born at the epicenter of dimensional convergence, a unique life form birthed from the collaboration of two worlds. Consequently, origin spirits contain information from both realms, making them virtually one of a kind in existence. Researchers among the artisans have discovered that worlds yearn to acquire information from one another. This desire is not limited to the beings within these worlds, but extends to the worlds themselves as well. When the creatures of one realm venture into another, they sever their ties to their homeland, often suffering from severe acclimatization issues. The intrusions of these beings into foreign worlds yield only what is necessary for their survival, while the worlds themselves gain naught in return. However, the primordial spirits stand apart. They possess the unique ability to perfectly fulfill a world's need for information acquisition. Creatures born of the union of two realms naturally carry the regulatory information of both worlds. Primordial spirits act as double agents, traversing between the two realms, thereby gently facilitating the transfer of information from one world to the other. This represents a grand-scale game of strategy, devoid of turbulence, silent in its execution. With a mere thought, one can perceive all 25 primordial spirits, causing a smile to involuntarily grace Jiang Lin's lips. The conditions for bonding with a primordial spirit are remarkably lenient, imposing minimal restrictions on the affinity required for the contract. This implies that individuals with unconventional affinities, who struggle to find suitable beasts to bond with, might take a chance and attempt to contract a promising primordial spirit. Casting a glance at the elderly man who continued to extract primordial spirits from his storage pouch, Jiang Lin mused that since he had the ability to appraise them, he might as well consider acquiring a few himself. The old man retrieved box after box of primordial spirits, displaying hundreds of orbs, each adorned with unique colors and patterns. Jiang Lin contemplated whether he should procure some from him. "Ah, your collection has grown even richer," he remarked. "Is it really necessary?" The old man paused, taken aback by the comment. "Indeed. What purpose does my endeavor serve?" Jiang Lin was aware that the old man's lifelong dream was to emerge as a primordial spirit appraiser. Yet the reality proved that such a profession was somewhat of a farce. These peculiar life forms, which can only be hatched through a contract, are impossible to appraise before they are born. Each primordial spirit is akin to a blind box, and contracting them is merely a gamble of fortune. The outer shells of these spirits are pristine, devoid of any genetic information. To identify them, one must either contract them or break open their shells to extract embryonic tissue for genetic analysis. However, once the shell is breached, the primordial spirit is essentially destroyed, rendering the effort futile. The limits of a primordial spirit appraiser hinge solely on the faint aura emanating from the spirits, which can only hint at their energy attributes. As for their species, one can only make rough estimations based on the ecological conditions of the dimensional rift. "To what stage have you advanced in your studies of primordial spirit appraisal?" Jiang Lin inquired. The old man dejectedly set down the box he was holding and murmured, "I have formulated a calculation that can estimate the approximate probability of a primordial spirit being a certain type of creature." Noticing Jiang Lin's indifferent nod, the old man self-deprecatingly produced his phone to showcase his findings. Jiang Lin hesitantly accepted the phone, uncertain if he should look at it. "Is it permissible for me to view this?" he asked. "Feel free. It's nothing more than rubbish," the old man replied dismissively. Everyone knows that primordial spirit appraisal is a pseudoscience, and the old man's stubbornness to persist in his endeavors seemed to indicate a failed pursuit. When the dimensional rift opens, the great power of creation mends the breach by capturing all usable materials, including living organisms and genetic material scattered throughout the environment. In the process of nurturing primordial spirits, the force of creation also takes shortcuts, using these genetic blueprints to cultivate new life more efficiently. The old man's research hinges on calculating the approximate probability of a primordial spirit being a certain creature based on the local ecological conditions. The formulae he derived are impressively detailed, and even Jiang Lin found himself astonished by the thoroughness of the deductions. Yet, despite the elegance of the formulas, their practical application was utterly devoid of value. Upon finishing the review of the research findings, Jiang Lin candidly remarked, "You should consider a career in mathematics. You might achieve unexpected success." After a moment of silence, the old man sighed. "Your suggestion has merit. I suddenly realize that I may have a knack for mathematics. Perhaps I should indeed focus my efforts in that direction. What shall you do with these primordial spirits? Will you continue to collect them?" Jiang Lin inquired. "Of course. Each primordial spirit is a unique entity deserving of collection. Why not sell some to me? I would like to add to my collection as well." The old man eyed Jiang Lin warily, but upon seeing no ill intent, he considered the proposition. "I have invested significantly in this endeavor over the years, and I find myself lacking in funds. Selling you a few would help me recoup some losses. Are you certain? Absolutely, Jiang Lin affirmed, gazing at the primordial spirits on the table, his fingers brushing over the orbs. I'll choose at random. Feel free to take whichever you like. They are all essentially the same. The old man feigned nonchalance. Chapter 58, The Second Examination. The price of primordial spirits is commensurate with the quality of rock-tier beasts. Averaging in the hundreds of thousands of spirit yuan per orb, Jiang Lin selected over 100 spirits, expending merely 10 vials of spirit liquid. The old man departed with a beaming smile, believing he had made a profit, unaware that the most desirable spirits had already been chosen, leaving behind only the more peculiar specimens. Outside the conference room, many had already dispersed. Jiang Lin noticed Zhu Chun, Lady Lu Wanqing's attendant, still lingering outside. As she glanced in his direction, he waved her over. Young Master Jiang, do you require my assistance? She asked, taking a seat. Observing her somewhat anxious demeanor, Jiang Lin smiled reassuringly. There's no need to be so tense. I believe you possess considerable talent. Would you consider becoming my attendant? Zhu Chun nearly thought she had misheard. Young master, please do not jest. I have no talent. No talent? The two celestial heart patterns in your sea of consciousness do not deceive me, he countered. The girl's pupils constricted sharply. This was her deepest secret, one that even her mistress was unaware of. How did young Master Jiang know? Do not be surprised. My skills in appraisal are quite adept, and discerning your comprehension of the two celestial heart patterns is not particularly challenging. So what do you say? Accompanying me would undoubtedly offer greater prospects than remaining by Lady Lu Wanqing's side. Zhu Qin's expression remained calm, her loyalty to her mistress unwavering. You jest, young master. Jiang Lin stared intently at her for a moment before breaking into laughter. I was merely teasing you. Your lady has always referred to me as Brother Jiang Lin. I would never stoop so low as to undermine her. The girl responded with a subtle smile. Take a look at this primordial spirit. I believe there may be a connection between you two. He produced a primordial spirit he had just purchased from Su Gongfeng, placing it on the table and inviting her to inspect it. Before contracting, primordial spirits resemble slightly larger than egg-sized orbs, making it impossible for outsiders to discern their species. Such unique beasts, devoid of affinity restrictions, represent the last desperate gamble for many who refuse to lead ordinary lives. Those daring enough to bond with primordial spirits are gambling, as the vast majority find themselves encumbered by these beings, leading to limited achievements throughout their lives. However, individuals like Zhu Chun, with exceedingly narrow affinities, often possess a strong connection to their ideal beasts. This powerful affinity can even elicit faint responses from unhatched primordial spirits. The spirit Jiang Lin presented, known as the reflecting seashell, is an extraordinary creature endowed with an innate sense of aesthetics. Its profound appreciation for beauty endows it with high intelligence and emotional awareness. It possesses the ability to reflect its surroundings, storing them as images, akin to a fusion of director, cinematographer, editor, and special effects artist. The surrounding environment and images are meticulously recorded into the shell, undergoing relentless editing and refinement until it transforms into a creation that satisfies its own aesthetic. These cinematic works are then stored within the shell, becoming a cherished collection. The nature of this being is undoubtedly solitary, immersed in its own joy, aligning with Zhu Qin's affinity for the solitary enjoyment type of Beastmaster. Observing Zhu Qin's reaction, one need not wait for her to grasp the spirit on the table to realize that a connection has already been established between the two. After gazing intently at the spirit for a while, the girl blinked, a strong intuition stirring within her. This spirit is remarkably suited to her. Since the two are so compatible, let us forge a contract. Young master, this spirit is far too precious. I cannot accept it. What is so precious about it? It's merely a few 100,000. Just have your young lady send the money to me later. The girl gazed earnestly at Jiang Lin and murmured, Young master, I do have the funds. May I purchase this spirit? Are you truly not considering it? He inquired once more, eagerly awaiting her response. Torn between the young lady she interacted with daily and the enigmatic Jiang Lin, who possessed unfathomable prowess as a creator, the girl felt a significant inner conflict. I am sorry, young master Jiang Lin, but the young lady has treated me with great kindness. I cannot abandon her. Zhu Qin did not dwell on her decision for long, calmly arriving at her conclusion. With a hint of disappointment, Jiang Lin nodded, very well. I shall sell you this spirit for 30,000. Young master, the market price for this spirit is between 50,000 and 60,000. How about I offer 55,000 for it? Jiang Lin, feeling somewhat perturbed, retorted, do I truly care about your paltry sum? 30,000 it is, no haggling. After the girl dutifully settled the payment, Jiang Lin waved her away. Watching Zhu Chun's retreating figure, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Indeed, forging a contract with someone is quite the challenge. As the auction drew to a close, Jiang Lin sat in the conference room, processing the information from the auction's backend. For items to be taken from the auction, both parties must clear their dues. The 13 legendary quality beasts could not simply be purchased with cash. Hence, beyond some currency, the bulk of the trade involved rare resources. Naturally, exchanges involving other beasts were also commonplace. However, few would dare to trade legendary beasts with Jiang Lin. One faction did exchange 7 beasts known as milk candy cattle for a phoenix-tailed golden pheasant. Milk candy cattle, a creature native to the northern grasslands, lack combat prowess but possess immense economic value, their milk being exceptionally delicious and nutritious, almost a spiritual material in its own right. One by one, Jiang Lin perused the bidding information for each legendary quality beast, assiduously selecting those that most appealed to him. Bids varied widely. One offered 20 kilograms of copper from Shouyang Mountain, while another proposed an equivalent amount of spiritual liquid, and yet another sought to exchange property rights and shares. The diverse array of items up for bid dazzled Jiang Lin momentarily. Ultimately, the sale of 13 legendary quality beasts significantly augmented his wealth, though he harbored little desire to repeat such endeavors. A creator never frets over monetary concerns. He is not one to be ensnared by the allure of wealth. For the true prowess of a creator cannot be measured by mere financial gain. After completing the processing of all auctioned items, the acquired materials were swiftly delivered. "Little Jiang Lin, how was your harvest today?" inquired an elder of the clan, noting that all her guests had departed. "Not too bad," as Jiang Lin counted his gains. The elder seemed to recall something, suddenly asking, "Tomorrow marks the second examination of the college entrance test. You should have no issues, right?" "Naturally. I have complete confidence in this." Jiang Lin was assured of his success. With a silver-tier beast at his disposal, admission to top universities was virtually guaranteed. "That is good to hear. By the way, Elder, do transactions involving luck-type beasts occur frequently?" In Jiang Lin's understanding, luck-type beasts were exceedingly rare, and encountering so many today had somewhat upended his perception. "Hee, you are mistaken, little Jiang Lin. Luck-type beasts are not common commodities. Today's trading event might very well be a first in the history of the Federation. The head of Baiwa Academy employed a considerable amount of luck to orchestrate such a gathering. I doubt anyone else possesses the audacity to do so." Nodding in understanding, Jiang Lin realized that for 31 luck-type spirits to converge in such a manner, the price must have been substantial. Following this event, the head of Baiwa Academy might need to remain in seclusion for an extended period. The timing of this event was also astutely chosen. Given the significant changes in this year's college entrance examination, attention from all social strata was concentrated here, thus minimizing the likelihood of any unexpected occurrences during the trading event. After placing the sorted materials into his storage bag, he reflected, "Allow me to extend my congratulations to you, Elder, and wish you a swift ascension to the status of a totem Beastmaster." The Elder shook his head gravely. Acquiring a luck-type beast is merely the first step toward becoming a totem Beastmaster. The hope of achieving it is not particularly high. Jiang Lin was taken aback. It seemed that the journey toward becoming a monarch-level powerhouse was far from simple. "So, among those who obtained luck-type beasts today, how many do you believe will succeed?" "4. Perhaps. Them?" The Elder nodded, offering a brief explanation. "They are the most renowned among them, possessing both luck and faith. Indeed, totemic divine beasts wield a degree of divine authority, capable of absorbing faith from the masses. For a monarch-level beast to transform into a totem, beyond the requisite luck, the power of belief must also play a significant role. How one absorbs faith may seem straightforward, simply becoming a revered figure adored by the populace. However, executing this is no simple feat. Although the Elder before him was powerful, he lacked notoriety. How could he effectively gather faith without drawing attention? Chapter 59, Heart Network Terminal. Upon returning to school, the atmosphere on campus felt somewhat tense. The first and second-year students had the day off, resulting in a quieter environment. The examination was set to take place within the classroom, which felt rather peculiar. Conducting personal strength assessments within the classroom raised concerns about the school's safety. How could the welfare of other students be guaranteed? Resuming his seat beside Fong He, the two appeared more at ease than before. Ever since they added each other on WeChat, the past few days of vacation had been filled with disturbances from Wei Xiaoming, compelling Jiang Lin to engage in conversation with her. Shortly after sitting down, several teachers entered the classroom, boxes in hand. "Please quiet down, everyone. We will be distributing an examination device to each of you. Today's exam will be conducted using this equipment." With the invocation of divine authority, the contents of the boxes became instantly apparent to Jiang Lin. It was the Heart Network Terminal. Had the Federation finally produced it? This project, which had undergone a protracted gestation of 3 years, had been the subject of ongoing news and speculation, yet no physical manifestation had ever been presented, leading to nearly a decade of ridicule. To see the terminal unveiled today was indeed surprising. The confidentiality surrounding it was commendable. However, considering that this device was tied to the college entrance examination, its level of secrecy was undoubtedly of the highest order. As a monumental project of the Federation in recent years, it is indeed fortunate to have the privilege of being among the first cohort of product testers. A box, no larger than a tissue dispenser, was dispatched to each student, and upon opening the packaging of the Xinhuang terminal, it became evident that many slots intended for accessories lay empty, clearly having been prematurely removed. Attention, dear students, the examination device you hold in your hands is known as the Xinhuang terminal. As you might have surmised, it serves as an entryway to a virtual realm. Exercise caution, for any inadvertent damage could lead to considerable complications, potentially impacting your examination, an undesirable outcome indeed. Shortly, the examination will commence within this virtual world, and you shall have approximately 1 hour to acclimate to your surroundings. I trust you will seize this opportunity wisely. Without further ado, I shall refrain from excessive chatter. Within the box lies a manual. Peruse it swiftly, and then immerse yourselves in the virtual world. Should you encounter any questions or operational difficulties, feel free to consult us. After a few casual manipulations, Jiang Lin quickly grasped the general usage of the terminal device before him. The Xinhuang terminal, designed in a sleek headband style, is slightly wide and thick, capable of automatically adjusting its fit according to the shape of each individual's head. After navigating the touchscreen interface, the device successfully powered on. As it was specifically prepared for this high-stakes examination, the initial step upon wearing it involved entering 1's examination registration number and name. However, what was most surprising was that this device could also connect to the Beast Sphere, retrieving information about 1's summoned beasts. This revelation was intriguing. Many students had undoubtedly provided their beasts with numerous enhancements in preparation for this examination, consuming countless potency-boosting potions. Their efforts might well be rendered futile. The debate surrounding whether enhancing, blessing, or amplifying 1's beasts constitutes cheating has long been a contentious topic. During examination periods, businesses offering enhancements and blessings to other summoned beasts flourish remarkably. Some students from affluent backgrounds can even enlist monarch-level beasts to augment their own. This inequitable phenomenon has historically faced criticism, yet the Federation has steadfastly refrained from imposing outright prohibitions. The rationale lies in the fact that support-type beasts are integral to the summoning system and are inherently designed to bolster other beasts. Should enhancement methods be restricted, over half of the support-type beasts would be adversely affected, thereby exacerbating the inequity. The struggle between examination integrity and cheating has persisted throughout history. The art of cheating during assessments and the countermeasures against an array of ingenious cheating techniques have engaged both sides in a battle of wits for millennia. This examination, which relocates all candidates into a virtual realm, is likely to disrupt numerous cheating tactics. The Beast Sphere possesses the capability to monitor and collect data on summoned beasts. Even the most basic models are equipped with this essential function. Any enhancement methods are inherently transient, typically limited to recent days. Upon extracting data from the Beast Sphere, the Xinhuang terminal discards the recent information, calculating an average from prior data to instantly revert enhanced beasts to their original state. In the classroom, several students have begun to exhibit grim expressions. The teachers on stage remain impassive, and even before the examination has commenced, the students' composure is already fraying. Candidates may summon an unlimited number of beasts, yet Jiang Lin can currently deploy only one combat-ready beast. Thus, he is among the first to enter the virtual realm. Examining his hands, he noted that they appeared identical to his own in the real world. Beside him, the Qianqing mouse materialized. Astonishingly, the Xinhuang terminal could access human contracts. A remarkable technological feat. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to cease his musings, as the summoned beast models would naturally take longer to materialize than those of humans, given the indirect scanning method employed. Nevertheless, the Beast Sphere represents a unique technological marvel within this world, containing a comprehensive record of beast information. Even with indirect scanning, the models created by the Xinhuang terminal are impressively lifelike. At that moment, Jiang Lin found himself enveloped in a pale expanse. Pinching his right hand with his left elicited a distinct sensation of pain, nearly identical to reality. He smacked his lips, noting that the taste sensation was also convincingly simulated. Grasping the Qianqing mouse and inhaling deeply provided no discernible scent, leaving him uncertain about the presence of olfactory perception. A panel materialized before him, rather rudimentary in design, featuring only an exit option and a countdown to the examination's commencement. Focusing his attention outward, the classroom scene re-emerged before him. The sensory experience of the virtual world gradually faded, while that of the real world began to normalize. The strength of his sensory perception intensified in accordance with where his focus lay. Now, in Jiang Lin's perception, the classroom and the virtual realm overlapped. and by concentrating on the classroom, the imagery within it became increasingly vivid. Once his attention was wholly directed toward the classroom, the virtual world's visuals became nearly imperceptible, yet faint shadows assured him that he had not exited the virtual experience. It was no wonder that the Xinhuang terminal had faced developmental delays. The technological intricacies he had just encountered were indeed perplexing. The myriad components integrated within the Xinhuang terminal were densely packed. Energy conversion chips, mental communication chips, central processing units, sensory simulators, quantum communication chips, and neural chips, among others. The cost of such advanced technology would undoubtedly be substantial, rendering it inaccessible to many. Even if fully released into the market, many of the specialized chips boasted exceptionally high technological content, comparable to that of a small spiritual artifact. The apparatus required to manufacture these chips would be even more sophisticated. Furthermore, entering the virtual realm necessitated a certain level of capability. Based on his recent experiences, it seemed that individuals lacking a specific threshold of mental acuity would be unable to access the virtual world. Children under the age of 10, unless endowed with extraordinary mental gifts, would likely be barred from entry. Additionally, those suffering from mental debilitation, spiritual trauma, or advanced age would also be precluded from the virtual experience. With these two limiting factors, it is conceivable that nearly half the population of the Qilu Federation may be unable to log into the Xinhuang. Chapter 60. The 10 Semi-Divine Beasts. The examination commenced. Its rules remarkably straightforward. Candidates were to engage in combat against 10 of the most representative summoned beasts. These included aquatic, terrestrial, aerial, humanoid, anthropomorphic, plant, insect, spiritual, elemental, and undead entities. The 10 species encompassed various elemental categories, including earth, water, fire, wind, metal, light, thunder, darkness, ice, and wood. Among them were demon beasts, ferocious beasts, dragons, beastmen, half-beasts, and magical creatures, each representing one of 10 distinct combat styles: offensive, defensive, poisonous, magical, and speed-oriented. As Jiang Lin beheld the projections of these 10 creatures, he almost wondered if the Federation's educational department had mistakenly provided the wrong examination questions. 10 semi-divine beasts. What student could withstand such a grueling trial? However, upon further examination of the rules, he felt a wave of relief. All 10 of these beings were of legendary quality, yet their strength was categorized into 4 tiers: mortal, rock, copper, and silver. Candidates would commence with the mortal tier, as long as they could secure a victory in any one match, even if they lost the remaining 9. They would qualify to challenge the rock tier beasts. Conversely, should a candidate lose all 10 matches against mortal tier beasts, they would naturally forfeit the opportunity to challenge the rock tier beasts. To engage in battles with all 10 types of extraordinary beasts, one must traverse through each tier, progressively advancing to the next level. Even the least combat-capable student is expected to contend in at least 10 matches against these remarkable creatures. The structure of this examination is indeed quite scientific. Even if a student were to lose all 10 encounters, their performance across various metrics would still allow for a ranking system. The majority of students are likely to engage in no fewer than 20 battles, and for those possessing sufficient strength, a tally of 40 encounters is not out of reach. However, candidates capable of enduring 40 matches are indeed rare, effectively eliminating 99% of the participants before reaching the bronze tier. After all, these are legendary-grade bronze tier semi-deities, and even those wielding silver tier beasts may find themselves outmatched. The examination's results are determined by the number of battles fought and the duration of each encounter, with the likelihood of ties being exceedingly slim. As Jiang Lin surveyed the 10 projections before him, he realized he could select the order of his challenges, akin to tackling simpler problems first, a feature that undoubtedly alleviated the pressure for many candidates. With a glance at the nearby chameleon mouse, Jiang Lin chose the werewolf as his first opponent. Traditionally classified, the werewolf is a quintessential humanoid beast. By racial classification, it belongs to the orc tribe. By attribute classification, it is a golden-type beast, and by combat style, it is a close combat powerhouse. A werewolf, excelling across all 4 categories, is a well-recognized semi-divine entity, a true hexagonal warrior, for whom battling above their tier is merely routine. The werewolf projection among the 10 suddenly came to life, though this extraordinary beast, at the extraordinary level, was still a mere child within its kind. Consequently, as it animated, it gradually diminished in size until a juvenile werewolf stepped forward, confronting Jiang Lin. This young werewolf was a remarkably realistic simulation, its innate instincts honed to perfection, aware of its inferiority to the chameleon mouse. And thus it set its sights on Jiang Lin as its true target. In the arena, where life and death could be determined in an instant, the Beastmaster was the most conspicuous target. In genuine beast confrontations, The most prudent strategy is to eliminate the Beastmaster before dispatching the beast itself. This straightforward yet profound principle is instinctively understood upon entering the fray. In contemporary times, the norm is for Beastmasters to command from behind their beasts. Yet in the past, they were frontline combatants. Each combat style has its pros and cons. Charging alongside one's beast entails significant risks, yet it can rapidly enhance the Beastmaster's personal combat prowess. Conversely, directing from behind offers relative safety, for one's life is singular, death renders all else moot. The downside is that this approach hampers the personal cultivation of the Beastmasters, leading to a general regression in human training systems. The young werewolf's speed was astonishing. As it lunged toward the chameleon mouse, it feigned a strike before pivoting and charging at Jiang Lin. The intelligence of humanoid beasts is not to be underestimated. It utilized its contract to temporarily immobilize the chameleon mouse. Jiang Lin skillfully dodged the werewolf's fierce claw, seized its paws, and delivered a swift kick to its ankle, executing a shoulder throw that sent the creature crashing to the ground. The little beast sprang back up but opted to remain half-crouched, casting a wary glance at the chameleon mouse before decisively lunging at Jiang Lin once more. Its cold, iron claws glinted menacingly, promising grievous harm should they connect. At this moment, Jiang Lin's self-created physical training technique, 100 Battles Fist Manual, came into play, employing the wolf form fist, leading to a fierce exchange between man and wolf. Overall, Jiang Lin's prowess decidedly surpassed that of the werewolf, yet this was merely a battle at the extraordinary level, devoid of any cause for celebration. The endurance of these hexagonal warriors is formidable. Trading blows with them could extend for hours. Upon discovering an opening, Jiang Lin swiftly snapped the juvenile werewolf's neck, concluding the bout. After assessing his physical condition, he noted that all skills had rapidly returned to their pre-battle state. Each match concluded with a return to the initial condition. Yet the consumption of stamina and spiritual energy adhered to normal parameters. For his second opponent, Jiang Lin selected the humanoid beast, the poppy fairy. This creature, a significant category within the demon beast classification, is fundamentally a spiritual plant that undergoes demonization after absorbing sufficient celestial essence. Thus, the flower fairy belongs to both the demon beast and plant classifications. By attribute classification, it is a wood-type beast, and by combat style, it is toxic in nature. This flower fairy possesses a broader range than the previously encountered werewolf, capable of thriving across 5 categories. As the projection solidified, a charming little figure, no taller than 20 centimeters, floated before him. Adorned in a dress crafted from petals and leaves, this exquisite little girl inspired an instinctive urge to cradle and cherish her. However, she was a genuine poison fairy, wielding quite nefarious abilities. Those beguiled by her appearance would face dire consequences. Fortunately, Jiang Lin found her charms, levitation, and toxic abilities manageable. In facing such a toxic beast, Jiang Lin refrained from direct contact. Utilizing the heaven and earth shift, he teleported behind her and unleashed a sudden palm strike, catching her off guard and dispatching her with ease. After personally battling through 7 encounters, all of which he won with relative ease, he found himself unable to continue against the remaining 3 beasts. The flying sky gliding gull was beyond his reach. The aquatic tyrant swordfish evaded him in the water, and the ethereal void spirit was utterly invisible. These 3 beasts were deftly handled by the chameleon mouse, and the challenge sequence progressed to the rock tier. Once again, these 10 beasts were present, yet their strength had escalated to the next level. Jiang Lin managed to narrowly overcome the werewolf, poppy fairy, the mountain dweller beast, and the ironclad corpse demon before he found himself at his limits. This experience effectively confirmed that his individual strength was comparable to that of a rock-tier beast, aligning closely with his previous assessments. Jiang Lin felt a sense of satisfaction with this outcome, considering he had only genuinely practiced for a little over 3 months since entering into a contract with Wei Xiaoming. Achieving such a level was commendable. Chapter 61. The Unfathomable Ancestor of the Liu Family. The second round of this critical examination assessed the individual combat strength of the students, necessitating a high degree of privacy, thereby denying the public's request for a live broadcast. Within the command center of the Eastern Capital's college entrance examination, as soon as the test commenced, over half of the screens displayed the students who had performed exceptionally well in the previous exam. The main examiners were predominantly creators, with some serving as technical officers for the Mind Network project. This was no ordinary examination. The technologies involved would significantly influence the future of the Federation. Among the crowd of examiners, an elderly woman with hair as white as snow listened to her subordinates' reports, displaying no discernible emotion, yet instilling a reverent silence among those surrounding her. A radiant aura surrounded the elder, and a faint melody, reminiscent of praise, prayer, and whispers, echoed in the air. A subtle pressure enveloped the venue, akin to divine might weighing heavily upon the hearts of the attendees, evoking profound respect. Elder Qin, the mind network is currently operating smoothly, with no vulnerabilities detected. The artificial intelligence has meticulously accounted for every conceivable issue. Moreover, our computational power is remarkably ample. This examination merely serves as a preliminary trial, consuming less than 1% of our total capacity. Even if the entire populace were to log on simultaneously, we would be more than capable of accommodating them. Upon hearing the assistant's words, the elder nodded calmly and remarked, insufficient. The source quality generated by the hundreds of billions of the Federation's population is fundamentally inadequate for our 7 divisions. You must broaden your perspective and expedite the deployment of the Heart Network globally. The chief examiners promptly expressed their agreement. Noticing that the group had shifted their focus from monitoring, the elder turned his gaze to the surveillance screen and remarked, among these young individuals, are there any descendants of the Liu family? Uncertain why the elder specifically inquired about the Liu family, the chief examiners quickly responded, yes, indeed. The operator in charge of the projection screen demonstrated keen insight, promptly retrieving the information of the current generation of Liu family examinees. Elder Qin, please take a look at this girl named Liu Wanqing. She is the great-granddaughter of the Liu family head and stands out as the most exceptional among the Liu descendants. As they observed the screen, they witnessed the girl commanding a silver-tier fire charm against one of the 10 quasi-divine beings, the silver-tier dust spirit. The clash of wind and fire energies was fierce, creating a grand spectacle. However, those present were all discerning individuals. The girl's performance was merely at the level of a typical genius. Out of the corner of their eyes, they cast glances at the elder, pondering his potential evaluation. The elder nodded faintly, refraining from commentary, and shifted his attention to other screens. The scene switched to Wei Xiaoming commanding a silver-tier March Mouse in combat against another of the 10 quasi-divine beings, the silver-tier Thorn Blood Willow. Oh, the ability to create physical clones is indeed a remarkable skill. This mouse that can split itself is quite impressive. Earlier, Elder Qin had merely cast a cursory glance at Liu Wanqing's fire charm, but upon witnessing the March Mouse's infinite splitting and its 3 types of clones, he could not help but offer a remark. Elder Qin, this beast is registered under the name March Mouse, an entirely unprecedented creature. Though it is not this girl's strongest beast. In fact, she is already a gold-tier Beastmaster, wielding a gold-tier beast named Golden Jade Rat, which is also a previously unrecorded species. Oh, so she has already attained gold-tier status? At such a young age, quite remarkable. Indeed, she is worthy of being that person's descendant. Elder Qin, you may be mistaken. This girl is not a member of the Liu family. To be precise, she should be considered a talent invested in by the Liu family. I am aware of that. The vast Liu family has been shaped by her alone. Upon hearing such a startling revelation, the chief examiners were astonished. So this was how the Liu family had come to be. The investment acumen of that individual must be extraordinarily sharp. In the surveillance footage, willow branches danced in the air, the fur-covered twigs whipping against the beasts, inflicting unimaginable agony while also voraciously draining their vitality. Truly the nemesis of all carbon-based life forms. Yet, the girl's March Mouse, with its hundreds of clones, endured the relentless strikes of the willow branches, leaving the Thorn Blood Willow in a state of disarray. This strategy of trading injury for life proved remarkably effective against the otherwise formidable Thorn Blood Willow, eliciting gasps of wonder from the onlookers. This March Mouse, recognized by the totem Beastmasters, undoubtedly possessed the potential of a quasi-divine being. Elder Qin, among the young talents invested by the Liu family, there is another who possesses gold-tier Beastmaster prowess and is not inferior to this girl. Oh, let us see. The scene shifted once more, revealing Hua Nongying commanding a silver-tier floating wind silver ring in battle against the silver-tier Blade Mantis, one of the 10 quasi-divine beings. The floating wind silver ring, a rare wind-type beast among serpents, displayed an extraordinary mastery of wind manipulation, executing techniques with astonishing finesse. The quasi-divine Blade Mantis appeared to be at a disadvantage, which left the admirers of quasi-divine beasts utterly astonished. Both beasts were incredibly agile and possessed remarkable speed. The floating wind silver ring darted through the air like a strand of silk, the surrounding wind energy sharp and unyielding, while the Blade Mantis, a flying adept, executed swift and fierce strikes. Both were assassin-type combatants, yet the floating wind silver ring exhibited superior control over the battlefield. Employing a unique wind domain that severely disrupted the Blade Mantis's movements, victory was merely a matter of time. The elder remarked, "These 2 girls are the most outstanding young individuals I have encountered. Are there others from the Liu family's current generation?" "Yes. There are 4 young men who are also silver-tier Beastmasters. Although they are slightly inferior to the two girls, each has achieved victories over gold-tier beasts, equally remarkable in their own right. The elder's gaze swept over the profiles of the four, lingering a moment longer on Jiang Lin's affinity for multiple elements. Before he withdrew his focus and addressed the group, "You shall oversee the examination. I have other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. Elder Qin, take care. Elder Qin, you may resume your duties." As the elder and his assistant departed from the examination coordination center, the assistant inquired softly, "Elder Qin, are we headed to the Liu family?" Upon hearing the assistant's question, the elder responded with a subdued "I sent a congratulatory letter yesterday, but have yet to receive a reply. The head of the Liu family likely hasn't made contact with that individual yet. That is of no concern. This descendant is quite the homebody. The news of her 500th birthday has already spread. She would not venture far at this time." The assistant, now at the pinnacle of his position, expressed confusion. "Elder Qin, given your stature in the Federation, it seems unnecessary to go through such trouble to meet the Liu family's elder. Xiaowu, even totem beastmasters are ranked in tiers. Those with a single totem beast are called totem beastmasters, while those with 10 are also referred to as totem beastmasters. You are well aware of the distinctions, are you not? Yet, Elder Qin, you yourself are a totem beastmaster with 10 totem beasts. How can you still?" The elder regarded the assistant with a knowing smile, allowing him to trail off. Even among those who have cultivated all their beasts to totem status, there exists a hierarchy. The seemingly unassuming elder of the Liu family possesses strength at least 2 tiers above mine. Do you believe that? The assistant stared at the elder in shock, momentarily rendered speechless. Alas, 15 years ago, during the invasion of the 715th level of the Abyss by a lord through a dimensional rift, even with the combined efforts of myself, the leader of the Divine Might sect, and the master of the Tianlong dojo, we could not subdue that demon prince. Yet, this immensely powerful demon prince was swiftly repelled back to the Abyss by the elder of the Liu family and subsequently slain in a matter of moves, causing the entire demon army to vanish in an instant. With such strength, how many moves do you think it would take for her to defeat me? Are you referring to the large-scale dimensional rift invasion event from 15 years ago? Wasn't it the 3 of you who defended against the incursion? Hearing the assistant's murmurs, the elder sighed with a wry smile. Now you should understand how low-key she truly is. Then, Elder Qin, is your visit to the Liu family related to the elder's 500th birthday? Might it be a bit premature? Given your status in the Federation, would it not be somewhat inappropriate to celebrate a birthday for a descendant? The elder paused momentarily, continuing to walk as he replied, "In this world, strength ultimately commands respect. She is stronger than I, hence I must adopt a humble demeanor." Chapter 62, a special supplementary test. Among the 10 quasi-divine beasts. During the challenge of the broken ordinary and rock tiers, Jiang Lin personally took the stage, just as he was about to be defeated by several rock tier beasts. He called upon the 1,000-form mouse to take his place. In the subsequent stages of the competition, the copper and silver tiers witnessed the 1,000-form mouse engaging in combat independently, leaving Jiang Lin as a mere strategist on the sidelines. The 1,000-form mouse effortlessly triumphed over the silver tier adversaries, including the werewolves, the poppy flower spirits, the ironclad corpse demons, the thorned blood willow trees, the razor mantis, and the dust spirits. However, it was only the skyward flying gull, the swift sky swordfish, the void demon spirit, and the mountain-dwelling beast that Jiang Lin deliberately reserved for last. The skyward flying gull and the swift sky swordfish proved to be rather troublesome foes, leveraging their aerial and aquatic advantages to considerable effect. To counter the skyward flying gull, Jiang Lin selflessly became bait, allowing the 1,000-form mouse to use its telekinetic abilities to elevate him into the air, paying the price of having his scalp nearly torn off, thus luring the divine avian into the lethal range of the 1,000-form mouse. Fortunately, this was merely a virtual examination within the heart network. Otherwise, he might have suffered permanent disfigurement. As for the swift sky swordfish, he attempted to muddy the waters, but upon realizing the ineffectiveness of this tactic, he subsequently froze the lake, yet he still could not coax it to the surface. Eventually, Jiang Lin decided on a more drastic measure, draining the entire body of water, which nearly depleted the 1,000-form mouse's spiritual energy, before finally slaying it on land. The void demon spirit, being a mental entity and a creature of the void, left most individuals utterly powerless in its presence. However, this particular creature's nemesis was the sealing arts. The 1,000-form mouse, possessing a complete array of elemental affinities, engaged in a relentless struggle while stealthily laying down a 5-element seal under Jiang Lin's direction. After nearly an hour of arduous combat, they finally concluded the battle. Regarding the last foe, the mountain-dwelling beast, there was no room for cunning tactics. It had to be confronted head-on. As a quintessential terrestrial creature of both earth and rock, Its forte lay in defense, armored with impenetrable scales and endowed with formidable strength and terrifying endurance. Any ordinary beast tamer would find it exceedingly difficult to breach its defenses. The mountain-dwelling beast resembled a heavily armored simian creature, with robust scales and elongated, razor-sharp spines on its shoulders and back that could serve as weapons. Its facial features bore a striking resemblance to those of a human, bestowing it with remarkable intelligence. Standing over 5 meters tall, its destructive capacity was nothing short of astounding. Even with the thousand-form mouse employing its versatile abilities, it could only manage a tenuous engagement with this formidable opponent. Magical attacks against this creature yielded disappointing results. Aside from a slight advantage in technique, other tactics proved ineffective against the mountain-dwelling beast. Observing the clash between these two titans felt somewhat tedious for Jiang Lin, a sentiment that underscored the plight of someone with only a single beast at their disposal. There were no alternatives available, even when faced with opposing elemental creatures. One had to charge forward with resolve. Were it not for the thousand-form mouse's comprehensive elemental capabilities and thorough training, anyone else would have long since been eliminated. Jiang Lin mused that Wei Xiaoming and her companions must have already completed their examinations by now. Unbeknownst to him, this examination harbored a hidden stipulation. Candidates achieving a flawless record against the top 10 demigods would face a special supplementary test. The challenge would remain against the same demigods, with their power unchanged, but the format would shift from one-on-one to a random multi-combat scenario. It would begin with 2-on-2, then progress to 3-on-3, 4-on-4, and so forth. The combinations of the top 10 demigods would be entirely random, and candidates could strategically deploy their beasts based on the demigods' participation. Among the Federation's student body, only 37 candidates had reached this stage, highlighting the examination's formidable difficulty. Not only did one need a sufficient number of contracted beasts, but those beasts also had to possess considerable combat prowess, a demanding expectation for high school seniors. Faced with this unconventional supplementary assessment, the 37 candidates exhibited a keen sense of enthusiasm. Wei Xiaoming and Huan Nongying were among these select individuals. During the initial 2-on-2 match, all candidates present were caught somewhat off guard. Commanding a single beast in battle was commonplace for them. However, achieving seamless coordination between two beasts proved to be a challenging endeavor. The combinations of the top 10 demigods were virtually impossible in the real world, as demigod-level creatures were typically flawless beings, often besieged by other beasts rather than forming teams to confront opponents. Now, facing such an absurdly powerful alliance, the candidates felt as though they were confronting an impending cataclysm. Cooperative combat was a mandatory course for all students, yet during high school, it primarily involved theoretical discussions, with limited opportunities for practical application. Given the varying strengths and contracted beasts among students, no high school could feasibly support a course requiring one-on-one guidance, and such content had never been included in college entrance examinations. Suddenly needing to apply this knowledge left these 37 students momentarily disoriented. However, being prodigious individuals, after experiencing 1 or 2 defeats, they quickly regained their composure and began to find their rhythm. Wei Xiaoming and Huan Nongying stood out remarkably, managing to emerge victorious in every 2-on-2 battle, and after 5 encounters against the randomly matched top 10 demigods, the difficulty escalated to 3-on-3. Within the various college entrance examination command centers, the examiners relaxed, many of them fixated on the battle footage of Jiang Lin. They shook their heads in disappointment upon witnessing the thousand-form mouse, now exhausted and nearly the same size as the mountain-dwelling beast, succumb to defeat. The disadvantages faced by this student named Jiang Lin were glaring, with only one beast at his disposal. At least 4 of the top 10 demigods possessed creatures that countered the thousand-form mouse. The fact that this mouse could triumph over 3 opponents was already a revelation to the examiners. One examiner turned to his companion, Director Zheng, and inquired, "What are your thoughts on this student?" Director Zheng narrowed his eyes and replied slowly, "I had my assistant search our academy's beast repository earlier, and there exists a creature that aligns perfectly with his elemental affinities. I wonder if this could serve as leverage to entice him to join our academy." The questioning examiner was taken aback by Director Zheng's response, frowning slightly, feeling he may have inadvertently overstepped. His assistant had already informed him that their school did not possess such a creature. Director Zheng cast a sidelong glance at the now subdued individual beside him, a mysterious smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Their Dragon University had a notorious reputation for its stringent admissions process. Perhaps this time, they might secure a promising talent. Many of the examiners present were prominent figures from various universities, quietly noting the exceptional performances of students during the examination. Even before the examination concluded, plans to recruit outstanding candidates had already begun to take shape. Jiang Lin's performance was undoubtedly exemplary, surpassing that of most among the 37 students in several aspects. If only he could compensate for the deficiency of his beast count, he would undoubtedly emerge as a dazzling prodigy, worthy of awe. Jiang Lin's concealment of his true capabilities had been remarkably successful, deceiving everyone, including the totem beast tamers. The concept of elemental affinity was merely a fabrication of his own invention. His array of beasts was extensive, and it was likely to grow even more, far exceeding the imagination of the world. Chapter 63, Heart Network. Jiang Lin was likely the last to conclude the examination. Those unable to overcome demigod-level beasts would not last long, while those who succeeded typically did so through advantageous elemental matchups. A solitary beast, like his thousand-form mouse, navigating through challenges was indeed a rare occurrence. Upon exiting the Heart Network, he found the classroom devoid of any presence. The three proctors gazed at Jiang Lin with astonishment as he finally completed his examination, their expressions reflecting a mix of curiosity and trepidation. The MindLink terminal was confiscated by the proctor, and now that it has officially been released, it is only a matter of time before it hits the market. Look, the exclusive store for the MindLink terminal has already opened, and they are currently holding a press conference. As I pondered how to acquire this device, I overheard some students discussing it. Checking my phone, I discovered that major news platforms and trending topics were all abuzz with this information, leveraging the excitement of the college entrance examination to spread the news about the MindLink terminal throughout the entire Federation. The press conference and the store opening coincided perfectly, and without a second thought, I placed orders for 6 units. The Federation's stock of MindLink terminals was remarkably abundant, and it seemed that I would soon be able to experience the full version of the device upon returning home. After a prolonged wait, I was finally joined by Wei Xiaoming and Huan Nongying, who appeared somewhat enigmatic. My curiosity was piqued. Wei Xiaoming, with a mysterious demeanor, shared, "Young master, you have no idea that this examination has hidden settings. After the one-on-one battles, there's actually a group fight as well." "A group fight?" I echoed, intrigued. "Yes, I managed to fight my way to a 7-on-7 match and even miraculously won 2 rounds. With just these snippets of information, I began to grasp the essence of this so-called group fight. The beasts involved in this battle were still those 10 quasi-divine beings? Yes, but they are randomized, allowing us examinees to freely configure our teams. I mentally simulated the scenario of being besieged by the top 10 quasi-divine beings and couldn't help but feel a wave of sympathy for those candidates who made it this far. Wei Xiaoming had only 8 combat-ready beasts at her disposal. The thousand-form mouse was ineligible, the Dream Thief mouse had only recently leveled up, and the Starry Day mouse and the Golden Furred Treasure mouse were purely supportive in nature. This meant that only the Plague Fragrance mouse, Heat Drain mouse, Golden Jade mouse, and Marching mouse were the 4 combatants capable of leading the charge. I couldn't help but think that the battles would be quite fierce. If only the thousand-form mouse could participate, your performance might have reached an 8-on-8 match. She playfully smiled. "Hey, young master, how will you compensate me?" Ruffling Wei Xiaoming's hair, I proposed, "How about enhancing the quality and bloodline of the Night Shin mouse once we return?" Although she feigned discontent with my straightforward reward, she didn't express it overtly, but instead turned her gaze towards Huan Nongying. "What about me, young master? I managed to reach a 10-on-10 match. While I didn't win any of those, I was undefeated in all the preceding battles." Huan Nongying's accomplishments were undoubtedly impressive. She was likely the top scorer in the second round of the examination. After glancing at the 2 girls, I smiled and asked, "So, what reward do you desire?" Wei Xiaoming, clearly prepared, pulled out her phone and said, "Young master, let us go here for our summer vacation." The location displayed on her phone was the picturesque Qianhu scenic area in the neighboring Yunjian province. A splendid choice indeed. "Very well, but you must bring your sister Haitang along." Of course. As we bantered our way home, 6 MindLink terminals awaited us on the table. Upon unboxing, I noticed that this version differed slightly from the one at school. Its foldable headband design was somewhat neutral, suitable for both genders. This small device, despite its compact size, presented a manufacturing challenge surpassing that of many spiritual artifacts. I scrutinized it thoroughly. Even with my current level as a creator, there were numerous aspects I couldn't comprehend. The equipment needed to produce such a device must be extraordinary. The 2 girls promptly called for Nya Haidang, and the 4 of us entered the virtual world together. Logging into the MindLink network felt no different from accessing the internet, yet the experience was entirely unique. Unlike the educational version at school, entering the MindLink network first transported us into our individual personal spaces. Observing the stark whiteness surrounding me, I extended my hands, pinching my right hand with my left. The sensation was unmistakably real, nearly indistinguishable from reality. After testing the simulation of touch, taste, smell, sight, and hearing, I understood the exorbitant cost of this device, over 60,000 spiritual essence per unit. The prospect of universal distribution across the Federation with each individual owning one, seemed quite unrealistic. My personal space felt rather monotonous. With a mere thought, I communicated with the MindLink network, and an information panel materialized before me. To my astonishment, not only was the device expensive, but the services within the MindLink network were also far from cheap. Computational power within personal space. Fantasy modeling assistance with precision exceeding millimeters is entirely free for distances up to 1,000 meters. However, modeling with precision below a millimeter incurs charges as outlined in a detailed table. The costs for modeling assistance at micron, nanometer, and picometer scales escalated exponentially. Suddenly, a glass appeared in my hand. Since the modeling assistance for this cup was complimentary, I ran my fingers over its surface, noting that it was not particularly smooth. The cup's curvature evidently exceeded the capabilities of millimeter scale modeling. For the average person, millimeter precision would suffice, but for a creator needing to conduct experiments, such precision was inadequate. I calculated that if I were to use this fantasy modeling assistance to design a chip, the expenses would hardly differ from those in the real world. Nonetheless, there was an advantage. The intelligence of the modeling assistance was remarkably high, capable of communicating seamlessly with my thoughts, far surpassing the efficiency of real-world processes. Visualizing my studio in my mind, the fantasy modeling assistance promptly refined my vague imaginings into detailed representations. As I scanned my workspace filled with experimental instruments, I realized that these free models were merely placeholders. To bring them to life, I would need to pay to complete their details. Closing the payment window that popped up before me, I intended to exit my personal space when yet another payment prompt appeared. Would you like to save the content of your fantasy? The storage data charging standards are as follows. This storage service also incurred fees, which I had anticipated. It was akin to an internet subscription. How much information could an ordinary person generate? A few hundred a year at most. However, truly encapsulating my entire studio within my personal space would generate a vast amount of data. Indifferently checking the default save option, I swiftly exited my personal space. Chapter 64. MindLink 2. In her solitary courtyard, Lu Wanqing absent-mindedly tidied her desk, reflecting on her recent failures in the college entrance examination. With a melancholic sigh, she pondered the uncertainty of her future. "What is troubling you?" asked Lu Wanqing, freshly bathed and wrapped in a towel, drying her damp hair with curiosity. "Miss, there is something I need to tell you. Yesterday at the auction venue, young Master Jiang Lin sold me a spirit essence at a low price." Pausing her hair drying, Lu Wanqing looked at her with surprise. "Spirit essence? He sold it to you? Did you really buy it?" Zhu Chun pursed her lips and replied, "Not only did I buy it, but I also successfully formed a contract." "Wait, you formed a contract? Could it be that Jiang Lin noticed your affinity for contracts? Do tell me what happened yesterday." Feeling puzzled by the sudden curiosity of the young lady, Zhu Chun relayed the events in full detail. Young Master Jiang Lin mentioned that he is quite skilled in identification. After merely glancing at me, he told me my affinity is for solitary-type beasts. Those with inherently reclusive temperaments are the only ones I can bond with. After scrutinizing Zhu Chun from head to toe, a frown creased his brow as he pondered, and with a hint of curiosity, he remarked, "Indeed, why hadn't I considered this perspective before? Miss, do you concur with young Master Jiang Lin's assertion?" Lu Wanqing shook her head, uncertainty lacing her voice as she replied, "There are indeed a minuscule number of individuals in this world whose contract affinity is related to the temperament of their beasts. However, such instances are exceedingly rare. The notion of this unique affinity is overly simplistic and appears rather absurd, having never gained acceptance within academic circles. If you possess such an affinity, perhaps pursuing this as a topic might lead to significant achievements in the future." Casting a cautious glance at her mistress, Zhu Chun felt compelled to voice another matter. "Miss, young Master Jiang Lin also mentioned that he wishes for me to serve as her maid." "Ah." Lu Wanqing initially believed she had misheard, staring at her maid in disbelief. Upon Zhu Chun reiterating the statement, she found it utterly absurd, and her thoughts became tumultuous. She recalled the girl who had left a profound impression on her. If Chin'er were to become young Master Jiang Lin's maid, could she be molded into a creature akin to Wei Xiaoming? Gazing at her maid, a pang of reluctance washed over her, yet considering the implications for Chin'er's future, she felt she had no justification to impede her. "What are your thoughts on this?" Without a moment's hesitation, Zhu Chun replied, "I wish to remain by your side, Mississippi. Let us go seek out young Master Jiang Lin." "Ah." This time, it was Zhu Chun who was taken aback, a wave of panic washing over her. Did this mean her mistress no longer desired her? Having departed from the Heart Network's personal space, Jiang Lin finally entered the virtual realm of the Heart Network. Upon materializing, he was greeted by a colossal, modern metropolis, with towering structures stretching endlessly into the horizon. The city was alive with the sounds of bustling crowds and the ceaseless movement of vehicles. Jiang Lin found himself atop a massive floating platform, from which he could see 8 similar platforms hovering throughout the city. Players manifested randomly upon these platforms, curiously surveying their surroundings. A few players stepped to the edge of the platform and vanished behind a shimmering light, evidently being teleported elsewhere rather than falling off the platform. Intrigued, Jiang Lin approached the platform's edge. A small information panel materialized before him, filled with a myriad of place names, all potential destinations for immediate teleportation. He opted to teleport directly to the Creators Guild. Upon beholding the magnificent edifice before him, he marveled at its architectural grandeur, far surpassing the exaggerations of the real world. Although this city was a fabrication, Jiang Lin keenly sensed that every blade of grass and tree within it felt utterly authentic. All the NPCs were artificial intelligences. An NPC attendant approached politely, inquiring, "How may I assist you?" Jiang Lin retrieved his electronic identification card from his pocket and handed it to the attendant, stating, "I wish to apply for the Creator's Assessment. Please prepare the assessment process for me." The attendant, taken aback, promptly received Jiang Lin's ID with utmost reverence and replied, "Right this way, sir. Please wait in the lounge for a moment while I notify the appropriate parties. The assessment will commence in half an hour." The electronic ID contained a self-generated sum for the players, a rather intriguing design. Everyone originated as ordinary individuals, yet they could tailor their names, appearances, and experiences. However, if the fabrication were too outlandish, it could lead to severe repercussions when exposed. During the composition of this sum, the system had issued warnings. But adherence to these cautions was likely rare. Jiang Lin casually concocted an identity as a self-taught apprentice creator. Should he successfully pass the Creator's Assessment, the authenticity of this sum would be established. Before players entered, the city operated seamlessly. Yet with the influx of players, especially those with self-created identities, the order of the city would inevitably face tremendous upheaval. For reasons unknown, Jiang Lin sensed that this should be regarded as an experiment, a simulation testing the resilience of the city's operations against a violent influx. The Heart Network project involved numerous creators, and among the 7 chief engineers publicly disclosed by the officials, one specialized in sociology. This city was likely the brainchild of that eminent figure. After being led to the lounge by the attendant, Jiang Lin discovered a city atlas among the magazines on the sofa. He was astonished to learn that the city he occupied was a super metropolis capable of accommodating 1 billion inhabitants. 1 billion people. Even Jiang Lin's vivid imagination was struck dumb by the scale of the population. Studying the aerial map of the city cluster, he discerned that its feng shui was meticulously crafted, with many buildings and roads subtly forming certain configurations. Rapidly flipping through the atlas, he closed his eyes in contemplation, realizing that this billion-capacity city cluster could perhaps be actualized in the real world. A concept suddenly sprang to mind: using minimal land to sustain the maximum population. This virtual city could indeed be an equivalent research endeavor to the Heart Network. Vertical farms, purifying greenery, waste recycling, teleportation transportation, artificial landscapes, public entertainment, and clean energy systems were all employed to their utmost potential. The city had been simulated for an indeterminate duration, and if it withstood the forthcoming player influx, this project might be nearing completion. In Chapter 65 of the Heart Network, while awaiting the Creator's Assessment in the lounge, a small video popped up before Jiang Lin, revealing his study in the real world. On the sofa sat Wei Xiaoming and her 2 companions, and at that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Someone was seeking him. Glancing at the time, he noted that there was still a while before the Creator's Assessment. Exiting the Heart Network, he discovered that the 3 girls had also awakened. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find Lu Wanqing standing there, accompanied by Zhu Chun. Momentarily stunned, he quickly invited them in. Initially intending to discuss Zhu Chen's situation, Lu Wanqing found herself at a loss for words in the presence of Jiang Lin's 2 maids. Spotting the Heart Network terminal on the sofa, she seized the opportunity to initiate conversation. "Jiang Lin, you're quite swift, already engaged in play." With no time for idle chit-chat, Jiang Lin cut to the chase. "You've come regarding Zhu Chen, correct? I wonder what you think of my proposal." Wei Xiaoming and her companions were not taken aback, as Jiang Lin had previously recounted the events at the auction house. As the subject of the matter, Zhu Chen appeared anxious and uneasy, feeling as though she were an object being scrutinized. The complexities of a girl's emotions are undoubtedly intricate, leading her to envision a tragically bleak future. Lu Wanqing did not anticipate Jiang Lin's forthrightness. She quickly cast a glance at Wei Xiaoming before responding cautiously, "Jiang Lin, may I inquire what it is about Zhu Chen that has caught your interest?" "Talent, contract affinity, and appearance," Jiang Lin stated matter-of-factly. Jiang Lin, I'm serious. This concerns Chun'er's entire future." Noticing Lu Wanqing's stern expression, Jiang Lin regarded the group with curiosity. "Are these 3 points not sufficiently clear?" Understanding Jiang Lin's straightforward nature, Hua Nongying and Wei Xiaoming exchanged exasperated glances. Zhu Qin's talent is exceptional, to say the least. As soon as her number of contracted beasts reaches 5, it is highly likely that she will become a creator before you do. Her unique affinity for contracts allows her summoned beasts to excel in monotonous and repetitive tasks, such as meticulously inscribing the intricacies of formation arrays, aiding in the replication of divine abilities, and assisting the contractor in the crafting of postnatal divine patterns. Lu Wanqing cast a perplexed glance at Zhu Chen, puzzled as to how Jiang Linju's examples could be realized. So, you mean to focus on nurturing her, investing substantial resources into her development? Naturally, he affirmed. Pointing to Wei Xiaoming and Hua Nongying, Lu Wanqing continued, will her treatment be on par with theirs? Absolutely. Then, will you bully her? Zhu Chen could not help but tug at Lu Wanqing's sleeve, urging, Miss, please, do not say such things. Jiang Linju, feeling a bit embarrassed, thought to himself, if I were to mistreat her, would I let you know? Yet, he maintained a serious demeanor and replied, I would never. Lu Wanqing found herself in a quandary, uncertain of what decision to make. After all, Chener had been her companion since childhood, and the prospect of separation weighed heavily on her heart. However, if the maid were to follow Jiang Linju, her future would undoubtedly be brighter than if she remained by Lu Wanqing's side. Her gaze inadvertently drifted toward Zhu Chen. Noticing the maid's somewhat dazed expression, she was clearly affected by the situation. Let us discuss this thoroughly when we return. We shall not disturb Brother Jiang Linju any longer. As the two ladies rose to depart, Jiang Linju stood to see them off. Wei Xiaoming and the other two did not follow, and once outside, Lu Wanqing whispered, Brother Jiang Linju, will you truly treat Chener well? Stealing a glance at the somewhat bashful Zhu Chen, he responded meaningfully, I shall treat her as well as you treat your summoned beasts. Really? Although Lu Wanqing found the analogy peculiar, she was nonetheless pleased with Jiang Linju's attitude. The bond of a contract is far more profound than that of marriage, familial ties, or camaraderie. It is a connection wherein the fortunes of one are intertwined with the other, a lifetime devoid of regrets. Who would dare to be negligent? Nodding in affirmation, she earnestly regarded Zhu Chen's profile and said, do not bear too much psychological pressure. If you truly resist, I shall not force you. Let us go, Brother Jiang Linju. You have your duties. Grasping Zhu Chen's hand, Lu Wanqing swiftly departed. Upon returning to the study, she discovered that Hua Nongying and the other two had once again entered the heart network, and she braced herself for an interrogation. She picked up her heart network terminal and re-entered the virtual world. The timing was impeccable. As she opened her eyes, a servant re-entered the lounge. Sir, your creator assessment is now prepared. This way, please. The so-called creator assessment is merely an official certification. Many creators do not require such validation. Much like in the real world, he had never visited the Creators Guild. However, in this virtual world, where everything is unfamiliar, swiftly establishing oneself as an officially recognized creator is undoubtedly the best option. Players generally begin with similar identities, although life experiences can be fabricated over time. NPCs can swiftly discern who is human and who is not. To thrive in this super city cluster of 1 billion inhabitants, one must rely solely on their genuine abilities. The creator assessment must be conducted by actual creators. Laypersons and novices are utterly incapable of fulfilling this role. Stepping into a laboratory, 7 evaluators awaited him. Lu Yun, is it? You are rather unfortunate. The 7 of us will be your examiners for this creator assessment. We hope you will not disappoint us. The name Jiang Linju used in the virtual realm was indeed Lu Yun. Observing the demeanor of the 7 creators before him, he noted their profound wisdom. Although they were NPCs, they bore an uncanny resemblance to real individuals from the physical world. Due to their status as creators, their expressions and comportment radiated a scholarly elegance, an aura that even the esteemed creators of the Lu family had not possessed. The artificial intelligence of the Heart Network was astonishingly adept. He realized he had overlooked certain aspects. Despite being a virtual world, everything here was derived from the real world. If 1 in 10,000 individuals in reality could be deemed a genius, the same principle should apply here. However, while geniuses in the real world are dispersed, here they are concentrated, resulting in a genuine gathering of brilliance within a metropolis of 1 billion people. Such a dense concentration of talent would inevitably nurture even greater geniuses. Consequently, the standards within this virtual world may surpass those of the real world significantly. If the difficulty of the creator assessment in reality is rated at 100, it might be around 130 in this virtual realm. Upon realizing this, he found it intriguing. He wondered whether the strong in this virtual world were genuinely powerful or merely perceived as such. If their strength was merely a construct, then it would lack significance. However, if they were indeed formidable, the implications of the Heart Network project would need to be redefined. Chapter 66. The Creator Assessment. Young man, judging by your demeanor, you seem quite confident regarding this assessment. How many creator evaluations do you intend to undertake? A lean, elderly creator asked, noting Jiang Lin's calmness. After a moment's contemplation, acknowledging his own considerable skills, he inquired out of curiosity about the assessment process in this virtual world. Might I ask what the assessment procedure is? Or is it entirely at the discretion of the esteemed instructors? The group exchanged glances before a slightly portly middle-aged creator stepped forward and said, "Hello, I am Chang Zizai. You may call me Teacher Chang. I specialize in spirit refinement, cultivation, breeding, and planting, so I will evaluate your spirit refinement skills. The skills of cultivation, breeding, and planting are time-consuming and fall outside the scope of the creator assessment, making Teacher Chang's oversight of the spirit refinement evaluation most suitable." Jiang Lin nodded in agreement. Spirit refinement is a fundamental skill that every creator must master. Spirit refinement involves the formulation of spirit liquids, which can be simply understood as extracting spiritual energy from items infused with it, be it spirit stones, spirit fruits, beast crystals, or even from spirit wood and spirit beasts. And even ancient corpses and remains contain special spiritual energy for extraction. The assessment was indeed challenging, requiring the extraction of spiritual energy from beast crystals, which is considerably more difficult than extracting from spirit stones. After all, beast crystals are the crystallized essence of a beast's spiritual power, containing the spiritual will of the beast itself. Extracting spiritual energy from beast crystals offers the advantage of relatively pure energy with fewer impurities. Yet the drawback is that one must eliminate the residual spiritual will of the beast, a task that many novice creators in the real world struggle to accomplish. Indeed, it was a high-difficulty assessment. Jiang Lin wasted no time and began his operation, channeling the qi of the universe. He retrieved a gold-tier water attribute beast crystal from the material cabinet, along with various other materials. The evaluators raised their eyebrows at Jiang Lin's choice of a gold-tier beast crystal, their expressions turning slightly skeptical. They regarded the young man with diminished expectations. The higher the tier of the beast crystal, the greater the spiritual power it contained, and consequently, the stronger the residual spiritual will left behind. Thus, attempting to extract spiritual energy from it demanded a higher level of skill. As a novice undergoing the creator assessment, starting with a gold-tier beast crystal would undoubtedly yield unsatisfactory results. Furthermore, the substantial spiritual power of a gold-tier beast crystal is notoriously difficult to control, likely leading to significant waste during the refinement process. The quantity of waste generated is indeed quite detrimental to the scoring. Jiang Lin's actions left a rather unfavorable impression on several evaluators. Had it been anyone else, they might have already been halted. However, the techniques displayed by Jiang Lin caught the attention of the assessment teachers, igniting a spark of intrigue. Is this a spatial type of divine ability? Chang Zizai turned to a nearby colleague who was knowledgeable about spatial techniques to inquire. Indeed, the control exhibited by this divine ability is remarkably strong, and the execution appears quite casual. It is undoubtedly a supreme technique. At that moment, another creator interjected. Have you noticed? He continues to procure medicinal herbs without pause. His movements appear so assured, as if he is entirely prepared, without the slightest hesitation. Doesn't this make things even more fascinating? I hope he is merely putting on an act. Countless medicinal materials swirled around Jiang Lin, who then summoned Nia Haitong's Nightshade Crow. In reality, due to prolonged inability to contract a beast, everyone from the Liu family understood that his affinity for contracts must be exceedingly unconventional, even if he could command a beast. Summoning several female beasts at will was out of the question. Thus, he had to concoct a fabricated affinity to mislead others. Yet, in this virtual realm, his identity was transformed. There was no need for deliberate concealment, so he fashioned a contract affinity aligned with magical attacks. This category, being rather nebulous, encompasses any beast that employs spells against foes, allowing for a remarkably broad range of affinities. Within this virtual world, Jiang Lin could summon beasts with remarkable freedom. For here, he was known as Liu Yun, and what connection did he have with Jiang Lin? The network was not under a stringent real name system. Otherwise, Liu Yun's account would have collided with the one he logged into during the college entrance examination. As for the bank card linked to this account, it belonged to his personal laboratory, somewhat related to him, but investigating would prove daunting, with virtually no information exposed. A Nightshade Crow, towering at over a person's height, was released. Despite its imposing stature, it still fell within the category of medium-sized beasts. Ah, Lord-level beast? The group of creator evaluators exchanged glances, pondering whether this young individual was perhaps being a tad excessive. Judging by his apparent age, he seemed no older than 18 or 19. How could he possess a Lord-level beast? Surely, He wasn't a foolish simpleton trying to take shortcuts. However, it was unlikely that someone daring enough to participate in the creator assessment would be so naive. Observing the exceptionally cultivated beast, they speculated it might have received some extraordinary boon. The Nightshade Crow exhaled a breath of vital energy upon the golden tier water attribute beast crystal, causing the suspended crystal to swiftly dissolve into a pool of liquid. Simultaneously, a vast cloud of mist emanated from Jiang Lin's hands, densely wrapping various floating medicinal herbs with acquired divine patterns, initiating a multitude of complex reactions in the air. The herbs were either crushed or heated, utilizing the array formed by the acquired divine patterns to accomplish a myriad of tasks. A mass of medicinal liquid quickly took shape, flying to the molten liquid beside the beast crystal, enveloping it and dissolving some of its components, which Jiang Lin then directed towards a collection of medicinal liquids. Commencing intricate combinations, another batch of medicinal liquid encapsulated the melted beast crystal, again dissolving some components before being assigned to another location for further complex reactions. After a continuous effort with 7 different medicinal liquids, he finally succeeded in completely dissolving the beast crystal. 7 experimental setups floated around Jiang Lin, with the medicinal liquids darting back and forth, combining and separating in a dazzling display. Such a remarkable scene left the evaluators utterly astonished. This was their first encounter with such an assessment. Typical candidates would approach the creation of a single spiritual liquid with trepidation, fearful of any misstep that might lead to complete failure. Yet here was this young man, reversing the norm by managing so many experimental setups simultaneously. His control and ability to multitask were truly unprecedented in their experience. The impurities within the beast crystal were minimal, having reached a golden tier where only a handful of spiritual energy types remained. This water attribute beast crystal, extracted from a creature known as a flying sword mackerel, was a marine beast with over 80 water attribute, though its secondary attribute, metal, could not be overlooked. Thus, the metal attribute's spiritual energy contained within was substantial and should not be squandered, lest it diminish his score. Assessing the reactions of the evaluators, he decided it prudent to hold back slightly. In the real world, he typically crafted spiritual liquids solely for personal use, resulting in a high spiritual energy density that did not align with market standards, necessitating dilution for trade. High-density spiritual liquids commanded greater value and were more challenging to produce. Yet, this was merely a creator assessment, and there was no need to show off at this juncture. A complex calculation flashed through his mind, leading him to relax the specifications for some of the medicinal liquids. Consequently, the spiritual energy density of the liquids subtly lowered to match market levels. Jiang Lin nearly exhausted the potential of a golden tier beast crystal, successfully refining 8 types of spiritual liquids, all meticulously contained in 100 milliliters standard test tubes, totaling 309 vials. 5 of these were water attribute, 2 were metal attribute, and 1 was of the mental attribute. Displaying such results before the evaluators left them momentarily speechless. The spiritual liquids before them boasted a spiritual energy content exceeding 70, indicating that this young man possessed the capabilities of a high-level creator. Chapter 67, Creator Assessment. Chang Zizai found himself at a loss for words and naturally passed with full marks, realizing that this level of skill surpassed his own. So he dared not deduct any points. A golden tier water attribute beast crystal held a market value of several million, comparable to that of a vial of high-quality spiritual liquid. When transformed entirely into spiritual liquids, its value could theoretically surge by several hundred to 1,000-fold. However, historically, few creators have come close to achieving such theoretical values. Jiang Lin had produced over 300 high-quality spiritual liquids from a single beast crystal, nearly draining its worth. The evaluators stared at the table laden with high-quality spiritual liquids, mentally calculating the total spiritual energy within the beast crystal against that of the liquids before them. To their astonishment, they discovered that there was minimal waste of spiritual energy from the beast crystal, including the mental energy, which had been transformed into a mental attribute spiritual liquid. This was somewhat outrageous. Such a level of refinement had likely surpassed that of most high-level creators. Young friend, with such a feat, do you intend to continue with the subsequent assessments? The evaluators no longer regarded Jiang Lin with the same superiority as before. Their words subtly acknowledged him as an equal. Why not continue? Jiang Lin's response took the evaluators by surprise. The creator assessment was merely a formality, crucial for those who had yet to become creators. But for those who had, it was little more than a piece of paper gathering dust at home. May I ask why? I wish to enrich my resume. The creators were somewhat at a loss for words, yet they understood that a newly minted creator might seek to gain significant prestige through a standout performance during the examination, potentially creating ripples in the community. What these NPCs did not realize was that Jiang Lin and his fellow players possessed an obsession with in-game reputation that ran deep to their very core. Since you have successfully passed the first section, what do you propose should be done with these spiritual liquids? The high-grade spiritual liquid, valued at tens of billions, is not something that even the Makers Guild can casually dispense. Naturally, several creators were eager to ascertain Jiang Lin's intentions. Given that it was produced utilizing the esteemed resources of your guild, shall we agree on a price of 10 billion? How delightful. Since my young friend is so magnanimous, we shall not be overly meticulous. After taxes, you will receive exactly 10 billion, not a penny less, in cash, immediately. At this moment, the assessment has already attracted considerable attention, and numerous senior members of the Makers Guild have arrived. The senior member speaking wore a polite expression as he approached Jiang Lin, extending his hand and introducing himself. I am Zhou Bin, the vice president here. Lu Yun, it is a pleasure to meet you. An information panel suddenly appeared before them, indicating a bank transfer notification. So swift? The Mind Network is indeed linked with the banks of the physical world. In the outskirts of Zhongdu City, tens of thousands of miles away from East Capital City, there lies a secret research base masquerading as a village, with a small world suspended above it. One of the 18 core servers of the Mind Network is situated here. At this moment, although night has fallen outside, it remains daytime within the small world. A colossal male angel, nearly 1,000 meters tall, sits upon a chair formed by several mountains, gazing coldly into the distance. Suddenly, the pristine 6 wings on his back tremble slightly, as if sensing something. The halo hovering above his head flickers, and 3 totemic orbits inscribed with runes swiftly revolve around him. His golden pupils blaze with brilliant light as he turns his gaze towards a distant villa nestled in the mountains, uttering, Master. Someone in the Mind Network has accumulated over 10 billion spiritual essence. Oh, so soon? It must be a creator eager for attention. It matters not. This sum is trivial. No one appeared in the mountain villa, yet the voice was capable of traversing dozens of kilometers, indicating that its occupant was undoubtedly a formidable being. Should we not take action? The 6-winged angel, sensing his master's indifference, inquired with concern. Too cumbersome. Accessing an individual's detailed information requires the consent of more than half of the core servers. As long as that person does not cause any trouble, there is no need to intervene. Are there any other matters? Many users of the Mind Network have had their accounts forcibly deleted due to implausible identities and experiences, and their complaints have been rather numerous. No need to concern ourselves. Understood. The next assessment involved alchemy and bloodline awakening, and Jiang Lin opted to undertake both simultaneously, as these tasks could be performed on a single beast. The assessment task set by the evaluators was a common quality archer monkey, possessing the lowest tier of strength, the broken, ordinary level. This type of beast carries a trace of the 4-armed ape's bloodline. The requirements were straightforward: elevate its quality and awaken its bloodline. Assess the evolution of the beast and evaluate the resources expended. Ordinary quality beasts are the easiest to enhance, but also the least worthy of such endeavors. Valued at merely a few hundred, they are akin to pets with a touch of extraordinary ability. Enhancing their quality to elite status would require resources and potions worth several dozen times their original value. Spending such exorbitant sums could easily procure several elite quality beasts instead. The key to achieving a high score in this assessment lies in maximizing the enhancement of the beast with minimal resources and time. Jiang Lin, adept at upgrading beast quality, did not invoke the divine authority of one thought reaches heaven, but instead commenced operations directly with the potions. After executing a seamless series of potion mixing operations, he completed the task in under half an hour, administering a potion to the archer monkey. Observing that the beast's evolution would require some time, Jiang Lin promptly suggested proceeding to the next test. This time, he selected formations, inscriptions, enchantments, material refinement, alchemy, and artifact crafting. These 6 assessments could also be conducted concurrently on a single item. The evaluators, taken aback by Jiang Lin's self-imposed challenge, conferred before presenting the task of crafting a small-scale teleportation portal. Although labeled small-scale, this apparatus is still a substantial item, primarily utilized within beast orbs. As one of the 8 core components of the beast orb, the small-scale teleportation portal has long been subject to mechanized mass production. However, requiring Jiang Lin to manually forge one is indeed a formidable challenge. After selecting the control motherboard for the teleportation portal, he could design the formation and specifications based on the motherboard's model. Approaching a massive spiritual inscription machine, he donned 2 coin-sized thought control devices on his temples and deftly manipulated the control panel. By integrating real-time feedback, he rapidly generated a cascade of operational commands through the bidirectional input of instructions via the thought control devices and computer. The inscription machine illuminated with beams of laser finer than a strand of hair, etching delicate patterns onto a crystal. The intricacies of formation inscriptions rival those of chip manufacturing. However, while chips are shrinking in scale, the energy they operate on remains singular. Conversely, although formations are also becoming more compact, the energy they harness grows increasingly complex. As the crafting of the small-scale teleportation portal progressed, the evolution of the archer monkey reached completion. The evolved beast transitioned from ordinary quality to epic quality, leaping across 4 tiers. Its bloodline successfully awakened into that of the four-armed ape, resulting in a remarkable transformation in strength. The evaluators had nothing to say. Such a significant advancement in so short a time could only be accomplished by someone of advanced creator caliber, warranting nothing less than full marks. Chapter 68. Maker Assessment. The crafting of the teleportation portal is a systematic project, with artifact crafting being merely the most structured aspect. The design and inscription of formations, the refinement and processing of materials, and the connectivity and sealing of spiritual energy all serve as tests of the creator's versatility. Artifact crafters and alchemists are among the most comprehensive and challenging subfields within the creator profession. Historically, those who have made strides in both realms are truly polymathic individuals. Through associative learning, mastering knowledge from other creator fields becomes effortless. The spiritual beams from the inscription machine penetrated the surface of the crystal, reaching its interior, where they inscribed intricate formation patterns at specific locations. After inputting all required commands into the inscription machine, he removed the protective goggles. The next step was to fabricate several crystals that were not available here. Crystals resemble silicon wafers in the semiconductor industry, manifesting in various shapes and colors. While the purity requirements are not as stringent as those for silicon wafers, the variety is astounding, with thousands of mass-produced types alone. The selection of crystals must align with the intended use of the spiritual artifact and its formations, for particularly complex spiritual artifacts. The encapsulated crystal array core can be as sophisticated as a spiritual artifact itself. Jiang Lin summoned the Thousand Forms Mouse and Golden Jade Mouse. These two beasts possess abilities that greatly assist in alchemy and material refinement. The various operations for blending and purifying were second nature to him, and in another half hour, dozens of crystal materials were successfully refined. Utilizing alchemical techniques, he forcibly intervened in the chemical and physical reactions of matter with true essence spiritual power. Through material refinement techniques, he manipulated the arrangement of atomic and molecular structures using true essence spiritual power. Jiang Lin's craftsmanship left several assessment instructors, masters of creation, utterly astounded. With the harmonious collaboration of two summoned beasts, the pristine crystal was meticulously sculpted into a myriad of desired shapes, numbering in the thousands, each varying in size and design. Each piece was then affixed to the spirit light engraving machine, where countless commands were executed. The mind control device worn upon his temples began to emit a faint warmth as his hands deftly navigated between the numerous buttons on the control panel. This apparatus was nearly pushed to its limits as fresh crystal array cores emerged, subsequently inserted into the designated slots on the portal control motherboard. Once the layers of encapsulation were completed, a substantial, obsidian disk was thus forged. Upon integrating a universal spirit energy module, Jiang Lin commanded the portal to activate via computer controls. Given the severely limited transmission distance of this small portal, its utility was confined to storage devices. Under the watchful gaze of the assessment instructors, Jiang Lin conducted various tests on the activated portal, leaving everyone speechless. The notion of manually crafting a portal was merely an internet meme. It was rare for a master of creation to achieve such a feat independently. And today they were indeed enlightened. Completing the intricate array formation, engraving, enchantment, material refinement, alchemy, and tool crafting tests in one go. Jiang Lin's multifaceted mastery surpassed many advanced creators. Yet, his ambition remained unquenched, for the next assessment was alchemy. Alchemy is a discipline interwoven with numerous fields: pharmacology, spirit crafting, medicine, biology, chemistry, and toxicology. To become an alchemist is to navigate the biomedical realm with remarkable proficiency. The assessment instructors, now somewhat numb to the spectacle, had shed their earlier composure and elegance, resembling students once more as they humbly trailed behind their mentor, observing his every move with keen attention. Summoning and recalling various beasts such as the plague-scent mouse, thunder shadow, electric falcon, Wonjong green, and heat exhaust, Jiang Lin exemplified the quintessential experimentalist of a master creator. In previous experiments at the Liu family, the presence of numerous assistants had constrained the summoning of the three women's beasts to aid them. Consequently, many operations were conducted personally, leading to inefficiencies and less than ideal outcomes. Now, free to unleash his full potential, he found himself momentarily disoriented. Observing Jiang Lin's methods, several assessment instructors noted that his contracted beasts lacked a cohesive structure. Despite his extensive affinity, such indiscriminate summoning was questionable. Upon reaching the Lord level, one must chart their own path in cultivation. A chaotic beast system poses significant challenges in future domain integration and battle formations, hindering subsequent progress. As masters of creation, they were skeptical of Jiang Lin's understanding. Why engage in such erratic beast contracts? With the aroma of medicinal herbs wafting through the air, under the manipulation of the cosmic shift, an astonishing batch of over 100 potions emerged. The assessment instructors were once again taken aback. This batch produced an extraordinary quantity, spanning 8 major categories and 16 distinct potions. Truly astonishing. Healing potions, detoxifying potions, poison potions, nurturing potions, essence potions, true essence potions, foundation potions, and spirit potions. Mastering even one category is already a significant achievement for an alchemist. To casually produce 8 categories, 16 types, and over 100 potions in one furnace speaks volumes of Jiang Lin's prowess, firmly placing him above the advanced tier of alchemists. Next, the assessment shifted to medical skills as they moved to an operating room, where a critically injured Iron Claw mountain lynx lay on the surgical table. Its injuries included a shattered spine, internal bleeding, and excessive blood loss. Such wounds were not surprising for a close combat beast. The death of a summoned beast inflicts severe psychological trauma on its master, incurring a hefty price for recovery. Thus, the emergence of beast hospitals and clinics forms a vital part of the entire medical system. Many summoned beasts possess healing abilities, yet these powers are not omnipotent. Cases like this, involving spinal shattering and internal obstructions, necessitate hospital intervention. Releasing a rejuvenation spell from the shape-shifting mouse onto the Iron Claw mountain lynx stabilized its condition somewhat. Jiang Lin cautiously examined the fractured spine, manipulating the 3D X-ray projection beside him from various angles, swiftly simulating the forthcoming steps in his mind. Furrowing his brows in contemplation, he cast a questioning glance at the assessing instructors, as if to inquire, "Is this part of the test?" Judging from the residual chill in the lynx's fur, it had likely been encased in ice prior to this incident. Such a complex injury could only be managed by a highly skilled creator. It seemed he had inadvertently become a free doctor. He plucked several hairs from the golden jade element mouse, soaked them in alcohol, then roasted them over a flame before swiftly inserting them into the beast's central nervous system, temporarily severing the neural connections. Immersing himself in the shape-shifting mouse's consciousness, he directed it to release a drop of essence water, carefully controlling its infusion into the wound, enveloping the fragile spinal nerves. He then harnessed the power of the cosmic shift to gradually reposition the numerous shattered bone fragments. The rejuvenation and recovery spells were repeatedly cast, stimulating cellular activity, while the essence water simultaneously repaired the spinal nerves. Fortunately, the Iron Claw mountain lynx belonged to the earth, stone, and metal elemental categories, which aligned perfectly with the attributes of the golden jade element mouse and shape-shifting mouse. Jiang Lin swiftly coordinated the spiritual energy from both mice, transforming it into a specialized healing energy. This energy gently permeated the adjusted bone fragments, acting as an adhesive that seamlessly bonded the shards together, erasing all traces of their prior fractures. Next came the internal injuries. The essence water, capable of both healing and dissolving, efficiently cleared all the accumulated blood clots from the internal organs. It then adhered to the various wounds, complementing the rejuvenation and recovery spells, thereby preserving the Iron Claw mountain lynx's life. Injecting a mixture of adrenaline and spirit liquid into the beast, all that remained was to await its awakening. Extracting the essence water from the still unhealed wounds, he noted that it had diminished by nearly half, now laden with dissolved blood clots and impurities, a cumbersome task. A testament to the long-term cultivation of the shape-shifting mouse, an operation with no small cost. My young friend, this beast belongs to the granddaughter of a significant figure. Her injury was purely accidental, and the chance for treatment is but a singular opportunity. None of us dared intervene. Given your remarkable prowess as a creator, we thought it worth a try. Had you expressed any doubt earlier, we would not have pressed you, but your unwavering resolve speaks volumes. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Removing his gloves, Jiang Lin replied with a hint of displeasure. What if I inadvertently cause its demise? Wouldn't I be shouldering the blame for you? The other creators exchanged glances, then burst into laughter. Fear not, young brother. We are not so lacking in integrity. Consider this. Should you successfully heal the granddaughter's beast and spare her from a soul-crushing loss, it would be a monumental favor. Rest assured, we will convey this to her. Furthermore, you have resolved a particularly thorny issue for us. and appropriate gratitude will certainly ensue. Seeing that Jiang Lin no longer wished to continue the assessments, a master craftsman cleared his throat and remarked, "It appears my younger brother is also disinclined to pursue further evaluations. If you possess any skills, do inform us directly, and we shall promptly integrate them into your arsenal." The previously assessed disciplines, including formations, alchemy, spirit refining, artifact crafting, pill concoction, healing, and bloodline awakening, represent major fields within the realm of master craftsmen, each encompassing numerous specialized branches. Should one truly opt for a thorough examination of each, it would take days and nights to complete the process. Jiang Lin, not one to be overly courteous, recognized that to enhance his reputation, he must not shy away. Thus, he boldly declared an array of over 10 specialized subjects. Once all trivial matters were settled, the Master Craftsman assessment finally concluded, and he officially became a certified Master Craftsman. Although merely a Master Craftsman within a virtual realm, it was a commendable achievement, placing him leagues ahead of other neural network users. Upon exiting the neural network, the hour was already late, and Wei Xiaoming and the others had long since retired for the night. After freshening up, Jiang Lin too succumbed to slumber. Yet, he had barely closed his eyes when dawn broke, heralding the commencement of the third day of the college entrance examination, a rigorous 4-day cultural examination. This too was conducted within the neural network, albeit through the educational interface of the school. The first day entailed Chinese and mathematics. The second day covered foundational divine patterns and enlightenment. The third day comprised comprehensive science and experimental design. And the fourth day wrapped up with comprehensive humanities and beast mastery knowledge. The 4-day examination period proved to be an ordeal for all, even for someone like Jiang Lin, who maintained a nonchalant attitude, as he found the experience painfully arduous. Once the examinations concluded, many candidates went mad, frantically tossing their books and assignments down from the upper floors, much to the envy of the first and second-year students below. Upon returning home, Jiang Lin discovered that Lu Wangqing had been waiting for some time with Zhu Chun. Casting a glance at the somewhat anxious Zhu Chun, Jiang Lin gently inquired, "Have you made up your mind?" The two girls exchanged glances, and Lu Wangqing decisively stated, "Brother Jiang Lin, I hope you haven't forgotten our promise from that day. Follow me. There are several beasts that require Zhu Chen's attention." Jiang Lin, with a hint of amusement, noted, "Did you anticipate that we would agree so readily? You even had the beasts prepared." As Lu Wangqing teased, Jiang Lin did not turn back, continuing, "I had considered this possibility. Achieving success would be ideal. But should that not come to pass, I would still seek Zhu Chen's assistance. The beasts I have prepared are chosen specifically for Zhu Chun's unique affinity for contracts. I wonder if a bond can be formed." The trio arrived at the beast enclosure, where a new batch of beasts was being released. They approached 3 large beast orbs. And after a few operations on a tablet, the beasts were transferred into ordinary orbs. Bearing 5 ordinary beast orbs, they made their way to a training ground. Jiang Lin released a beast named Night Sky Solitary Swan. The two girls gazed in astonishment at the magnificent creature, standing over 2 meters tall, its starry plumage exuding an air of aloof majesty. This was a legendary quality avian beast, initially intended for Nia Haitang. However, its peculiar temperament rendered it indifferent to everyone, including Jiang Lin, who had enhanced its quality and bloodline. Nia Haitang's affinity for avian contracts was excessively broad, leading to a relatively weak bond, making it challenging to cultivate intimacy with the beasts. Forming a contract with Night Sky Solitary Swan would likely entail a prolonged emotional tug-of-war. As anticipated, Night Sky Solitary Swan displayed interest in Zhu Chun, remarkably approaching her of its own volition. This demonstrated the power of affinity when paired with the right individual. Even divine beasts could exhibit endearing behavior. Zhu Chun joyfully stroked the beast's elongated neck, its jet-black feathers reminiscent of a starry night, exuding a cool touch akin to silk. "You should form a contract with it. You two are remarkably compatible," Jiang Lin whispered gently in her ear. At that moment, Lu Wangqing also recognized the beast's extraordinary nature, nearly drooling with envy upon realizing it was of legendary quality. This avian creature was breathtakingly beautiful and exuded an undeniable presence, ensuring it would be the center of attention wherever it stood. "Isn't this a bit too precious?" Zhu Chen hesitated, a hint of shyness evident. "You are now my maid. You shall receive all the due privileges," Jiang Lin reassured her. Lu Wangqing exclaimed, "Oh dear Chunner, if you hesitate any longer, Brother Jiang Lin might reconsider. Hurry, do not linger." Seeing Jiang Lin's encouraging gaze, the girl finally shed her reservations and closed her eyes, beginning to communicate spiritually with Night Sky Solitary Swan. Spirit Beast Name: Night Sky Solitary Swan. Spirit Beast Classification: Demon Beast, Avian, Phoenix Family. Attributes: 80 Stellar, 20 Dark. Strength: Copper Tier Level 2. Quality: Legendary quality. Bloodline, Stellar Destiny Swan. Innate abilities, Stellar Divine Light, Meteor Particles, Celestial Star Map, Celestial Star Escape, Astrology, Celestial Star Perception. Acquired abilities, none. As one of the 5 phoenixes, the bloodline of Night Sky Solitary Swan is undoubtedly noble. Jiang Lin had long coveted the divine abilities associated with the phoenix lineage, particularly the Stellar Divine Light, which offered both offensive and defensive support. Additionally, its meteor particles were cryptic and enigmatic, bearing similarities to talismanic techniques, representing a vast realm of potential. The Celestial Star Map, Celestial Star Escape, Astrology, and Celestial Star Perception were all powers he aspired to replicate for himself. Upon examining the Celestial Star Perception ability, Jiang Lin noted its resemblance to the heavenly heart perception of the spirit snake, one targeting the stars, the other focusing on the heart as consciousness. Night Sky Solitary Swan's Celestial Star Perception would facilitate its understanding of star-related heart patterns, resulting in a resonance most harmonious with its own essence. Jiang Lin could not help but advise, this beast, named Night Sky Solitary Swan, possesses the potential for self-realization of heavenly patterns. Do not rush to evolve it into a divine entity. Perhaps it will evolve on its own in due time. Both girls were taken aback, astonished to learn that this beast was such a remarkable specimen. Zhu Chun was nearly moved to tears, while Lu Wangqing was so envious she almost wept. However, what followed from Jiang Lin was even more astonishing, as he released 4 additional legendary quality beasts in one go, an unprecedented display of generosity. The beasts included the mysterious frog, earthbound spirit, Heluo Golden Tortoise, and 10,000 Li Wanderer. To the surprise of both girls, all 4 beasts exhibited a strong affinity towards Zhu Chun, a most unexpected phenomenon. The so-called unconventional contract affinity merely indicated that the confirmation process was challenging once a direction was established. There were still plenty of options for selecting beasts. Zhu Chun gazed at the ominous earthbound spirit, emerging like a shadow from the ground, marveling at the prospect of contracting such a necromantic beast. Yet, the most attention-grabbing was the Heluo Golden Tortoise, which was impressively large and resplendent. It was no wonder Jiang Lin had chosen this training ground. The tortoise's shell measured a staggering 7 to 8 meters in diameter. With such a physique, one could only imagine that no ordinary beast would dare to provoke it. The mysterious frog, the smallest of the quartet, was no larger than a thumb. Resembling a finely carved jade sculpture, delightfully charming, it hopped onto the girl's shoulder, instantly winning her affection. The solitary steed, known as the Wandering Charger, is a magnificent horse with a striking and athletic stature. Its sleek, ebony coat glistens with an almost lustrous sheen, while its mane and tail dance gracefully in the absence of wind, exuding an air of aloof elegance. Yet, in this moment, the horse fervently thrusts its face towards Zhu Chun, intently sniffing the fragrant essence of the girl before it. Beasts choose their masters, just as masters choose their beasts. When an individual's charm is lacking, the selection process leans heavily on the human's initiative. However, when one's charisma is profound, the beasts exhibit a remarkable eagerness, yearning to forge a contract with that individual. Though both are of the same legendary quality at the bronze tier, it is evidently impractical to contract 5 beasts in one breath, as Zhu Chen's mental fortitude would undoubtedly falter under such strain. A pace of 1 contract every 2 days is, therefore, perfectly suitable. The beasts prepared by Jiang Lin for the girl extend beyond merely these 5. Among them, the Night Sky Solitary Goose and the Arcane Frog are creatures he has meticulously nurtured, while the Heluo Golden Tortoise and the Wandering Charger were acquired from the patriarch of the Lu family. Only the earthbound spirit was procured from the internet. The patriarch of the Lu family, a master craftsman, maintains frequent correspondence with Jiang Lin, thus he is well aware of the beasts available from the elder. As for the earthbound spirit, a rather peculiar undead beast, it is not difficult to find online, with many being treasured heirlooms hoarded by merchants. Despite being a legendary quality beast of immense value, the earthbound spirit is seldom sought after. This peculiarity stems from the inherent nature of undead beasts. Those who resonate with the spirits of the deceased often lead tragically short lives. Undead beasts possess a propensity for siphoning human vitality. And should a contract be formed with such a spirit, not only does the contractor face misfortune, but their household is also likely to suffer the consequences. Frequent minor ailments and occasional significant illnesses become commonplace, and even neighbors may find themselves affected. Individuals bound to undead beasts often face disdain from their families, and their social interactions suffer immensely, leading to a pervasive sense of isolation that can culminate in psychological distress. With deteriorating mental and physical health, the specter of premature demise looms ever closer. Handing Zhu Chen a box, Jiang Lin explained. Inside are 10 luxurious beast orbs. I have affixed a small label to each orb corresponding to one of your beasts. Once you return, ensure they all find a new home, understood? 10. Both girls gasped in astonishment. Lu Wanxing snatched the box from Zhu Chen's grasp, opening it to reveal 10 luxurious beast orbs, each the size of a ping-pong ball. Neatly arranged within, she inhaled sharply at the sight. As the eldest daughter of the Lu family, accumulating enough pocket money for a single luxurious beast orb would take considerable time, yet Jiang Lin, without a blink, had bestowed 10 upon Zhu Chen, an act of sheer extravagance. Master, am I truly capable of contracting an undead beast like the earthbound spirit? Zhu Chen inquired, glancing nervously at the shadow that had emerged on the ground, which retreated silently at her words. Beasts endowed with personalities typically possess a high level of intelligence, and the earthbound spirit, being an undead creature, is particularly astute, fully capable of comprehending human speech. Jiang Lin retrieved a vial of elixir from his storage bag and offered it to the girl, saying, "Your previous words have wounded its feelings. Henceforth, choose your words with care. This vial contains pure yang essence pills, brimming with potent yang energy. Administer one to it weekly, and it shall be thoroughly replenished. Furthermore, the purple beast orb I provided will effectively seal its ghostly aura. With these 2 safeguards in place, your contract will assuredly proceed without issue and will not affect others." The ominous reputation of contracting undead beasts primarily stems from the lack of power and influence. However, with the right elixirs, beast orbs, seals, and spiritual artifacts, one can navigate these challenges. Chapter 70. Contracting Zhu Chen. After bidding farewell to Lu Wanxing, Jiang Lin turned to the girl beside him and said gently, "Come, allow me to introduce you to a few of my sisters." Time passed swiftly over the course of 2 days, during which Zhu Chen gradually acclimated to her new life. Naturally, she learned from Wei Xiaoming and the others of Jiang Lin's extraordinary affinity for contracts. Frankly speaking, the notion that humans could enter into contracts with one another is indeed a paradigm-shattering revelation. Upon discovering the power of such contracts, humanity had once endeavored to forge bonds with all forms of life, even other humans, yet throughout history, no successful instances have ever been recorded. Over time, this led to the establishment of a theorem proclaiming that contracts between humans are impossible, a fact enshrined in textbooks. The revelation that this theorem has now been overturned is bound to make Jiang Lin an object of intrigue for those who study such anomalies. Awakening from her dreams, Zhu Chen gently grasped the transparent serpent resting beside her pillow, feeling the intricate flow of its innate powers, and upon comparing it to her own, she revealed a satisfied smile. Her replication of the telepathic serpent's abilities was nearing completion, and it was time to embark on the next phase of her learning. The scale of innate divine patterns is significantly smaller than that of supreme divine abilities. Thus, she can replicate one within 10 to 15 days. Such efficiency, if not harnessed effectively to enhance her own strength, would be a waste of the golden opportunity that is the convergence of heavenly energies. Among the telepathic serpent's other innate abilities are mind shock, celestial insight, and multitasking, all of which she is determined to replicate. Particularly, the multitasking ability is crucial for her to replicate multiple abilities simultaneously. Once she achieves a certain level of mastery with this skill, she will unlock a mode of concurrent operation, allowing for even more efficient replication. In fact, a person can replicate multiple abilities at once, but with the enhancement of multitasking, the efficiency gains could be monumental. Among the many beasts contracted by Wei Xiaoming, Huanongying, Niahaidang, and Zhu Chen, each possesses several extraordinary abilities waiting to be replicated by Jiang Lin, presenting a plethora of choices that, in its own right, can be quite burdensome. He must devise a means to enhance the efficiency of his replication process, and immediately, Jiang Lin thought of Zhu Chen's dexterous spirit monkey. This beast is endowed with a power known as Heart's Design, capable of constructing precise and detailed diagrams of its thoughts and intentions within the mind, a remarkably potent auxiliary ability. Utilizing this ability to assist in the replication of divine powers would be akin to wielding a double-edged sword, significantly reducing the time spent on fruitless trial and error. Additionally, Zhu Chen's Hulua Golden Tortoise possesses a power called Primordial Hulua, which can aid in the deduction of formations, further accelerating the replication process. The dimensional abilities of the treasure-seeking mouse, the dream-meditating mouse's dream meditation, and the heart-refining flame of the crimson chain snake are all capable of enhancing replication efficiency. Jiang Lin plans to begin replicating these abilities once he has sufficiently honed his multitasking skill. Upon completion of these 6 abilities, with their assistance, he is confident he can replicate a complete innate divine power within a week. Stealthily rising from his bed, he ensured not to disturb Wei Xiaoming and Huanongying, dressing quietly before exiting the room. As the door clicked shut, both women simultaneously opened their eyes. "Tell me, When will this endless cycle of serving the young master and then suffering nightmares each night come to an end? Huan Nongying lamented, her tone tinged with irritation. Wei Xiaoming merely scoffed, rolling her eyes, her disinterest evident. You ignite the fire each day, yet cannot extinguish it yourself. Who else is to blame? I need to sleep a little longer. Do not disturb me. With that, she pulled the covers over her head and resumed her slumber. Huan Nongying pondered briefly before suggesting, what if we involve Zhu Chun and Sister Haidang? Sharing both fortune and adversity seems only fair. Wei Xiaoming shot upright, the blanket slipping away to reveal a considerable expanse of her figure. That is indeed the way to go. On their way to the laboratory, they passed the training grounds, where they discovered Zhu Chun and Nia Haidang had already been engaged in morning exercises for some time. The 100 Battles Fist Cannon, a unique physical cultivation technique created by Jiang Lin, not only boasts exceptional effects in body refinement, but also integrates offensive and defensive maneuvers along with swiftness. When supplemented with medicinal elixirs, the results of practicing this technique are nothing short of immediate. Within merely 2 days, Zhu Chun has already begun to appreciate the advantages of this martial art, hence his enthusiastic engagement in its practice. Initially, Jiang Lin had no intention of participating in morning exercises. However, upon witnessing the fervent efforts of the 2 young women, he decided to stretch his limbs and join in. Master, I have contemplated the matter regarding the contract and am prepared to proceed at any time. After completing a set of punches, Zhu Chun calmly articulated his decision, catching even the focused Nia Haidang off guard with her curious gaze. Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, he looked earnestly at the girl. I truly have made up my mind. Zhu Chun nodded resolutely. Come to my laboratory. As he walked ahead, Jiang Lin felt a sense of reflection. Possessing strength truly has its merits. If an ordinary individual were to possess the same affinity for contracts as he does, they might struggle to persuade even their own spouse. The aspiration to engage multiple contracts would be nothing short of a fantastical dream. Fortunately, the world operates under the principle of might makes right. As long as one possesses strength, freedom comes at a price. Upon entering the laboratory, Jiang Lin's gaze fixated on Zhu Chun as he slowly raised his hand to rest upon the back of her head. With a gentle pressure, their foreheads met. The girl felt a tinge of shyness, her eyes darting about, unsure where to place her hands. A subtle mental force cautiously probed into her mind, and she recognized this as Jiang Lin's initiation of a contract test. With her eyes gradually closing, she steadied her emotions. As their mental energies intertwined, the contract was effortlessly established, akin to her previous experience with beast contracts. With their foreheads still touching, Zhu Chun slowly opened her eyes, only to find Jiang Lin gazing intently at her, causing a sudden flurry of anxiety within her. She yearned to break away, yet the hand at the back of her head denied her that wish. Given the circumstances, should there not be some form of acknowledgement? Just as the girl found herself at a loss, Jiang Lin leaned in and kissed her lips. Her pupils dilated in surprise, and after a prolonged moment, their lips parted. He affectionately tousled her hair. Wake up! Observing the girl's dazed expression, Jiang Lin chuckled. Approaching a nearby table, he surveyed the array of items prepared by Butler Wei, among which were several ordinary beast taming orbs intended for Zhu Chun. While ordinary individuals typically acquire beasts one at a time, those from powerful families engage in a different method of contracting. Once the affinity for contracts is established, they can directly plan their future. The selection of various beasts does not necessitate their personal involvement. The family's think tank devises several plans, from which they can choose the one that resonates most with them. Jiang Lin had curated an exceptionally luxurious team of beasts for Zhu Chun. In addition to the beasts previously gifted to her, today's offerings included a migratory crab, a hunting spider, a snow woman, and a deep-sea demon octopus, all compatible with her affinity for contracts. With this impressive lineup of 11 beasts, she need not worry about securing any further contracts until reaching the monarch tier. After sending the somewhat dazed girl on her way, Jiang Lin commenced today's experiments. As tomorrow marked the 500th birthday celebration of the elder of the Liu family, necessitating ample preparation for an appropriate gift. Chapter 71, The Bustling Liu Family. Today, the Liu family was abuzz with activity. Due to his unique status, Jiang Lin did not arrive early to assist. The weather, initially dreary, inexplicably brightened when a formidable figure graced the Liu family with their presence. Within the family, many of the younger generation harbored an indescribable sense of dissatisfaction towards him. From the family head to various department heads, every effort was made to fulfill his requests. In the Liu family, Jiang Lin could procure anything he desired. Even high-quality beast taming orbs sought by some Liu family members would be delivered to his laboratory at the mere utterance of his words. This unintentional slight angered those young disciples who were unaware of his capabilities, with some harboring overt disdain towards him. were it not for his exceptional prowess as a craftsman. Along with his extraordinary skills and talents that brought immense value to the Liu family, there would have undoubtedly been more extreme reactions directed at him. However, the Liu family, as a vast clan, was enmeshed in complex internal relationships, with various factions intertwined, leading to some individuals lacking clarity, easily swayed by their emotions. In such a context, particularly with the upcoming birthday banquet, it was inevitable that some might act irrationally out of impulse, potentially causing him unnecessary trouble. Disliking social interactions, Jiang Lin found such matters most irksome. Thus, he delayed his arrival until midday at the venue for the birthday gifts. Why has Elder Jiang only just arrived? We've already consumed several pots of tea. Apologies, the multitude of beasts in my laboratory delayed my arrival, Jiang Lin replied politely, offering no further explanation. The speaker was Su Gongfeng, among several craftsmen from the Liu family present in the group. Casting a glance around at the composition of this assembly, he noted that they were all craftsmen, with several being prominent figures from the eastern capital. Who might this be? An inquisitive elder, renowned as a craftsman, scrutinized Jiang Lin before inquiring with Su Gongfeng. This is Jiang Lin, our esteemed craftsman from the Liu family, the youngest craftsman I have ever encountered, Su Gongfeng stated. Then proceeded to introduce Jiang Lin. This is Master Jinkun, the vice president of the Craftsman Guild in the eastern capital. I trust you have heard of him. The group's attention naturally gravitated towards Jiang Lin, their discerning eyes unable to overlook the aura of a craftsman. However, they found it somewhat exaggerated that such a young individual could possess such talent. Greetings, esteemed seniors. I am merely a novice craftsman. In comparison to your esteemed selves, I am truly unworthy. Please regard me as a junior. Upon hearing this, Su Gongfeng instantly grasped Jiang Lin's intent, addressing the assembly. Young Jiang Lin is indeed a remarkable disciple of our Liu family. I trust you all will offer him your guidance. Time is of the essence. Why don't we take a moment to visit our Liu family's cave world? As a standard feature of a powerful family, the cave world not only boasted a self-sustaining ecosystem, but also spanned an area comparable to an entire province. Within this cave world, spiritual energy was abundant, and resources were plentiful, with various rare spiritual plants and beasts visible everywhere. Some resources were even unavailable in the outside world. The 6 types of quasi-divine races controlled by the Liu family resided within, making the cave world their most valuable asset, without exception. Through a teleportation array in the courtyard, the group arrived at the cave world. Before them lay an expansive and vast space, with a gentle spring breeze, its climate reminiscent of spring, starkly contrasting with the sweltering summer outside. Beneath their feet was an island suspended in midair, and upon surveying their surroundings, they found a multitude of floating islands, numbering roughly in the hundreds. This cave world, named Luyu Cave, derived its name from the crescent shape of its land. The central island, known as Luyu Island, served as the Liu family's main base, almost perfectly replicating the external architecture of the Liu family's gardens. Impressive, isn't it? In order to fully harness the potential of these floating islands, the Liu family has invested substantial human and material resources. And today you are indeed fortunate to witness it all. Su Gongfeng, with a proud demeanor, was introducing everything to his friends, having dedicated 4 to 5 decades of his life to this place as a senior member of the Liu family. Come, let us enjoy some tea. The elder's birthday banquet is still some time away. Jiang Lin chose not to accompany them and concocted a casual excuse to depart. Although he had visited the Liu family's celestial cave numerous times, this was the first occasion he approached it with a spirit of leisure. With the old ancestor of the Liu family celebrating a grand birthday, not only had all the family descendants gathered, but many luminaries had also been invited. The decision to open this place to the public was, in part, a demonstration of strength. Several esteemed patrons had invited numerous master builders, perhaps with intentions of forging alliances. Upon arriving at a uniquely exquisite floating celestial island via the teleportation circle, he discovered a rootless spiritual spring capable of conjuring water out of thin air. A small stream meandered gracefully, flowing past a quaint pavilion, providing an excellent vantage point for gazing upon the breathtaking landscape. However, Jiang Lin found himself a step too late. Several young individuals had already claimed the spot. Just as he was about to turn away in disappointment, a voice called out to him. Jiang Gongfeng, since you are here, why the haste to depart? The speaker was one of the outstanding young members of the Liu family, currently in his 2nd year of university and nearing the status of a gold-tier Beastmaster. Noticing the unfamiliar faces surrounding the young man, Jiang Lin halted. Oh, it's you. Young Master Liu has changed, returning so quietly without causing a stir. Lu Mingze felt a bit awkward as his friends exchanged teasing glances. Jiang Lin approached, casting a glance at the confident young men who were either seated or standing, indicating that the previous atmosphere had been relaxed and lively. offering a courteous nod to everyone. He turned to Lu Mingze. Aren't you quite apprehensive about encountering me? What wisdom do you wish to impart? Given Jiang Lin's current standing within the Lu family, these promising young heirs were well aware of his prowess. Many of the contracted beasts they possessed had achieved legendary quality under his guidance, and the elixirs provided by their families were sourced from him. And no, how could I dare? It's just that, since I rarely see you. May I personally purchase some elixirs from you? He glanced at his curious companions, bewildered. What do you intend to trade with me? Elixirs were not mere commodities. Even the offspring of elite families could not acquire them at will. Lu Mingze hastily signaled to his companions, retrieving several yuan spirits from his storage bag. Recently, we ventured into the Dimensional Canyon for some training and came away with these yuan spirits. I wonder if you might find them appealing. Upon hearing they were yuan spirits from the Dimensional Canyon, Jiang Lin felt a flicker of interest. It wasn't he that the yuan spirits themselves were particularly special. Rather, the circumstances surrounding their origin were quite unique. As an open adventure haven for the Federation, the Dimensional Canyon's spatial integrity was notably fragile, frequently opening various small dimensional rifts. Major factions maintained offices there, making it a bridgehead for interdimensional adventures. Wenwei Xiaoming and her companions decided to attend the Adventurers University. They had discussed this location as many universities encouraged students to train there. Observing the 7 yuan spirits in Lu Mingze's hand, his gaze lingered on one in particular. Very well, what elixirs do you desire? How about a few Foundation establishment pills suitable for silver-tier Beastmasters? Jiang Lin scrutinized the young man momentarily before decisively retrieving a small vial from his storage bag. Here are 10 Foundation establishment pills suitable for your beasts. But I require 30 yuan spirits in exchange. Lu Mingze, thrilled, turned to his friends, saying, Quick, lend me your yuan spirits. I'll repay you later. The group scrambled to gather 28 yuan spirits, and without hesitation, Jiang Lin accepted the spirits, tossing the elixirs to Lu Mingze. This matter must remain confidential. You all can enjoy yourselves here while I explore elsewhere. As they escorted Jiang Lin to the teleportation array on the island, the moment he departed, they began to speculate. Is this small vial truly filled with Foundation establishment pills? Could it be anything else? My goodness, Master Jiang is remarkably youthful. Oh, you know nothing of his formidable prowess. We Lu family descendants have questioned life countless times under his shadow. Oh, do tell more. Chapter 72, The Circle of Master Builders. After wandering around and growing increasingly bored, Jiang Lin fortuitously encountered a group from the Eastern City Master Builder Guild. Ah, isn't this Jiang Gongfeng? The speaker was Zheng Kun, the vice president of the Master Builder Guild, with whom he had previously exchanged pleasantries. Master Zheng, it's good to see you again. Under Zheng Kun's introduction, Jiang Lin made brief acquaintances with several gathered master builders. Jiang Lin, you must be feeling lonely by yourself. Why not accompany us old fellows to that island over there for some tea? Haha, as I am somewhat of a host here, I shall gladly join you, esteemed seniors. The group made their way to the island pointed out by Master Zheng, discovering it indeed to be a delightful tea-drinking spot. I heard that your Lu family's Qingyao Pharmaceutical Group has made significant breakthroughs in treating childhood autism. Could you share what you know about it, Jiang? Surprised, Jiang Lin glanced at Zheng Kun, not expecting the Eastern City Master Builder Guild to be so well informed. He was involved in the development of the special medication for childhood autism, which could be considered a modest secret within the Lu family. However, the timing of this revelation seemed rather coincidental. Just days prior, the family elder had acquired a fortuitous beast, and now the buzz began. Faced with the allure of becoming a totem Beastmaster, even the usually discreet family elder might be compelled to alter his approach. Indeed, there is some truth to that. Yet the clinical trials for this medication still face numerous hurdles, and its market release remains distant. Indeed, this is remarkable. To think you could even treat autism. Your Lu family is poised to achieve global recognition. Jiang Lin discerned the underlying implications in Zheng Kun's words. As a figure of the vice president level, he surely possessed a fortuitous beast and was aware of the Lu family's preparations for achieving totem status with a king-level powerhouse. That matter is still uncertain. We must await the results of the clinical trials. Upon noticing the young man's reluctance to divulge more information, Zheng Kun ceased his inquiries. A fragrant waft of tea filled the air, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy and forming a delicate haze, with sunlight casting iridescent hues upon it. Come, taste this. It is the spiritual tea cultivated by Master Ji of our Eastern City Master Builder Guild, guaranteed to be unforgettable. Casting a glance at the untouched tea canister on the table, Jiang Lin noted that this group of old fellows had brought their own tea leaves. Truly a collection of connoisseurs. Have you received the invitation to Master Wentian's disciple ceremony? Yes, I have. It was quite unexpected. Isn't that so, Master Wentian? Isn't he the retired former president of the Eastern City Master Builder Guild? It's been years since I've heard news of him. I almost forgot about this remarkable figure. Much of the array knowledge in my mind stems from his works, leaving me with a profound impression. Not long ago, Vice President Sun was parading his beloved grandson before the master every day. His intentions were all too transparent. Unfortunately, the young lad failed to seize the opportunity, leaving us with quite the spectacle. There are numerous powerful factions eager to introduce disciples to the master, but Vice President Sun is merely a nearby observer. It is said that top-tier forces such as the Tianshu sect, Xingxiu sect, Luwen group, and the group's secret tower, all proficient in array techniques, have entertained similar notions. Listening to the gossip of a group of creators while savoring tea was quite delightful. I heard that the Luwen group intends to exchange its advanced supercomputing chip array technology for a set of heart refinement array diagrams from Master Wentian. Is that true? Indeed, but the master possesses similar technology and declined the offer. What a pity. What the master dismisses, we find exceedingly rare and intriguing. As for the chip array technology, Jiang Lin is also quite curious. Given his extraordinary comprehension ability, which serves as a golden key, he does not have a pressing need for supercomputing. However, as Wei Xiaoming and the other ladies grow and eventually become creators, their demand for supercomputing will undoubtedly intensify. Jiang Lin's younger brother pondered whether we should consider joining our Creators Guild. The conversation took an unexpected turn toward himself, catching him off guard. He had never contemplated joining the Creators Guild in the real world. Being part of the Creators Guild in the Heart Network was merely a game to him, not something to be taken seriously. The fact that he hadn't logged into the Heart Network in recent days was the best testament to that. I truly haven't thought about it. I will give it serious consideration upon my return. Yes, it is indeed worth pondering. Joining our Creators Guild offers numerous advantages. Many resources that require special applications to acquire, or some top-tier resources controlled by the Federation, are readily accessible to us. You need only submit an application, and you can obtain them under the guise of experimental materials, if you catch my drift. Giving Jiang Lin a meaningful glance, Zheng Kun refrained from elaborating further. Swallowing in envy, although the Liu family is a prestigious clan within the Federation, the resources at their disposal are still limited and cannot compare to those of the Federation. However, rights and obligations are inherently intertwined. If one reaps the benefits of the Federation, one must also serve it. Being a worker is not an easy task. The easygoing Jiang Lin may find it challenging to adapt to the work atmosphere of the Creators Guild. Should he join the guild, he may find himself inundated with numerous concerns. The conversation continued, as the life experiences of these elder creators were remarkably rich. Listening to their discussions proved quite entertaining, with occasional explosive news emerging from their lips. I heard that the Creators Guild in the northern capital has developed a technology to expand dimensional rifts, planning to conduct experiments in the Han-Tian mountain range. What are your thoughts? The Han-Tian mountain range is akin to the Dimensional Canyon, both being regions where dimensional rifts frequently open. The difference lies in the fact that the Han-Tian mountain range is vast, with rifts appearing somewhat sporadically, while the Dimensional Canyon is smaller, with rifts densely packed. If the technology to expand dimensional rifts truly exists, the relationship with other worlds may necessitate a shift in tactics. One creator mused thusly. At stable dimensional rift entrances, both worlds have stationed heavy troops for protection. The few individuals crossing from the opposing world are generally met with a blind eye, as long as there is no overwhelming military presence. The impulse to explore other worlds is an irresistible drive for all intelligent life, and the higher-ups in both realms are acutely aware of this. Therefore, they have tacitly agreed not to completely seal the passage. Each side relies on their means, allowing safe passage for their respective individuals. Since the two worlds converge here, mutual incursions are inevitable. Once a balance is struck, it will inevitably transform into places like the Dimensional Canyon and the Han-Tian mountain range, becoming arenas for both worlds to hone their skills. The so-called technology to expand dimensional rifts does not pertain to broadening their scope, but rather to fortifying their integrity. Powerful life forms find it exceedingly difficult to traverse fragile dimensional rifts. The stronger the life form, the greater the repulsion they face when attempting to cross. The principle behind expanding dimensional rifts is to weaken this repulsion. Should our side master the technology to expand dimensional rifts and prepare a substantial number of strong individuals in advance when the rifts widen, a sudden invasion could catch the opposing world off guard, yielding significant gains. As the discussion meandered toward dimensional rifts, the group became increasingly animated. The life and resources of other worlds have long been a focal point of study for creators. Times have changed. Since the establishment of the Federation, this land has erupted with vibrant energy. Development has accelerated as if entering the fast lane, with various transformations that leave one breathless. The once pressing issue of invasions from other realms no longer troubles the youth within the Federation, for they are now the invaders. What reason do they have to fear? Their concerns lie instead in how to garner more resources and power from these incursions and how to uncover their own opportunities in other worlds. The younger generation of the Federation has been nurtured in an environment of peace and prosperity, rendering them somewhat detached from the historical wars and suffering. To them, the other world is a realm of adventure, a stage to showcase their strength, and a domain to realize their personal value. Jiang Lin possesses a plethora of rare beasts unique to other worlds, all of which have demonstrated remarkable adaptability and resilience. It is said that the Federation plans to elevate Qingfeng Town in Binzhou Province to a special administrative economic zone. Qingfeng Town in Binzhou. It suffered heavy casualties due to the sudden opening of dimensional rifts. Although it managed to stave off the influx of interdimensional creatures, the town has been almost entirely devastated. Now, despite its elevation to a special economic zone, those who perished will never witness this transformation. Suddenly broaching such a somber topic, a hush fell over the group. A stark reminder of the calamities brought forth by the abrupt opening of dimensional rifts. The fire elemental dimensional rift has since been completely secured by the Federation. It is reported that numerous rare resources and beasts have been discovered within that fire elemental realm, and the forward base has withstood all counterattacks, firmly establishing its foothold. Once the defense line is completed, the foundation for invading the fire elemental realm will be secured, paving the way for a substantial influx of immigrants, soldiers, mercenaries, and powerful individuals. After which the only task remaining will be to expand their territory. Throughout the casual conversation, individuals continually arrived at the island where Jiang Lin and his companions were. All friends brought by several creators serving the Liu family, naturally all being creators themselves. Among those present, he was the youngest. And thus the conversation frequently gravitated back to him, leaving him somewhat overwhelmed. Taking a moment to observe the discussions among several creators affiliated with the Liu family, he found their dialogue rather intriguing, seemingly attempting to recruit individuals. Brother Zhang, what do you think of this cave world? Our Liu family has a project focused on the large-scale cultivation of star leaf, which coincidentally overlaps with your project. Would you be interested in joining us? The queried Zhang creator chuckled, not delving deeper into the topic. Jiang Lin shook his head, bemused. Recruiting a creator is no simple task. This Zhang creator is a member of the Creators Guild, making the endeavor even more challenging. As a creator on the government's payroll, he naturally looks down upon those who serve prominent families. 3 of the Liu family's creators were indeed poached from official ranks. So Jiang Lin is well aware of their capabilities. The architects who can be lured by grassroots forces are invariably ambitious and in the prime of their lives. They naturally possess more potential than those who hesitate to relinquish their secure positions. Those who dare to step out of their comfort zones and forge new paths are indeed individuals of considerable capability. Why are grassroots forces so keen on enticing talent from official ranks? It is simply because these ambitious and capable individuals are the ones worth pursuing. Many architects, once they secure their unwavering positions within the Federation, lose much of their drive for progress. Enduring the lengthy process of accumulating qualifications within official institutions can be quite disheartening. Ambitious young architects cannot abide such indignities. Although grassroots forces may lack the favorable conditions of the Federation, the offers they extend are genuinely enticing. By merely agreeing to their recruitment, one can attain a prominent position, gain substantial autonomy, and receive an influx of resources, advantages that are quite hard to come by in official institutions. Every circle has its hierarchy of disdain, and while I had only heard whispers before, I now truly grasp the reality. Official architects look down upon their grassroots counterparts, akin to how secure employees regard freelancers. Architects serving families or sects are derisively referred to as loose architects by these official figures. Clearly, Jiang Lin is one such architect. Those grassroots architects who prefer to form special groups are dubbed scattered gangs, and he, alongside several architects from the Liu family, constitutes a small scattered gang. Architects who tread the path of moral ambiguity are regarded as practitioners of the demonic way. This group entirely forsakes moral boundaries, acting with reckless abandon, and their prowess should not be underestimated. These architects, deviating from humanity, employ exceedingly cruel and vicious methods, rendering them unworthy of being called human. Yet, their architectural skills are undeniably formidable. Numerous upheavals in human civilizations have stemmed from their actions. Additionally, there exists a unique faction among architects who uphold a faith, even openly promoting the doctrines of certain deities. These outliers among architects are referred to as priests. The world is rife with intrigue, and although they are not specifically targeted by this group, the subtle distinctions in their words can be quite irksome to Jiang Lin and his companions. Fortunately, architects are seekers of truth. Despite mutual disdain, they never belittle each other's abilities. Being highbrow intellectuals, their respect for knowledge is deeply ingrained. The failure to attract even one or two architects left the Liu family's offerings somewhat disheartened, and their conversations lacked enthusiasm. Time passed quietly, and soon the evening banquet was to commence. Chapter 73, The Alluring Adventure in a Parallel World. Finding a relatively secluded corner, Jiang Lin settled down to quietly observe the surrounding throng. Being in such a crowded setting was somewhat taxing for him. At that moment, however, Lu Mingze, accompanied by a few friends, stealthily approached, which left Jiang Lin puzzled. He couldn't help but ponder, flattery without reason is either deceit or theft. This lad must have ulterior motives. Hey, Jiang, I need to discuss something with you. I hope it's a convenient time, Lu Mingze said with a sycophantic grin. Jiang Lin shot him a glare, urging him to be direct and not beat around the bush. Scratching his head, Lu Mingze replied, "Ah, Jiang, you're as straightforward as ever. The thing is, next semester, the freshman class will be enrolling, and there will be an internal martial arts competition shortly after. We would like to enhance our strength before that, but we lack adequate resources. We were wondering if you could offer us some guidance." Upon hearing the young man's request and glancing at the eager faces of his companions, Jiang Lin felt a twinge of conflict. Given their backgrounds, there were plenty of others who could mentor them. They clearly sought to extract some architectural resources from him. I can provide you with some architectural resources, but the extent of what you receive will depend on what enticing offer you can make me in return, Jiang Lin replied nonchalantly. Excited by his words, Lu Mingze and his companions immediately responded, "Jiang, to be honest, during our recent adventure in a parallel world, we actually stumbled upon some remarkable items that are sure to impress you." "Oh, do tell," Jiang Lin said, his interest piqued. The young men glanced around furtively, and Lu Mingze lowered his voice conspiratorially. "We discovered an ancient monument in a relic site, inscribed with an incomprehensible script. Here, essay photo." As Jiang Lin received the phone from one of the youths, he activated his divine authority to decipher the information, but it yielded only scant details. The script appeared to be an ancient language from a parallel world, the contents of which remained a mystery. Yet, the writing's patterns subtly hinted at the traces of a formation. This was no ordinary text. It resembled special runes akin to acquired divine patterns. After briefly examining the overall structure of the monument, he noted that it resembled a massive portal. However, due to the nature of the photograph, there was no reference for scale, prompting him to curiously inquire, "How large is this monument?" Lu Mingze excitedly replied, "It's approximately 17 or 18 meters wide, with a height about twice its width." A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Lin's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. "What a pity you didn't bring it back." Lu Mingze quickly added, "The monument is connected to its base. We suspect there's more beneath it. Additionally, we found 3 grooves on the backside of the monument, from which we pried out a peculiar stone the size of a grinding disc." At this point, another youth produced his storage pouch and handed it to Jiang Lin. Accepting it without hesitation, he opened the bag to discover a neatly shaped stone resting inside. With ease, he employed his divine authority to glean information from the stone, revealing it to be a spiritual artifact. The intricate and complex array patterns unfolded under his scrutiny, and within moments, he grasped the essence of this exceptional spiritual item. "Is this the only one?" Jiang Lin inquired. The youths exchanged glances, resignedly shrugging their shoulders. "Just this one. The other 2 grooves were empty." "What a shame. This stone has evidently been refined, qualifying it as a spiritual artifact. It likely serves as some form of key. Had you possessed the other 2 pieces, you might have encountered a great opportunity." Returning the storage pouch to the youth, Jiang Lin added, "Of course, it's also possible it could lead to great misfortune. This monument might very well be a gravestone." The youths, each with their own thoughts, clearly accepted Jiang Lin's speculation. However, with only 1 key in their possession, even if they revisited that relic site, it seemed futile. The youth who had received the pouch noticed that Jiang Lin, the young architect from the Liu family, was disinterested in the matter and turned to Lu Mingze. "Well, we did have another find, but it might not be to your liking." "Oh, pray tell." After hesitating briefly and cautiously glancing around, Lu Mingze produced a beast-controlling orb. Taking the orb, Jiang Lin observed the complex expressions of the others. Skeletal soldiers? And of legendary quality, no less. How many are there? Legendary quality beast-controlling artifacts are typically sought after, but legendary undead beasts often carry a different connotation. Such cursed beasts can sometimes be unwanted even as gifts. At this point, it becomes clear why the expressions of several individuals are so intricate. The ranks of skeletal soldiers typically range between the mundane and the bronze tiers. They lack any notion of bloodlines. However, the disparities among these beastly entities can grow significantly as they mature. Upon absorbing high-quality, ethereal essence of different natures, they exhibit marked mutations. Additionally, the postnatal abilities they cultivate can alter their physical structures. Skeletal soldiers of the same kind, nurtured through contracts with different individuals, will display striking differences, akin to two distinct species that increasingly diverge. To put it simply, these beasts can be customized by their handlers. Within the beast sphere, there are over 20 skeletal soldiers, all of legendary quality. How immense must the ancient battlefield have been to produce such a multitude of high-quality undead? It is indeed a miracle that you managed to capture so many high-quality undead. Did you not encounter any formidable spirits? Lu Mingze and his companions were equally puzzled. Elder Jiang, this is the peculiar nature of that relic. There are no powerful beasts, not even a silver tier one. Twirling the beast sphere in his hand, he contemplated the myriad possibilities for this situation. The most plausible explanation is that a tremendously powerful entity within the ruins has exerted its oppressive aura, stifling the growth of other beasts. I will take this batch of undead. How about I exchange them for 10 bottles of ethereal liquid with a concentration of 70? Upon hearing this, the faces of the others instantly lit up with joy. Frankly speaking, had these 20 skeletal soldiers belonged to another category of beasts, they would have dared to demand 30 bottles. Alas, they are undead beasts, which are undeniably not worth 10 bottles of ethereal liquid. Jiang Lin undoubtedly offered them this price out of respect for Lu Mingze. Young Master Lu, there you are. I've been searching for you for quite some time. Came a sudden voice. The group turned towards the speaker, a young man whose presence, though amidst a grand banquet filled with notable figures, seemed to radiate an unsettling aura. In clusters of 3 or 4, attendees could easily locate anyone they sought. The notion of searching for half a day felt exaggerated. Lu Mingze's heart sank as he swiftly scanned Jiang Lin, responding with a semblance of courtesy. Ah, young Master Jean. What brings you to me? Oh, nothing of great consequence. Merely curious to hear that your main battle beast has evolved into a divine entity, the young man replied. Chapter 74. The Provocation of the Jean Family. The young man possessed the strength of a golden-tier Beastmaster and bore a heavenly heart sigil within his sea of consciousness. Yet he did not hold a divine entity in his grasp. This scenario is not uncommon. For many, the heavenly heart sigils do not align with their beasts. Although any heavenly heart sigil can facilitate the evolution of a legendary quality beast into a divine entity, compatibility must be considered. If a fire-type beast were to merge with a sigil associated with water, it would likely evolve into a dual fire-water entity, with the original fire attributes receiving little enhancement. As much of its essence would be expended in balancing the elemental conflict. Such an evolution could be deemed redundant. It may appear evolved. Yet the beast's strength undergoes little transformative change. Many divine entities are, therefore, vanquished by legendary quality beasts due to this very reason. Their evolution is ultimately superficial. The young man who had intruded upon their gathering was eager to discern whether Lu Mingze's main battle beast had undergone such a hasty evolution. If conditions permitted, he aspired to challenge him, setting the stage for a cross-tire contest. A hint of pride adorned Lu Mingze's lips as he remarked, indeed. It just completed its evolution days ago. The heavenly heart sigil I comprehended is quite suitable. Would you like to see it? Noticing his adversary's confidence, the Jean family youth hesitated, yet he had expressed his desire to witness it. It was too late for regrets. He was a golden tier Beastmaster, while his opponent was still silver tier, maintaining a distinct advantage. Very well, this is your domain. Let's head to your training grounds. Lu Mingze regarded the young man with a penetrating gaze. A mere glance would not suffice. It appeared a confrontation was inevitable. However, he felt unconcerned. Even if his opponent was a golden-tier Beastmaster, he possessed the combat prowess of a divine entity, making a cross-tire challenge entirely feasible. As the group prepared to rise and head to the training grounds, a divine radiance descended from the heavens, accompanied by the mellifluous strains of prayerful song, heralding the arrival of 5 totemic Beastmasters, encircled by a halo of divine light. The spiritual energy in the venue became dense, weighing heavily upon the hearts of all present. This was the spiritual pressure emanating from formidable beings. Spiritual pressure is the potent interference exerted by a powerful source of spiritual energy upon the ethereal essence, a result of the 5 totemic Beastmasters' efforts to restrain their own might. Normally, the spiritual pressure of totem-level beings could incapacitate any individual below the rank of Lord from harnessing spiritual energy. The pressure was the mental domain released by a powerful life form. Any being whose strength fell short of this formidable entity would be subjected to its suppression. The totemic Beastmasters had already begun to exhibit characteristics akin to deities. As the 5 figures took their seats, a collective sigh of relief escaped the gathering. You all, why must you seek to make things difficult for yourselves? This banquet was not intended to be held. Yet the filial piety of the younger generation is simply too earnest to refuse. Now, you must taste the bitterness of your choices. Being in the presence of totemic Beastmasters must feel akin to sitting on a bed of nails for you. Henceforth, This banquet shall be dispensed with. Your goodwill is sufficient." The words of the patriarch of the Lu family resonated within the hearts of all present. Many wished to retort, yet found themselves inexplicably mute. This near-omnipotent influence was acknowledged even by the 4 totemic beast masters accompanying her, who exchanged glances of astonishment. "Lu family maiden, I have come uninvited. I trust you will not take offense." At this moment, another commanding voice echoed, as a figure enveloped in divine light made their entrance. "Jinshuanga, this is not a place for your antics. Kindly take your seat," came the admonition. "Ah, it is Elder Qin. My apologies for my earlier rudeness." "Oh, the leader of the Divine Might sect, the head of the Heavenly Dragon Dojo, Dean Li, what brings you here?" Faced with the cold gazes of the 4 elder figures, Jinshuanga, who had previously been so arrogant, was rendered speechless, casting a bewildered glance at the Lu patriarch. Perplexed as to how this longtime rival had formed an acquaintance with such revered figures, regret washed over him. He had originally intended to undermine Lu Mingze, but the situation had now grown complicated. As the onlookers observed the Jin family's patriarch dutifully take his seat, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief. The Lu and Jin families had historically maintained a competitive relationship, with both patriarchs being top-tier prodigies of their era. They had ascended to royal and totemic ranks within a similar time frame, perpetually striving to outdo one another. This competitive spirit had been passed down to the next generation. Now, the 5th, 6th, and 7th descendants of both families regarded each other as rivals from a young age, each harboring an inherent sense of rivalry. "Do not mind us. Attend to your own affairs, and remember to eat, drink, and enjoy yourselves," instructed the Lu patriarch. Following this statement, the aura surrounding the totemic beast masters became shrouded in an ethereal haze, rendering them unseen and unheard. As the gathered individuals exchanged glances, they formed small clusters, speaking in hushed tones, yet refraining from letting loose. The arrival of the totemic beast masters had disrupted Lu Mingze's intent to engage in battle with young Master Jin. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, the young man from the Jin family gestured outward, saying, "Young Master Lu, please, after you." Seated to the side, Jiang Lin and others were taken aback by the unwavering determination of the young Master Jin. He was resolutely intent on instigating something. The group made their way to a nearby training ground, where some guests accompanied by children were engaged in casual conversation. Within the arena, several docile spirit beasts had been released, becoming the coveted playthings of the young ones. Lu Mingze summoned forth his spirit beast, a silver-tier divine entity, which emanated a subtle yet formidable aura and spiritual pressure, causing the gentle spirit beasts and children in the vicinity to retreat, hesitantly distancing themselves. "My apologies, everyone," he announced. "We wish to conduct a spirit beast duel here, so please kindly move to the observation area. It will not take long." In truth, it was unnecessary for Lu Mingze to articulate this. All present instinctively retreated to the designated viewing zone. On one hand, the oppressive presence and spiritual pressure of the silver-tier divine entity had effectively quashed any mischievous thoughts among the rambunctious children. On the other hand, there existed an unspoken code of conduct unique to such training grounds. While a duel was not taking place, all was well, but once combat commenced, unless the arena belonged to you, it was absolutely forbidden to disrupt the duel of others. "Wow, it's a divine beast," exclaimed a somewhat knowledgeable child, prompting the others to gaze wide-eyed at Lu Mingze's spirit beast, the Azure Sky Crane. Divine beings inherently possess several distinguishing features that set them apart from ordinary spirit beasts, making it evident even to children that they were extraordinary. The Azure Sky Crane exuded a mental pressure, which is one of the most characteristic traits of divine entities. Ordinary spirit beasts only manifest such mental pressure upon reaching the Lord level, whereas divine beings possess this capability even before achieving that rank. Furthermore, the feathers of the Azure Sky Crane radiated a soft white light, an exceptionally striking attribute that exhibited minimal fluctuations in spiritual energy, easily distinguishing it from phenomena caused by spiritual power. This serves as another standard for identifying divine beings, akin to a physiological trait, if it exists. It does not consume any form of energy. Naturally, not all divine beings exhibit such luminescence. Many radiate subtle anomalies that are nearly imperceptible unless scrutinized closely. With both its imposing presence and divine characteristics, the Azure Sky Crane was unmistakably recognized by the children as a divine entity. While the pressure can be concealed and some divine attributes may be exceedingly subtle, how then can one ascertain that it is indeed a divine being? The most straightforward method is to observe its attributes. If it possesses more than 3 distinct attributes, it is highly likely to be a divine beast. However, most divine beings have attributes not exceeding 3. Thus, one can also assess the purity of its physique, checking for impurities. A being with a pure and unblemished form is classified as a divine creature. Nevertheless, this discernment can be somewhat challenging and holds little significance for the average person. There are myriad other methods to determine whether a spirit beast is divine, yet the remaining techniques are known primarily to specialists. For ordinary individuals, mastering these three most intuitive criteria suffices.